Chapter 360. Zhang Zhong continued to walk forward. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a village to appear in front of him. It wasn't like he had imagined, where there were smoke curling up from the chimneys, chickens and dogs chasing each other, and children playing around. There were some fields outside the village where cucumbers and eggplants were planted. The eggplants had not yet grown, and there were a few cucumbers hanging alone. There was also a fence made of thick wood outside the village. There was some sand and stones on the road, and there were wild flowers and weeds growing on the side. A river flowed behind the village. The houses in the village were made of mud bricks, and there was some grass growing out of them. There were no children playing outside, but there was no lack of dogs barking. There were no poultry or livestock. There was no smoke coming out of the chimneys. It was already noon. Don't they eat lunch? Zhang Zhong asked the yamen runner in the inner courtyard. The yamen runner was also puzzled. Where did all the people go? He shook his head blankly. Master, I don't know. Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's wait. If there were people in the village, they would have taken a look. Now that we don't see anyone, they might have gone out. The whole village went out. What is going on? Zhang Zhong took out the monocular that Zhang Xiaobao had extorted from him and looked at the village. From time to time, he adjusted the distance between the two lenses of the monocular. The yamen runner looked enviously at the monocular in Zhang Zhong's hand. He had used it once, and it was very useful. It could reach a distance that couldn't be seen normally. He thought for a moment and said, Master, why don't I take a few people to look around? No, wait. Take this and look at it. If you see a person, just say it. It's the same for beasts. Zhang Zhong handed the monocular to the yamen runner and found a place to sit down. He took out a water bag from his backpack and sipped it. He was now learning from his son and daughter-in-law. When he went out, he carried a specially made bag. In the county, no one would say that he didn't have good manners. There were some things that could be used at any time in the bag. It was very convenient. The bailiff excitedly took the binoculars. Under the envious gazes of the other bailiffs, he looked around. He didn't show off and didn't say much. He looked around himself. When the wind blew at some places, he stared at them for a while. The group of people waited for a full hour. Finally, the yamen runner holding the binoculars shouted excitedly, Master, there are people. I see people. A large group. A few of them are carrying things. At his shout, Zhang Zhong stood up, took the binoculars, and looked towards the northeast. He saw men, women, old and young, laughing and talking as they walked over. There were two places in the crowd that were different from other places. There were a few strong people carrying wooden poles on their shoulders. From the gaps in the crowd, Zhang Zhong finally knew what they were carrying. It turned out to be two bears. It seemed that someone had hunted the bears and the whole village went to pick them up. When they got closer, he saw more clearly. The two bears were not small. Their bodies were covered with wounds. He didn't know how the people in the village hunted them. After a certain distance, the people in the village also noticed Zhang Zhong and his group. They stopped in a panic and didn't dare to come back. Two people go over and tell them who I am. When Zhang Zhong saw that the villagers didn't dare to come back, he ordered the person beside him. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard waved to a person behind him and ran over. The person who was waved by him didn't dare to be negligent. He knew that he was not as valued by the county magistrate as his colleague. The county magistrate was from the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi, but he still had to show off. The two of them ran in front of the villagers, one in front of the other. Everyone, don't worry. Hurry back to the village. We are the county's yamen runners. Look at our clothes. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard said to the villagers in front of him. The villagers didn't look happy because of their arrival. Instead, they looked at them vigilantly. The older people didn't say anything, but the children didn't care. A little boy about 9 years old shouted at them, "Do you know that we hunted 2 bears, so you want to come and snatch them again?" The 2 bailiffs were stunned, especially the one who followed behind. He recalled what had happened in the past, and his expression changed. He had also come to bully the people in the village. Back then, the village had just hunted a fox, and he had helped county magistrate when snatched the fox. Today, they had just brought back 2 bears. Suddenly, people from the yamen came again. Anyone would think that they were here to rob them again. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard had studied for a year and a half, so he knew a lot of things. He quickly said, "Don't think too much. The county magistrate of Huayuan County has been changed. The original one with the surname Wen was arrested and brought to the capital. The one with the surname Xiao was also arrested and his house was confiscated. The new county magistrate is different from the previous one. He loves the people like his own children. I heard that there are 2 villages here. I walked here and wanted to see how everyone is living. Our new county magistrate is very powerful. Everyone can wait to live a good life in the future." Who are you kidding? None of the officials are good people. One left, and another one came. Is it because you took a liking to another one and collected taxes for 2 years? Since you can't get anything good out of it, you're here to steal from us. The child who spoke just now added. The 2 yamen runners looked at the villagers' distrustful eyes and sighed at the same time. It was still the person from the inner courtyard who said, "Whether it is true or not, what's the use of you stopping here? Don't you know the village? Let's talk about it when we are in the village, okay?" The villagers thought about it and agreed. If they stopped here, the county magistrate would not come. There were more than 20 people, and they could carry 2 bears. Even if they really came, what could they do? Under the guidance of the village chief, the villagers continued to carry the 2 bears to the village. When they arrived at the village, Zhang Zhong also led people to greet them. He did not have any official prestige. He walked out from the protection of the guards with a smile on his face and said to the leading villager, "You are amazing. You can actually hunt 2 bears. 1 bear paw can be sold for a lot of money." If he was not wearing an official's uniform, the villagers would have thought that he was an errand boy. When did an official smile at ordinary people? His smile was so sincere. Only those yamen runners knew that as long as they did not do too much, the county magistrate was very easy to talk to. He would even chat with them when he was free. But as long as they did something they should not do, such as bullying the people when they went out, they would be beaten at least 30 times with the rod. There was a doctor waiting next to them. They did not dare to be merciful even if they wanted to. Not to mention the feeling of being beaten 30 times. After the beating, they had to carry them in front of the people who bullied them for them to see. If it was a second time, they would be beaten 100 times and then driven away. There was no need for yamen runners. Until now, no one had done it a second time, and no one had done it the first time. After 100 beatings, the person was dead. The villagers did not know this. Looking at Zhang Zhong's smile, they felt very comfortable. The village chief was not like other places, where the position was held by an old man. The village chief here was a man of 24 or 25 years old. He stood up and said, "You are the new county magistrate." "Yes, I am." "Why don't you sell your 2 bears to the county? Sell them to Jinlai Restaurant." Now, Jinlai Restaurant is not owned by that relative surnamed Wen. It is owned by my family. The price given is absolutely fair, and we can even give a little more. After all, my family has many restaurants. If we sell them in the capital, we can make more money. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he opened his backpack and took out candies from it and handed them to the child next to him. The candies were prepared for himself. When there was no food to eat, he could eat 2 pieces of candy to make up for it. The child stared at the candy but did not dare to take it. He looked timid. Zhang Zhong took the child's hand and stuffed the candy in it. Take it. Don't worry, I will not take your things for free. I am different from that county magistrate Wen. My family is rich. I don't dare to say too much, but I can easily take out tens of thousands of coins. I am not afraid of not having enough money. How much are your 2 bears worth? My family's master is the head of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. He doesn't care about your things. My master has hundreds of restaurants and shops. At this time, the yamen runner in the inner courtyard helped to speak up. Zhang Zhong turned his head and nodded to the yamen runner with satisfaction. Some of the villagers who went to trade had heard about Zhangjie Zhuangzi. When they came back, they told the villagers. At this time, when the villagers heard that the new county magistrate was the head of the Zhang family, they were finally not worried. The child who took the candy stuffed it into his mouth and asked without scruples, "Did you give something to your family's farmer? And build a big house for the farmer? Don't talk nonsense." The farmer's parents said at the same time. Zhang Zhong did not care. He nodded and said to the child, "I will not give it for free. The farmer has done a lot for the family. It is not right to not give it. Tell me, how old are you?" 8 years old. After being scolded by his parents, the child became timid and said timidly, 8 years old is not old enough. You can go to school to study. In the future, I will build a school here and find someone to teach you. 2 Zhuangzi can take care of you at the same time. Zhang Zhong thought of his son's plan. He wanted to find a person who could not pass the exam. He believed that the people who came here would not suffer too much and the villagers could take good care of them. At this time, the village chief also noticed the difference in the new county magistrate. He said, "Sir, are we still collecting taxes this year?" "Collecting taxes? Didn't you already pay this year's taxes?" "No, we will collect next year. The 2 bears are not of much use to you. Send them to Jinlai Lu. 1 bear is 100 coins. Chapter 361. The Jing River flows, and the Wei River flows. The shadows of the boat struggle to reach the end, and the fish swim with the current. Near Nei Province, far Nei Province. Flags flutter in the wind, and life is full of joys and sorrows. Li Sun sat in the study of the state capital, and the sound of him reading came from his mouth. Those who didn't know would think that he was reading, but in fact, he was reading a letter written to him by Zhang Xiaobao. Beside him, a servant girl was helping him pour some water, grind ink, and flip through books. At this time, she didn't move and just waited for the Marquis to speak. Li Sun read the letter from beginning to end and asked the servant girl, "Do you think I'm crazy, or the people of the Jing River Boat Company are crazy?" "Of course it's the people who are crazy. If they weren't, why would they provoke the Zhang family? The Zhang family's methods to deal with their enemies are endless. From the beginning, they calculated and only stopped when they made people sick. The little prince is working with the Zhang family, and they still dared to stir up trouble. If they aren't crazy, then what are they?" The servant girl seemed to be very familiar with Li Sun, and was not afraid at all. Li Sun reached out and pulled the servant girl into his arms, and said with a naughty smile, "My little Qingqing still knows. Come, let me teach her well." The servant girl only smiled and was not afraid at all. Instead, she snuggled into Li Sun's arms and said, "The Marquis is bad, you only know how to bully Qingqing. Qingqing can only listen to the Marquis." Li Sun let go, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. "Don't listen to me, I can't do anything. Wait until I go to the Zhang family to find a prescription and grow up quickly, then I'll teach you a lesson. Then Qingqing will wait for the Marquis. The Marquis must grow up quickly." The servant girl followed. "Okay, isn't it just bullying me because I'm young? There are also two younger ones, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who are just as anxious. Ha ha ha. Tell me, should I do as they say? This idea is too immoral. If I don't do it, their property will be confiscated. The Zhang family is really ruthless when they take action. Li Sun did not know what to do with this servant girl. She was usually obedient and sensible. Even if he wanted to take advantage of her, it was fine. But how could he take advantage of her? He could only suppress his anger. Fortunately, there were still two people. So what if they were childhood sweethearts? One day, he would ask Xiao Bao to visit the brothels. The maidservant Qingqing also heard what Li Sun just said. She also thought that the Zhang family was not ordinary, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Now that the Marquis asked, she said, naturally, we have to do as the Zhang family says. The Zhang family gave them 2 chances in a row, but they didn't agree. Compared to the Marquis, they are far worse. The Zhang family is like this. They are kind to good, and evil to bad. You can just say that this Marquis was afraid at that time. Yes, I was afraid. I was afraid of the Zhang family's desperate methods, and I was also afraid of my father. People can only avoid danger when they know that they are afraid. You don't know now. Wait until I'm older. Li Sun thought about how he had almost provoked the Zhang family's revenge. He was also filled with emotions. That bridge was really like what others said. It was not an ordinary bridge. It was the bridge of helplessness. It was a line between heaven and hell. If he retreated, he would immediately receive benefits one after another. If others entered, they would fall one after another, causing him to be dizzy and his family to be ruined. Why were the people of the Jing Shui boating company so stubborn? It was easy to commit suicide. They just had to tie a big stone to their feet and jump into the water. It was convenient to jump from their own boat. Why did they have to implicate their family? Little prince, if you can't bear it, why don't you follow the second plan of the Zhang family's letter? It will only force people but not kill them. The maidservant Qingqing saw the hesitation on the little prince's face and said. Li Sun knew the second plan, which was to force the people of the boating company to quit the industry. There was also the third plan, which was to force them to cooperate. He could choose from the 3 plans, but he had no choice. His identity was there. The people of the Jing Shui boating company knew his relationship with the Zhang family, but they still dared to do this. They clearly didn't put him, the Marquis, in their eyes. He could only choose the first plan. He didn't want to give the people of the boating company any chance and get them down in one breath. Therefore, Li Sun pointed at the first set of plans. The servant girl looked at it and said, then let's do it like this. He actually used a series of schemes, deceiving everyone, creating something out of nothing, loosening the reins in order to capture him, capturing the leader of the gang, and the most crucial one in the middle, leaving first. Too ruthless. So be it. If they don't hate me, they won't know how powerful a Marquis is. Li Sun also knew the result of the first plan. He also wanted to use it to let some people who didn't care about him know. Li Sun made up his mind. He threw away the other 2 plans and said to the maidservant, go and call them over. I have to give them orders bit by bit. Let's paddle the 2 oars. The small boat moves back the waves. The small boat pushes the waves away. The beautiful white clouds are reflected on the water, surrounded by green trees and green grass. Zhang Xiaobao, can you not blindly change the lyrics? The lyrics are rhyming. Quickly row. Just now when you got on the boat, you said you were good at rowing. Now you can't. When Zhang Xiaobao was singing enthusiastically, Wang Wan didn't give him any face and interrupted the later part of the song. She pointed to the 2 oars and asked Zhang Xiaobao to row. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 2 oars that weren't fixed to the side of the boat. He really didn't know what to do. He could only pick up one of the oars and row left and right. It was impossible to row both oars at the same time. When he came here, he and Wang Wan each had an oar and rowed at the same time. When he was rowing, he said how good he was at rowing in the past. When Wang Wan heard it, she immediately threw the oar in her hand into the boat and let him do it himself. Zhang Xiaobao rowed a few times and stopped. He said to Wang Wan, "Comrade Wang Wan, you didn't understand just now. I didn't mean rowing in this way. Is it a goose boat? The kind that we step on? Then I can row well." Wang Wan looked at the surrounding water and said with a look of enjoyment on her face. Zhang Xiaobao thought about what a goose boat looked like and nodded. "That's really simple. What are we going to eat tonight? We didn't bring any fishing gear. Otherwise, we can catch some fish and go back to eat. Let's go to the pig farm tonight and see if there are any pigs that can be killed. I want to eat blood sausages." "Xiaobao, which plan do you think Li Sun will choose?" Wang Wan said something about food and asked about Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao had already confirmed this. "It's the first one. Li Sun's character determines that he will choose the first one. What if he doesn't choose the first one and chooses the other two?" Wang Wan asked again. "Then I'm wrong. It's not a big deal." Rowing. "Master, why don't you drink the tea we brought?" In Daxiang Mountain Village, Zhang Zhong went to the village chief's house and sat there drinking the tea that was served. There were also a lot of things added in the tea, but it was not as good as the tea in his house. The Yamen runner looked at him from the side and whispered in Zhang Zhong's ear. Zhang Zhong took a sip and bit a piece of ginger. He chewed and swallowed it. "No need. Didn't I drink the same thing before? I can drink it before, and I can drink it now. I can't forget my roots just because I have a good life." "Master, you're right. We can't forget. We have suffered, but we have to remember now. We can't throw away the food that we have eaten." The Yamen runner didn't continue to take out the tea after hearing his master's words. He repeated one of the rules in his house, which was that he could eat expensive food during meals, but he couldn't leave any leftovers. He could eat all the snacks that were steamed with honey, and no one would say anything about it. He could eat the food made with chaff and wild vegetables, and he couldn't leave any leftovers. Zhang Zhong had always been very satisfied with this Yamen runner, and he was still the same now. "Well, it's good that you remember. There are still many people who can't eat. Those who are not hungry don't know how to cherish food. You go out and spend money to buy the food." "Master, why would I go out and spend money to buy the food? Our Zhang family's food is better than the restaurants." The Yamen runner said with a smile. The village chief accompanied them and drank the tea. He also knew that the tea in the village was not good, but he didn't expect that the new county magistrate didn't care at all. The ginger was usually thrown away, but the county magistrate ate it. Seeing this, he was relieved. The two bears had been sent to Jinlai restaurant. Even if the county magistrate didn't pay, he didn't dare to keep the county magistrate here, unless he was ready to rebel. How could more than 100 people rebel? At this time, seeing that the new county magistrate was so amiable, and thinking about what the people who went out said when they came back, he believed a little more. "Village Chief Hong, I will stay here tonight. I will choose a place to eat and see how the people in the village are doing. If they are doing well, I will go back early tomorrow morning. If they are not, I will stay here tomorrow and help to think of a solution. When I came here, there are no wild animals in the mountains nearby. There is also a river. We can raise some ducks and pigs. When the live ducks arrive, there will be people in the county who will buy them. The price is the same as the price in the county. As for the pigs, we can make some sausages and smoked meat and sell them for some money." Zhang Zhong picked up the pot and added water to the bowl. He also added some for the village chief and said with concern. The village chief didn't expect that the county magistrate could give ideas to the village. He said excitedly, "Master, will there really be people coming in to buy the food? It will take a lot of effort to get out of here. It will take 3.5 hours to get to the county. The forest is stuffy and hot. It will take half a day to get to the county. Half a day is not much. The Qin family in Sanshui County is Zhuangzi. If you go there and come back, you will need to spend a whole day. Now they are raising some fish and shrimps. As long as they are big enough, someone will go there to buy them. If the road is not good, you can repair it. I don't have the say in other counties, but I am the county magistrate of Huayuan County. I can do whatever I want," Zhang Zhong said firmly. He really wanted to build a road. There were many wild animals in the mountains and some good wood. With a road, he could make money. He didn't have any idea of environmental protection. Even the emperor encouraged people to destroy the forest for farming. Chapter 362. Zhang Zhong wandered around in the afternoon. The villagers didn't eat lunch, and he didn't eat either. He only ate some beef jerky, fried noodles, and other things that he brought with him. Walking around the village, the villagers also caught 3 poisonous snakes, which he bought. He said that he would eat them when he went back, but in fact, he would use them to make medicinal wine. Little fragrant mountain village was not far from here. It was only an hour's walk away. Zhang Zhong decided to go there tomorrow. At night, he really would eat in the village and stay in the village. The villagers couldn't tell what kind of feeling they had. Anyway, before the meal, they had already chosen 30 people to take turns to guard outside at night. Zhang Zhong didn't specify which house to eat at. The villagers couldn't arrange it, so they could only make the best food at home into food. When it was time to eat, Zhang Zhong randomly chose a restaurant. When he went in to take a look, there were actually 4 dishes. One was fried salted rabbit meat, one was fried salted venison, one was steamed fish, and the last was an omelette. It was something that was made by breaking eggs and then putting them in oil to fry. It was considered a dish for ordinary people. In addition to the 4 dishes, there was also a soup. It was a ceremonial thing, and it didn't matter whether it was drunk or not. It was made by boiling small fish with a layer of oil and some chopped green onions floating on top. The rice was 2 rice, which was made by boiling rice and millet together. Zhang Zhong looked at the dishes, and Wei Wei nodded. He already understood that there was really nothing to eat in the village. The 2 dishes of fried salted meat were prepared for emergencies, and the omelette was definitely not poultry, but pheasant and wild duck eggs. There was one part of the color that was different from the others. Zhang Zhong picked up a little with his chopsticks, tasted it, and said, "You also took out the salty ones and fried them? Is the rice at home also gone?" "Sir, do you think the food is not good?" the male owner of the house asked with some worry. The child and the woman had already gone to the next room, and they were not qualified to come over to eat. "Good, how can it not be good? How can the food that was made with all the effort not be good? I won't pay for today's meal, but I'll treat you tomorrow." Zhang Zhong had originally planned to give them money. After all, it wasn't easy for the commoners. If they ate a meal, they might have to use up half a month's worth of savings. But when it was time to eat, he decided not to give them money. A little money couldn't solve the problem. Tomorrow, he would get people to go back and deliver some food and salt. Although the 2 dishes were marinated, the taste of the eggs was very light. It seemed that there was no more salt in the village. Their salt was basically used to marinate things. The men of this family didn't know how to respond and could only smile along. Zhang Zhong didn't hold back and ate as much as he could. Only 2 of the guards were still guarding, the rest had gone to other villagers' houses to eat with the bailiffs. Everyone had a good meal, but the villagers had a lot less emergency supplies in their houses. That night, Zhang Zhong stayed at the village chief's house. There was no ice basin, and the mountain was hot and stuffy. Fortunately, Zhang Zhong brought mosquito repellent. When he slept at night, he only heard the buzzing of mosquitoes, but was not bitten. When he woke up early the next morning, he ordered people to go back and bring some food and salt to the village for the villagers to eat. At this moment, he couldn't be calculative about his efforts and returns. Let the villagers have food to eat first. As for what would happen in the future, he would go back and ask his son. Not only could his son earn a lot of money, he could also help some people earn a little money. Zhang Zhong watched them leave and prepared to continue to the next place, Shaoxiang Mountain Village. For this, he even found 2 guides from Dexiang Mountain Village. Mi Fan, Guo Ren, and the others also welcomed a new day. After sending people to make arrangements yesterday, they prepared to go back today. After breakfast, they didn't forget to ask the waiter to find the Zhang family's people who came to discuss the cooperation yesterday. Everyone, are you ready to sign the contract? The Zhang family's people came over and asked first. No, this detail is still lacking. How about this, in a few days, when you have thought about what you are lacking, you can come to us again. A businessman didn't need Mi Fan's help this time and said directly. The Zhang family's people smiled and asked, do you know what's not good? Let's think about it carefully. This is not good. It's not convenient for us to point it out. After all, it was the Zhang family's idea. We are the party who provided the boat. You can't expect us to think of a solution, right? Take a good look at it yourself. Here. After the businessman said something that even he felt was shameless, he handed back the paper with the details sent yesterday, including the unsigned contract. The Zhang family's people didn't show any dissatisfaction. They still had the same smile. Then we will think about it carefully. Goodbye. Seeing that the Zhang family's people were so happy, Mi Fan clutched his chest again. That special feeling appeared again, making him unable to breathe. Some small dots appeared in front of his eyes. Brother Weitong, what's wrong? Guo Ren, who was beside him, noticed that something was wrong with Mi Fan this time and asked with concern. Mi Fan shook his head. It's nothing. I just swallowed a little. Let me say something now. I know that some of us have connections with other boat companies, but don't tell anyone about this sea transportation, especially the details. Otherwise, it will harm others and ourselves. After this is over, if we really want to go by sea, we will have to make a new plan. Everyone agreed. Mi Fan didn't have time to distinguish who was telling the truth and who was lying. He felt that the uneasiness in his heart should come from this plan. But after saying that they wouldn't act according to this plan, the uncomfortable feeling didn't disappear. Brother Weitong, according to the time we arranged, there will be a boat stopping us in 3 days, right? After leaving the first family in Linshui, Guo Ren, who was standing on the boat, was in high spirits. It was as if the whole world was in his control. He asked Mi Fan, who was still feeling uncomfortable. Mi Fan forced himself to stay alert. Yes, in 3 days. 1 day is for someone to send the message, 2 days for the boat to arrive at Dingping. Brother Qianyuan, don't you think we're going too far? If we wanted to deal with the Zhang family directly, we wouldn't have to lie to them about the sea transportation plan. What if Zhang Zhong becomes a higher official one day? What will happen to us then? Mi Fan kept looking for a reason for his uneasiness. Since it wasn't because of that plan, it should be something else. Thinking about the Zhang family situation, only Zhang Zhong was a threat to them. Guo Ren laughed disdainfully. Brother Weitong, you're thinking too much. How long will it take for a county magistrate to become a high official? By then, we'll be able to make money by sea transportation. Even if he becomes a third-rank official, we can go to the Prime Minister and the others. With money, there's nothing that can't be done. Oh, that's right. With sea transportation, we'll be able to contact more powerful people. If it doesn't work, we can contact a few princes. Mi Fan was trying his best to find a reason for himself, a reason that would make him feel at ease. But when he said it, he still felt uncomfortable. In Feng State Prefecture, there was a fleet of 6 ships by the riverside. They left from the dock with the intention of going to Malingshui. These were big ships that had just been bought from elsewhere last night. 6 ships, costing nearly 20,000 taels of silver. Someone else was carrying some heavy things onto the boats. The people at the pier didn't know what they were, and the boatmen and the people moving the things on the boats were unfamiliar faces. The 6 boats sailed against the current. As long as they reached Dingping County, they would be able to reach Malingshui by following the largest river. The people on the boat seemed to be nervous and excited at the same time, but they did not speak. The boats weren't fast. At this speed, they would need 1.5 days to reach Dingping County. 2 days later, Zhang Zhong came out of the mountains. He bought a lot of furs and cured meat from the 2 villages. He also sent a lot of grain, salt, cloth, and silk to the 2 villages. He even secretly gave them 12 military bows. Others couldn't get these things, but he could. The moment the people of the 2 villages saw the grain, they completely believed that the new county magistrate was a good county magistrate. The grain was enough for them to eat for half a month. It was all good white flour and rice. The salt was divided into coarse and fine salt. The coarse salt was naturally used to pickle things, while the fine salt was eaten at home. They didn't have to do anything to get these things. They said again and again that they would give the county magistrate their own things. The county magistrate agreed, but after they left, they found that there was some silver in the county magistrate's house. It was exactly the value of the things they gave. Some people cried on the spot. What was apparent official? County Magistrate Zhang was. He always had a smile on his face when he talked to people. He was never picky when he ate or drank. He even sent all kinds of things to the village. Hong Cun knew that he couldn't catch up with the county magistrate's team. This time, there were a few people who came to deliver the goods. From the way they talked and when they went out, it could be seen that they were all good hunters. With such people leading the way, the team would move very fast. They were still in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. The county magistrate is amazing. Remember, go to the county town more often in the future. Prepare the furs for next year as early as possible. If the county magistrate doesn't make things difficult for us, we can't make things difficult for the county magistrate either. The money from selling the berries here. Whoever hunts it, divide it. Remember the county magistrate's kindness. Hong Cun said loudly to the people who gathered in the village. The villagers nodded vigorously. They also understood that they had taken the county magistrate's things for free this time. They must find a way to repay him in the future. At the same time, there were 3 big boats on the Jingshui River heading towards Dingping County. They would arrive there in another 2 hours. In the upper reaches of the river, which was Malingshui, there were 6 similar big boats. They turned around in the middle of the river and headed towards Dingping County, which they had just passed. It was estimated that they would arrive there in 3 hours if they followed the river. A small boat carrying people passed by Dingping. The boat was moving very slowly. It was moving at this speed when it came out of the Shaoluoshui pier. At this time, the people on the boat were sitting at the bow of the boat and drinking wine. They let out bursts of laughter from time to time. In the lake of Shaoluoshui, Zhang Xiaobao was rowing a fixed double-oared boat. He said to Wang Wan, who was sitting there eating snacks, "I just finished arranging a task and my father found a new one for me. What a tiring life. Arranging work for people in the mountainous areas. What is this called? I know you can do it. It's not too far away. You can get in from the outside in just over 2 hours." Wang Wan stuffed Zhang Xiaobao's mouth with a big mountain and said lightly. Zhang Xiaobao was so sour that his whole face scrunched up. Chapter 363. There were many boats coming and going on the Jingshuwei River, so no one would deliberately pay attention to these boats. When the 3 boats arrived at the intersection of the 2 streams in Dingping County, they followed the instructions and lined up diagonally. The people on the 3 boats also shouted that the boats were broken and so on. They set up springboards and looked messy. The small boats coming from the Luoshui River were immediately swept away by the current. Fortunately, the people on the small boats reacted quickly. After a few strokes, the small boats spun around and headed downstream of the Jingshuwei River. After being swept away for more than 1,000 feet, they leaned to the side and looked in shock at the big boats in the distance. When the small boats behind saw this, they all stopped and didn't dare to go in that direction anymore. On a small boat that also stopped, a group of people was drinking at the bow. When they saw the small boat being swept away like a leaf, many of them laughed out loud. Only Mi Fan, who was sitting there and hadn't eaten a single bite, was pale. When the small boat was swept away, he felt his vision darken and couldn't see anything. He only recovered after a while. He wanted to drink some wine to calm his nerves, but found that his hands were trembling so much that he couldn't hold a wine cup. He could only sit there and gasp for breath. "Brother Weitong, are you feeling unwell again?" Guoren saw Mi Fan's expression and asked with concern. He had been like this since the beginning. Mi Fan and Weiwei shook their heads. They actually really wanted to persuade the people on the boats to give up on this plan. They had never felt like this before. It was too scary. They didn't know what would happen. But they also knew that it was useless to say anything now. The people on the boats wouldn't listen to them, even if they were very obedient in the past. On the small boats waiting to pass, they already knew the situation in front and started cursing. Why couldn't 3 boats be broken? Why did it have to be that place that was broken? And all of them were broken together. Looking at the flags on the boats, they were from the Jingshuwei Boat Company. Some of the smarter people immediately guessed that the people on the boats were deliberately doing this. Guoren and the others listened to the cursing and didn't care at all. So what if they cursed? They still couldn't pass. Some of the people on the small boats cursed as if they did not know fatigue, especially those who were transporting seasonal vegetables and fruits. Every 2 hours of delay, there was a possibility that some things would rot. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for the 3 boats to leave quickly. Some of the bolder ones who thought they had better skills even tried to move forward. In the end, without exception, they were all swept downstream and obediently leaned against the shore. An hour passed, and the 3 large ships that looked like nothing had happened were still there. The small boats that could have passed by also stopped. The small boats on the Luoshui River were also next to each other, waiting for the 3 large ships to leave. Ha 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 ha. When they saw the anxious appearances of the people on the small boats that had stopped at Little Luoshui, the people on the boats once again began to laugh loudly. Mi Fan listened from the side and felt even more irritated. Just as some people were cursing and some were laughing, 6 large ships suddenly appeared from upstream. The people who had just arrived behind the 3 large ships immediately changed their flags to those of the Jingshuwei Boat Company. The small boats that had stopped to transport goods now thought that the 3 ships that had stopped before were indeed broken, and the ships behind them were coming to help. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so close. However, the merchants on Mi Fan's side were puzzled. Where did the 6 ships behind them come from? Just as everyone was deep in thought, the 6 ships had already stopped there in the same way as the 3 ships in front. They also connected to each other by gangplanks. At the same time, they also connected to the outermost ship of the 3. Someone pulled a metal chain and came out of that ship. While the people on the 3 ships were still in a daze, the 3 ships and the 6 ships were all connected by about 20 metal chains that weren't too thick. You guys are. The people on the 3 ships didn't understand what was going on. One of the ship's leaders pulled on a person who was still nailing the chains and asked. This person raised his head and looked at him impatiently. Listen to orders. You guys are just in charge of blocking the water. In a moment, someone will tell you what to do next. As he spoke, this person had already nailed a few places in front of him that needed to be nailed. He turned around and ran back. The other people who came over did the same. The people on the 3 ships looked at the flags and looked at the clothes these people were wearing. For a moment, they couldn't stop them. They were indeed boat operators. When the people on the 6 ships all retreated, they saw a few small boats being lowered from the ships. The people on the large ships all jumped onto the small boats. Using the current's impact, they disappeared downstream in the blink of an eye. When the last boat was out of sight, the 6 big boats emitted thick smoke one after another. Not long after the thick smoke appeared, the people on the 3 boats saw the flames on the other 6 boats. Quickly cut the chains. When the person in charge of the 3rd ship saw this, he immediately reacted and shouted at the boatmen. Some of the boatmen immediately went to look for tools, but before they could find them, the ship closest to them exploded with a boom and an area was blasted open. The rain of fire fell from the sky. Some inevitably fell on the other ships. The fire was mixed with oil. When it fell on the deck, it began to burn. The wind on the river was strong. The fire ignited the ship closest to them. In addition, the 6 connected ships exploded one after another. The boatmen on the 3 ships didn't care about cutting the chains anymore. They relied on their good swimming skills and jumped off the ships. They were swept downstream by the current. The boatmen were indeed good swimmers. When they were in the water, they didn't stupidly shout for help. They held their breath and rushed forward for a distance. Only then did they reveal their heads to call for help. One by one, they looked back in horror. They saw that the other ships were hopeless. The people on the 3 ships had all jumped off. They watched as the fire engulfed them, but there was nothing they could do. The people on the small boats that passed by were dumbfounded. Fan and the others were also dumbfounded. Fast, it was really too fast. The 6 boats stopped and caught fire in less than a quarter of an hour. Now, when they wanted to look for the people on the boats, they were long gone. How did they get there? What happened? They didn't know. The only thing they knew was that the ships were on fire. 3 of the 6 ships were on fire. How can this be? Where did the ships come from? Why are they using our ship's flag? Guo-ren, who was in a daze, was the first to react. He looked at the burning ships and shouted loudly. The other merchants also didn't understand. They followed suit and shouted. Once they shouted, their identities were exposed. The surrounding small boats were cursing people. They didn't have a specific target. Now, they found their target. They were the people on the ship. Just like when the ships exploded, the people on the small boats also exploded. They started cursing at the people on the ship. They used the ships to block the other ships and didn't let them leave. After cursing each other for 2 hours, the ships on the other side were completely on fire. It was impossible to save them. After a while, they would sink. Just then, a few fast boats came from downstream. The bailiffs of the manor stood at the bow of the boats. There was also a portion of the manor's soldiers. Once these boats arrived, they began to control the people on the small boats. Fan and the others were no exception. They were also watched by a few people. They didn't let them leave. They didn't ask any questions. They just watched. When the sky gradually darkened, the ships were almost completely burned. Other than the places that were in the water, the rest of the ships were either burned to charcoal or ash. The bailiffs and soldiers of the manor didn't stay idle. They pulled apart the boats and fished up some things from time to time. There were tea leaves, rice, and salt in wooden barrels. As the people under watch waited, the bailiffs and soldiers began to ask one by one, whose ships were these? Why were there salt and tea on the ships? There were even people who went to the places where the fire was still burning. They pushed away the burning planks and spread nets. When the nets were lifted up, there were weapons hanging on them. It wasn't difficult to ask this kind of thing. The boatmen were still there. After asking, they learned that the ships belonged to the Jing Shui Ship Company. Immediately, someone found Mi Fan and the others and asked, "Why are there so many important things on the ships, and even weapons?" "Sir, there's nothing on our ship. It should be the goods from the 6 ships that came after. It has nothing to do with us. Think about it. If it was our ship, how could there be weapons on it? How could it catch fire?" A merchant from the ship company explained and even tried to reason with the person who asked. "But we just asked. The 6 ships that came after also flew your flag. If they weren't your ships, why did they stop there at the same time? Besides, we don't know which ship the things that were fished up were from." This person asked again. The merchant just now could only continue to explain, "Sir, how would we know why they flew our flag? Why did they stop there? Our 3 ships were damaged. That's why they stopped." "Oh. You don't know. That means you don't know them. Then why did you let their people board your ships?" When we asked the others just now, they said that they saw the people from the 6 ships board the ship that was originally here. "Are your ships really damaged? Do we need to ask a few boatmen to come over and explain? It seems that what you said is different." This person asked again and happened to ask something that others couldn't say. This, I suspect that you are colluding with the enemy. Let's wait for the people from the manor to come. Now, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, we'll kill. Kill. The moment this person shouted the word kill, the other bailiffs and soldiers also shouted at the same time. Chapter 364. Seeing the surrounding soldiers unsheathing their swords and knocking their arrows, the people on the boat were all dumbfounded. They had never expected that things would end up like this. Wasn't it just 3 boats blocking a place? How did they get implicated in colluding with foreign enemies? Who knew where those 6 boats came from? One by one, they started to cry out their grievances. The soldiers were not used to this and scolded them loudly. The merchants became obedient. "Brother Weitong, how can you do this? Think of something. We clearly didn't do that." When a merchant was at a dead end, he suddenly saw Mi Fan, who was still sitting there with a pale face. He approached her and asked her for an idea. When others heard his voice, they placed their last hope on Mi Fan. Mi Fan didn't know what to say anymore. Ever since he started feeling unwell, he had always been trying to convince the people on the boat to give up on their plans to deal with the Zhang family. He had even mentioned it twice, but none of the people who thought they were powerful enough listened. Now that revenge had come, was there a need to explain what was going on? He arranged for people to go to the river to cause trouble, scammed them of the details of the sea transportation, and even blocked the entrance. They ignored him the first time, but when they went there, he expressed his goodwill twice. This time, they were angry. Zhangzhi Zhuangzi, when he took action, he was furious and wanted to wipe out the entire family. Guo Ren was also anxious at this time. He nudged the silent Mi Fan and said, "Think of something. We usually listen to you. Why aren't you saying anything now? What do I say? What do you want me to say? When I told you to let go, which one of you listened? You went to the river and got robbed, thinking that the Zhang family didn't know. You took the sea transportation goods from the Zhang family and thought that they were easy to bully. Think of something, make a decision. Okay, there's a way. Tell the people who are watching us that we're willing to admit our mistakes and compensate the Zhang family with some shipbuilding experts. Go and talk to them. That way, we can save our lives. If you don't say it now, it'll be too late. The Zhang family always gives people a way out. Even if you give in at the end, the Zhang family won't be so ruthless. As long as they don't directly deal with the Zhang family, everything can be discussed. Mi Fan was also angry. She slammed the table and stood up. She shouted twice and then sat back down. She muttered in a very small voice. The surrounding people also quietened down and listened. When they heard that Mi Fan didn't say that she was going to look for the people in the manor and instead asked them to compromise with the Zhang family, they all felt that Mi Fan was no longer the Mi Fan of the past. She had become a fool. What did this matter have to do with the Zhang family? Brother Wei Tong, you should take a good rest. Let us handle the things here. A merchant felt that he shouldn't continue to trust Mi Fan. To be polite, he took out 500 strings of coins from his sleeve. He looked around and came to the leader of the prefectural soldiers who were detaining them. What are you doing here? Go back. Be careful not to be shot if you move recklessly again. When the general saw someone come over, his face darkened and he scolded. The merchant who came over smiled. We didn't move recklessly. We just wanted to ask if this matter would affect us. Well, it's not about being affected or not. As long as you tell us clearly, who are you sending the tea leaves, salt, and weapons to, and where are they going? Where did you get the goods? Maybe you can still escape, the general said sternly. The merchants felt bitter in their hearts. How would they know about weapons? It had nothing to do with them, but no one would believe them now. Unless they found the people on the 6 ships and got them to admit it. This method was definitely useless now. Those people would be waiting to be caught. They would have run to God knows where long ago. Handing the flying money over, the merchant said, Sir, we are all legitimate businessmen. How could we do such a thing? Maybe someone else did it and I was implicated. What do you think? The general's eyes swept over the flying money. He instantly pulled back his hand. The flying money disappeared from the merchant's hand. The general said to the merchant, We don't know if it's true or not. You can ask someone else. Go and come back quickly. Yes, I'll go ask now. I'll go now. How could the merchant not understand? He nodded fiercely, turned around, and jumped off the ship that was already docked. He found a direction and ran. When the other merchants saw this, they all had the same idea. They all went up and took out the flying money. They said a few perfunctory words and jumped off the ship. Brother Qinyuan, it's better to stay. You can't run. Just as Guoren followed the others to give the flying money, Mi Fan tried to persuade him again. Guoren stopped and looked back at Mi Fan. He said, Mi Fan, you were smart in the past, but if anyone listens to you today, they will be asking for death. If you want to stay, then stay. After saying that, Guoren handed over the flying money. He also got a chance to leave. It wasn't that Mi Fan didn't want to, but just as he was about to stand up, his vision went black again. His chest hurt. He didn't know the details, but he knew that if he really left, it would be worse than it was now. Because Guoren always listened to him and followed him around, he tried to persuade him to stay. He didn't expect Guoren to leave. Almost everyone ran on the shore. Only one person quietly jumped into the water after leaving. He was good at swimming and didn't care about the turbulence of the current. He also used the darkness to swim. The general had received a lot of money, which added up to about 10,000 strings of coins. He looked in the direction that the others had fled and smiled. He then looked at Mi Fan, who was still sitting there and drinking by herself. He walked up and said, Don't you want to ask someone about it? I want to, but I don't have the ability. General, why don't you have a drink with me? It's always lonely to drink alone. Mi Fan picked up a piece of beef head meat and took a bite of garlic. He spoke as he ate. The general was hungry. Seeing that there was only one person left, he sat to the side and picked up the wine that the merchant poured but didn't drink. He drank it all in one gulp. Without using chopsticks, he tore off a roast goose wing and stuffed it into his mouth. He allowed the oil to flow to his chin. He wiped it with his sleeve and said, "You don't have money. It's fine. Let's go." No money. How can I not have money? I have, but I can't spend it. I have a lot of money and people. I'm not stupid. You are sent by the Marquis Li Sun, right? This is called loosening the reins to catch them better. When they are caught, they will be guilty even if they aren't guilty. If they aren't guilty, why run? Good skill. Those 6 ships have been prepared long ago, right? Hanging our flag, this move is called crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens. First take the side road, then turn back, and then it's Zhou Lang's chain of fire. The 6 ships are loaded with the things you found just now. Shifting the blame to us, this is called making something out of nothing. It's just a little change, we made something out of nothing. After that, the best plan was to escape. If they all ran away, those people would never be found. But this wouldn't be so easy to convict them. After all, a careful investigation of the 6 ships could still find some clues. So, it was to scare us and make us run. Those who ran away, 100 mo braids. Can you tell me, what's the next move? Mi Fan sat down and didn't run away. His body felt much more comfortable. He thought carefully about what had happened and said to the general in front of him. At the same time, he raised his cup to toast. The general raised his cup in return. He raised his head and drank. He laughed and said, "Boss Mi is indeed not an ordinary person. You actually saw through it. What a pity. It's a pity that Jiang Gan fell for it. What a good joint venture. It was originally a gift for us. Small boats, big ships, It was clearly a test. If we took a step back and agreed, we would have a wide open world. I would like to ask the general, will those people be killed?" Mi Fan now completely understood why he felt so uncomfortable. He fell for a trap within a trap. Actually, it wasn't really a trap. The Zhang family might have known about this a long time ago. They didn't do anything because the connected river did indeed affect the Jingshuwei business. Therefore, the Zhang family gave them 2 opportunities to work together. They wanted to make up for it. Different from others, Zhangjie Zhuangzi's compensation was that if you agreed, they would compensate you. If you didn't agree, it would be a trap. When they couldn't think of an idea, they gave them an idea. This idea could make them search and destroy their family. The general smiled and helped Mi Fan pour the wine. He said, "Boss Mi is indeed different from others. No wonder the little prince said that you must stay and protect Boss Mi no matter what. Those people won't be killed. Their family will be searched and then exiled. I believe they will still have some money left. Boss Mi, you don't have to worry about them." "Why?" Mi Fan didn't understand. This time, it was the little prince who did it. It wasn't the prince who sent them. If we really investigate carefully, the 6 ships might be found. Scare them a little and let them admit to a crime that won't kill them. I believe they will agree. The general continued to explain. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed some food from the plate. After eating, he rubbed his hands against his body. Mi Fan didn't care whether the general grabbed the food with his hands or chopsticks. His mind was on this matter. When he heard the general's words, he still didn't understand. "Then you're not afraid that I will tell others?" "Who are you going to tell?" "From now on, for half a month, you can't move at all. You can only stay on this ship. After half a month, when the dust has settled, you can say whatever you want. Let's see if you have the guts." You have such a big family, and there are so many people. What if something happens? When the general said this, he laughed. Hearing this, Mi Fan shivered. Fortunately, his body didn't feel so bad anymore. This made him understand that he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. He asked tentatively, "Then do you want me to do something?" Chapter 365. The next day, the person who came to talk to Mi Fan was Song Jinggong. The two of them talked in the cabin for a full 6 hours. After that, they ate something. The boat turned around and headed for the Lin Shui first family. The others were caught after running for a while. When they returned, they were told that the previous general had been caught, taking bribes and allowing criminals to escape. Originally, they needed more evidence. Now it was simple. If you didn't commit a crime, why did you run? Search. These people were taken to their homes to search. Naturally, their homes were not that clean. For example, there were illegal weapons in the house, cultural relics from other countries in the house, and the house was not built according to the rules. After all these were found out, and the fact that they had escaped proved that they were colluding with the enemy country, these people were taken to the Yamen of Sanshui County in fear. It was not Dingping, nor was it the prefecture. The reason was that they came from the Lin Shui first family in Sanshui County. It was suspected that they had a secret relationship with the Lin Shui first family. The official who interrogated them was not the original secretary Zhao Xiang, but someone sent by the prefecture. This was the result of Li Sun's discussion with his father. When Li Sun's father heard Li Sun's plan, he only said nonsense and did not care anymore. He had long disliked this Jing Shui boat company. They dominated the Jing Shui River. Every year, their taxes were so little. No matter the year was good or bad, they always found excuses. When there was a drought, they asked them to help transport some food from Sichuan. They also talked about the price, saying that there was little water and the bottom of the boat could be damaged easily. When there was a drought, the price of food elsewhere would increase. This way, there was no need to damage the boat. It also saved them the trouble of raising the price. More importantly, Li Sun's father, the prince, felt that the Zhang family's methods were only revealed when this plan was used. This time, the master taught his son many things. He also taught himself some things. Sometimes, one could give in and show weakness. It was also a trap. The Yamen of Sanshui County began to question the case. It was just like the general who spoke to Mi Fan. First, they determined that the crime could be exterminated. Then, after the merchants gave them some benefits, they decided that they did not know the details. They changed the sentence from beheading to exile. Most of the goods were confiscated, but they did not continue to investigate what properties the merchants had outside. The status of merchants was not high to begin with, so they did not dare to say much to the authorities. They did not understand those things, but they did run away, so they could only admit to the lighter crimes. They could only confiscate their property, and that was fine. They still had some business outside, so they could live well after being exiled. When they were escorted to the prison cell and sent to the capital, the people on the ship led by Guo Ren regretted it. They now knew the reason why the matter had happened. They had been captured for interrogation because they had left the first house in Lin Shui. However, after sentencing them, the shopkeeper of the first house in Lin Shui was actually fine. I don't accept this. Didn't the Zhang family rely on a marquis? Otherwise, how could this be? His family's business is so big, but I don't see anyone saying that he is a merchant. A merchant huddled in a corner of the prison cell and muttered there. This position was not bad. There was a place near the wall, and it was also far away from the toilet. Another merchant beside him understood. Stop complaining. It's useless. The Zhang family's business is not under the name of the main family. They are not merchants, but officials. Why don't we see Ma Rong? Where did he run off to? He jumped into the water. When we were running forward, I saw him. He ran upstream of the Luo River. He got into the water as soon as he took off his clothes. Who asked him to be a good swimmer and have so much courage? It seems that he was not caught. We also did not see his family. It seems that he ran quickly and went back to take his family with him. If he was not caught, then he was lucky. When he went to another place, he changed his name. Don't count on the things at home. Use the things that are opened in other places to buy things. Exiles like us are strong. We don't know where we will be exiled to. The merchant who spoke earlier knew quite a lot. When he was running away, he did not forget to look at the others. Guo Ren was the one who felt the most suffocated. When he heard others say that Ma Rong had run away, he said with a gloomy face, "He is usually the most slippery. He didn't even tell us when he jumped into the water. Do any of you know about his business elsewhere? Report it to the authorities and let them deal with him." Everyone shook their heads. Everyone would do this kind of thing. They would never let others know. Even now, they did not know how much wealth the people around them had. And Mi Fan. I don't know where he ran off to. He said that he would not run with us. Maybe he already thought of an escape route. We shouldn't have followed him in the past. At this time, Guo Ren thought of Mi Fan. In the Sanshui Yamen, he did not see Mi Fan, let alone his family. At this time, no one echoed him. Everyone understood that without Mi Fan, they would not have so much money now. Mi Fan had mentioned several times not to go against the Zhang family, but no one was willing to listen. Now, everyone only regretted. If they had listened to Mi Fan, they would not have ended up like this. After saying this, Guo Ren regretted it. Looking at everyone's reaction, he felt that he was being isolated. He hurriedly said, "It's best to be exiled far away. If we all go to the same place, the capital will not be able to control us. We can still do something together." After saying this, he thought that he would be able to get others to agree. In the end, no one made a sound. Some even leaned against the wall in the corner, looking like they were asleep. Guo Ren was treated like this, so he could not say anything more. In the past, when he followed Mi Fan, these people were always so respectful when they saw him. Now, they were not. As he muttered Mi Fan's name, he also narrowed his eyes. "Mi Fan, in the future, you will still be in charge of the ship. But you have to sign this contract first. Like we said on the ship, you can't win against the Zhang family. The Zhang family has a powerful master. It will be very easy to deal with you and me." In a pavilion in the middle of the lake behind the little Luo Shui, only Song Jinggong and Mi Fan were there. On the stone table was a contract. Song Jinggong was waiting for Mi Fan to sign it. Mi Fan calmly picked up the contract and scanned it from top to bottom. She asked, "After my son passes the imperial exam, are you really going to let our family leave the Zhang family?" "Of course I won't lie to you. Your son is only 7 this year. Do you think he can pass the exam next year? His age is not enough. When he reaches the right age, he may not be able to pass the exam. Not everyone can be like my master, who can be the first in the village and be the top scorer. When the time comes, what you did for the Zhang family can also redeem this crime. When you go back, don't forget how many skilled craftsmen will send some good ones to the little prince. The Zhang family also has a part of that dock." When Song Jinggong said these words, he did not need others to teach him. He was originally a powerful person. It was just that he met someone more powerful. Usually, when he did things, as long as he had enough capital and someone told him the general idea, he could do the other details by himself. Mi Fan looked at the contract and nodded lightly. She picked up the ink brush beside her and wrote down her name. Then, she pressed her hand on the box of ink and pressed it onto the contract. There were 3 copies. One for the Zhang family, one for Mi Fan, and one for the Sanshui County Yamen. This time, they did not use the sharp-toothed people. After all, there were too many things that they could not let them know. Seeing Mi Fan press her hand, Song Jingong was relieved. He took out a piece of paper and said to her, "When you go back, it will take about 2 years to build the ship. Then, you can follow the instructions on this. This is part of the details. When you need it, someone will send you the other parts." When Mi Fan heard that it was the details of shipping, she quickly took it and looked at it. After a few glances, she stopped and said, "It's really different. This is the real money, right? The last one, if someone else uses it. Whoever uses it will lose money. Do you think the Zhang family is so easy to fool? Also, you have to arrange for the small boat goods to be exchanged with the big ship. Yu Dingping built a dock there. You can put the goods from the small boat or the big ship into the dock's warehouse and then exchange them." Song Jingong liked this kind of thing. Maybe it was because he was used to lying. Every time Zhang Xiaobao made a move, he would watch from the side. It was as if he was also making a move. It was always so easy and useful. Mi Fan thought for a while and said, "I know what to do. When the time comes, will Dingping's dock's warehouse take up a large part of it?" "No, we won't interfere there. The state government helped a lot this time. Give most of the benefits to the state government and leave the rest for Dingping. Even Luochuan County has to give some. When you pass by other people's territory, you can't eat alone if you want to get rich. Just like you guys, we've already given you a chance to compensate for the business that Xiaohe stole. Why do you have to fight to the death? The Zhang family is not willing to take the initiative to cause trouble, but they are not afraid of trouble. You guys gave a portion to the state government. How could this happen?" Song Jingong had gradually become familiar with the Zhang family's way of doing things. Every time, they would first show enough kindness, but some people would take this as weakness and insist on trying. In the end, not only did they not get any benefits, but they also had to give up something. Mi Fan also understood now. In the past, their boat company did not care about this. They put all their focus on making money. They thought that as long as they could make money, they would take a certain amount of money. The less others earned, the more they earned, and the more successful they would be. Got it. Give it all away and don't keep it for yourself. Mi Fan thought it through. That's right. As long as we build the boat, we can make more money in the future. Don't worry about this small amount of money. The academy between the clouds and the water is about to start recruiting. Why don't you send your son there? Chapter 366. Xiao Bao, are you planning to stay in Zhuangzi for 2 more days? Wang Wan sat at the bow of the boat, holding a fishing rod tightly in her hand as she asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying on the deck and basking in the sun. The two of them had already returned from Little Luoshui. Actually, they didn't go out to play as usual. They never said that they could put everything down and have fun once. They came out for a stroll and got a boat company. The boat company wasn't too important. As long as you had money, you could get a boat company. The main thing was that they hired a very special person, Mi Fan, who had a natural sense of danger. If such a person was put on the boat, she would be able to sense danger before they encountered it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were jealous of this once. Zhang Xiaobao put his arms behind his head and basked there. If there were clouds blocking the sun, he would open his eyes and shout. It wasn't clear if he wanted the clouds to leave quickly or if he liked the occasional cool breeze. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he yawned and said, "My father asked me to help the 2 villages think of a solution. He didn't ask me to go back. As long as I have a solution, I can go anywhere." "Then have you thought of a solution?" "I have a good idea. Tell me why I can't catch any fish, and I'll tell you my idea." Wang Wan seemed to be in a good mood. She swung the fishing rod and said to Zhang Xiaobao. The hook you chose is too thin. It's only as thick as a chopstick. Of course you can't catch any fish. When we reach Zhuangzi, we'll make a hook with a maximum diameter of 10 centimeters. Then you can fish however you want. Even if the fish doesn't eat the bait, you can hit it with the hook and knock it out. The hook you used was prepared for Wangjing City to send people to fish in the Yellow River. It's not for fishing in this small river. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know if Wang Wan was just guessing or if she really didn't understand. How could they use such a thick hook to catch fish in the river when they were surviving in the wild? Wang Wan took back the hook and gently stroked it in her hand. In fact, my method is very simple, and that is to let the willing take the bait. It is also a bit immoral. Originally, there was a temple there. Now that it's not allowed, we'll make something else, such as a fox immortal or a fish spirit. First, we'll find some shills to burn incense. They'll use the yaman's money to build the road, all the way to the middle between the two villages. After that, they vigorously promoted how efficacious that place was. Others who went to burn incense at least had incense. You also know the situation of that place. The forest was stuffy, hot, and humid. Some people's incense would be damp if they didn't preserve it well. We'll let the people of the two villages sell these things in the villages. When they go there and find that the things they brought can't be used, they naturally want to buy them. They'll be willing to pay a little more. It's fine for rich people to do this, but it's not good for those who don't have money to go there. As Wang Wan spoke, she threw the hook into the river again without even hanging the bait. Looking at the floating clouds in the sky, she didn't know whether this idea was good or bad. So you're saying that your fishing hook is specially made for fishing spirits? It's a good idea, but as you said, some people who don't have money are also willing to join in the fun. We can't say that they are pitiful, but they must be hateful. My father is the county magistrate. It's his responsibility to enlighten the people and spread the word. We can change the way to attract people. We can also use shills. I've already thought about how to say it. We'll say, wear beautiful silk and eat fragrant wild game. There are many wild animals in that place. It's impossible to kill all the wild animals with that little manpower and those kinds of weapons. We can find shills to go there and promote the delicious food there. In fact, there are also delicious food in other places. It's just an excuse. If one person is willing to go there, there will be a second one. Especially since there are many wild animals there, some people like to go hunting everywhere. Let them go there. Apart from tourism, I really didn't know how to develop that kind of place. Raising some poultry and pigs would only make their lives a little better. The people who usually went hunting would have to make sure that the animals they raised were not eaten by wild animals. It would also take up a lot of manpower. Especially now, no matter what they eat, it's all green food and can't be sold at a high price. Or let them move out. There's no development if they stay there all the time. Zhang Xiaobao also came up with an idea, but this kind of thing was too uncertain. There was no way to say that they could live a good life by doing this. Wang Wan also knew about this matter. Now was not the same as before. A large group of people felt that life in the city was boring and always wanted to go deep into the mountains. A free-range chicken can be sold for more than 10 times the price. Now, no matter how they raise it, it's still not enough money. It's the same for pigs. Rafting can be used there. It's said that there is a river, but bungee jumping can't be counted on. Without ropes made of that material, even if it's the former, people don't need to go to the mountains to experience it. As long as they are not afraid of death, they can get a boat to float in the Wei River and the Yellow River. It's even more impossible to come out of the mountains. There is not so much land that can be farmed. It's so close to the capital. With so many people, the land has already been divided. Then let's think about it again. There will always be a way. Wang Wan said helplessly. Just as she said that, the fishing rods suddenly wanted to sink. If it was an ordinary child, they would have been taken down. Wang Wan's reaction was different. Her will was also different. She hugged the fishing rod tightly to her chest and supported her feet on the side of the boat. She shouted, "Help me." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look. He didn't want to bask in the sun anymore. When he was halfway through a carp jump, his body turned 180 degrees in the air, and he leaned forward at an angle of 60 degrees. He exerted force on his feet and directly pounced on Wang Wan. His body adjusted again in the air, and his legs crossed, forming the same posture as Wang Wan. When he landed on the deck, his 2 feet were also on the side of the boat. He reached out and just happened to hug Wang Wan. The 4 hands of the 2 people changed positions in half a second. They firmly grabbed the fishing rod, and their 4 legs were on the side of the boat. "Someone come!" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouted at the same time. While shouting, they adjusted their bodies again. There were people patrolling the boat. When they heard the shouts of the young master and the young lady, they hurriedly ran over. Looking at the posture of the fishing rod, they knew how big the fish was. They rushed forward and used their bodies to block the front of the 2 people. In fact, they were pressing on the legs of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After waiting for the people behind to come over, everyone exerted their strength together and finally pulled up a 5-foot-long carp. At this time, the fishing rod was already cracked, and there was no time to get the net. 2 people directly came up and held the carp as if they were wrestling with each other and pressed it to the deck. "Who said that I can't catch fish with such a thick hook?" Wang Wan said excitedly. Just now, she wanted to let go. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over in time. The carp didn't exert its strength in other places, but perpendicular to the side of the boat. Only then did it stabilize. The people on the boat didn't expect that the young lady could catch such a big fish. This carp didn't swallow the hook, but was caught by the hook. The hook was deeply embedded in an inch below the gill. Zhang Xiaobao went over to take a look. He gave Wang Wan a thumbs up. "Good, comrade Wang Wan. I'm convinced. You can catch it. No matter how you catch it, it doesn't matter if it's the underworld or the legal way. As long as you can make money, it's a good way. Luck, it's all luck, and the subsequent actions of others, such as Song Xiang, Wang Lai, Zhang Xiao, and of course, Comrade Zhang XX, who rushed over first, made this carp admit defeat." Wang Wan said modestly. "What do you mean by Comrade Zhang XX? Bureaucracy is not good. Your luck is a bit good. If the villagers of the big and small fragrant hills had this kind of luck, it would be good. Luck? Luck. Feng Shui, there's also Feng Shui." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he entered a state of contemplation. Wang Wan was still thinking about how to eat this fish. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, she also quieted down. "I know what to do. We can let some people who know how to measure Feng Shui go in and have a look. There are so many mountains, rivers, trees, and so on. People who know how to measure Feng Shui will definitely find a good place. Even if it's a bad place, we can change it. For example, if a mountain is not good, we can blow it up. If the Feng Shui is good, people will naturally be willing to go and have a look. We can put the food and the medicine bath in the village. After eating the good things, we can take a bath. The next day, when we wake up, we will be refreshed. Don't you think it's the effect of Feng Shui? We can ask for a higher price and scare away the poor people. We can earn money from the rich people." Zhang Xiaobao finally found a good way. Regardless of whether Feng Shui existed or not, it involved too many things, including air, diet, behavior, the influence of magnetic fields on the human body, underground hydrology, and so on. But it was useful now, and it could be used. According to the environment, feng shui could be changed. If the water channel was not good, they could change it. If it was high, they could blow it up. As long as the people who measure feng shui reached a consensus according to their theory, it could be implemented in the big and small fragrant hills. When Wang Wan heard the word feng shui, she frowned and felt a little superstitious. After thinking about it, she said, "That's better. When you don't understand feng shui, it's a superstition. After you understand it, it's science. Even building a government building needs to be tested, let alone people now. Let's do it this way. Invite more people like this and let them have a good look. As long as they reach a consensus, we can publicize it. We have to guard against some liars, people who don't even know the theory. We must not let them sneak in." Chapter 367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy that a fish like this had brought them a new idea. Logically speaking, such a big carp should be sent to between the clouds and the water to be sold. If people saw this fish and wanted to buy it, they could directly ask someone to cut some of it and make it into a dish. This way, the price would be much higher. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were in a good mood, couldn't care less. Such a big fish was enough for everyone on the boat to eat. The fish head could be used to make soup, and the meat of the fish would taste good with other dishes. They could even make spicy boiled fish. If they didn't have chili, then they wouldn't add it. If they didn't add chili, then it wouldn't be spicy boiled fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also planned to let the chef on the boat think of a way to make it. When the time came, everyone would have a meal together. By the time they reached the small bridge next to Zhuangzi, the meal was already ready. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and wrote a letter. He then waved at the patrol boat that had been following behind them. "Send this letter to the pier in Huaiyuan County. Ask someone there to pass it to my father," Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the letter over. The patrol quickly took it and didn't ask any questions. He ordered someone to steer the boat quickly towards the pier in Huaiyuan County. At this time, the boat stopped. The meal was ready, and they couldn't go ashore without eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate a big meal before they were lifted onto the small bridge. "Where do we go first?" Zhang Xiaobao came to the bridge and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan originally wanted to run to the corridor to play hide-and-seek with the children on Zhuangzi. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, she thought for a while and said, "Let's go find Grandpa Bai first and ask him if there's anything going on over there." It did not matter to Zhang Xiaobao where they went. He nodded and pulled Wang Wan towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Although the old man's house was built next to the manor, it was impossible to find him unless it was the middle of the night. Otherwise, it was impossible to find him at that place. The old man's fishing skills were very bad, or rather, average. He couldn't be compared to Wang Wan, but he still liked to fish in the pavilion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan always thought that the old man had some mental problems. He wanted to learn from Jiang Taigong, but he didn't want to do it himself. No one forced him to retire and return to his hometown. Sure enough, when they came to the corridor, they saw the old man fishing from a distance. His fishing skills were really in line with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's idea. He didn't even look at the fishing rod. Instead, he drank tea on the stone table next to him. The dozen fishing rods were placed there with bells hanging on them. When a fish took the bait, the bells would ring. If they didn't ring after a while, they would have to take back the fishing rod and put the bait again. The bait would definitely be eaten. The fish didn't have to take the bait to eat. Not only was the old man there alone, but there were also a few young people standing there cautiously. It seemed that they wanted to talk to the old man, but didn't dare to. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care what those people were doing. They directly ran to the old man's table and looked at the things on it. The old man actually asked someone to cut some cucumbers and put them on the table as fruit. He ate them with a toothpick. This was something done between the clouds and the water in winter. In summer, the cucumbers had already fallen, so why would he do this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished eating and were a little thirsty. The old man's teapot was placed there, and there was no charcoal burning. They thought that the temperature wouldn't be too high. Zhang Xiaobao picked it up first, put it to his mouth, and gulped it down. He handed it to Wang Wan. Just right, drink it to quench your thirst. Where did the old man get this tea? Why isn't it Jun Shaninjin? Why do I feel like it tastes like Westlake Longjing when I drink it? When Wang Wan heard this, she immediately took it and drank 2 mouthfuls. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's right, it's Westlake Longjing. How did Grandpa Bai get it?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao knew that this method of making tea was unknown to others. Even if you really got Westlake Longjing, it would still be a tea dumpling, the fermented or semi-fermented kind. It was impossible to produce such an authentic taste. The two of them spoke loudly on purpose for the old man to hear. Before the old man could say anything, a young man who was standing respectfully at the side stood up and scolded, "Which family's little kid is so insensible? Is this how the family's elders usually teach him?" Zhang Xiaobao really didn't care about the first part of the sentence, but when he heard the latter part, his expression immediately changed. Who dared to talk about his family? It wasn't easy for him to have a family, so he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to do that. Wang Wan was also stunned for a moment and looked at the person who spoke in surprise. She understood that Zhang Xiaobao's obsession in this area was purely a kind of mental illness, and it was the kind that couldn't be treated. It's over, this person is over. Of all things to say, he just had to say this to Zhang Xiaobao. When his illness acted up, it was called killing without batting an eyelid. Wang Wan thought for a moment and didn't have any intention of stopping him. For such an old person, didn't he know to look at the situation before speaking? The old man reacted and said to the young man who had just spoken, "Didn't your parents teach you well? Listen to what Zhangjie Zhuangzi usually says, if the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault, if the teacher doesn't teach strictly, it's the teacher's laziness. You didn't teach strictly, or you didn't teach the child well. When did it become your turn to speak?" After scolding this person, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you haven't come to see this old man for so long. Have you forgotten about me? Some people are just a few years older, but they're not even as good as a child. Don't bicker with others. Tell me, what do you think of this old man's tea?" The old man couldn't do anything. He knew Zhang Xiaobao's temper. If he found the people of the Miao protection team, they would just beat that person to death. Such a young child, what could they do to him? Besides, he had the protection of himself and some people. Even if the emperor asked, he could just say that someone insulted his parents first. He still remembered that when Zhang Xiaobao was exchanging conditions, the first thing he asked was for his father to be in the top 3. Usually, when he ate with him, he would always put food in his bowl with cuckoo. As long as he ate a few more mouthfuls of food, he would definitely serve it directly next time. This kind of respect for the elders was not fake. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the old man's question, he took 2 deep breaths. He also knew that his behavior was a disease, but he finally had a family, so he was sick. After glancing at the person who had just spoken, Zhang Xiaobao finally controlled himself and said to the old man, "Grandpa Bai, this tea must have been picked from Westlake, but how did you make it?" "Only a few people in my family know the recipe to make this tea." "Did they leak the secret?" When the old man saw that Zhang Xiaobao no longer cared about that person, he said with a sigh of relief, "What secret?" "I asked someone to pick the tea and send it here quickly. I directly handed it to the tea maker in your family, and they made the tea. Isn't it delicious?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded, "It's delicious. It's really delicious." I'm used to drinking the original tea. When I drink this, the taste is different. Grandpa Bai, if you have time, you can ask people to go to other places to pick more tea, such as the ones in Wui Mountain and Sichuan. There's no need to pick such green shoots. Oh. There's such a saying. The old man was interested. Of course. For example, the tea in Suzhou can be picked. The tea in Yellow Mountain is also fine. It's not too far from here. The tea in Lu Mountain, the north of Dongting Lake, and the east coast of Jiangnan, Zhang Xiaobao finally got the opportunity. They were all good tea. He listed them one by one. Chapter 368. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't come here to talk about the tea, but since they saw it, they might as well mention it. After the old man was promoted, he didn't have much to do other than teaching others and fishing. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao mention so much tea, some of them still remembered it and agreed one by one. Xiaobao, we can talk about the tea. Tell me about your family. The old man remembered the tea and asked Zhang Xiaobao about Huayuan County. After all, his nephew was earning money there. It's all right. There's a lot of money in the Yaman's account. We won't be able to use it all in a short period of time. We'll repair the mountains and roads. After this year's autumn harvest, the people's lives will be much better. Grandpa Bai, in a few days, some scholars will come here. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide the things in the county from the old man. He mentioned some things and told him the details. The old man listened to them and asked about the food and drinks of the people when they were working. After he understood, he said happily, "It seems that Huayuan County will become a Shang County next year. It's good to be a Shang County. Not only will you be promoted, but there are also other benefits." You heard it. Tell me, what other benefits are there? The first part of the old man's question was directed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The second part of the question was directed at the young men who were still standing there respectfully. The person who talked about Zhang Xiaobao just now was reprimanded by the old man. Now that he heard what the old man said, he finally knew that he couldn't afford to offend these two kids. Now that he was asked, he decided to show off. So he answered first, "Minister. I'm not a minister anymore." The old man didn't want to hear this title now. Elder Bai, if you are promoted to a county, not only will you be promoted to a county magistrate, but you will also be promoted to a county magistrate. This way, when you are promoted in the future, you can only be promoted to a higher position. This is the benefit. This person changed his words quickly and emphasized the official's rank. The old man nodded and then shook his head. Anything else? Even if County Magistrate Zhang is not promoted in the Shang County, he will definitely have a good official position in the future. This is not important. More. Also, in Shangxian, the bailiffs in the Yamen are allowed to carry knives, so the commoners don't dare to cause trouble. The person added. Anything else? The old man was a little disappointed. This person was always talking about promoting people and not daring to cause trouble. This was not what he wanted to hear. That person moved his mouth in panic, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The people beside him also thought of these 2 points. The old man sighed. These people didn't care about the common people at all. If such people were really reminded, they might become like Jia County magistrates from Sanshui County or Huayuan County Magistrate Wen from Huayuan County. The old man looked at Wang Wan and said, "Cuckoo, tell them, what's the benefit of being promoted to a county?" Wang Wan nodded. Grandpa Bai, we have to start from why we can be promoted to a county. A county needs to send more money to the imperial court, have a large population, and have some places to educate the commoners, such as academies, schools, and so on. In other words, to become a county, we need to have money. Not only do we have to send more money to the imperial court, but also the commoners. That way, we can do more business and pay more taxes. If the commoners have money, their lives will be better and they can send their children to school. This is the most important point. Whether a foreign official is good or not depends not on his knowledge, but on what he can bring to the commoners. Grandpa Bai, am I right? Wang Wan could have said it more clearly, but she was a child after all, so she had to pretend to be young. Fortunately, the old man was not young, so he didn't have any psychological burden to pretend to be young. Yes, Cuckoo knows more. The benefit of being a county is actually the benefit of the commoners. Listen carefully. In the future, study hard in the academy. Don't just learn how to take the imperial examination, you also need to learn how to do something practical for the commoners. The old man liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from the bottom of his heart. They were sensible, smart, and filial. It seemed that all the good qualities that could appear in people could be seen in these two children. They were not as naughty as other children. Since he saw them, he didn't see them do anything wrong, nor did they cry endlessly after falling down. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan say the same thing he was thinking about, he happily patted Wang Wan's head and gave a few words of advice to the people standing there. They really didn't expect that the benefit would be like this. It was not about what they could get, but about the commoners' lives. These were not important, but the last sentence was important. Master Bai, you mean, we can go to the academy to study? The person who spoke just now asked happily. Yes. Teaching without discrimination. Although you are not good at learning and think less about the commoners' lives, this is what the academy wants to teach. In the future, the monthly exam will test you on this. If you are below average for 3 months, then you don't need to study anymore. The old man suddenly thought of this. He originally planned to teach students like other academies, but now he found that many people were only good at learning, but bad at other aspects. When he decided to teach them, it would involve some content in this aspect. In the future, anyone who graduated from the academy, whether they were officials or scholars, must always remember this. The monthly exam was not too difficult. There were 2 levels above that. As long as you didn't slack off, you would not be bad. The few people stood there and nodded vigorously. They would think about the future monthly exam later. Being able to enter the new academy was what they were looking forward to. It was good that the minister retired, but he could still contact people in the imperial court. No matter how good his knowledge was, he still needed someone to recommend him. When the time came, they would have to submit an invitation, but compared to the old minister's words, it was far worse. Xiao Bao, are you still here to learn literary selections today? The old man didn't care about the happy people and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "Not now. I will go home and learn from my father. In the future, if there is something I don't understand, Cuckoo and I will write to Grandpa Bai to ask. Grandpa Bai, when you are free, you should go to Huayuan County to have a look. The Yaowang Mountain there is good. There is also the Fragrant Mountain. My family plans to build a big lake at the Yaowang Mountain. The scenery there is even better. Okay, good child. Then accompany this old man to fish for a while. I will use the fish I catch to cook something for you to eat." The old man didn't force Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to learn. The 2 children were already very hard-working. Some things that people in their 20s couldn't understand, they had already started to understand. The old man spoke casually, and Zhang Xiaobao answered casually. However, the people standing there were different. They suddenly felt a great pressure on them. How old were the 2 children? They were already learning literary selections. Did that mean that they had already learned the simple 1,000-character classic? They had also memorized the Analects of Confucius. Okay, we will eat the fish that Grandpa Bai caught in a while. Literary selections. Now, my father asked me and Cuckoo to stop for a while. When we learned, if there is a person in the Shishan, we can't quite catch up. The words are difficult to understand. Cuckoo and I are reciting aria. We will return to learn when we are almost done. Zhang Xiaobao told the old man about the progress of his and Wang Wan's learning. Wang Wan nodded at the side. The old man smiled comfortably and said, "Good. It's good that you know not to force yourself to learn. If there is something you don't understand in the future, remember to write a letter to ask. Just go to the 2 counties' official stops. It's faster." This time, those few people were completely stunned. They had only learned the first poem scroll, but these 2 little brats had actually learned the first poem scroll, and the mountain ghost scroll. They had even deliberately stopped to recite aria. Could it be that the children of the top scholar were so powerful? "Grandpa Bai, let's go back and eat after fishing for a while. I caught a big fish and ate the meat. There are still fish bones left. Together with the fish maw that I saved, we will eat minced fish maw tonight. We will roast part of the fish bones and steam the rest for Grandpa Bai. In the future, you have to eat more often. It's good for your health." Wang Wan began to talk about her fishing. When she talked about the fish bones, she suddenly remembered that these things also contained calcium and had the same effect as beef bones. The old man listened happily. After Wang Wan finished talking about the whole process, he said, "Eat." Cuckoo said to eat, "Then I will eat in the future. Ever since I came to Zhuangzi, this old man's body is getting better day by day. He even specially made a menu for me. You two are so considerate." The old man sighed with emotion and began to fish again. The few people did not intend to leave and stood there respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao took out some soybeans that were popped from the popcorn pot and shared them with Wang Wan and the old man. He said, "Grandpa Bai, in a few days, the people who participated in the individual competition will come. Coincidentally, the academies will be opened at the same time. Grandpa Bai can see what they are like. If there are good people who do not have an official position, please stay. In the future, we can build more academies in other places and compete with each other often. They can learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao said with a lisp while chewing the soybeans. The old man looked at Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. "Now your family is going to make money again. They may not be able to spend much money on the competition, but there will definitely be some people who will come to watch the fun. Especially those with daughters who are waiting to be married off, they naturally won't miss this opportunity to choose a son-in-law. Tell me, what are your plans?" Hey, Grandpa Bai, you can't always think like this. My family organized this competition. It's troublesome to organize it, but it's also a kind of labor. Of course, you have to get something out of it. In fact, my family will spend a lot of money. My father is going to build more schools in Huayuan County and Sanshui County. When the children are young, they will study in the school first. When they grow up, they will enter the academy. The school needs someone to teach them. Some people who did not pass the exam and have no money can be found to teach the children. During the teaching, they can revise what they have learned before. They can also eat and live and get some money. Chapter 369. The river murmured as it flowed quietly into the distance. It meandered and the sun shone brightly. Jinja became the academy, educating people for 100 years. The sound of reading echoed in the fields, like a fantasy between the clouds and the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had stayed in Zhuangzi to watch other people's competitions, heard the sound of reading coming from the academy as soon as they walked between the clouds and the water. All the children in Zhuangzi went to the academy to study, except for those who joined later and those who were too young. The old man found some teachers and divided them into several subjects. Zhang Xiaobao didn't let the Jinja Academy teach the things written by Wang Wan. Those things would be learned in Zhuangzi after school. Similarly, he didn't teach some subjects related to medicine and technology in the academy. The technical subjects were taught in specialized engineering schools, and the medical subjects were taught in specialized hospitals. When the Yaowang mountain was settled, he would set up a medical school. It would be best if he could pull in a few doctors from the medical school in the capital. The sound of reading echoed in the academy not far from between the clouds and the water. The people eating between the clouds and the water, as well as the villagers, didn't find it noisy. Some even stopped to listen carefully, as if it was a pleasant thing to hear others read. The old man was old, so he woke up earlier. He was doing the 8 animals exercise in the small pavilion. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he made a few gestures and walked to the main restaurant between the clouds and the water. He wanted to eat with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Grandpa Bai, some people have come in the past few days. How many students have you accepted? There are some new faces in the academy." Wang Wan walked forward and asked the old man. "I've taken in 11 people. 4 of them are from good families, and the other 2 are recommended by my old friends. Tomorrow, when those people arrive, I can choose some more. I can't be like what you think, where I'll only take in those who are rich." Also, we agreed that the Zhang family would pay for their food, clothing, and housing. We can't be lacking, especially their food. Even if we don't eat meat every day, we should at least add an egg. I've seen the food that the children in your farmstead eat. It doesn't have to be that good. It's fine if they don't have enough milk. The old man pointed in the direction of the academy and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect to collect tuition fees, and they wouldn't specifically accept rich students. They wanted to train more people and expect their help in the future. Of course, they would take care of small things like food, clothing, and living expenses. Wang Wan followed the old man upstairs and said, "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. We don't lack money. We promise to have a meat dish every day, but it can't be too good. According to the box lunches we sell now, in the morning, there will be a bowl of porridge, or soy milk, tofu pudding, 2 tea eggs, vegetable steamed buns or deep-fried dough sticks, and 2 small pickles. For lunch, there will be 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. There will be rice, steamed buns, and egg soup. In the evening, there will be 2 vegetarian dishes and 2 meat dishes. They will rest for a while after eating and continue to study. Those who don't study will only have 2 vegetarian dishes. They will do whatever they want after eating. Those who study will have a bowl of fish soup before going to bed in the middle of the night. In terms of living, there will be 3 seasons of bedding a year. In spring, summer, winter, and autumn, there will be no need for that. There will be 2 sets of clothes a season. If they wear out, they can mend it themselves or buy it. We will take care of the ink, paper, and inkstone. There will be a fixed amount every month. If you need extra, you can ask. Those who are good at learning will be given more. They can also copy books while they are studying in the academy. We will give them different amounts of money according to the thickness of each book they copy. After all, they have to practice themselves. That is to say, as long as they are willing to learn, they will not only not lack things, but also save some money. Those who are rich don't care. If they feel that the food in the academy is not good, they can eat outside. Between the clouds and the water is only a few steps away. They can also buy their own clothes, but they must be made according to the uniform style of the academy. They also have to embroider the words of the academy on their clothes. They are not allowed to go home or make trouble outside. They can choose to live in the academy's house, which is free. They can also rent a courtyard between the clouds and the water. But they are not allowed to come out after a certain time at night. Grandpa Bai, do you think this is okay? We've done everything we can. The old man did not expect that Wang Wan would say so in detail. It seemed that her family had mentioned this when they came out. He thought for a while and asked, "What if someone is sick?" "Of course, we have to treat the sick. This is free. We can't use 100-year-old ginseng for every illness. We can just give them ordinary medicine. If it's too good, it depends on how well they are learning. If they are ranked first in the academy, we can give them 100-year-old ginseng. Zhang Xiaobao continued. It was normal for people to get sick, but it was not right to use the best medicine on anyone who got sick. If someone really got sick, there was nothing that could be done. That's good. Then your family will have to spend a lot of money. The old man was satisfied. It was enough to treat the sick. He did a little calculation. If there were 200 students in the academy, the Zhang family would have to spend 4 strings of coins a day, especially on those meat dishes. In a year, they would have to spend at least 2,000 strings of coins, including clothes. After all, there was also the money for copying books. Copying books was indeed a way to learn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew this. But they had to spend money for a long-term plan. It was the same for the medical school in the future. Wang Wan said to the old man at this time, "It will cost a lot of money. In summer, there will be crystal sugar mung bean porridge and sour plum soup. In addition, there will be ice when it's too hot. In winter, there will be charcoal and coal. Every one of them will have to spend money. And there will be tea to refresh them at night. We plan to give each of them half a kilogram of tea leaves a month. According to our method, they can only drink it themselves. They are not allowed to sell it. Ordinary tea will do. We can't let them drink tea that costs dozens of taels of silver." The old man was even happier. In this way, if the students in the academy did not study hard, he would drive them away mercilessly. Your family will spend a few years of money first. When they are successful in the future, they will definitely repay your family. No one dares to go against you. As long as you tell them about the academy, no one will continue to be friends with them. What do you want to eat this morning? The old man also understood that the students who graduated from the academy would be good to the Zhang family and Wang family in the future. The money would not be wasted. It was a win-win situation. Drink milk, eat cake, and a few fried eggs. Ask them to fry a big goose egg. Wang Wan said to the waiter waiting at the door. The cake was baked in the oven that used to bake fish fillets. Milk was not available all the time, so they could eat it when they got there. After a while, the waiter served the food. In addition to the few things that Wang Wan said, there were a few pieces of baked ham and some pickles. This way of eating was only seen in some restaurants owned by the Zhang family. Many people were not used to it, especially the cake. It was good to eat as a snack, but when it was eaten as a main meal, they always felt that it was not full. It was not as good as steamed buns. The old man had gotten used to it these days. He was a little fatter than when he first came here. His weak body had also recovered. Now he did not need to eat a fixed amount for a meal. He could eat a little when he wanted to. He could eat more than one meal a day and eat less every meal. There was a set of special recipes for him. What do we have to compete in the academy? The old man asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as he ate a piece of salted fish wrapped in egg white and fried in flour. Painting, calligraphy, poetry, and political criticism. These 4 are all in the academy. As for the couplets, we can put them outside and compare them while we look at the scenery. Grandpa Bai, we should ask them to make more couplets. At least when they are writing poems, they should compare them. Also, the archery competition is at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao talked about the competition. Couplets were usually not valued. It was difficult to compare couplets outside and it could be used to test people. After this competition, people who were at a disadvantage in couplets would often use them. They did not have to wait until the Song dynasty to develop it. It was not known whether the Song dynasty existed or not. In fact, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to let the people in Zhuangzi who had learned the couplets recited by Wang Wan take advantage of him. The old man did not know about Zhang Xiaobao's narrow-mindedness. He felt that this arrangement was not bad. He nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way. It is said that many of the people who came have no food to eat. You have to take care of them. That's not a rumor. It's just like that. Some people have already come over. Every day, the people who sell boxed meals at the farmstead will prepare a meal for them. They can choose any dish they like, 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. Some of them are even preparing to teach children in school." Wang Wan drank the last mouthful of milk and picked up the cold water beside her to rinse her mouth. The old man did not say much about this. The world was so big that it was impossible to take care of everyone. When they were studying, they did not do much work. When they were in the family, they would be short of labor. Those who studied for a few years and finally got the status of a tribute to the village, but when they came to the capital to take the exam, they did not even have the money to go back home. Most of the time, some families had their own internal schools and found people to teach their children. Ordinary families couldn't do that. They had to borrow books. Under such circumstances, it was very rare for ordinary families to be able to produce talented students. The fact that the Zhang family could arrange something for Zhang Zhong to do was a good deed. Plus, they could set up an academy. When the time came, even if Zhang Zhong did make some mistakes, as long as it was not a rebellion, he could get away with it. Even the emperor had to consider this. When the 3 of them were eating, a waiter ran in and said to Zhang Xiaobao anxiously, "Young master, bad news. Someone jumped into the lake." Jumped into the lake. Even if he wanted to jump into the lake, he shouldn't jump into the lake between the clouds and the water. There are so many other places. Let's eat first. Chapter 370. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied the old man to finish his meal. After a short rest, they went outside together. "Don't stop me. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore." Before the 3 of them could get close, they heard a person's shouts. It seemed that he was fine. Judging from the voice, he was full of confidence. As they walked closer, they could finally see the person's appearance clearly. At this time, his face was like an eggplant, round and a little flat. His hair was tied up on his head with a rope. His clothes were green. They were wet from the water and were about 4 feet 8 inches tall. He had single eyelids, a short nose, and thick lips. He shouted that he wanted to die. No one caught him. Only 3 Yamen runners took out their knives and held them against his body, preventing him from jumping into the lake. "Don't stop me. I don't want to live anymore. Get out of the way. Let me die." The person saw that many people had surrounded him and shouted even louder. He held the back of the knife and wanted to take it away. The Yamen runner held the knife against his neck and asked, "Where did you come from? What are you doing?" "I want to die." "Why do you care where I come from? Don't tremble. You'll cut it." Being held by the knife, the person didn't dare to move. He stood there and didn't even dare to turn his head. However, he still didn't change his mind about jumping into the lake. The Yamen runner was angry. "I won't move. You can move. Don't you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. If you don't move, I won't move. I want to die by jumping into the lake. I don't want to die by a knife." The person's cold sweat flowed down together with the water on his hair. "You're making trouble, right?" The Yamen runner shouted again, scaring the person. "I'm not making trouble. Between the clouds and the water forced me. I want to die in the lake between the clouds and the water," the person said again. The people around him laughed scornfully at the same time. "Tell me, how did between the clouds and the water force you?" "You're working between the clouds and the water?" asked one of the people in charge of between the clouds and the water. The man shook his head, looked at the people around him, and angrily said, "It's all because of that curved plow. I had thought of it, but when I was about to do it, someone else did it first. I asked around, and the person who made the curved plow was the boss behind between the clouds and the water. If they didn't make it, then the credit would be mine. If I could be an official and earn a lot of money, I wouldn't be like this now, where I can only repair people's plows and do some chores. Don't you think it's because of between the clouds and the water?" The surrounding people let out scornful laughter again. Some even began to curse. What kind of person was this? To think that he could find such a reason to jump into the lake. It was obvious that he knew that nothing would happen if he jumped into the lake, so he deliberately came over to cause trouble. The yamen runner took back his knife and pointed at the lake, saying, "Now you can jump. No one will stop you, and no one will save you. Jump. You want me to die? I know what you're planning. Are you afraid that I'll tell others about this? My curved plow must have been stolen by you, and then you made it out to be yours. I'm going to find my uncle and sue you. My surname is Liu. Remember this. Do you know who my uncle is?" The man stopped moving and began to threaten. Unfortunately, Zhangjie Zhuangzi didn't copy him. Even if he did, no one would believe him. The Zhang family made all kinds of things, and they had skilled people who specialized in this. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. When the time comes to punish you, I will definitely find him. Who can lend me some money first? I don't have any money to go back. The man continued, which led to a burst of laughter. Your uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. Why are you dressed so shabbily? You don't even have a travel fee. How did you get here? Someone couldn't help but ask. I haven't seen my uncle yet. I didn't find the place. I came from somewhere else. My grandfather said that there is an uncle who is a high-ranking official in the capital. He is in charge of many people, and he is also in charge of this curved plow. I walked around the capital, but the place is too big. I didn't find him, so I came to find the person who stole my curved plow. If you are willing to compensate me, I won't mention this matter. When I came, I said that I came to participate in the competition. I didn't spend any money, and I didn't spend any money on food. This person explained to the person who asked him the question. Everyone despised him even more. He pretended to be a contestant and freeloaded all the way here. He even took a free ride on the boat just to cause trouble for others. They didn't know why the boat that was transporting people allowed him to board. At this time, the old man said, "Your surname is Liu, and your uncle's surname is also Liu. He is in charge of this curved plow. He is a high-ranking official. Is your uncle called Liu Jiro? He is the current Minister of Works. I know where he lives. Go to Vermilion Bird Avenue and ask around. There is a shop called Onren Fong there. When you see your uncle, tell him to take some time to come to between the clouds and the water. There is good news." After the old man finished speaking to the man, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Get someone to give him some money. See if it is true. If it is true, he is a distant relative of the Liu family. If it is false, it is not easy for him to come here. Don't catch him." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. The person in charge immediately sent someone to get the money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to do anything to this man. It was easy to lock him up, but the effect was too small. There were not many people who came to find trouble. Moreover, this man did not have any powerful skills. If it was another trading firm, it would be another story. Letting him go would let people see the Zhang family's generosity. That man really did remember the place, the old man said. He repeated it over and over again, as if he was afraid of forgetting. The people around him did not say anything more. They all talked about how between the clouds and the water was the safest place. There was no need to worry about falling and dying. The wine and dishes between the clouds and the water were also good. At this time, the waiter brought the money over. He was afraid that it would be inconvenient for him to take it out and spend it, so he specially divided the money into 100 strings. One of the strings was divided into 10 strings of 10 copper coins. This kind of consideration for details made the people around him start to praise the various benefits of Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant. At the same time, they despised this man who came to make trouble. This man was really not polite. He reached out and took the money. He looked at the people around him and then looked at the old man. He said to the old man, "Who are you? How do you know my uncle? When I mention you to my uncle, I have to say your name. Otherwise, how can my uncle, who is such a high official, remember an old man? My name is Lu Feidong." "Oh. Good name. If you really see your uncle, tell him that old man by asked him, how high is a minister? Can such a high official condescend to come here?" The old man laughed and said to Lu Feidong, "Ah. How high is a minister?" Lu Feidong did not know. Not high, just a third-level official. The county magistrate of Sanshui County is a 7th-level official. He will be a 6th-level official soon. A little higher than a county magistrate. They all have a hard life. The old man explained and let out a sigh. Only those who knew his original position would understand this sigh. Lu Feidong thought for a moment and said, "A high official, really a high official. I will go find my uncle. When the time comes, I will ask Between the Clouds and the Water to compensate me." Such a high official, the county magistrate does not dare to protect him, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he went to find a boat to enter the capital. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. The two of them were really helpless. They did not know how a high official like Lu Jiro could have a distant relative, so they just let it be. When the people around saw that there was no more drama to watch, they dispersed one after another. Some people even wanted to jump down from the window to experience it, but they were told that jumping down was also okay. One jump would cost 100 copper coins. They all gave up on the idea. It was really too expensive. "Grandpa Bai, why are you looking for him? What if this person is a swindler?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was quiet and asked the old man. The old man took their hands and walked towards the pavilion. As he walked, he said, "If he is a swindler, when the competition is over, I will have someone call him. If he is not a swindler, it is even better. The Minister of Works is naturally in charge of the Ministry of Works. Let him come over and see what your house made. The place where I live first made that fan. There is not much wind outside, so one end is connected to the water. When the water of the small river rushes over, the fan in the house really starts to turn. Put a basin of ice or water in front of the house, and it is indeed cooling. There are records of this in some books, but there are not many places to do it. I think it is convenient. Maybe it can be used in other aspects in the future. I let him come over just to see those small parts and think about it. As for the Book of Nature, after I finish learning it, I will talk to him, especially about the clairvoyance. I am an old man who is about to die. Even if I lose my official position, the Ministry of Works can't just casually send someone over, right? If he doesn't come, I won't give him the Book of Nature. I will only let the person he sends take a look at the clairvoyance. He will be anxious to death." The old man's words left Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dumbfounded. They did not expect the old man to have such a mischievous side. The thing the old man was talking about was naturally the fan that the two of them were thinking about. He gave the general idea and blueprint to the craftsman. With his experience, he really made it. The first family in Linshui was working on a certain house at night when no one was there. The old man lived in a 2-story house. It was more convenient, so he fixed it first. He didn't expect the old man to have so many things to consider. The old man became interested when he talked about this. He said to the two of them, "When you go back, let your family think about this little thing and see what it can be used for. When the time comes, it will benefit your family, especially Xiao Bao's father. If he has more credit, he will have an excuse to be promoted in the future. Otherwise, people will not accept such a young job." Ah. It is still early. No matter what, we have to make Huayuan County into Shang County. It will take at least 2 years. Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 371. It was another sunny day. Today, more people came to between the clouds and the water than before. Some people who thought they were talented all came here to participate in the competition. The original rule of the competition was for the students who had failed to qualify to participate. However, after some people heard about this, they went to Shuiyun Club. No one knew who they were looking for, but they randomly pulled a worker over and said that they wanted to participate. They were even willing to fork out some money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took it seriously. It didn't matter if the people came to take the money or not. As long as they participated in this competition, people like them would definitely not come alone. Rich people were very likely to be able to call friends. In order to attract more people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed for a while and decided to increase the prize money for winning the competition by a large margin. Winning in a group would get 2 strings of coins per person, and based on the individual ranking, the first place would get 100 strings of coins and 2 sets of the 4 treasures of the study. In order to let more people have time to come, the competition was delayed for another 10 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back home and arranged for the coal mine. They let their father collect money. 1 copper coin per ton of coal, and they also gave the village 1 copper coin. The village would have to pay another tax. This way, the yamen would have more money. A ton of coal was 2,000 caddies. It was not much when piled up on the ground. A stone of rice was about 100 caddies. A stone of coal could be filled with 160 to 70 caddies. Because of the density, if it was only filled with coal, it would be more. Roughly, a ton of coal would cost more than 20 copper coins. This price was not low, but now, each place was in charge of some resources, including salt. If they thought it was not worth it, then don't pick it. When the time came, when the pressure was too much, they could bargain and do a favor. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that the current price of coal was very low compared to when he and Wang Wan came. Zhang Xiaobao prepared to earn 7 to 8 copper coins for a ton of coal. He deliberately set the price of 20 copper coins to give people a chance to bargain. No matter who wanted the coal, they would have to find someone with enough coal. Those below the 5th rank could not even think about it. These officials came to ask for favors, so naturally, they had to do a favor. Even if half of them were willing to return the favor, it would be easier for his father in the future. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to Zhuangzi again. The competition started at noon today. People came and went, and it was very lively here. The restaurants between the clouds and the water were all occupied. Some smart people actually spent money to occupy a few and then sold them to others. When Zhang Xiaobao heard about this, he just smiled. Scalpers existed at any time. Those courtyards that were suitable for people to live in were not empty. Some people could not find a place to live, so they could only go to the nearest Zhuangzi. The villagers had houses, but it was a pity that the villagers in Gujia village had not built houses yet. The houses were crowded, and only 1 or 2 were available, which was far from enough to meet the demand. This was Xiaobao's idea. He did it on purpose. Every day, the competition would start at noon. After lunch, they would be able to go and watch the competition. Furthermore, the competition was divided into the preliminaries and the finals. There were 4 competitions, which added up to 20 days. Those who participated in the competition did not have to worry. There was free food and a place to rest. As for those who wanted to watch the fun, those who had money could stay from the beginning to the end. Those who did not have money could only watch according to the competition, especially those who were close to it. Grandpa Bai, did you see that? Our culture is flourishing. From today on, the academy will become famous. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, the old man, Lu, and Xian Air were all on the roof of Between the Clouds and the Water. Looking at the people coming and going, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said loudly. The old man naturally would not be fooled so easily. He looked at the people below and said, our culture is flourishing too. How much did your family earn this time? The restaurants and accommodation are all full. Many people have no place to stay. Tell me, how much did you earn from the advertisements? You put up flags and put up banners. Grandpa Bai, you've wronged us. We don't earn much from advertisements. Look at the advertisement for Purple Bamboo Pavilion. They have the most and biggest flags, and the banner is placed in the most obvious position. It's about the same for the 4 Directions Clothing Company's advertisement. My family even used boats to advertise for the meat and grain companies. We only took 100 strings of cash from each of these places, which is just enough to make the advertisements. The rest is for the labor. We did not take any money from the advertisements. How can we make any money? Zhang Xiaobao said to the old man with a wronged expression. The old man did not know about this matter. He asked Zhang Xiaobao in confusion, why did you not take money? Do you want to do something good? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattledrum and said, who wants to do something good? It's all for you, Grandpa Bai. You are now the Dean of Jinjia Academy. Look, there are so many people here. Won't you take in 300 to 500 students? My family is afraid that after you take in so many students, we will not have enough money to make clothes and food. We can't even afford the mung bean soup and charcoal in winter. What will happen to the academy then? We can only ask for less advertising money and let them take out half a year's worth of necessities for the academy. For example, the 4 treasures of the study will be taken care of by Purple Bamboo Pavilion. For example, the meat store will send fresh meat every day. For example, the clothing store. They are responsible for making clothes, aren't they? The necessities are enough for the academy and we can't ask for money. All of it will be included in the advertising fee. That is to say, half a year's worth of necessities for the academy will be settled by this advertisement. You don't need to spend any money. After half a year, you can compare with other places. In only 20 days, you can earn half a year's worth of necessities for the academy. Your family is really good at making money. It seems that your father should work in the Ministry of Revenue. The old man did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish and continued his words. At first, he was thinking about how much money the Zhang family would spend on the academy. Now he did not need to worry about that. The Zhang family had their own way of making money. Zhang Xiaobao nodded embarrassedly and explained, Grandpa Bai, you can't say that. In fact, we don't need them to provide the necessities. We can just use the advertising fee. The main thing is that every time we buy, we have to negotiate the price. The price of the meat is not fixed. That is to say, my family is using the advertising fee to buy the necessities in advance instead of getting the necessities for free. If my family received the money in one go, we could use it to make more money. We are just afraid that they can't pay in one go, so we use the method of paying in installments. The necessities of the academy will be paid by my family. The old man thought about it and agreed. However, he was interested in paying in installments. He asked, can other things be done in installments? Yes, but not now. Flying money is only used for bulk transactions. There are also pawn shops and loan sharks. Their original profits are high, so they don't need to pay in installments. Some loan sharks are actually using installments to collect money. Every time a certain period comes and the family can't pay back the money, they will give a portion of the money first. Speaking of responsibility, I don't really understand either. I'll tell Grandpa by when I learn. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to mention the matter of the bank. He did not work in the bank, but he knew the internal situation. He had to use it in the past, but he suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to say it now. His family could not gain much from it, and it could easily affect the interests of others, so he had to stop. The old man did not continue to ask this time. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew so much. It was impossible for them to know more. It depended on what the Zhang family taught them. They continued to watch from the rooftop. The old man was deeply impressed by the Zhang family's way of making money. Every day, it would start after noon. Naturally, there would be nothing in the morning. It was impossible for people to stay in their places and not move, not to mention that the scenery here was so good. Renting a boat to play in the water for a while, or going to the mountains to take a look, and buy some things along the way could let the Zhang family earn a lot of money. There was also the market, which usually started in the afternoon. Since there were more people coming, there were people setting up stalls in the morning before dawn. There was also the grocery store. No one knew where it got so many goods, but it was also on display. Naturally, the people who came here to play would not be like ordinary people, exchanging things for things. They could only buy things with money, especially some exquisite trinkets. They were all collected. When they were collected, they were cheap. Now that they were sold, the price could be doubled. With all kinds of snacks and ice money, the Zhang family would probably earn a few thousand strings of coins in 20 days, maybe even more. There were crosstalk and skits at night. If they wanted to watch them, they would have to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was also calculating how much money they could earn. After he calculated, it was more than what the old man thought. These days, he transferred a lot of medicine from other places. He also asked someone to go to the hospital to find a doctor. The doctor would be here in a while. When the doctor came, he would examine the people who came here for free. If they were in good health, he would recommend health supplements to them first, including food therapy. If they were not in good health, he would treat them directly. It was just right that they could stay here for 20 days. The diagnosis was free, but they would have to pay to buy the medicine. The restaurant could also directly promote a few kinds of medicinal cuisine. Those who did not have much money would drink the medicine directly, while those who had more money would eat the medicinal cuisine. The medicine was bad, but the medicinal cuisine was not bad. In this way, plus the health supplements they bought before leaving, they would probably still have a few thousand strings of coins left after giving some money to Li Sun and Zhuangzi of the Gu family. Xiao Bao, do you think your family's method of earning money can be used elsewhere? The old man felt that if it was possible, he should let people try it elsewhere. The businessmen had money in their hands. If he did not earn from them, who would he earn from? In particular, he could let the imperial court do this. When the imperial court had more money, he could do something. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. As long as you choose the right place and make the necessary preparations, it can be used with a little modification. In a few days, we will also do it in Huayuan County. However, it will not be a matter of the students. We won't be able to earn too much, but there will be a lot of benefits. What are you doing? The old man asked curiously. It's a medical competition. It's best to let some medical doctors from Beijing participate, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 372. After noon, the competition began. Everyone was looking forward to it. Both the original students and those who joined later were slightly nervous. Some people even felt more nervous than during the imperial examinations. There were too many people watching. After their identities were verified, they took their competition numbers and walked into the academy. The academy was a one-story building, but it occupied a large area. There were even some fertile fields. The Yamen had made fake land deeds for them. While the others went in, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wang got a boat and floated on the lake. The two of them did not want to see others compose poems. This kind of impromptu poem with a proposition was rarely outstanding. They did not want to suffer. The old man went over. He still had to see who could enter the academy. Lu Er and Xian Er were also brought along by the old man. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the lake to play and see how the competition was going. If there was nothing else, the two of them would return to Huayuan County early the next morning. The construction there was one after another. The two of them were afraid that their father would be too busy and had to go back to help. Looking at the water, I want to jump in and float there instead of sitting on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and looked at the sunlight reflecting on the water. He felt stuffy and hot. It would be very comfortable to swim in the water. Wang Wan didn't feel anything at first, but after hearing what Zhang Xiaobao said, she started to feel hot. There was a shelter on the boat that the two of them were rowing. It blocked most of the sunlight, but the wind that blew was not as cool as the surface of the lake. It was also hot and stuffy. Xiaobao, stop talking. Why don't we go back to Zhuangzi? There's a swimming pool there. We can swim there for a while and then sleep. Wang Wan reached into the water and paddled a few times. This time, she finally felt cool. Okay. The two of them were playing on the lake when waves of shouts came from the direction of the academy. They did not know how many people were shouting, but they could hear it from so far away. Forget it. Let's go back to Zhuangzi. There are movements here too. Zhang Xiaobao had been rowing for less than an hour when he heard the cheers from time to time. He was a little annoyed, mainly because the weather was too hot, making it difficult for him to calm down. The two of them rowed the boat to the dock between the clouds and the water, and together they walked towards Zhuangzi. The main courtyard there was not abandoned, and there were still people there to clean it. As they walked along the road, they saw the villagers walking in a hurry, and they quickly left after greeting them. Xiaobao, it seems that the farmers have earned quite a bit of money this time. They are all two-story houses and there are quite a few rooms. Renting out a room for 10 copper coins a day is not much. I can smell the strong smell of stewed chicken. Did the farmers decide to stew chicken for their people at noon? After all, there are so many poultry here. Wang Wan sniffed twice and said. Zhang Xiaobao also smelled the strong smell. If only one family cooked it, it would not have been able to survive for so long after eating. He smiled and said, it seems that the farmers want to deal with some of the chickens. Stewing chicken every day for 20 days. I don't know if those people will get sick from eating it. It's scary just thinking about it. Wang Wan thought of the situation of eating chicken every day, covered her mouth and laughed softly. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, the chickens we raise here are sold in different parts except for laying eggs. Although the price is not cheap, we can't make them into finished products and sell them to make money. Why don't we think of a way? Think of what? Roast chicken. That's fine, but we need to have a market first. Otherwise, if no one buys the roast chicken, it will be ruined at home. Who likes to eat roast chicken? It's best if it can be preserved for a longer time. Without vacuum equipment, it won't work even if we freeze it. In the past, when the chickens were big, we could kill them and freeze them to sell. If the roast chicken is frozen, what will it taste like? When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the finished product processing, the image of roast chicken flashed in his mind. Wang Wan thought about the frozen roast chicken and said, I don't think it's a big deal. If it's frozen, it's frozen. The smell has already entered the chicken. When the time comes, if you want to eat cold, you can eat cold. If you want to eat hot, you can steam it. In addition to roast chicken, there is also smoking chicken. You can use some burning wood chips to smoke it. Zhang Xiaobao sold 13 spices, so he knew some recipes. It was a mess. Basically, the methods were different in every place, but the general ingredients were similar. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he nodded and said, "Then let's do both to increase the income of the farmers." "Then, have you thought about how to sell it? Even if it's frozen, it can't be stored for too long. Otherwise, the price of one chicken won't be enough to cover the cost of the cold." Wang Wan also mentioned the problem of sales. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently, "Stupid people will directly roast and smoke the chicken in Zhuangzi before selling it. Can we open the roast chicken shop and the smoked chicken shop elsewhere and carry out the roast there? We can make more adjustments and see what flavors the people in the place like. We can specially cook according to what the people in that place like to eat." Zhuangzi is responsible for delivering chickens to various places. Now that Zhuangzi is only planting rice, it's much more leisurely than before. We can let some of them go to other shops. It's like what we said before. We won't limit them to Zhuangzi. We can provide them with the recipes and ingredients. When the time comes, we only need 10% of the net profit. 10% of the profit for each shop is like a membership fee. Let's make it cheaper and not so much. The money we collect from 9 shops is the same as the money from 1 shop. Let's open shops in the entire prefecture first. When it's about time, we don't have to worry. There will naturally be people who want to learn or buy the recipes. Let's try and see if there are such people. If there are, we'll let them join. We'll sell them the chickens and the seasonings. We can't take the net profit because we don't have that many accountants to calculate how much they've sold the chickens for. We can only add the price to the seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't expect many outsiders to join. If there were, he would take them. If there weren't, he could just use the village to sell them, especially those who were in a hurry. If they bought a roast chicken, they could eat it as both a meal and a dish. It was convenient. It was even more so for boaters. They could eat it at any time. They could even hold a chicken leg in their mouth while working. The cost was low, so it wouldn't be too expensive. The chickens also didn't need to be raised that big. Although most roast and smoked chickens were roosters, hens could also be made. Chicks could be raised for 3 months before they could be used for cooking. They could be sold by weight and could be bought in half. Half a chicken would cost about 20 copper coins. It wasn't expensive at all. A chicken that laid eggs could be sold for a few dozen copper coins. Who would say that the chicken hadn't laid eggs yet and couldn't be sold for such a high price when they bought a roast chicken? Wang Wan had also thought of this point. If they did this, they could raise the chickens for a short period of time. As long as they sold the chickens quickly, they would earn more money than waiting for them to lay eggs. The chickens that laid eggs had to be specially supplemented with calcium. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lay eggs or they would be soft-shelled eggs. The ordinary people in the area might eat less, but they could specially open their shops in places with high traffic. Xiao Bao, since chickens can be smoked, then we can also use a better method to smoke the meat. The people here who have some money don't like to eat pork. First, it's because there aren't many people who usually raise pigs. Unless it's at the foot of the mountain where they can cut some pigweed to feed the pigs, people won't be able to eat, let alone feed the pigs. Another reason is that pigs always like to roll around in the mud. Even their feces and urine will be stained on their bodies. But after all, there are still people who eat it, especially the ordinary people. They can't eat other kinds of meat. The fatty parts of the pork can be oily, and the lean parts can also be used as food. We can get people to smoke it and sell it to such people. I think that the feces of poultry can be fed to the pigs. In addition to the grass on the mountain, there won't be a need for too much food. The pig feces can also be used to feed the fish and raise the earthworms. When we go to Huayuan County, we can leave this matter to the farmers and provide them with ideas. What do you think? Of course, why not? Even if we fail in the end, we won't lose too much money. People always have to try again and again. Maybe the farmers will be able to come up with more ideas. We'll do this when we go back. Let's not swim for now. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with this idea very much. At first, he also thought of something like this, but he was delayed by other things and didn't have time to do it. After the pork was smoked, it tasted good. Moreover, it was different from the smoked chicken. After smoking the chicken, it couldn't be scattered after smoking. That way, people would specially choose a good place to buy it. After the pork was smoked, it could be cut into slices or made into strips and turned into smoked pork jerky. It could be stored for a long time and was convenient to carry around. When they went out, they would bring some with them. It was better than the smoked meat and the kind that was directly smoked here. The rich people didn't eat it, but they also didn't sell it to them. Because of an idea, the two people who had been idle began to work again. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to mix ingredients. Some of the ingredients that he didn't have, he had to replace them with other similar ingredients. After this kind of prescription was mixed, it was too difficult for outsiders to distinguish it by taste. Many spices were not used at all by people nowadays. They were only sold in medicine shops as medicinal materials. All kinds of medicinal materials were ground into powder and then some spices were added. Unless a doctor who was proficient in cooking carefully tasted it, there might be some hope. However, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't give this opportunity to someone who was both a cook and a doctor. According to the different prescriptions, the spices were mixed into the wine or soy sauce. Even if they couldn't be mixed, they would be taken out separately and mixed with some neutral spices that didn't affect the taste. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of concocting, and each time he concocted a sack of it, Wang Wan would write down the manufacturing method. When the time came, all she had to do was give it to the villagers in the farmstead. Some of the villagers could read a few words by now, but even if they couldn't, it was fine. The children in the farmstead were all studying in school. After a lot of work, the sky was already dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found the people in the inner courtyard who stayed behind and asked them to bring the oven. They were going to roast a few animals first. At the same time, they were going to let the farmers see what they were going to sell in the future. When the two of them were busy, they didn't feel hot. Now that they stopped, they realized that they were sweating. Chapter 373. The summer weather changed quickly. Before going to bed last night, they could still see the stars in the sky, but when they woke up in the morning, it was already covered with dark clouds. However, there was no wind, which made it hard for them to breathe. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate breakfast with the old man. They brought him a roasted chicken and a smoked chicken. Xiaobao, cuckoo, it seems that you are ready to go back. It may rain today. If you want to go back, you should leave early in case you encounter a storm on the river. I have already thought of the topic for today's competition, rain. They may still be thinking about today's topic last night. The old man broke off a chicken wing and nodded as he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not comment on the old man. As a minister, he actually bullied the students. It seemed that the old man liked this feeling. They did not know how the children in the academy would live in the future. Perhaps the old man would come up with an idea to torment them. Grandpa Bai, we really have to go. We don't need to look after things here. The others are already doing a good job. Grandpa Bai, if you think this chicken is delicious, you can have the people from Aqua Cloud Room serve it to you. Remember not to eat too much. Things that have been smoked or roasted are always not as good as usual. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the gloomy sky outside and said to the old man. Wang Wan also added, Grandpa Bai, when you find it hard to breathe, open your mouth to the fan and breathe hard. You will feel much better. Okay, I will remember. Don't forget to write a letter when you go back. Don't worry about the academy. I can handle this. Eat quickly and leave early after eating. The old man listened to their words and said with relief. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left between the clouds and the water by boat. They followed the river and quickly went downstream. At this time, the gloomy atmosphere changed. The whistling wind made the river ripple. Raise the sail, raise the sail. Seeing the wind, Zhang Xiaobao shouted excitedly. Boats on this kind of small river usually did not need sails. Occasionally, a sail would be pulled out from a boat, especially when it was going against the current. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat was specially made. There was a sail on it and a rudder at the back, which was much better than other boats. When the boatman heard the young master say to raise the sail, he had no choice but to raise it. However, he did not raise it fully, only half of it. In such a strong wind, the boat could easily capsize. Once the sail was raised, the jib made use of the wind to push the boat faster. There were several times when the boat flew out of the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood at the bow of the boat. Each of them tied a rope around their waist and the other end of the rope was tied to the mast. This was not requested by the boatman, but by the two of them. They did not want to experience the feeling of being rescued. What a strong wind! I'm in such a good mood. It would be even better if the sky was a little darker and the wind was a little stronger. Wang Wan opened her arms and said excitedly as she felt the wind blowing. Zhang Xiaobao felt the same. Yes, this kind of time makes people a little scared. When facing such majestic weather, there is an underlying thought that does not admit defeat. Zhang Xiaobao also opened his arms and closed his eyes, experiencing the feeling of flying. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Wan asked Xiaobao again, the issue with Buxing hasn't been resolved yet. They've already collected quite a lot of food. You wouldn't ask them to change their profession to become grain merchants, right? The Chens have helped us this time. How should we repay them? Yes, they are still collecting grain. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have just remembered. He patted his forehead and said, we have to think of a way. Those grains are useless in their hands. If they dare to sell them, they will definitely be attacked by the grain merchants. It is better to transfer them to the grain merchants at a fair price. We will compensate them. Buxing, what can Buxing do? Now, it's like they've ordered the sails in advance. When our big ships come out, there's no need. Now, some big ships have been taken over by the Jing River. I want them to prepare more sails so that our big ships can sail around the coastal waters near the mouth of the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao had indeed forgotten about the matter of the Chens for a few days. The people of the grain merchants were too weak. They were defeated with just one trick. It turned out that they were planning to prolong the war. I thought that the head of the Qin family would reject us, but he actually agreed so readily. It seems that ever since your father became the county magistrate, he hasn't had a single peaceful day, Zhang Xiuying said. That's fine too. I thought that the head of the Qin family would reject us, but he actually agreed so quickly. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's idea, Wang Wan felt that it was a good idea. If they sold the grains to the grain merchants at the purchase price, the grain merchants would not suffer a loss. The weather was hot, and there were more people eating noodles. They could take the opportunity to grind the grains into noodles and sell them. They could also make more money than usual. In the past, all the grains here were collected by the grain merchants. At worst, when the grain merchants transported grains to the northwest, the grain merchants would give them some benefits. Now that they had a grain merchant, they gave the majority of the profits to Li Sun. However, Li Sun would not kick them away. In the future, they would use the grain merchants as if they were his own family. With the help of the wind and the water, the ship arrived at the dock in 3 hours. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan get off the ship and stand at the dock, the boatmen on the ship had time to wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. This journey was like flying. It was too fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care whether the others were frightened or not. The two of them were looking at the road from the dock. There were many people working diligently. It seemed that the road was different every day. Even if it was going to rain, the road workers did not have the slightest intention to stop. They had already put on their bamboo hats and put their straw raincoats beside them. It seemed that these people were going to continue working in the rain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that it would be useless to try and persuade them, so they boarded the carriage and gave the driver some instructions. The driver drove the carriage towards Huayuan County's Yamen at a leisurely pace. On the way, it started to rain heavily. The lightning lit up the sky. Along with the rolling thunder, bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground. With the sound of splashing, a layer of mist appeared on the ground. The dry heat and stuffiness of summer were all gone at this time. The wind carried the cool breeze everywhere. What a heavy rain! The speed of all the projects will be slowed down again. The coal mining will also have to stop. Hope it comes and goes quickly. Otherwise, if the water accumulates too much, it will easily become a flood. Wang Wan said worriedly. She opened the wooden board that was just close to block the window. A gust of wind came in with the rain. She hurriedly closed the window and let down the curtain. I remember that there is no flood at this time. It should continue to be dry for a while. Zhang Xiaobao leaned against the wall of the carriage and recalled. Maybe there is no record. Let's sleep. It is comfortable to sleep in this kind of weather. When we wake up, we will almost be home. Wang Wan did not care about this matter. She lay down and closed her eyes. Then let's sleep. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and fell asleep on the other side. Zhang Zhong did not know that his son and daughter-in-law were on the way back. He was now urging people to fill the sacks with sand. He asked a few local elders, and they all said that the rain would last for at least 3 days. Zhang Zhong was not worried about the river that was connected. When the river was connected, it had already been repaired. He was afraid that the river at Yawang Mountain would burst. In that case, there would be no need to manually repair a lake. A large lake would directly form there. But there were more than 3,000 people living there. There were also temporary houses, tents, and other supplies. If there was a flood, they would all be gone. It would also make the road repair work unable to continue. Therefore, before the rain started to fall, Zhang Zhong led a group of people to transport a lot of burlap sacks to that place. There were still some burlap sacks there. Zhang Zhong left behind the transport team behind and rode his horse all the way. Finally, they arrived at the place before lightning and thunder appeared. He ordered people to stop the road repair work and rushed to the river. There, he began to fill the sacks, in case there was a flood and they were unprepared. In addition to filling the sacks with sand and stones, some wood from the mountain was also transported down. Someone took a saw and began sawing out the trunk. When the time came, they would nail it into the river. Otherwise, the sacks would not be able to withstand the current. Once one was thrown into the river, another would be washed away. It could only be used under the condition of wooden stakes. Master, I think this river should be fine. The water is still shallow. Why don't we let them do it first? Master, you should take a rest. If something really happens, we'll have to rely on you to take charge here. After the rain fell, the Yamen runner in the inner courtyard tried to hold an umbrella over Zhang Zhong's head and advised in a low voice. Zhang Zhong reached out and held the handle of the umbrella. He looked at the people working and nodded. It's fine now, but I can't guarantee that it will be fine in the future. It's good to take a rest. I hope nothing will happen. Master, you are a literary star from heaven. If you say nothing will happen, then nothing will happen. Master, be careful. The yamen runner said. The place where he stood happened to block the blowing wind. In just a short while, his back was wet from the rain. When Zhang Zhong walked to the door of a room, he suddenly remembered something. He ordered one of the guards, go back to the yamen immediately and tell them to load the coal in the warehouse onto the cart and bring it here. Remember to cover it with oilcloth and don't let it get wet. Once it rains, we have to go into the house to cook. The firewood on the mountain can't be used. We can't eat it raw. It will be fine after a few days. Go quickly. The guard did not delay. He turned over and mounted the horse. Wearing only a bamboo hat, he whipped his whip and galloped away. His figure disappeared in the rain in the blink of an eye. Everyone else, don't be idle. The wind is strong. Be careful of the tents being blown away. See if any of the houses are leaking. Quickly plug it. Zhang Zhong still did not enter the house and shouted at the door. The yamen runners immediately ran to check the tents and houses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also awakened by the continuous sound of thunder at this time. They lay there, unable to sleep, and stared at each other. Chapter 374. Midway through the journey, they joked about the lake. Pointing out the mountains and rivers, carefree and unrestrained. Where should we dig? It's raining so heavily. Aren't you afraid that the water will flood the fields? Wang Wan advised worriedly as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao's crazy words. There's no fields. We planted a lot of wheat there and harvested it long ago. The land is empty. If we don't dig the lake out now, it'll be hard to work when the rain clears up. Zhang Xiaobao insisted. Even if the river flooded, there couldn't be too much water. Wouldn't a lake be enough to fill it? It could reduce the pressure downstream. Wang Wan wanted to persuade him again. She opened her mouth but couldn't find a reason. She could only say, then where do you want to dig the hole? Don't let it wash away the construction site. We'll see when the time comes. Let's go home first and persuade my father. Send someone to the coal mine to tell all the excavation teams to stop. No matter if it's the people from Elm Village who help us dig or the people who came to help us, no one is allowed to work. If something happens, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Yes, we have to stop. Although it's still an open-air excavation, who can guarantee that there's no fault in the coal? If there's a hole, it'll be fine on a normal day, but if it collapses on a rainy day, there won't be enough time to rescue it. It'll be like quicksand, gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Wan wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about the lives of others for money. Her family had a lot of business and didn't lack the money for coal. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said, even if the rain stops, they can't start work for a while. There's definitely a lot of water in the hole. Without a pump, we can only wait for the water to seep in slowly. It's too dangerous to let people draw the water bit by bit. The county and Elm Village will have to pay less. Wang Wan nodded. She suddenly thought of something else. Since we've stopped, why don't we do something else? I'll teach Huzi how to train military discipline first. Then I'll find some strong young men from Elm Village for Huzi to train. The last time I went there, the young men were all good. Do whatever you want. Remember to pay them. I don't know anything about this. What about our original healthy seedling protection team? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan couldn't wait to train, so he let her. There's nothing we can do. We'll continue to leave them at the farmstead. In the future, the seeds and land there should be better and better than the fields. If someone goes there with bad intentions, they can come in handy. Wang Wan actually felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that her father always brought the guards of the Wang mansion with him when he went out. What if some of the guards were bribed by someone else? Even Li Sun didn't know about them. It wouldn't be good for the family if they knew too much. As the carriage moved with difficulty, the two couldn't sleep. They began to talk about various things. When they talked about Zhuangzi, they also analyzed the flood resistance ability there. The conclusion was that there was no problem. There were some small channels connecting it. As long as there was water, it would be sent to the river. The lightning didn't stop and the thunder didn't stop. Usually, it would take them at least half a day to finish the journey. Because of the heavy rain, they didn't arrive at the yamen until 4 in the afternoon. They turned to the back door. As soon as they got off the carriage, they saw people rushing out and asking about the dangers on the road. The two of them were busy replying. After everyone had asked, they started talking about Zhang Zhong. "Ah. My father went to Yawang Mountain. Then we have to go too. There's something important." When Zhang Xiaobao heard that his father wasn't at the yamen, he pulled Wang Wan and walked outside. He changed the handle of the carriage and said to his mother, "Mother, you have to tell the yamen runners to spread out and look around the county. If there's a house that can't withstand the flood, immediately arrange for someone to repair it." Zhang Wang clan agreed. Looking at the backs of her son and daughter-in-law getting on the carriage, she wanted to say something. In the end, she sighed. When she turned and walked back, she said to Wang Wan's mother, "These two children have a busy life. They have to be busy when there's something." "Sister, you're right. We'll wait until everything in the county is settled before we can have some free time." Wang Wan's mother also sighed. At Yawang Mountain, the people working there were still working hard to pack the sacks. The river had risen a lot. If it continued to rise at this rate, then by tomorrow morning, the river would overflow the embankment. At this time, Zhang Zhong didn't have the leisure to rest. He stood on the embankment and watched. He only wore a bamboo hat on his head and didn't wear a straw raincoat. He let the rain hit his body and stood motionless for half an hour. "Master, there's nothing to do here. Why don't we go somewhere else?" "Master, you'll get sick if you stand like this." "How can I explain it to the young master?" The yamen runner followed Zhang Zhong step by step. He had also stood there for half an hour. Several times, he wanted to put an umbrella on the master's head, but the master refused. This was not the first time he tried to persuade him. Zhang Zhong and Wei Wei shook their heads. They even took off their clothes because they thought the straw raincoats and bamboo hats were a hindrance. They worked in the rain with bare arms and said, "It's okay. This rain won't make me sick. I usually eat the kind that strengthens the body. Do you think the water will rise?" "I don't know. It doesn't look like it will rise." "Master, you'd better go and dry the clothes." When this little one entered the yamen, the young master told this little one to take care of master's matters. "Master, if you don't hide, this little one will help you carry them back even if I have to carry them." The yamen runner was really anxious. After persuading him again, he prepared to do it. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for him to do it. He turned around and asked, "What do you think Xiao Bao will do if he is here?" "Ah. Master, are you talking about the young master?" "If the little young master was here, then this lowly one would not be in a hurry." The little young master was very resourceful and capable. Even if the sky collapsed, with the little young master around, this lowly one would not be worried. The little young master would definitely be able to withstand it. The difference between an ordinary person and the little young master was like the difference between heaven and earth. "Ah. Master, I'm not saying that you're not good enough. I'm saying that the little young master is smart, but sometimes, when he does things, he's actually quite good. It's like this. The little young master, he is really not bad." "Master, I'm not talking about you." The yamen runner had a crazy trust in the young master. When he heard the master mention the young master, he felt that he had overdone it, so he quickly explained. Zhang Zhong waved his hand and smiled. He turned his head to look at the river and said to the Yamen runner, "If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here, I don't have to worry. I can find a place to take shelter from the rain, drink some hot soup, and chat with others. I won't be in such a hurry. Unfortunately, they are in Zhuangzi. Even if I send a fast horse now, they will only come back tomorrow noon or later. The rain is heavy, so it's difficult to travel. Master, can we send someone to ask the young master and young lady and pass the method back? We can't let the young master and young lady come back in the middle of the night. The river is so dark, and it's very dangerous with the wind and rain." The Yamen runner was also regretful, but he gave an idea. The young master couldn't go, but others could. He believed that the young master and young lady would be able to tell the method directly without needing to ask for the purpose. The Yamen runner was sure in his heart. The two young masters were like gods to him. Zhang Zhong shook his head, thought about it, and nodded, "Fine, then send a few people to go by fast horse and go by land. Don't you think I'm too useless? I have to worry about the children. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also busy over there. How can Master be useless? Master is a kind person and loves the people as his own children. Master can rush to the front when there is a problem. Master is not greedy for a single copper coin. Master's most amazing thing is that he gave birth to the young master. This lowly one doesn't know much, but I understand that a person who knows when to advance and retreat is a powerful person. Master has handed the matters of the family to Madam and has never interfered." This lowly one thought about it and thought that Master knows that he can't manage the family well. Master let the young master and young lady do the work of making money and giving ideas. This is true ability. To say something disrespectful, no matter how capable the emperor is, he can't do something by himself. Whoever should do it will do it. Young lady also said that each profession has its own specialization. Master doesn't need to think about other things. Master just needs to do his own thing well. That's ability. This time, the Yamen runner was speaking the truth. If he were to talk about the people in the main house that he listened to the most, it was naturally the young master and young lady. If he were to talk about the person he was most afraid of, it was the madam of the main house. But if he were to talk about the person he respected the most, it was none other than the master. Zhang Zhong was just asking out of boredom. In fact, that was what he was thinking as well. He didn't expect that the person who was always by his side doing chores would actually say such a thing. It seemed that there was a difference between learning and not learning. The people in the inner courtyard had studied for 2 years. Every one of them was able to do some reliable things when they were released. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong chuckled. He looked at the Yamen runner and said, "What have you learned recently?" In reply to Master, "This lowly one is reading about the mean when I have free time." This lowly one's favorite phrase is, "If a country has principles, it will not change. If a country has no principles, it will not change until it dies. If a country has no principles, it will not change until it dies." This lowly one asked the madam of the main house. After knowing what it means, this lowly one pondered that if this is true for the country, it should also be true for the main house. The Yamen runner really didn't fall behind in learning. After hearing the master's question, he immediately followed and expressed his loyalty. "Good, it's really good. In the future, read more and learn more. If you don't understand, ask me. If I also don't understand, then find someone to ask." Zhang Zhong was very happy in his heart. Which servant in the inner courtyard could casually say such words? Someone in the Zhang family could. The Yamen runner wiped the water on his face and said, "Master, how can you not know? Master, you are the top scorer. Any one of our Zhang family is better than others, especially the main house. They are all capable." "Yes, they are capable. But the capable people are not here. Can they come up?" Zhang Zhong returned to reality. The rain was still heavy and the river had not stopped. Chapter 375. The water level in the river was still rising. It seemed to be rising very slowly. If one stared at it with their eyes, they could barely see the extent of the rise. However, every 2 hours, they would find that the water level had risen a little. The sky that was filled with dark clouds seemed to be even darker. Even though it was not night yet, the people on the shore were still there filling up the sand and stones. Zhang Zhong had already gone back to the fire once. A part of his clothes was dry, but a part was still wet. The heavy rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Zhang Zhong once again stood on the embankment. "Master, if the water level really rises, where do you think it will break?" The bailiff's heart was tightly gripped at this moment. In a short 4 hours, the water level had risen another inch. As long as it rose another 4 inches, the lower part of the embankment would not be able to stop the flood. How could Zhang Zhongshang know where the water level would break if it didn't drop? He could only force himself to be calm and said, "When the time comes, we'll see which place is dangerous. We'll get people to nail the stakes there and pile up the sandbags." The bailiff nodded blankly. He did not have any good ideas. He could only save the place where it was dangerous. Just as they were talking, water began to seep out of a section of the embankment. The seeping was not much, but under such heavy rain, it could be seen. "Master, master, here is the water, master." A person in charge of monitoring the situation saw the situation and hurriedly shouted at Zhang Zhong. At this time, a clap of thunder sounded, causing the person's shout to be much softer. However, such a soft voice, in the ears of everyone, was louder than the clap of thunder that day. Zhang Zhong turned his head to look, and his feet also moved. As he ran, he shouted, "Where is it? Don't be afraid. Come, bring the stakes over. Sandbags, sandbags." The person who was arranged to carry the stakes did not dare to be negligent. He carried the sharp stakes and ran over. The people who were guarding the sandbags also immediately carried sandbags and rushed over. Nail it for me. If there is a break, use people to block it. Take a rope, tie one person to one person. If we die together." Zhang Zhong changed from his frail appearance. He took off his official robes, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. The Yamen runner was so scared that he hugged Zhang Zhong. "Your Excellency, you can't go down. These people are still waiting for your order. This humble one will go down, let this humble one do it. This humble one can swim and is not afraid of this. Your Excellency, please put on your clothes. We haven't made a decision yet." The commoners were stunned for a moment. Only when they heard the bailiff's words did they react. They didn't care if the dam was about to burst. They rushed up and smashed the wooden stakes with all their strength on the inside of the river. The ropes on the other side were also prepared. One by one, bare-chested young men were tied up one after another, waiting to block the dam when it burst. After a quarter of an hour, the tense atmosphere was finally relieved. After the wood was nailed in and the sandbags were thrown in, everyone was no longer as worried as before, even though there was still water seeping out of this section. The 2 rows of wooden stakes were smashed into the river and sandbags were piled inside. For a while, there was no danger here. The bailiff took the official robes that Zhang Zhong had just taken off and wanted to put it on for Zhang Zhong. It wasn't easy to put on this kind of official robes. When Zhang Zhong took it off, it had already been torn. He could only drape it over his body. After being soaked by the water, there was some mud on it. He didn't look much better than a beggar. But it was this kind of official robes that was the real official robes in the eyes of the commoners. Even if it wasn't very decent, even if Zhang Zhong looked very embarrassed, in the eyes of the commoners, Zhang Zhong was a county magistrate. He had more authority than the other county magistrates. Zhang Zhong was also scared for a while. He was really anxious just now and wanted to help. Now that he had calmed down, he ordered, "Send people to guard the other places. Absolutely do not allow any breach." The commoners were very obedient and let people check the places one by one. The bailiffs also found ropes first. If there was any danger, they would jump in first without waiting for the county magistrate's order. A waterproof lantern covered with oil paper was picked up and faintly shone on the river. The water seemed to have risen a little. In addition to the sound of rain and thunder, there was only the sound of the commoners working and the sound of digging sand and stones. At this moment, the sound of nature seemed to be separated from the sound of people. They could all hear it, but they were so different. Just between these two sounds, a new sound was discovered. The sound of horses' hooves in the water came from afar. The sound was getting louder and louder. There was also a waterproof lantern in front of the carriage. On the light yellow oil paper, there was a picture of two rice seedlings together with their eyes wide open. When everyone was fixed on the lantern, the bailiffs in the inner yard suddenly carried Zhang Zhong up and crazily shouted, "Master, the young master and the young lady are here. Master, the young master and the young lady." Zhang Zhong was also shocked. He never would have thought that his son and daughter-in-law would suddenly come over at this time. Beside the carriage, there were also guards who were controlling the horses steadily. They stepped on the water with the same footsteps, making clattering sounds. "Father, did you think it was too hot and came out to take a cold bath? What happened to your clothes? Did someone push you into the river?" On the way here, Zhang Xiaobao met the guards who went to look for them. Knowing that it was dangerous here, he sped up and jumped off the carriage. Looking at the situation, he knew that everyone was worried, so he deliberately said a joke. Zhang Zhong could not describe his current mood. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law and said, "Xiaobao, they are going to break. What can you do?" "Ah. Is it really dangerous? What can I do?" "Yes, I do. God told me where to break, but I don't agree. If I don't agree, then it will never happen," Xiaobao proudly said. He even raised his head to look at the sky. A large bolt of lightning flashed above his head. Xiaobao was so scared that he trembled. He reached out his hand to wipe his face. He still had that indifferent expression. Others did not know whether what Zhang Xiaobao said was true or not, but the bailiffs next to him completely believed it. They echoed and shouted, "Did you see that? Our young master said that the place where the dike will break. If the young master says it will not happen, then it will not happen." Zhang Zhong was really puzzled at this time. Was his son really a monster or an immortal? Could he even change the things of God? He asked uncertainly, "Xiaobao, can you really make the place where the dike will not break?" "Father, in fact, it is not certain. If God and I think the same and want to break at the same place, then I can't stop it. If God says that the place where the dike will break, that place may not be fixed, but if I say that the place will break, then it will definitely break. Father, wait for me and Cuckoo to look around and then choose the place where the dike should break," Zhang Xiaobao said to his father like a tongue twister. He pulled Wang Wan and began to look around. Zhang Zhong understood that his son did not come to prevent the dike from breaking, but to find a place where the dike would break. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law disappear in the heavy rain, Zhang Zhong did not know what to do. After about half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned back like drowned rats. "Father, this dike can't be blocked. We don't have a lake yet. Let people take advantage of this time to dig a channel and lead the water to the lake. Now that we have a lake, the matter of the river here is also solved." Zhang Xiaobao finally chose a place. From there, the water could flow to the designated place and also bypass the place where the people lived at the bottom of the mountain. The dike there looked more stable than other places. It was okay to be stable, but it could not withstand damage. Zhang Zhong heard his son's words and felt that it was indeed the case. He hesitated for a moment and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you really want to do this?" "Father, don't worry. It's just 3 days of rain. It may not be able to fill the lake. There is no other way. Do you really think that your son is an immortal? If I have that ability, I can just make some money. Why do I have to work so hard to make money? Father, hurry up and give the order. Otherwise, there will be water seeping in a while." Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father had not made up his mind, so he scared his father a little. Just now, when he was walking around, he heard someone say that there was water seeping. Naturally, he also heard that his father was going to personally jump in to block the dike, which made him scared. Zhang Zhong muttered, "I really want to do this twice in a row," and finally made up his mind. His son was not an immortal, but his son was usually not wrong. "Someone, over there, dig a channel for me. It will connect to the low-lying place behind. Be quick, don't dig the dike first." Many people did not know what the county magistrate wanted to do, so they could only follow the order and dig according to Zhang Zhong's request. With the help of the weak light of the waterproof lanterns and the lightning, they began to work as if their lives depended on it. In just 2 hours, they had dug out a channel where the rainwater had seeped in. The deepest part of the channel was 4 feet deep and 6 feet wide. With this channel, it was impossible to smoothly drain the rainwater, but at least there was a direction to drain it. If the water was not drawn over, the dike would burst from who knows where. Dig on the dike, little by little, let the water come over first." Zhang Zhong then ordered. A few of the bolder men tied ropes to their bodies, and with shovels in hand, went up to that spot, and began to dig up the soil and throw it into the river. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, the river would be able to overflow the lower part and flow into the canal. "Sandbags, pile them up 1 zhang away from the channel. Pile them up tightly." Zhang Zhong shouted to those who were ready to carry the sandbags. These people carried the sandbags and began to pile them up on both sides of the channel. When the dike was dug and the water flowed down, the sandbags were piled up. Chapter 376. Most of the people were paying attention to the diversion of water, so they did not hear the sound of the carriage behind them. The guards of the Wang mansion noticed it, but they were far away, so there was no need to rush over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also noticed it, but the two of them just glanced at it and ignored it. In the end, that person directly came over and questioned them. Everyone turned around to look. The commoners did not know much and did not know who that person was. Zhang Zhong and his family looked at the person's dark red official robe and knew that he was a 4th-grade official. What's the use of being a 4th-grade official? Why are you still pretending to ask others to hold an umbrella for you? If an umbrella is useful, we won't have to endure the rain. Wang Wan was part of the system and was disgusted by the system. She muttered at the side. Her voice was loud enough for the person to hear. In such a dark time, it was hard to see if the person's face had any changes. Zhang Xiaobao also did not hold back. After all, this person was the one who questioned him just now. He also said, "I have seen this kind of thing many times. When you get an assistant position, you feel that you are awesome. Especially when you meet someone with a lower rank, you are afraid that others will overlook the existence of the assistant. I guess he is just an assistant. The rain is heavy and the light is dim. I can't tell if it's dark red or light red. Maybe he is a 5th-grade official and deliberately let people hold the umbrella. When the rain falls, he looks like a 4th-grade official. Look at my father. If his clothes are not damaged, people will believe that he is a 6th-grade official. Good method. I am the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Why should I wear a 5th-grade official's uniform? Where is Huayuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong? The person waved his hand and pushed away the umbrella that was held for him. He asked the crowd. He is actually short-sighted. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was clearly beside him, but this person was still looking around. He looked at him with the help of the lanterns and understood. He was short-sighted. Unfortunately, there were no spectacles in this era. Then why not make a mirror for him? He spent a lot of money to buy materials. How about the assistant minister? Even when Grandpa Bai came with an official position, he didn't act like this. Wang Wan muttered in dissatisfaction. Sir, Zhang Zhong is standing right in front of you, the person holding the umbrella whispered into the assistant minister's ear. At this moment, Zhang Zhong also took 2 steps forward and asked the assistant minister, Are you Assistant Minister Liu from the Ministry of Works? I am the County Magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong. Oh, you are. Assistant Minister Liu Weiwei nodded. Immediately, someone brought a lantern over and shone it closer. Why did your clothes become like this? What kind of decorum is this? Assistant Minister Liu was able to see more clearly this time. He glared and questioned loudly. The people who came with him thought it was quite normal, but the people who were working around them didn't want to do it. They shouted and swarmed forward, scaring Assistant Minister Liu into retreating several steps. He couldn't see what was going on, so he shouted, What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want? Sir, let's get down to business. Zhang Zhong's clothes seemed to have been accidentally torn when he was controlling the flood. He didn't have time to change them. The person holding the umbrella was worried that his people would be surrounded and killed by the people, so he had to persuade him. Assistant Minister Liu raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes. He then tugged at his clothes, which were almost wet. Only then did he say, Zhang Zhong, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Works wants you to hand over the person who wrote the book on nature to me. Immediately send someone to find him. Who? What salt? Zhang Zhong didn't know that his son and daughter-in-law made a book on nature, so he asked in confusion. You don't know the person in your family and the book. Are you trying to lie to me? Assistant Minister Liu glared at his eyes again and asked with a straight face. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they knew it was a lie. It seemed that the minister had only found out about the book when he saw the old man. In that case, Liu Feidong really was a relative of the minister's family. Could it be that the plow was also made by him? Ask him later. He's a talent. Wang Wan thought of Liu Feidong and pondered. If everything was really a coincidence, then this person might be of some use. Zhang Xiaobao agreed deeply and said, We have to find him and find out the truth. This assistant minister is a bit annoying. Zhang Zhong was also angry this time. Not to mention that he didn't know what nature was, even if he knew, so what? Whose superior was it? There were too many superior officials. After standing there in silence for a few breaths, Zhang Zhong decided to ignore this person. He turned around and waved his hand at the people, continued to fill the sandbags and protect the canal. The people in charge of the pile should also prepare. If any place is damaged by the water, block it up. After saying this, Zhang Zhong took large strides to the side of the canal. In fact, he didn't take more than 5 steps. He stood on top of the sandbags and asked someone to hold a lantern to watch the flow of the water. In the eyes of the people, there was only the county magistrate. If someone else came, they wouldn't care whether it was a wolf or a dog. It had nothing to do with them. Listening to the county magistrate was right. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao took out a paper bag from his chest. It wasn't oil paper. The paper was wet and rotten. He dug out a small thing from the bag and handed it to his father. Father, eat some ginger. It's raining heavily outside and the wind is cold. Zhang Zhong looked at the thing his son handed over. His hand had already reached out, but he retracted it. Xiao Bao, father can't eat it. The people are also holding on. They have been outside for longer than father. If the people haven't eaten, how can father eat it? You and Cuckoo can eat it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't insist. He waved his hand and called the bailiff over, go to my carriage and ask around. He knows where the medicine for the bath is. In a moment, get someone to boil some water and boil the medicine. When the time comes, give it to my father, Cuckoo and I, as well as some wine. The one for the ginseng. Do you remember? Young master, I remember. Don't worry, I'll go and prepare it. It won't be bad. The bailiff replied and turned around and ran off. At this time, Assistant Minister Liu, who had been left out in the cold, finally reacted. Just now, there was someone in front of him. He thought that Zhang Zhong hadn't left. When he heard Zhang Zhong's voice, he realized that the distance between them wasn't right. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His eyes widened again. He pointed in the general direction of Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, didn't you hear what I said? I want to impeach you. Then why aren't you writing the impeachment report? There's no one outside to prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for you. This isn't a post house, and it's not a yamen. There's no place to entertain an official, and there's no place to prepare food for an official. Assistant Minister Liu, please do as you please. If it were another county magistrate, perhaps they would be afraid. However, Zhang Zhong didn't care at all. He didn't want to be a 6th-ranked official. Instead, he came here to be a 7th-ranked county magistrate. There were so many people buying coal, why would he care about an assistant minister? If he wanted to impeach someone, he would send someone to investigate. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he strolled up the canal. The lantern moved with him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed behind, ready to run at any time. What if there was a leak? The two of them didn't think that they had the ability to survive in such a situation. Seeing Zhang Zhong leave, the people brought by Assistant Minister Liu couldn't stop him. There were bailiffs, guards, and many people glaring at them. The person holding the umbrella had to come up with another idea. Sir, why don't we do as Minister Liu said and ask about the book? If we can see him, we'll see him. If we can't, we'll leave a good impression on him. Unruly people, they're all unruly people. Did you see? They dared to open up the canal and let the water flush the county. Just this alone will let them know what's good for them. Assistant Minister Liu was still angry. He rushed over in the rain, and the sky was dark. He didn't expect that when he met someone, they didn't treat him well and didn't even give him a cup of tea. This kind of person definitely couldn't be forgiven. The person holding the umbrella didn't care whether he could see it or not. He nodded vigorously. Sir, you're right. If you want to impeach, then what should we do about the matter? Minister Liu said. We can't rush into the yamen to arrest him. We have a few people here, and it's easy to not get out. Humph. Wait for me to go over and scare him. I'll make him hand over the person himself. With the person in hand, the Ministry of Works will be different in the future. What book do you want? Come with me. Assistant Minister Liu seemed to have been affected by the environment and the things he had encountered. He became crazy. He didn't care about what would happen in the future. He only wanted to suppress Zhang Zhong. Normally, he definitely wouldn't be like this. With a heart full of anger, Assistant Minister Liu stumbled toward the lantern next to Zhang Zhong. The other people who had followed him couldn't do anything. They could only follow him and occasionally protect him. Two people walked in front of him and carefully blocked him to prevent him from falling into the canal. At this time, the water was not small. There were even places where the water had overflowed the canal and seeped through the sandbags. There were people working hard to fill in the soil. If they fell in, at least 9 out of 10 people would fall in. Then hurry up and report it. I don't have time to deal with you. If you continue to make noise in front of me, I'll have the people write a 10,000 people petition against you. Lu Yenzhua, do you think the higher-ups will believe you, or will they believe me? If you push me too far, I'll take food from Sanshui County tomorrow and send it to the capital. I'll say that the emperor is at peace and that the people of Huayuan County are gathering food to report to the emperor. I'll add a 10,000 people petition. Zhang Zhong threatened with full confidence. Assistant Minister Lu was so scared that he slipped and almost fell. He pointed at Zhang Zhong and said, "You're taking food from Sanshui County in the name of the people of Huayuan County. You're quite bold. If the people of Sanshui County don't say anything, what can you do? You're quite bold. I dare to push you into the river. I'll say that Assistant Minister Lu came to investigate the irrigation works. In order to block the water, you rushed forward without a care for your own safety and fell into the water. Sir Lu, do you think I dare or not?" Chapter 377. Assistant Minister Lu was really frightened this time. He was supported by someone and watched the lantern representing Zhang Zhong gradually disappear into the distance. He didn't dare to make a sound. This push also woke him up. He sighed and said to the person holding him, "Let's let go. Let go. Looks like we won't be able to rush back tonight. Look around and see if anyone can give us a place to rest. It would be best if there's something to eat. Remember to pay." "Your Excellency, that Zhang Zhong, he..." the person behind him asked. "Forget it. County Magistrate Zhang is devoted to the people. He should be rewarded. When we go back, I'll help him write a memorial to ask for a reward." Assistant Minister Lu seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The person behind him let go of his hand and said, "In that case, we'll go ask them and ask them to give us the best place and the best things. We'll give them a few taels of silver. It's too good for them. Hurry up and do it." Assistant Minister Lu said calmly and turned to go back. Zhang Zhong didn't care about Assistant Minister Lu at all. He was still looking at the canal and asked the person next to him, "How's the situation on the other side of the river?" "Your Excellency, it's fine. Since the opening here is getting bigger and bigger, the water level on the other side of the river has dropped." "Your Excellency, how long do we have to keep the water flowing? If the opening is too big, we won't be able to fill it." The person who had just gone to check the situation replied respectfully. Zhang Zhong raised his arm and pointed to the place where the water was flowing. "When that place becomes a lake, that's when we can stop." "Your Excellency, if it really becomes a lake, there's no need to stop. We can just draw water from the lake and connect it to other places." "Does Your Excellency really want that place to become a lake? There are still some people in the fields there." The person was worried about Zhang Zhong. "Yes, the shrimp fields. In the future, the people who originally planted there can raise shrimps. They won't have to worry about not being able to sell the shrimps. Many people will come to buy them. When the time comes, those who live near you can come and eat. When the mountain is repaired, remember the name. The first time is free." Zhang Zhong's idea was his own. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter, he only mentioned raising something. Zhang Zhong felt that it was fine to let these people eat for free. "Sir, my family is not from here. We are from a neighboring county." This person regretted not moving to Huayuan County earlier. It seemed that it was not easy to enter now. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "This time, you have contributed a lot to this county. If you are willing to stay and live in this county will accept all of you. Won't it be close in the future?" "Sir, you're not lying to me?" the man asked happily. "Of course, I won't lie to you." Zhang Zhong couldn't wait for all the people in the surrounding counties to come and live with him. "Sir, please wait for me. I will go and inform them that I am also a citizen of Huayuan County in the future. Sir, when the time comes, I will treat you to the free prawns." The person left behind these words and ran towards the people who came with him. "Okay, go and come back quickly. I still have to watch over here. Zhang Zhong shouted at the man and laughed to himself. Oh, this is a lot of people. Between the clouds and the water, Sanshui County. The old man was not resting yet. He didn't care whether it was dark or not. He sat in the pavilion with a bamboo hat on his head and continued fishing. The water was boiling on the stone table in the pavilion. A man in ordinary green clothes was watching the fire. From time to time, he glanced at the old man who was fishing. When the water boiled, the old man put down the fishing rod and walked over. He washed the tea bowl, put some tea leaves in it, and rinsed the water. After a while, he poured the water out and rinsed it again. Only then did he close the lid. Minister Liu, do you think that Kid Liu can achieve his goal this time? I don't think so. Won't he just ask Zhang Zhong to hand him over directly? The old man grabbed a handful of snacks made of pumpkin seeds and ate one as he spoke to the person sitting in front of him. Minister Liu also followed suit. He grabbed a small handful and put it in his hand. However, he wasn't in a hurry to eat it. Instead, he said to the old man, "Old minister, you might have thought wrongly. LV Yenzhua has always been working under me. He is reliable, patient, and meticulous. How could he do something wrong? That's not right. On a rainy day, he rushed all the way here. Before he could rest, he was sent out by you again. Moreover, he saw the clairvoyance and that fan thing. He felt wronged and wanted to make a big contribution. On top of that, he is a fourth-rank official. He rushed here in a hurry. If he doesn't do well, he might show his authority first. If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, he is facing Zhang Zhong. How could Zhang Zhong let him do that? If Zhang Zhong stayed in the yamen, he might have returned empty-handed. However, if Zhang Zhong is busy with the county affairs, no one would be in a bad mood on such a rainy day. The old man knew what kind of character Zhang Zhong was. He had also interacted with LV Yenzhua before. He always felt that the two of them didn't seem to get along. Zhang Zhong was the kind of person who did things straightforwardly. The old man had nothing to worry about. His family was rich and powerful. He also had a master guiding him behind the scenes. LV Yenzhua's character was more feminine. If it was a normal time or an official in the imperial court, he would know how to endure. However, he met a local official. In addition, it was an opportunity to make a contribution. Moreover, the weather was bad. It was very likely that he would use the method of suppressing the other party to get the matter done quickly. Originally, he wanted to contact the other party. If it was someone else, they would also want to find the person directly. It was easy for a minister to find a person who didn't have any achievements. However, that person was the lifeblood of the Zhang family. Not only did he do things well, but he also made money. How could Zhang Zhong let such a person go? Minister Liu didn't think so much. He ate a pumpkin seed and felt that it tasted good. He smacked his lips and said, "Old minister, don't worry. LV Yenzhua won't cause any trouble. Even if he uses his official position to suppress others, he will definitely endure it and find an opportunity to retaliate. But that Zhang Zhong, how can he be so daring? Then he needs to be properly sharpened. If his edges are too sharp, he's not suitable to be an official. As for his family, since he can make a curved plow, write nature, and even create a clairvoyant, I'll use the Ministry of Works order to recruit him. Then don't think about getting anything. If you anger that person, you won't be able to do anything else as a minister in the future. It seems that you don't know that person's methods. I actually hope that you can give it a try. Let this old man open his eyes." The old man didn't think that Lu Jiro could fight against the person behind Zhangjie Zhuangzi. That person's methods were hard to understand. When he was gentle, he was like a Buddha in 10,000 homes. In Sanshui County, no one said anything bad about the Zhang family. When he was ruthless, he was like a cold wind blowing in one's face. Life or death, it was all in one's mind. In particular, this person seemed to know almost everything. If he wanted to kill someone, he didn't need knives, guns, bows, or crossbows. Just the firecrackers in the grocery store were enough. Unfortunately, this person was deeply hidden and couldn't be seen by others. Li Sun sent someone over. He learned a lot of things, especially mathematics. However, the person who taught him was definitely not the person behind the Zhang family. Lu Xiangshu looked at the old man's eyes. His hands were already clenched into fists. He was very uncomfortable because of the pumpkin seeds. After a few breaths of time, he finally sighed. Since old minister said so, I naturally don't dare to look for trouble. It's just a pity that he can make so many things. Old minister, don't tell me you don't want him to do something for the country and the people. He had a good grasp of when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't feel like he had lost face at all. The old man chuckled and said, if we really want to talk about ability, it shouldn't be your Ministry of Works. It won't make a difference even if you put it in the Sea Agricultural Temple. Look at the rice planted by Zhang family and Wang family. The average yield per mu is more than 3 dan. In the superior fields, it can even reach 5 dan. How's this ability? Look at the poultry and livestock raised by the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to other places, they are much better. The chicks can give birth to chicks without the need for a hen. How's this ability? Even if you don't put him in the Sea Agricultural Temple, it will be more useful if you put him in my Ministry of Revenue. Look at the business opened by Zhang family and Wang family. All the money of my academy is paid by them. Do you know how much they have paid? How much? Lu Xiangshu asked. Very much. Do you see those flags? Also, there are the banners here and the banners on the boat. They used 40% of the money to exchange for half a year's worth of food and clothing for the academy's students. Shouldn't such people be put in the Ministry of Revenue? Look at the place where the Zhang family and Wang family live in Zhuangzi. During the day, you can go there for a stroll. It's a beautiful rural area. At night, you can send people there to make trouble. If there are fewer people and they don't care about killing people, they will kill everyone who goes there. Is it okay to put such people in the Ministry of War? During this time, the old man thoroughly learned about the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. The more he learned, the more shocked he was. The day before yesterday, there was a person who accidentally sprained his foot in the canal. He asked his family to go back to the courtyard between the clouds and the water to find someone to treat him. However, before his family could go to the courtyard, a doctor came out of nowhere and treated him with medicine. If the doctor could be so fast, then what about the guards? If someone went there at night to make trouble, the doctor would be really ruthless. It was scary to think about it. Perhaps when the sun came up, not even a corpse could be found. Lu Jiro had not been here for a long time, so she didn't know about these things. When she heard the old minister's words, she thought about it and guessed some things. Because she guessed it, Lu Jiro was even more excited. Old minister, with such a person here, how can you just ignore it? He's an all-rounder, I wonder how old he is. If he's younger than you, old minister, he can do a lot of things. Who said I didn't care? It's because of this that I didn't dare to force him. What if that person felt uneasy and left the Zhang family? I'm still teaching Zhang family's 2 children. I don't know if it's because that person knows that such children have come to the Zhang family, or because he came. The 2 children are better than the children of ordinary families. You may not believe it, but as long as you're willing to teach them, they're willing to learn. What you teach today, they'll mention something they don't understand tomorrow. Even if they learn it, when I teach them, they've already learned the 1,000-character classic and memorized the Analects of Confucius. Now they're learning the selected literary works. When they reach a certain level, they feel that they can't catch up, so they start to memorize the area classics. What do you think? The old man didn't hide anything. These were all relatively normal, the kind that wasn't normal. He told Lu Jiro one by one. After listening, Lu Jiro was stunned. Chapter 378. Now you know, right? Sometimes, you don't have to meet to do things well. You have seen the clairvoyance. For us, it's a very common thing. 2 crystal pieces and a bamboo tube. But when it's made, it can let the army know the enemy's movements in advance. The old man didn't care about Lu Jiro's silly appearance and continued to talk. When he felt that the tea was almost ready, he lifted the teacup and used the lid to remove the tea foam. He took a sip and exhaled, looking like he was enjoying it. Lu Jiro had drunk this kind of tea before, but at that time, she drank the Xinyang Maojin tea that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people steal from Hunan. This time, it was the Westlake Longjing tea. Ha! Old minister, this tea of yours. After drinking a sip, Lu Jiro asked in surprise. Do you feel that it's different from what you drank before? Do you know where this tea came from? When the old man saw her expression, he guessed that she still didn't know where the tea came from. Lu Jiro shook her head and said, I really don't know where it came from. At that time, when someone sent it to me, they said that they wanted me to help Zhang Zhong. But the examiner and I didn't get along well, so I didn't help much. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong actually passed the exam? Later, when they arranged the official position, I also didn't do anything. Those people seemed to be helping Zhang Zhong too. Later on, I understood. Since they could find me, they could find someone else. Could it be that this tea was bought by Zhang Zhong's family as a gift? I also have a lot of black fungus. I heard that it was planted by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Until now, I still haven't figured out how to plant black fungus. I don't have any seeds. It's really not a waste of talent to let that person go to the agriculture temple. The old man didn't speak directly. Instead, he took another sip of tea, grabbed the pumpkin seeds on the table, and ate a few. Lu Jiro didn't interrupt him and sat there quietly waiting. After the old man finished eating, he patted some of the seasonings on his hands and said, The tea you drank was picked by me from Westlake. I gave it to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and they brought back the tea leaves for me. The tea you drank before was taken from Hunan. It was also passed to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi made this kind of tea. Then wouldn't they have become the target of public criticism? Lu Jiro naturally understood the value of this kind of tea. Drinking it was addictive. She was very careful when she drank it and was reluctant to part with it. Who would have thought that as long as the Zhang family's manor picked the tea and sent it to them, they would make good tea? The old man chose Lu Jiro. He took another sip of the tea. Where did the arrows come from? The tea that other people drink is all sent out from the prince's mansion. The tea produced by the Zhang family, some of it is kept for themselves, some of it is sold, and most of it is sent to the prince's mansion. The prince's mansion can either give it away or sell it for money. Who would dare to rob the Zhang family's recipe? What's the difference between that and robbing the prince's mansion? The only one who can get the recipe is the emperor. But the emperor is very good to his brother. How could he do such a thing for a cup of tea? Besides, if the emperor wants to drink it, how could there be less? Old Minister Li is right. Then can you give me the Book of Nature? I'll go back and let people think about it. Maybe they can make something more useful. Lu Jiro brought up the matter of the book. Oh. Minister Li won't wait for Assistant Minister Lu. Maybe Assistant Minister Lu can bring him back. The old man deliberately said. If it was before, it would be possible, but now it's impossible. The Zhang family has a close relationship with the prince's mansion. Why would they be afraid of a mere assistant minister? Especially when I heard that Zhang Zhong's methods are amazing. He just took over Huayuan County, and he cleaned up the original people. He repaired the roads and mountains, and even the river was repaired by your nephew. It's not easy to find a mistake. Even if you find one, as long as it's not a rebellion, what can you do to him? The Zhang family has not found an excuse to reward them for their contribution. At worst, we'll be even. But in the Emperor's heart, we may not be even. When Assistant Minister Liu comes back, I'll persuade him. At this time, Liu Zhiro no longer had any hope for Assistant Minister Liu. When a high-ranking official came to a place, he naturally had to put on airs. The officials in the capital and the officials outside were not the same. Even the most amiable people in the court would have a bit of arrogance. In addition, this matter was a great contribution, and the weather was bad, so it was normal for him to lose his temper. The key to the problem was who the other party was. Zhang Zhong could be said to be in charge of 2 counties. His family was rich, he was the new top scorer, he had a good relationship with the prince, he had a good relationship with the old minister, and he also contributed to the contribution of the prescription. Why would such a person care whether or not the other party was a capital official? There's no rush. We'll talk about it when he comes back. If it's not done, then take the book. If it's done, then I won't have to worry too much. I heard the 2 children say that a lake will be built at Yawang Mountain in the future. This is also a matter for your Ministry of Works. When the time comes, don't forget what to do. Zhangjie Zhuangzi has never been simple. The old man still wanted to see how Assistant Minister Liu would handle this matter, even though Liu Zhiro already knew that it was going to be a bad thing. Liu Zhiro understood, Old Minister, where will this Zhang Zhong go in the future? Where else can he go? In his hands, Huayuan County will become a Shang County like Sanshui County. At that time, he will naturally enter the court as an official. If he doesn't become a 5th-rank official, then he will be at least a 6th-rank official. Maybe then you will have the opportunity to work together. Isn't Zhang Zhong's age a bit too young? If he enters the court at such a young age, it will be a waste to not give him a position with real power. Liu Zhiro felt that this was not a good idea. He had only been a county magistrate once. No matter if he was from Zhongxian or Shang County, even if he really entered the capital, his future career would not be smooth. If it was someone else, he wouldn't think about it. However, the person in the Zhang family seemed to have been helping Zhang Zhong to get up step by step. If Zhang Zhong's career did not progress, who could guarantee that that person would not be disheartened? After Liu Zhiro mentioned it, the old man also thought of this point. With the ability of the Ping Zhang family, they should not enter the court too early. Going to a place to gain experience, and experience was the right way to go. Thinking of this, the old man fell into deep thought. He was pinching the pumpkin seeds in his hand. Liu Zhiro looked across and suggested, why don't we wait for Zhang Zhong to turn Huayuan County into Shang County? Then we can help him and not let him enter the capital. We can send him to a place farther away, a place that is more difficult. According to their ability, if they can make that place a little better, it will also be a great achievement and experience. This matter can't be decided too early. I will write a letter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and ask them how their studies are. By the way, I will mention that if the Zhang family agrees, then let Zhang Zhong go to work harder. This is easy to do. If they don't agree, sigh. Then I will help them when I can. The old man agreed with Liu Zhiro's idea, but he didn't know what the expert in the Zhang family was thinking. He could only try to sound them out first. In that case, I will wait here for a few days and think about it. If there is something I don't understand, I hope old minister can give me a pointer or two. Liu Zhiro was ready to invest in Zhang Zhong. She wanted to let the person behind Zhangjie Zhuangzi understand that if he really did well, he might be able to be the prime minister for a few years. The old man agreed and didn't continue to talk about this matter. He began to talk about some unimportant things. They drank tea and went fishing. The two talked quite well. It was dinner time, and they went back together between the clouds and the water. The next day, when it was almost noon, the rain didn't seem to stop. The old man began to make arrangements for the competition. He wasn't afraid of the rain, so he could build a shelter. The feeling of competing in this kind of weather was naturally different. Even the spectators felt that it was fresh. Lu Jiro finally waited for Assistant Minister Lu to come back. When Lu Yenzhua came back, his face was very ugly. It didn't seem like he was angry, but more like he was lacking in qi and blood. Minister Lu, something happened when we got there. We didn't invite anyone, and we didn't see anyone. County Magistrate Zhang Zhong personally oversaw the situation there. In order to prevent the river from bursting the banks, he specially opened a hole. This was why the downstream was safe and sound. I think we should give him a reward. Lu Jiro was eating. There was only one dish for lunch, stewed food. It was stewed for a long time, so the fragrance kept coming out. This made Lu Yenzhua, who had only drunk some cold water and hadn't eaten anything since yesterday's noon, continuously swallow his saliva. Assistant Minister Lu, why don't you give me some face and eat with me? Don't look at the stewed food, and don't look at the pork in it. The taste is really good. There is also rice with salted fish. I can't eat it alone. Lu Jiro understood when she saw Lu Yenzhua's appearance. How hungry did he have to have such a reaction when he saw the food? Lu Yenzhua didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. He first used a spoon to scoop up more than half of the stewed food and poured it into a bowl. He drank a mouthful of the stewed food and took a bite of the salted fish. His chopsticks moved up and down. In the blink of an eye, he ate half a bowl of rice with salted fish. He exhaled and began to tell Lu Jiro what happened yesterday. After he finished telling the story without missing a single detail, he picked up a piece of meat and threw it into his mouth. As he ate, he said, "It's delicious. The food made by between the clouds and the water is really extraordinary. Even the rice that people usually don't eat is delicious." He didn't know that it was because it was eaten with salted fish. Originally, the best thing to eat with salted fish was corn flour, but there wasn't any here. As Lu Jiro listened, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter several times. Lu Yenzhua really suffered a lot. Zhang Zhong actually didn't give him anything to eat because he wasn't at the post house or the government office. He asked people to spend money to buy food, and the price was raised to the level of 20 taels of silver per meal. In the end, not a single commoner was willing to give up their food, no matter how much money they were given. The reason was very simple, it was because they had offended the county magistrate. Fortunately, no one was watching the cold water, so they could use it as they pleased. That was why they drank a bellyful of cold water. After that, they didn't have a place to stay, so they could only sleep in the carriage. Who knew that after Lu Yenzhua fell asleep, Zhang Zhong would arrange for Lu Yenzhua's people to stay in a tent. He also gave them some food, which was also stewed food. The entrance of the tent was guarded by the prince's mansion's guards with crossbows. The people who followed Lu Yenzhua had a full meal and a good night's sleep, but Lu Yenzhua was the only one with bad luck. Lu Jiro looked at Lu Yenzhua and thought for a moment. She said, "Assistant Minister Lu, Zhang Zhong's courage is really too big. He is preparing to become an official in the capital. When the time comes, you and I will find more people and put him in the poorest and most difficult place." Chapter 379. The old men of Huayuan County were really accurate. It rained heavily for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, the rain finally subsided. Some places even had sunlight. Zhang Zhong didn't go anywhere these days. He stayed at the foot of Yaowang Mountain. When the water was heavy, no matter what he was doing, he would put down everything and rush to the dam to guard it. If he was sleepy, he would lie down in his house for a while. If he was hungry, he would just eat something. He watched for 3 days. Miraculously, nothing happened to the river and the canal on Yawang Mountain. The rain stopped, but the water level didn't drop immediately. They had to wait for half a day for the water to flow down more upstream. The people who were working let out a sigh of relief. They looked at the muddy lake. It wasn't too big. They still had to keep the canal. In the future, it would become a river that fed into the lake. When the time came, they would open a hole in another place. When the lake water reached a certain level, it would flow to the downstream from that hole or become a separate river. Zhang Zhong went to bed at 3 in the morning and woke up at 9 in the morning. He slept quite well. After eating an unknown meal, he came to the dam again. The commoners greeted them one after another, their gazes filled with deep respect. The happiest ones were the commoners who came here from the outside to do some odd jobs. Ever since Zhang Zhong said that they could stay in Huayuan County, this news quickly spread among them. Master, please change your clothes. There's nothing to do here. When the rain stops and the water level drops, you still have to go back to the yamen. You don't know how many things are there. The yamen runner carried a new set of official robes and followed behind Zhang Zhong to let him change. Zhang Zhong had been wearing the torn clothes for the past 3 days. He didn't wash them. At this time, they looked dirty and tattered. They didn't look like official robes at all. However, Zhang Zhong felt that he was a real official at this time. There's no hurry. Let's wait until the rain stops. Otherwise, we'll get wet again. In the future, this lake will be our family. We can settle many people who can't find a job. We can also make money. It won't be worse than those businesses at the foot of Yawang Mountain. Zhang Zhong said happily as he looked at the muddy lake and imagined what it would be like in the future. The yamen runner was also happy. The more money and power the master had, the better life the people in the inner courtyard would have. They would have more confidence when they went out. He thought for a while and said, Master, I have a younger brother. He is 21 this year. Why don't we let him raise some fish and shrimp here? He hasn't found a wife yet. No. Zhang Zhong rejected the request without thinking. The bailiff was a little helpless, but he couldn't say anything. If the master didn't want him to do it, then he couldn't do it. But Zhang Zhong's next words made him happy again. Isn't it a waste of talent for people from the inner yard to come here to raise fish and shrimps? Let him be a steward here and manage the others well. When the time comes, if he takes a fancy to any girl, the main family will help him marry her into the family. In the future, they will live separately. Ah. Master, is that true? Thank you, Master. You don't need to live separately. When you become a steward, you can get married immediately. It's not a girl from any family, but a girl from the inner yard. The good girls outside are not ordinary. They don't like ordinary people from the inner yard. Only the people in the inner yard are pleasing to the eye. Hee, Master, when you live in the main family, it's enough to have a house. The yamen runner finally helped solve a big problem for the family. His younger brother could get married. His younger brother had been with that girl for a long time, but the girl insisted that she was waiting for his younger brother to have a good future. What good could he do by staying in the inner yard all day? Of course, it didn't count if he did the work that he should do, but it was different if he came out to be a steward. Zhang Zhong didn't object to the love between people in the inner yard. As long as they followed the rules and followed the etiquette, they could get married if they liked. In the future, they would have children in the inner yard. After listening to the yamen runner, he agreed. When it's time for the wedding, the main family will send a betrothal gift and a dowry for the bride. See if we can still buy land behind the yamen and build a new house there. We can't mistreat the people in the inner yard. Thank you, Master. When the time comes, my younger brother won't be separated from the main family. In the past 2 years, the two of them have saved some money. Life will be good. Master, that assistant minister, why don't you think of a way to find out about him? What if he plays tricks behind your back? The yeoman runner imagined the situation when his younger brother got married. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. In the future, he would still be a member of the main family, so he didn't need to spend much money. His meals and clothes would still be taken care of by the main family. When he had children, the main family would also help to raise them. When they were older, they would go to school. Thinking of these good things, the yeoman runner suddenly remembered the assistant minister that came that day. Master didn't let him off lightly, so he was a little worried. Zhang Zhong didn't care at all. I don't care what assistant minister he is. He doesn't have the guts to impeach me. As for playing tricks behind my back, let him be. There are many people who want to play tricks on the Zhang family. Master is right. The Zhang family is not afraid. Master, the young master and young lady are here. As the yeoman runner spoke, he saw the young master and young lady coming from the other side. He took the initiative to take a few steps back to make space for them. The rain was getting lighter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan worked together to hold up a large umbrella, rolled up their trousers, and wore sandals woven from reeds on their feet. They waded through the water and came over. The two of them had just received the letter sent by the old man. In the letter, the Minister of Works and Assistant Minister Liu were mentioned. The main point was that Zhang Zhong would go out after he finished being the county magistrate. The old man wrote down the pros and cons. He meant to let Zhang Zhong be an official in a poor place in the future. As long as he had some achievements, it would be a great political achievement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but admire the old man. It wasn't because of the old man's idea, but because he pushed this matter to the hated Assistant Minister Liu and gave him a chance to take revenge. He made Assistant Minister Liu feel that Zhang Zhong wanted to enter the imperial court. He contacted some people to think of a way to get Zhang Zhong to a remote and poor place. This way, he would be more comfortable. The Zhang family would also save some trouble. There weren't many people who could help and didn't need to give any benefits. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the old fox, they came to discuss with Father Zhang and asked if he agreed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed. Zhang Xiaobao originally made this arrangement because he didn't expect that becoming an official in the imperial court didn't require experience in various departments. After the old man's explanation, he found out that one needed to be a provincial governor or a prefect. Otherwise, it was usually impossible to be promoted to a higher position. One could only be a deputy in a certain department and prepare to rely on luck to get promoted. It was really too difficult. Wang Wan originally didn't oppose Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion because she thought of Yang Guozhong. This person relied on nepotism to get promoted. The Zhang family didn't have a noble consort, but the Zhang family could use other means to get such a position. Now that she saw the old man's letter, she decided that it was better to follow the normal route. When it was raining heavily, they didn't use umbrellas. When the wind blew, they would get wet. When it was drizzling, it was just right. Zhang Zhong turned around and saw his son and daughter-in-law coming over. He smiled happily and said to the two of them, "Have you been staying at the foot of the mountain for the past 3 days? Did you want me to go home with you?" "Father, it's lively at the foot of the mountain. It's not annoying, but we really need to go home. The yeoman's matters can't always be handled by others. Father, grandfather sent a letter. Take a look." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked forward, Zhang Xiaobao took out the letter from his chest and handed it to his father as he spoke. Zhang Zhong thought that Bai Go had written another letter to test the two of them, so he didn't pay much attention. He casually took out the letter. When he read it, he realized that the letter was specially written for him. "Xiaobao, isn't it a bit early to talk about this matter?" Zhang Zhong actually didn't want to be an official outside. It was written clearly in the letter that if he didn't become an official outside, it would be difficult to find opportunities to go further in the future. Unless there was a big matter that required a deputy position in a certain department. The deputy position had to be done exceptionally well to be valued. Zhang Xiaobao had studied a lot of psychology. How could he not know what his father was thinking? He advised from the side, "Father, it's not early anymore. Do you really want to work for 3 to 5 years? After the autumn harvest this year, all the infrastructure construction will be completed. In addition to the various businesses, Huayuan County will be even more prosperous than Sanshui County. Father, you are still young. You are not even 30 years old. You are only 20 years old. It's fine if you go to the capital to be an official now. Put in more effort for the family and let you do chores in various departments first. When the time comes, you can use some money or make some achievements. Then you can be promoted slightly. But if you want to be the assistant minister, you will need at least 10 years. 10 years is still young. You are only 34 or 35 years old. But if you want to be the minister, it may take more than 10 years. You can also sit there. Think of more ways. I can help you, but I am too tired. It's not just a simple achievement. There are also political struggles with other senior officials. Father, don't you want to do something big? Just being an official is not enough. The Zhang family still needs a lot of money to support. I still need to earn money. Although Cuckoo is helping me, Cuckoo also has her own things to do. Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and realized that his son was still a child. He was already so tired. When he grew up, he would have his own things to do. He could not help him behind the scenes all the time. He had to learn more about this kind of thing in the future. He could not always study behind the scenes. It was also good to go to a place. The poorer the place, the more conflicts there were. It was also a kind of learning and training. If he directly entered the imperial court, he would have the help of his family. Furthermore, he would be an official who dealt with chores. His colleagues would give in to him, and he would not get too much training. It was better to go outside and take a look at the poorer places. With his son's ability, he did not need to do anything else. He only needed to copy some things from Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong did not know whether he should be happy or helpless. He was helpless because he had too little experience in officialdom and needed others to protect him. He was happy because any official would treat him like this. It could be said that they were arrogant. They would be the top scorer just because they said so. When it came to Huayuan, they would become the county magistrate. Chapter 380. Zhang Zhong thought about how difficult it was for others to be an official and compared it to himself. He was in a good mood and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let's do as Elder Bai said. Where are we going? Do we need to prepare first?" "Dad, I don't know. I think that guy will send you to the south, not to Hunan or Jiangnan. He will continue to the south and send you to a place where you are usually sent to." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that the possibility was very high. It would take a few months or half a year to go to that place. It was not like when he and Wang Wan were at that time. The further south they went, the more prosperous it was. Now, most people were not willing to go there. If they did not like someone, they would be sent to that place. The road was difficult to travel and the climate was not suitable. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who died on the way. They really needed to prepare well. Zhang Zhong did not expect that his son could say so far. He thought that they would go to Sichuan or Linhai in Hunan province. He was a little scared when he thought of that place. "Xiaobao, only people who are sent to that place go to that place, right? That LV Yenzhua is so capable that he can send me, a county magistrate with achievements, away. Dad, of course LV Yenzhua is not so capable, but our Zhang family is. Cooperate with him and you can go there, right? It is easy. Dad, you can watch the scenery along the way and eat and sleep well when you reach the place. It is best to go to the seaside. Although it is a little wet, the scenery is good. You can eat and drink a lot of things that are not here and see a lot of ethnic customs. Dad, you haven't seen what the sea looks like, right? It is blue during the day and dark at night. Dad, don't you want to see the scenery there? The moon rises from the sea, and we share this moment in the world. Sail a small boat and experience the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Listen to the sound of seabirds and see how they fly in the sea and sky. Okay. Xiao Bao began to talk about the good places, describing them as if they were in heaven. Not good, not good. Who would send you there? What if I fall sick on the way? You can just wait to feel better. Go and see how much the water level has dropped. I'll be back soon. Zhang Zhong was really attracted by what his son said, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem to be the case. Those who were sent there all looked so sad. Countless officials died on that road. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked up the embankment. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed behind. Zhang Xiaobao was still trying to entice him. Father, how can it not be good? Others may not understand, but our family is different. When we arrive at a place, we first improve the lives of the local people, and then we build there. In order to prevent you from not being acclimatized, from tomorrow onwards, Father, you will start to eat things from the sea for dinner. I will change the cooking method for you. When we go there, we will take the boat and go through the river. The river will change to a small river, and the small river will enter the big river. There are also canals and lakes. I will use various methods to cook, such as stewing, braising, simmering, warming, steaming, roasting, frying, baking, braising, smoking, buckling, soaking, boiling, mixing, pan-frying, roasting, pickling, and so on. When you are familiar with the food, you can eat any dish. If you are not used to it, you can eat less and make it into a plate. In this way, how can you not be acclimatized? In order to not be seasick, Father, in the future, when you have nothing to do, you can sit in a boat in the water. I will ask someone to make a round boat. You can sit in it, and with the paddles around you, the boat will start to spin. That kind of boat will go up and down as long as it encounters a little wave. After practicing for half a year, you will not have to worry about seasickness. At that time, we will eat, drink, and play. Our two families will go together to the beautiful place with blue sky and blue water. Zhang Zhong listened and was amused. He looked back at his son and said, "You know so many cooking methods. I am not seasick. I don't need to suffer from that. You don't know, but others know." Even if a chef knows a few cooking methods, there are chefs from all over the capital. Find them, and the cooking method will be complete. Why do we have to wait until we get to the place to prepare to adapt? From now on, our two families, including the inner courtyard, must be prepared. Zhang Xiaobao really did not know so many cooking methods. It was good enough that he could cook something to eat. He was not a chef before. Zhang Zhong felt that it was reasonable. In that case, we will do as you say. We have to hurry up with the things here. Turn back, go, 1212, stand still. After Zhang Zhong's matter was settled, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became free people again. The construction of the supermarket and the boat were left to other people. This time, the two of them finally regained their freedom. Every day, they wrote a letter to the old man and explained the things they did not understand in the letter they received yesterday. In the morning, they would wake up to eat, then study. In the afternoon, they would eat and sleep for a while. Then, they would exercise. In the evening, after eating, they would sleep and wake up in the middle of the night to study again. Their lives became regular. They did not have to worry about Zhuangzi. The farmers raised their own poultry and livestock. Only when they were cooking roasted chicken and smoked chicken, they would come back to Zhang Xiaobao once in a while to ask for seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao did not give this to anyone else. In the future, when he left, he would let a few people in Zhuangzi remember one thing. Only when the items of a few people were put together could the recipe be made. If someone really stole the recipe, they could only blame themselves for not being strict enough. The other matters of the manor remained unchanged, but they would leave behind a person specifically in charge of management. Zhang Xiaobao began to learn the things Wang Wan wrote for him. Wang Wan trained the guards in the courtyard, with Huzi as the leader. There were 16 people in total. They wore the same clothes and were diligently training according to Wang Wan's instructions. It was a hot day. Standing in the courtyard, there was no shelter. The sun directly shone on the 16 people. Their clothes had long been soaked through by sweat. However, if they did not meet the requirements, they could not stop. There was rock sugar and mung bean soup on the side. After practicing for an hour, they would drink 2 big bowls. There was no need to worry about heatstroke. Wang Wan, who was shouting commands, and Zhang Xiaobao, who was studying, sat under the shelter. They were eating ice cream and shouting at the same time. Ever since they got the fans, the two of them developed an egg beater. After adding milk and cooling, the ice cream would be produced. It was the very pure kind. Look to the right in a row. Look forward in a row. That's all for today. It's the first day. The requirements are not strict. Don't stand in a row. Go back and think about it. We'll continue tomorrow. Dismissed. Wang Wan held a bowl with ice cream in one hand and a spoon in the other. She used her tongue to lick the ice cream into her mouth and lectured with a serious expression. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. It was the first time he saw such an instructor. It would be better if she smeared some mud on her face and made it into a flowery face. Coupled with the action of snorting, which army in the world could command a group of people to walk in a row? Which army in the world could be more strict than the Zhang family's Miao protection team? The 16 people were already exhausted. Finally, the young lady showed mercy and let them go. However, when they heard the young lady's words, they were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Wasn't this not strict requirements? One by one, they were either standing or walking. Their backs were already aching and their legs were cramping. Huzi felt that as the captain, he should help his team members get some benefits, so he said, "Young lady, can we get a big shed tomorrow and practice under the shed? If our faces are exposed to the sun like this, our skin will burst." "Oh, you're afraid of the sun. Okay, we'll start tomorrow morning. We'll practice on the paved sand road outside. The wind in the courtyard is small, and it's stuffy. There are so many flowers and plants, and it's humid. It's better to practice on the road outside. That road has been paved with stones, so it's flat and ventilated." After listening to Huzi's words, Wang Wan gave him a chance to show that he cared about his team members as the captain. They would change the place starting tomorrow. The other 15 people looked at Huzi differently. The courtyard was just a little bit sunny. The ground was bluestone, and there was water flowing by. There were also flowers and plants, and there was also the wind blowing from the pond. It was not bad. There was no wind outside, and even if there was, it would be hot. The sun on the road was already hot enough. When they looked at it in the afternoon, it was like looking at a flame, fluctuating back and forth. How hot was that? "Huzi, you're fine. Why didn't you take a shower after disbanding? Why did you say that?" Huzi was dumbfounded. He did not need to look to know how the other 15 people looked at him. He also knew what they were thinking. That was not what he meant. Okay, why are you still standing there like idiots? Train hard. When you're done, I'll give you a chance to teach others. There are 40 people in Elm Village waiting for you. I'll train them like I train you. Wang Wan did not seem to notice the bitter expressions on their faces as he continued to speak. As soon as he said this, the 16 of them perked up. Thinking about how they felt during training today, and then thinking about how they would train others in the future, a special smile appeared on their faces. None of the military instructors are good people. Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting to ask a few questions he did not know, saw the expressions of the guards, shook his head, and muttered with a sigh. Zhang Xiaobao, you're not allowed to slander such a serious matter. To be able to become a qualified instructor is a kind of honor. Their smile is a smile of honor. In 2 days, we'll also train with them. Then you'll understand the principle of first bitterness, then sweetness, and first tiredness, then glory. Wang Wan heard this. Holding the bowl of ice cream, she turned around and said solemnly. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. I can feel it. In a few days, let them train in only their underwear and tan. That's a sign of glory. We need to let them get used to the seaside in advance. If they don't get tanned, it will affect the job of protecting the seedlings. As for us, we don't need to train with them, right? There's no point. We'll just train ourselves. The next morning, Hu Zi and the others dragged their bodies, which had not fully recovered, and were really brought to the road outside by Wang Wan. The 16 of them stood in 4 rows, and were not allowed to move at all. Chapter 381. With a splash, a big watermelon was pulled out of the well. Li Sun struggled to carry it to the table under a big tree by the roadside. He picked up the knife next to him and stabbed it hard. With a crack, a big hole appeared in the middle of the watermelon, and 2 black seeds flew out from it. After a few more cuts, the whole watermelon was divided into pieces. Zhang Xiaobao picked up 2 pieces first, handed one to Wang Wan, and took a bite. Sweet. There is nothing in it. A normal ripe watermelon is really sweet. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao looked up and breathed out. He looked very comfortable. Wang Wan also took a big bite, and the red juice was on both sides of her mouth. She narrowed her eyes with satisfaction and said, finally, there is nothing in it. It is really delicious. It is cool and thirst-quenching. Our shaved ice can also be made into a watermelon flavor. Li Sun, on the other hand, was eating much more quietly. She took small bites when she heard Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conversation. Puzzled, she asked, Xiaobao, could it be that there's something else that can be put into this cold melon? Yes, you can put sugar or something red. Take it off in advance and cover it with a quilt. We don't need to eat this. You should have a lot of it at home, right? Tomorrow, bring 2 carts here. When we finish eating this melon, don't throw away the skin and seeds. You can still cook them. It was not easy for Zhang Xiaobao to eat a melon, especially the first melon. It was memorable. He was going to mix the green part of the melon skin into a cold dish. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. This melon has been bitten by others. Isn't it a little bad to make a dish out of it? Cut off the bitten part first, and make a cold dish with the rest. Put some sugar and vinegar in it. It is sweet and sour. If you don't want to eat it, don't fight with us. After Zhang Xiaobao said this, he continued to eat one piece after another, not caring if he would get a stomachache. He only stopped when he couldn't eat anymore. He rubbed his stomach back and forth, occasionally burping. Wang Wan also ate a lot. Fortunately, when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's appearance, she controlled herself in advance and didn't eat too much. She put down the melon rind in her hand, washed her face and hands in the prepared basin next to her, and said loudly to the people on the road who were shouting slogans, "Train well. When you're done, I'll give you some melons. I'll use the melons from Well Town. Just one bite and it'll be sweet to your heart." It would have been better if she didn't shout, as the 56 people could hold on. Once she finished shouting, Huzi among the 56 people couldn't stand it anymore. He had been shouting slogans just now and wanted to follow them. His throat was already smoking. When he heard that there would be melons to eat, he felt that the sun above his head was bigger, his feet were heavier, and it was more difficult to breathe. This was already the 5th training. It had been 5 days in a row. At first, they thought it would be easy to get through it, but they were exhausted on the first day. In the following days, the requirements were stricter and the weather was hotter and hotter. Before they could become instructors, 4 people from Elm Village came to report. They hadn't practiced well, so they couldn't be instructors. They could only train with 40 people. Huzi was in charge of shouting slogans. They had already been walking for 2 hours today, and they still hadn't stopped. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing, and their clothes were already soaked. However, their walking movements were not standard. When she shouted to turn left, 1/3 of the people actually turned in the wrong direction, which made Wang Wan very dissatisfied. Therefore, she let them drink some mung bean porridge and practice for an hour. Only then could they rest for a while. Now, Wang Wan was still shouting for them to eat watermelon. They all felt that their hearts were about to burst into flames. Li Sun was also watching from the side. He really couldn't understand what Wang Wan was doing. This training idea was Wang Wan's, and she was also the one who asked them to do those movements. In Li Sun's opinion, these movements were worse than the drill of soldiers. They weren't wearing any armor or holding any weapons. They were just walking back and forth. It seemed like they couldn't train soldiers. With doubts in his heart, Li Sun wiped his hands with a handkerchief and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "You want to train soldiers? You can't use this method. It's useless. When it comes to war, these people don't even know how to use weapons. What army? It's just making them stand in a line. It'll look interesting and tidy. When the time comes, they'll just go out and support the scene. There's no war. If there's a war, we won't be needed. We're far away from the places where we can fight." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't tell Li Sun that these people would be specially used to protect the Zhang family and Wang family in the future. This kind of training now wasn't to train combat strength, but to cultivate cohesion and a firm attitude towards carrying out orders. At the same time, it could also cultivate willpower. He just casually explained. If it was someone else who said this, Li Sun would have believed it. But since it was Xiaobao who said it, he had to carefully ponder over it. He suspected that there were traces of an expert behind these people's training. If that was the case, then there must be a deeper meaning behind it. It seemed that he had to learn from this. Thinking of this, he asked, "Just these orders? Are there any that haven't been given? I'll go there and let people practice for fun. When the time comes, let's see if all the people I'm training can leave together or if all your people are orderly." Oh. Young Masterly also wants to learn. Okay, then we'll have a competition. There are also some commands that can't be taught now. They haven't figured out these commands yet. If I teach them too many, they'll be even more confused. Later, I'll write down some commands and draw pictures for you. How's our supermarket? The supermarket in Huayuan County hasn't been repaired yet. It's still being repaired. When we came back, we took a look at Sanshui County. They've already started delivering goods. You passed by here, did you go in to take a look? Yes, don't mention it. It opened yesterday and I went to take a look. Taking advantage of the competition, there were indeed many people who went in. Every one of them looked fresh. The rich people also bought some things. But there was actually an ordinary person's family. I saw her going to the butcher's place and buying 1 or 2 grams of meat at a time. This is nothing. We can sell it for 1 tael. When other people buy things, they usually wrap it in oil paper and give a paper bag at the end for convenience. She actually bought half a kilogram of meat consecutively. Every time, it was 1 tael. Not only did she use 10 pieces of oil paper and 10 hemp ropes, she even took 10 bags from the supermarket. What's the meaning of this? What's the use of torturing others? In the end, I sent someone to ask. You can't even guess the reason why she took those paper bags. She said she was going home to give it to her son to practice calligraphy. She came here to get paper. Lee Sun was a little depressed as he talked about the situation in the supermarket. In addition to the person who bought half a kilogram of meat in 10 portions, there were some people who were selling other things. For example, when buying rice, there were some people who were very careful. There were even people who wanted to steal things when there were so many people. Fortunately, they arranged some people to follow others in pretending to buy things. They also put people in key places to watch. There was a scholar who was caught stealing sausages. He insisted that he brought them in himself. What was more infuriating was that there were people who didn't take the sausages out. They just ate the sausages secretly. Zhang Xiaobao was originally not confident in his heart. After listening to Li Sun's words, he thought for a while and said, "It seems that we have to change the rules. In the future, the paper bags will be more exquisite. We will sell them for 1 copper coin each. If there are people who really want to buy something and don't have a basket, they can buy it for 1 copper coin. As for the other people who go in and out 10 times, if they want to buy, they have to bring their own tools. At most, we will give them 2 pieces of oil paper. There is no need to think about the paper bags. There are also some places to eat. Send more people there. If they want to buy something, they can just pay there. As for those who bring things in themselves, catch them. It's not like there is no place to deposit them." Deposit? Don't even mention deposit. There are many people who don't want to buy anything. They just want to go in and see something new. In the end, they bring a live chicken to the deposit place. It's not easy to control them at all. We can't put a few chicken cages in the deposit place, right? Then what if someone drives a pig here? Li Sun was also very dissatisfied with the deposit situation. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless for a while. He could only sigh at those people's valiance. Wang Wan said at the side, "In the future, there will be a rule that no living things are allowed to be deposited. When they are deposited, they don't care if the things are spoiled or not. At most, they will be allowed to be stored for a day. If it is more than a day, it will be treated as if the depositor doesn't want it anymore and the supermarket will deal with it. Otherwise, if someone deposits a kilogram of tofu and leaves it for a few days and doesn't come to pick it up, won't it become stinky tofu?" Wang Wan is right. We can't do it all at once. If there is a problem, we will think of a way to solve it. We will find more people to discuss it. When the time comes, we will be able to build the supermarket. What about the shipping company? Zhang Xiaobao also had the idea of dealing with some things that might happen. Li Sun only sighed. They couldn't tear down the supermarket. The things inside were cheap. Yesterday, he saw many people queuing up to buy things. Whether it was for the pictures, novelty, or a real need, it was fine to just buy it. When people gradually got used to this place, they could come to buy things in the future. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao ask about the ship business, he was no longer as gloomy as before. He said happily, "I found a few more people who were willing to do business with us. After Mi Fan was released, I took care of the ship business. I even sent a few people who were good at making ships to do some work at the shipyard you guys were at. The big ship has already started to be built. Based on the speed, it will be able to enter the sea next summer. We can't go too far now. We can only go around the place where the Yellow River enters the sea. Then don't worry. Remember to bring me Fan along when you go out to sea. If you find that he is uncomfortable, then the people on the ship have to be careful. Are there many people who went to sign up for the 3 workshops and the craftsman's school to cooperate with them? Are there many people who came from outside? Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to do something big. He was afraid that he would be tied down by other things. He could only ask one by one to see if there was anything else that he needed to handle personally. Chapter 382. Speaking of boats, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. He asked Li Sun, "What do boats look like now? Do you have a ship with wheels?" Wheels? Why do boats have wheels? Li Sun didn't understand. It means that as long as there are wheels, the ship can move forward, backward, and turn, Zhang Xiaobao added. No, there are sails and oars. Who would use wheels? It's not like we're on land. Don't tell me you want to put a few wheels on the boat and use horses to pull it like a carriage when we're on land. A small boat is fine, but a big boat is too heavy. If it's dragged on the ground, the axle will be crushed. You have to make more or less wheels. Li Sun thought Zhang Xiaobao was bored and came up with this idea. He used a melon to draw what would happen if he wanted to put wheels on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao also picked up a melon skin and pointed to the side. You see the bicycle cuckoo and I have, right? If we put big wheels on both sides of the boat, like a water wheel, and there are people inside who step on the axle like a bicycle, then the boat can move. Li Sun looked and thought about it. He nodded and said, "It's possible, but it's useless. With oars and sails, how can the boat be slower than wheels? After putting wheels, it won't be easy to use oars, right? It'll be fun to make." Fun? How can it be fun? What do you think is the most important thing in a water battle? When both sides have the same number of people, the same weapons, the same commanding generals, and the same combat abilities, what will decide the outcome? That's right. That's right. That's right. Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of a revolutionary idea. How could he give up? He continued to persuade Li Sun. Li Sun was stumped by this question. If everything was the same, then what would determine the outcome? Is it luck? While the two sides were fighting on the water, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A big lightning bolt fell and hit the boat of one of the generals, setting the boat on fire. The general was burned to death, or jumped into the water and couldn't command. Then he lost. Would it be better to use a wheeled boat? Li Sun thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He could only attribute it to luck. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed almost at the same time. Li Sun was really too humorous, and he even smashed down a big thunder. Why don't you just say which side the heavens don't like? Wouldn't it be better to just stretch out a hand from the heavens and crush them to death? Formations are not allowed in water battles. Is it easy for a boat to turn on the water? A small boat was easy, but a large ship wouldn't be so easy, right? Using a wheeled boat, not only can it turn quickly, it can even turn from forward to backward at the critical moment. Think about it. When a ship is charging towards the fleet, it suddenly speeds up, or the other party uses a trick to lure it to the front. When the other ships are about to surround it, this ship that should have circled around to make a turn suddenly stops and starts to retreat. What do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun a situation that would happen on the battlefield. Ah. Then wouldn't the other party have wasted their efforts? Moreover, that part of the formation will be disrupted and readjusted. This time, it will be fatal. Li Sun finally understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning and said in shock. Not only that, there's also turning. As long as one wheel doesn't turn and the other wheel turns, the boat should be able to turn on the spot and move however it wants. It's very flexible. You can get someone to figure out a rough frame and make it into a small boat. When the small boat is ready on the water, you can make a big one. First, make one for my family. It's best if you can make it quickly so that my father can use it when he goes out to take up a post. Zhang Xiaobao made a turning motion with his hand to show the watermelon peel to Li Sun to see clearly. Li Sun kept nodding. He no longer had the expression of thinking that Zhang Xiaobao had nothing better to do. He was now shocked. When he understood the mobility of this boat, he understood how useful it would be in water battles. It wasn't necessary to say that all boats were like this. The original warships could weave in and out of water battles with this wheeled boat, making it impossible to guard against. Such an important matter was not something he could manage. He had to tell his father first and then let his father do it. Thinking of this, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, even if that boat is made, I may not give it to your family. If your boat is stolen and learn to make it, then will our country still have the advantage on the water?" Stolen and learned. As long as this kind of boat is made, people will know. Can you make everyone on this boat keep their mouths shut? If you don't give it to my family, I won't tell you the changes later. There are still good things later. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that there was anything to keep secret about this boat. As long as it was made, someone would test it and equip it in the army. Ordinary people might not care about this, but countries with intentions would definitely know. If they really wanted to learn to make it, they would be able to make it after thinking about it for a while. The key to this boat wasn't the technology, but the thinking. As for people stealing his family's boat, his family wouldn't go to the sea. Who could steal in Great Tang? How could they leave after stealing? The boat had to be on water. He was determined to get this boat. Li Sun didn't know whether to agree or not, especially after what Zhang Xiaobao said. He had already attributed the boat's matter to that expert. He felt that the expert must have told Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell him. A few days ago, the Minister of Works came and took the Book of Nature away. It seemed that the expert had a lot of skills in this area. "Xiaobao, I can't agree to this directly. I'll go back in a while and give me a copy of your training. To be honest, this boat might not be built in our shipyard. Both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works will have ideas on this. They'll build theirs, and we'll build ours. Maybe we'll be done before they do. It's best to find some boats first and try to see if they can be modified. My family needs it urgently. Remember to add a wheel at the stern of the boat. It'll be faster. Can you find more good steel? If you can, send it to my family. It's useful." When Xiaobao thought about the wheels at the back, he thought of the fans in his restaurant. The fans had low requirements, and there was no need to worry about the parts breaking. There was a power conversion process between the gears and the shaft. If the conversion was done well, one rotation on one side could result in many rotations on the other side. If it was used at the back of the ship, if the wheel was replaced with a propeller, what would the speed be like by using manpower to transmit and change the force? No matter what, it would be better than the wheel directly. If one wanted to make a propeller, they needed good steel. It didn't need to be big enough to directly push a big boat forward, as long as it could be used to assist. They could use the casting method to make the balls of the bearings. As long as it could withstand one battle, it would be enough. At worst, they could change it. Li Sun didn't know why Zhang Xiaobao wanted good steel, but he knew that anything the Zhang family wanted must be useful. Maybe they could make something that could scare people to death. After thinking for a while, he said, "I don't have enough. I'll ask someone to find out when I go back. Right now, we're using coal, and the iron we make is not bad. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask someone to refine the iron a few more times and see if we can get the kind that your family wants. That needs to be done as soon as possible. Cuckoo and I will go and get the training material for you. You eat first, and I'll give it to you later." Zhang Xiaobao's purpose was achieved. He walked back to the yamen with Wang Wan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the training people to disperse. The 56 people felt like they had been pardoned. They didn't care about the sweat on their bodies, but rushed to the well and began to take out the watermelons. They didn't use knives, but directly smashed open with their fists. They put their faces on the watermelon and ate it. When their faces left the watermelon, they wiped it with their hands and shouted to vent the anger in their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to the yamen and began to tidy up. Wang Wan was responsible for the painting, and Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a few suitable slogans. The two of them worked for half an hour before they finished. Xiaobao, when we leave here, who will we take with us? Will we take Song Jinggong? There are people watching over here, so who will we leave? Also, you have to make arrangements for the people from the Han family's manor and the Yuan family's manor who joined later. You can't just let the people from the Zhang family's manor have the means to earn money. When the two of them walked back, Wang Wan thought of the two new people from Zhuangzi. They couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao to think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao was also worried about this matter. He couldn't let the two people from Zhuangzi sell roast chicken at the same time. Then, what could be a long-term way to make money that the people from Zhuangzi could use? Don't worry, let me think about it. I can't think of anything right now, and there's still some time before my father leaves. Zhang Xiaobao thought hard for a while, but finally gave up. When the two of them returned to the tree, Li Sun was fiddling with a few watermelon skins, adjusting the direction back and forth, either forward or backward. It seemed that he was preparing to simulate a naval battle, but he didn't know much about it. Take it. Remember to get someone to send the finished boat to my house first. Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the paper over to Li Sun. As long as my father agrees, I'll send the boat to your house. I'll go back first, and in 2 days, I'll buy a house in Huaiyuan County. When I'm free, I'll come and visit you guys. Li Sun took the paper and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He got into his car and told the driver to speed up towards the pier. He had already decided that he couldn't be too far away from Zhangzhi Zhuangzi. Originally, he made a book of nature, and now there was a new thing. Maybe more things would appear, so he had to stay here. Chapter 383. Hurry up. Someone, hurry back to the state capital and ask the state capital to send troops and ships to pick us up. All guards, listen to my order. Don't let anyone near us. If anyone tries to force their way in, shoot them to death on the spot. Li Sun, who was sitting in the car, was looking at the training methods. Suddenly, she saw that the last 2 pages were not training methods. Instead, it was a diagram of the wheels. There was also a diagram of the axle connecting the wheels, as well as a diagram of the feet. She was so scared that she trembled. She put the paper into her bosom and became nervous. Then, she began to give instructions outside. For a moment, he felt that anyone would want to snatch the 2 pieces of paper from him. They were treasures and could not be lost. At the same time, he blamed Zhang Xiaobao. Why did he have to give the paper to him at this time? When he returned, he should have asked more people to protect him. Following Li Sun's order, a rider outside jumped out of the troop and went upstream by land. The other guards took out their crossbows and looked around vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. The journey, which should have taken 4 hours, took less than 2 hours. Li Sun arrived at the dock and boarded his own boat. He also ordered the rowers to go back as fast as possible and raise the sails. The sky gradually darkened. Li Sun had no intention of resting. He asked someone to prepare a meal and ate absent-mindedly. From time to time, he would take out the clairvoyance to see if there were any lights of the restaurant between the clouds and the water ahead. Seeing that it was almost midnight, the clairvoyance finally showed some charming lights. Some were floating in the water, some were twinkling in the sky. The lights in the water were boats, and the ones in the sky were calming lanterns. There was a rope tied to the bottom. Every night, it would be lit and floated. After a period of time, when the oil inside was almost used up, it would be replaced. Good, as long as we're here. Lee soon saw the lights and was temporarily relieved. He took a handful of pumpkin seeds and ate them. When the boat stopped between the clouds and the water, Lee Sun directly jumped onto the shore and asked someone to escort him to the academy. When he arrived, he saw Bai Ho there. "Old Minister Bai, can you lend me your guards for a while? I'll return them to you when I reach Jingshui." Lee Sun saw the old man and directly told him his intention. The old man looked at Lee Sun and sized him up carefully. "What? Someone wants to harm the little prince. Who is so bold? You can stay here tonight. I'll see who dares to come. Call over the yamen runners who are guarding this place." "Old Minister, I'm afraid. I can't let anything happen to me. Otherwise, someone may get something that they shouldn't." Lee Sun knew that if she didn't make things clear, the old man wouldn't easily lend them to her. What if he wanted to do something with these people? Left with no other choice, Lee Sun simply took out the talisman from his bosom and showed the other two to the old man. Lee Sun, on the other hand, was talking about the benefits of such a boat and how useful it could be in a water battle. These were all his thoughts, and he wasn't sure if they were correct. At first, the old man was puzzled. He didn't understand when he saw the drawings on the paper. As Lee Sun's introduction, the old man suddenly became nervous. He opened his hands and pressed hard on the two papers. He asked Lee Sun, where did they come from? Who else knows? Where else could they come from? I went to see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and gave them melons. While eating, Xiao Bao asked me if I had a boat with wheels. Then I told him. Then it became like this. On the way back, I saw these two drawings. Old Minister, you can't just leave me be. I've been on tenterhooks all the way here. I didn't even have a good meal. I can't say whether I'm full or hungry now. Why don't I stay here? Then the yamen runners, you, and my guards should be fine. I'll go back when my father sends his soldiers." Lee Sun told the old man what had happened. In the end, he wanted to stay. He was really afraid that someone would rob him. When the old man heard that it was from the Zhang family, his face calmed down. He said with an expression of foresight, "I knew it. Only the Zhang family has this kind of ability." The advantage of this kind of boat is not only for naval battles, but also for transportation. It can be inserted into the dock between other boats and can be withdrawn at any time. Normally, a 2-zhang wide river can't accommodate a 2-zhang long boat. If you force it, it will be very difficult to turn around. The bigger the boat, the more troublesome it is. It's not strange for a 50-zhang long boat to turn around in a 50-zhang wide river. If it's a boat like this, it's much easier. It can control the direction at any time. You're going to talk to the prince, aren't you? That's good. When the time comes, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War will fight for it. The people from the Military Weapons Administration might also intervene. You can't do that dock and the boat you got later. You'll be criticized on one side. Ah. Can't do it. But Xiao Bao said that the Zhang family wants one. He said that when the time comes, his father can ride on it when he goes to work. Lee Sun was still worried about this matter. The Zhang family came up with the idea and the map. If he didn't let them use it, it didn't seem right. If it was an ordinary family, he would have directly arrested them and sent them to the yamen. They would only be allowed to stay in the permitted areas. They wouldn't have to worry about food and necessities. But who would dare to take the map that the Zhang family took out? Let's not talk about others. I'll be the first to worry about it. How should I get the boat? Li Sun had no choice but to talk to the old man and ask for his help. The old man didn't know what to do. He was also worried. If he didn't give it to the Zhang family this time, would the Zhang family be able to come up with better things in the future? Even if they did, they wouldn't take it out. This was the most important thing. Who knew how many more good things the Zhang family had? Li Sun said again, "Old minister, can you get some good steel?" Xiao Bao said that he wants it. He has a big use for it. We'll talk about the boat when the time comes. Let's build it first. If it really doesn't work, we can steal one for the Zhang family. I don't believe that the Zhang family will let others snatch the boat away. I'll ask about the steel. There won't be a lot. Think about it. Li Sun's words worked. When the old man heard that there was a big use for it, it must be something good. If they didn't give the boat away, the other party wouldn't take it out. It was useless to be anxious. That kind of person had a bad temper. They could catch others, but not the person behind the Zhang family. It wasn't that they were afraid of what would happen if they caught him. They were afraid that if they didn't catch him, that person would help another country in a fit of anger. Their country would suffer a great loss. Countless prescriptions were taken out and used for the people's livelihood. The clairvoyance that he learned from the nature book could be used in the military. Now, the boat was also used in the military. He was almost an all-rounder. Whoever forced him away would be a sinner for eternity. Even if they died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for their sins. Li Sun had already expected the old man to say this. The Zhang family was a treasure. He had to protect them. Seeing that someone was helping him, his mood improved. "Old minister, should I travel through the night or stay here tonight?" "There's no hurry. What's written on the paper in front of you?" The old man's hand was still on the 2 pieces of paper. He remembered that Li Sun had taken out a piece of paper earlier. Something fun. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that they were training their family's guards. They stood in line and walked. It looked very interesting. They also found 40 people from Elm Village to play with them. They said that it would look good when they went out. I wanted to come and learn from them. It's not that useful. Li Sun put the few pieces of paper in front of the old man. The old man took them and looked at them carefully. He found that they were indeed very simple. Some of the movements had to be neat, and their voices had to be loud when they shouted the slogan. They had to practice for a longer time, stand for a longer time, and the weather was hotter. As long as they didn't make any mistakes, it was fine. For a moment, the old man really felt that Li Sun was right. It was something fun, and it could also make the ceremony look good. Just as the old man was about to put it down, he suddenly froze. He looked at it carefully again and said, "It's not that useful. Would something from the Zhang family be useless?" "Old minister, do you have other opinions?" Li Sun really didn't see anything wrong with it. This isn't training any guards at all. It's clearly training an army. In such hot weather, they can endure not moving at all. They can stand in a neat formation. They can shout the slogan so loudly. Give them MO swords. What do you think they can do when they encounter a battle formation? Finally, the old man discovered something surprising from these playful things. Li Sun originally didn't think about this. At this time, when he heard it, he murmured, "What will they do?" Naturally, the swords will stand like a forest, advancing and retreating according to orders. No wonder they have to turn back, turn left, and turn right. It turns out that they are waiting for this. Fortunately, I am smart. If I can learn something from the Zhang family, I will learn it. Otherwise, I will miss it. Xiao Bao is too bad. He lied to me and said that Cuckoo was playing with it. No, I will leave tonight. The earlier I go back, the earlier I can come back. If I live next to his house, maybe there is something I haven't seen yet. After Li Sun mentioned it, the old man also thought of the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he imagined the situation when he lied to Li Sun, he couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he directly spread out the paper, dipped the brush in ink, and copied the drawing. He then said to Li Sun, "Wait for me for a while, I will send this painting up. My guards will protect you when you leave. Also, there are bailiffs here. Since you are taking the waterway, bring along the bailiffs in the water. You can stay there and tell me if you encounter any problems. Unfortunately, it is too far away. When his house is almost finished, I will also move there. It will be convenient to teach the two children. If I don't see them for a day, I will miss them. I don't know if the two children will miss me." Li Sun couldn't refuse, so he could only sit and wait. When he heard the old man's words, he didn't believe it at all. They were in contact with each other every day. How could he not know what was going on? It was nothing more than seeing that the person behind the Zhang family had made a move again, so he wanted to go and find out first. The old man was writing and drawing. After writing a few pages, he paused and said to Li Sun, "This time, the Zhang family has made a great contribution. If things don't go well, they might be retained by the emperor. Your family should also put in some effort. It is still too early for Zhang Zhong to enter the imperial court. Old minister, don't worry. I will tell my father. I don't know what will happen if I send Zhang Zhong to that poor place." Chapter 384. The water from the river continued to pour into the newly formed lake from the canal. The lake water was not as muddy as it was at the beginning. Rowing a boat on it, one could occasionally see fish swimming in it. 56 people were soaking in the shallow water. Those who knew how to swim swam deeper from time to time, while those who did not know how to swim opened their arms in the water, bobbing up and down. Only their heads were exposed, and they looked nervous. When you're in the water, remember, don't think of the water as something that will take your life. You have to be close to it, just like the mighty wind blowing. Feel its existence, or treat the water as your friend. Don't ever have any thoughts of fear. You can't avoid swimming. You have to learn everything. When we leave, not only do you know how to swim, you have to be good at it. Even if your legs cramp, you can still float on the water, just like Xiao Bao. Even if you tie him up and throw him into the water, he won't sink. He can sleep on the water. Wang Wan stepped on the water with her feet, and her two hands were gesturing as she spoke. Her chest was exposed above the water, and if she exerted a little strength with her feet, everything above the navel would be exposed. Zhang Xiaobao lay beside her, put his two arms behind his head, and raised his head way, floating motionlessly. The 56 people in the water quietly listened to Wang Wan's explanation. Wang Wan did not teach them the most correct swimming posture, how to swim faster, and how to cooperate with the summoning of qi. Instead, she helped those who did not know how to swim to eliminate the fear of falling into the water. Many children can swim briskly in the water. Some of them are even a few months old children who don't know anything, and they won't drown. It's not that they can swim well, they don't know how to swim at all. They just don't think there's anything to be afraid of in the water, so they relax their bodies. In the relatively calm water, they won't sink. Wang Wan continued. At the same time, she stopped treading water and closed Weiwei's eyes. Her body began to sink into the water. Just as her head was submerged, her body floated up again. This was an example. A guard from the inner courtyard looked at them enviously. He didn't know how to swim and had been afraid of water ever since he was young. When he saw that other people could stay in the water so easily, he also wanted to try that feeling. It must be very comfortable. Learning from Wang Wan, he also leaned back. Just as he leaned back, he couldn't help but stop. He struggled a few times in the water before he could stand firm and feel better. However, his eyes turned red and he coughed non-stop. He pinched his nose and blew his nose vigorously. Wang Wan turned her head to look and knew that he had choked. The guard looked troubled and said to Wang Wan, "Little girl, I also know that I have to relax, but I'm just afraid. I feel like I will die if I raise my head. What should I do?" Wang Wan sighed and muttered to Zhang Xiaobao, "If only there was a water mirror." When people first learn to swim, one of the fears comes from the pressure of the water, and the other is that they don't dare to open their eyes in the water. In the dark water, people will be nervous. Find someone to hold him and let his legs and arms move gently by themselves. Slowly let go of his hands, and he will float up. It's like some people who first learn how to ride a bicycle. They grab the handlebars and pedal hard. Someone behind them will help them run. After running for a while, they will let go of their hands. After a few tries, the cyclist will get the feeling. Zhang Xiaobao was a little unhappy. It was not that others could not learn to swim, but he felt that the guard did not have enough courage. If it was Wang Wan's female special operations team, not to mention water, they would dare to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Orders were above all. It seemed that such a guard would need to be trained for a long time. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. In the future, it will be fine after more practice. In fact, at the beginning, I was also afraid, but I can't back down. I represent glory, which is more important than life. Then in the future, let's instill more thoughts like this. Make some medals of honor so that they will always remember that honor is their life. Continue teaching. When they can swim, we'll make a special field for them to cultivate their swimming ability. Zhang Xiaobao turned his face, blew a burst of bubbles in the water, turned over and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and found a few people who knew how to swim. She whispered a few words into their ears, and the few people came to the side of the people who did not know how to swim. She said to them that she would support them in the water. The first person who was found was the one who was the most timid. He was held in the water and slowly relaxed. His hands and feet moved gently in the water, and his body began to move little by little in the direction of his head. As he moved, the person who was holding him let go of his hand. The other people who could not swim were surprised to see that person floating away by himself. They all showed a look of realization and were also very excited. That person floated. Because his ears were in the middle of the conversation, he couldn't hear anything else. His eyes looked at the blue sky, and his body felt the cool water. He became even more relaxed. Once he relaxed, he retracted his hand, and his legs stopped moving. He became bolder and had the urge to stand up in the water. As a result, his head left the surface of the water. He lifted his upper body, and with a plop, he repeated the same flopping motion as before. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, he steadied himself. The difference this time was that he no longer looked sad. Instead, he was very excited and shouted to Wang Wan. "Little master, little miss, I can float. The feeling is so comfortable. The sky is so blue. Lying on the water, there is an indescribable feeling." Even if Zhang Xiaobao was angry just now, he had to encourage him. "Well, not bad. You learned swimming on your first try. You have to work harder in the future." The effect of this sentence was not small. Not only did this person summon up the courage to lean back and successfully float on the surface of the water once again, those who did not know how to swim were brave enough to imitate him and lean back. A few of them really did float up. Even those who were still nervous and did not float up did not lose their confidence and asked the people beside them to help support them. Thus, there was no need for Wang Wan to say anything else. Out of the 56 people, more than 30 of them who didn't know how to swim, worked hard to learn. They didn't dare to go into the deep water, and only learned in the shallow water where they could stand up straight. They succeeded one after another. In the deep water, there were people who could swim to help them. This way, those who just learned would not have to worry about accidentally swimming to the deep water and drowning. Lying in the water, feeling the wind, feeling the blue sky and white clouds, feeling the coolness of the water, the feeling of challenging oneself and succeeding made them feel so wonderful. There was even a feeling of addiction. Wang Wan lay in the water and rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's stomach. She said with relief, "They are actually not bad. It's just that they lack a little power in the beginning. They can swim well in the lake. When they reach the sea, the buoyancy is stronger and it is much easier to swim. Tomorrow, we will build a special place for them to artificially make them cramp and let them adapt. Well, increase the weight training in the water. It is not enough to just float on their own." Zhang Xiaobao also approved of these people. The 56 people swam in the water for 2 hours and then began to train on the shore. The weather in the afternoon was a little hotter. The 56 people did not wear so many layers of clothes. They only wore the tight pants used for swimming and ran along the lake. They had to adapt to the heat in advance. Otherwise, when they encountered the sea, they would lose a layer of skin each time they went down. 3 days later, they dug out several swimming pools that were 20 zhang long and 15 zhang wide. There was sand at the bottom of the pool. According to the size of the pool, 56 people were divided into groups. Those who were about the same height were placed in a swimming pool to train. After jumping in, the water just happened to reach the neck. There were several simple methods to make people cramp. They could use abnormal strength in the area that they wanted to cramp. They could alternate between cold and hot, or they could also be tired. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to use the first 2 methods, so they only chose the third method. A backpack was added to each person's body. When the backpack was filled with sand, it weighed about 5 to 6 caddies. This weight was nothing on flat ground, but for people who had just learned how to swim in the water, a few caddies of weight would make it impossible for them to swim even with the buoyancy of the water. Everyone can start swimming. Those who can't swim, walk with all your strength in the water. When you reach the end, turn back and continue walking until you have cramps. Properly experience the feeling of wanting to swim in the water when you have cramps. Wang Wan stood beside the swimming pool and said to the 56 people who had already entered the water. The 56 people were also clear that in the future, the young master and young lady would take them to other places. They would be of great use, so each and every one of them seriously prepared. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to see how the road was being repaired, they began to swim in the swimming pool with all their strength. Those who didn't know how to swim hadn't had cramps yet, but those who knew how to swim had cramps first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taught them some standard swimming postures, but they didn't intend to let them completely follow the standard swimming postures. After swimming continuously with weights for half an hour, the 56 people all had cramps. Some of them had cramps in their hands, some in their legs and feet. This kind of pain wasn't something that ordinary people could endure, and they were no exception. After having cramps, they couldn't swim anymore. They could only grit their teeth and endure the pain, constantly adjusting to reduce the cramps a little. After feeling it for a while, they used the emergency method taught by Wang Wan to save themselves. Fortunately, the water was shallow, so they didn't have to worry about being drowned. These people only felt uncomfortable and didn't have too much fear. How is it? Have you experienced all of it? You have to get used to this kind of thing. Otherwise, once you have cramps in the deep water, you can lose your life. In the future, carry out normal training and swimming training every day. After getting used to it, the frequency of cramps will basically decrease. Tomorrow, I will teach you a set of stretching exercises. Practice it every night. Even if you have cramps, you can immediately adjust. If the cramps are not too serious, you can even enjoy the feeling of cramps. After walking around for a while, Wang Wan said to the people who had already come ashore to do various kinds of massages. Chapter 385. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the other 56 people went to sleep at Yaowang Mountain. There was nothing else to do at home, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to start training at Yawang Mountain. The 56 people were arranged to take a medicinal bath that was originally prepared for the common people to work here. They were also massaged by the people who came to experiment with acupuncture and massage. Only then could they rest. The so-called rest meant that they didn't need to do anything physically, but they still needed to use their brains. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao personally taught them how to read. The original guards felt that they could finally relax at this time. They had already learned a lot of words, so they could rest if the young master taught them how to read. However, because they knew a lot of words and read some books, Wang Wan found them and began to teach them some combat tactical arrangements. She felt that she had learned a lot, and with some books here and what she knew, Wang Wan made such a tactical training book. The sand table was made by Wang Wan, and the map was also drawn. It was just some of the terrain here. In a narrow area, the long-range suppression of the bow and arrow must be able to shoot farther and kill the enemy's strength in the middle and rear. In a narrow area, the role of a single soldier is especially important. They must be used to cooperate with each other and protect the archers at the back. No matter the terrain, there can be roundabout and can be interspersed. Be flexible and excited. Don't be limited by the situation in front of you. Wang Wan pointed with a pointer on the sand table and told the 16 people what she had sorted out. From time to time, she would stop and explain the meaning of a certain word. She even made small people holding weapons and comparing them with each other. At the beginning, the 16 people listened to a general explanation of the tactics, so they could still follow. But after listening to the professional terms and all kinds of strange ideas, they lost confidence. Why are you so stupid? War was very simple. It was to think of a way to effectively kill the enemy, and think of a way to prevent the enemy from killing the enemy. Using everything that could be used, even thinking about each other. Yes, one of these thoughts was called inertial thinking. In this aspect, Xiao Bao is more knowledgeable. I'll give you a general idea first. When the time comes, I'll let Xiao Bao teach you properly. It's a very interesting subject. Let's do it again. Even if you don't fully understand it now, you have to remember it. When you're divided into groups for training, you can use it to combine it with practice. Wang Wan looked at the 16 pairs of blank eyes and sighed. The 16 people lowered their heads in embarrassment. They really didn't understand. At the same time, they were more in awe of the little young master and the little young lady. Although they didn't understand, they understood that the little young lady was talking about the matters of war. This was usually something that only the great generals knew. The little young lady also knew. Little young lady, you haven't said what the position of this soldier should be. A person picked up the small figure next to the sand table and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan glanced at it and said, "It's not a soldier. It's a person who is equipped with sleeve arrows and crossbows. If you really encounter danger and need to fight with the enemy, I don't want you to directly use swords, spears, and shields to fight with the enemy in hand-to-hand combat after shooting the crossbows. I'll ask someone to mass-produce them. When the time comes, I'll equip you with them. If you really need to use short-range weapons first, you can shoot the sleeve arrows and crossbows first. At a distance of a few steps, the enemy shouldn't be able to dodge. There's also the flying knife. You have to practice it in the future. Ask Xiao Bao for this. He can use an inch-long steel needle to penetrate glass from 10 steps away. In short, our request is that you can kill the people who are a threat to us at a farther distance. Don't kill them at a medium distance. If you can reach a medium distance, don't come close. If you can, don't use swords. If you can use swords, don't use fists. Ah, I know, little young lady. Are the long-range arrows the bow and the medium-range arrows the sleeve arrows? A guard was very excited when he heard Wang Wan's words. If they were equipped with such things, they could save their lives to a greater extent when they encountered danger. The sleeve arrows were not cheap and were exquisitely made. The bow and arrow are the medium-range arrows. You don't need to know the long-range arrows now. You will know it later. Go on and listen carefully. Wang Wan placed the small figures one by one and repeated what she had just said. Zhang Xiaobao was also teaching 40 illiterate people. A blackboard and a piece of chalk. Write a word on it. Zhang Xiaobao recited it, and the 40 people recited it. At this time, one piece of chalk had been used up. Zhang Xiaobao replaced it with another piece. The chalk was not bad. It was made of lime and gypsum. When he was researching this thing, he flipped through many books. In the end, he found the Shenong's Materia Medica in a medical book. Wang Wan was very surprised at that time. The things written in this book could be used in the chemical industry. A lot of things could be found. Now, she was working hard to read the medical book. She was preparing to collect the materials in the future to make something else. There was also the sulfuric acid mentioned in the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons divine pill scripture. This made Wang Wan very depressed. She wanted to make something, so she didn't read the engineering book, but the medical book. Okay, remember these words today. 15 of them. You have to keep reciting and memorizing. Tomorrow at this time, I will test you. If you don't remember it, then you don't have to sleep at night. You can only rest when you remember it. Now, start practicing calligraphy. Copy other people's posts. This is my father's writing, so follow my father's writing. Regular script, stroke by stroke. Forget it, let's practice the strokes first. Tomorrow, I will ask my father to write a post with strokes. Zhang Xiaobao wrote 15 simple words and took out some brushes, ink, and paper. After thinking for a while, he put them away, leaving only brushes and water. He asked people to bring over a few thin planks and wrote some words with water. He nodded with satisfaction. Write on this. I won't give you paper and ink first. The 40 people didn't object. Usually, they did manual work. If they were given paper and ink, they wouldn't be able to write anything. That was all money. One by one, they imitated Zhang Xiaobao. They picked up the brushes and wrote on the planks with trembling hands. Some people used a lot of strength and only wrote a few strokes. They couldn't see what the strokes were, but sweat had already seeped out of their foreheads. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them and encouraged them, don't give up. Take it slow. No one can write well on the first try, except for Lu. In the future, you will not only be members of the Seedling Protection Team, but also generals who can command battles at critical times. Some people have to fight for their lives. Now that you don't have the chance, you can only learn from other places. The 40 people nodded fiercely. No one would give up the opportunity to learn to read. Even if Zhang Xiaobao didn't say it, they would still insist. What's more, they could write according to the words of the top scorer tomorrow. If this news spread, many people would be envious. Wang Wan didn't say much. She just repeated it. If there was something she didn't understand, she would ask and explain it bit by bit. She also cooperated with the sandbox and the little people. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to practice. He had nothing to do for a while, so he strolled to Wang Wan's side. Looking at the sandbox and the little people, he suddenly said, "Isn't it interesting to make a chessboard game? Get more little people and play dice on the narrow street. Move forward, move backward, or randomly pick a question. If you get it right, you will be rewarded. If you get it wrong, you will be punished. You can also let the little people bring goods and use them to buy and sell in different places under different conditions to make money. You can even add military things. 2 of the same board, or more. For example, if there are 2 boards, you and I will each be in a room, separated by a curtain, and each of us will use the little people to set up a layout, ambush, or attack. Find someone to watch from the side and make a rule for casualties, weather, and troop types. When my people are ambushed by your people, the person watching will reduce my people by a part according to the rule. You can also do this to make money. For example, you and I both buy vegetable oil and sell it elsewhere. In the end, you sell it. Then, my people who go there later will naturally lose money. Add some transportation fees, preservation time of the goods, and other rules. What do you think? When Wang Wan heard this, she didn't immediately say anything. She stood there thinking. Suddenly, she turned her head, held Zhang Xiaobao's face, and kissed it hard. Xiaobao, you are too smart. When the time comes, we will send people to check the terrain in various places and leave the detailed ones for ourselves to make military maps and sand tables. The game we make will not be so detailed. We will let people set up shops in various places. Not only can children play, but also adults can play. We will let people make three-dimensional maps made of wood. We will do the same for the little people. We will make some of the different troop types. The more detailed they are, the more soldiers they represent. The more detailed they are, the more powerful they are. We will hold competitions in various places. Other than using money to buy maps and little people, we can also set up points in various shops. When the time comes, we can use the points to exchange for things. We will make unique marks on our maps and little people. The kind that is not easy to imitate. We will even record when we sell some valuable little people and maps. In each shop, we will hold a big competition every season. The winner will receive our prize in the end. The rule is that the other party will have to compensate for the number of soldiers they have taken away in battle. Even the children of poorer families can use the prize they got when they played for the first time to continue playing. As long as they are smart enough, they can compete with the rich. In this aspect, there is no fairness. It is not that if you only have one soldier, others will not beat you if they have 10,000 soldiers. As long as you accept the challenge, or if you are chosen according to the rules, you have to accept the challenge. It is the same in business. If a person with a copper coin wants to compete with a person with a lot of money, then he has to use that copper coin to work hard. This world is unfair. Let the children know from a young age that there is no need to beg for fairness. If they want to obtain more, they have to fight for it themselves. Xiao Bao, do you have anything to add? This matter must be done. We will cultivate the talents of great Tang from a young age. When the time comes, we will look for talents here. No, Xiao Bao, do you have a backup plan? Chapter 386. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. We need to know the place to make a 3D map, but we don't need to do that for small people. We also need a lot of people to make all kinds of goods. We also need to find people to watch the shop. There are 2 people in Zhuangzi who haven't found anything yet, so we can arrange it for them. Let's make the maps for our 2 counties first, then find people to check the terrain in other places. We need to ask Li Sun to do this together. We don't have that many people, so we have to ask him to do it. He will come to us. Oh, I see. That's a good idea. What's next? Wang Wan asked again. Next, we can make a military map and hand it to the imperial court. My father will be more secure. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned another benefit. Wang Wan looked like she had expected it and continued to ask, what else? Also, when we look for the map, we can ask people to help us find the minerals. When we do business, the minerals are also included. The minerals that are useless to others are useful to us. If we are willing, we can set the price of the minerals that are not valued by others lower when we set the rules. Then, we will naturally pay a lower price for the minerals. After being kissed, Zhang Xiaobao began to say whatever he wanted to say. Wang Wan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Is there anything else? Yes. When we are making goods, the things we sell are also goods. For example, the smoked chicken, we can carve words on the chicken, sanctuary smoked chicken between the clouds and the water. The things that others spend money to buy can also be used to advertise for us. It's profitable. There's one more thing, don't ask now. Zhang Xiaobao answered one more question. He struggled to get out of the gentle embrace and shut his mouth. Wang Wan knew that it must be something very important, so she didn't ask more. She was satisfied with what she had asked, so she changed the topic back to what they had talked about before. Xiaobao, shouldn't there be an official examination system? For example, the people we send out can accept the challenges of those who have villains and goods. During the challenge, the shop will give out the same thing. This is fair. We can give the poorer kids a chance. Okay, this is not bad. Then we have to train some people first. Otherwise, if we go to other places and they lose in a single challenge, we can't afford to lose that face. First, let's make 2 county maps. Then, we'll find 2 people from Zhuangzi to compete a few times a day. You'll be in charge of military matters, and I'll be in charge of business matters. For example, if a level 1 challenge is 100 soldiers, then a level 2 challenge is 500. The map should also be bigger and bigger, so we can see how a person's ability is. If you want to challenge a level 2 person, you have to win at least 3 matches above level 1 and get 3 badges, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's proposal was good, so he added a few more words. Then, the 2 people settled the matter. In front of them sat 16 guards of the main courtyard. Except for Huzi, the other 15 people really didn't see the layout of the little young master and the little young lady. This time, they opened their eyes. The little young master proposed an idea, and the 2 people said one sentence after another, and such a big thing was said. Everything in the past may be like this. It seems that the main family will make more money in the future. In a while, arrange someone to find Li Sun and call him over to discuss this matter. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a small person and said, "Who missed me?" As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, Li Sun pushed open the door from outside and walked in. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile and asked, "No one missed you, just casually saying it. Why did you come over?" Zhang Xiaobao handed over the small person in his hand. Li Sun took it and looked at it, then looked at the sand table and said with a smile, "Xiaobao, your family's guards also learn this?" In front, there was a horse support that piled up rice into the ground. "You're piling up mud and sand, right? Why do I feel that it looks a little familiar?" "Yes, it's Yawang Mountain." "That's right, this in my hand is a cavalry." It's troublesome for cavalry to fight in this place, especially since you made a lake. Put some armor here and pull out the stirring rope, and wait for the cavalry to rush out when there's chaos. What do you think? What do you think? Are they fools? Don't they have scouts? Don't they think that they will be ambushed when they encounter mountains? Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and replied. Li Sun waved his hand. What if they have to rush? If they come from 100 miles away and encounter many mountains along the way, they will always send scouts to check. Then the marching speed will be slowed down. Speed is the most important thing in war. If I attack, I will first set fire to the mountains when I encounter them. You go and ambush them. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said. That's not right. If we burn the mountains, the ambushers in the mountains will throw wood. How can we proceed? Wait for the mountains to burn out. Come over with the momentum of burning the mountains and force the ambushers to. The 2 people who didn't understand at all started to talk. Wang Wan looked at them and listened, but she didn't say anything. She had nothing to say. These 2 people were full of loopholes. It was really a blessing for her to meet them. As the 2 of them continued to talk, Li Sun finally changed the topic when both of them had nothing else to say. I've moved. I bought a house next to the Yamen in Huayuan County. I want to celebrate with you too. In the future, you two don't have to worry about not having someone to play with when you're free. First, tell me, what is this game? Li Sun said and pointed at the sand table. This? This is the game. I want to ask someone to play with you. Zhang Xiaobao said and then repeated to Li Sun what he just said to Wang Wan. Li Ji was stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao, then at Wang Wan, and then at the sand table. He opened his mouth and nodded. Okay, count me in. Let's make a deal. We can't be too detailed about the things we sell. We'll tell others about the terrain of our country. This is a good toy. Make a set first. I still have to go back. 10 days later, the training at the foot of Yawang Mountain continued. 56 people were already used to this kind of training. Although they were tired, they also gained a lot of benefits. Their bodies were stronger than before, and their meals were more delicious. Especially after soaking in the medicinal bath at night, when they were massaged, it was really cool. Zhang Xiaobao continued to be the language teacher. Wang Wan also instilled military theory in the 16 people. Today, she could use the sand table to test the theory with the 16 people. Li Sun personally carried a big bag that weighed more than 20 kilograms. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he asked people to protect him and went back to the provincial government. This time, he planned to go back directly without stopping on the way. Unexpectedly, when the boat reached between the clouds and the water, the old man was already waiting for him with the clairvoyance in his hand. Little prince, why did you come back after just a few days? Tell this old man, what kind of interesting thing did you encounter? The old man chuckled as he stood on the small bridge, greeting Li Sun who had just arrived by boat. Li Sun saw that he couldn't hide, so he had to steer the boat to the side and enter a house between the clouds and the water with the old man. It's just a toy. It's here. Li Sun took down the bag, opened it, and kept taking things out. After taking them out, he put them together again. Hundreds of wooden figurines were also arranged. He said to the old man, we need to find another person to help. You choose one side, I choose one side. Let's play. Is it fun? We can also change the figurines to do business. Let's see whose business is better. Next to it is an hourglass. 1 hour or 1 hour can be counted as 1 day, or even 10 days. The Zhang family is going to use this to make money. They gave me a share of the business. Before they left, I arranged for 2 Zhuangzi farmers. This is it. In the future, it will appear everywhere in our country for children to play with. Adults can also play with it. Li Sun repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said to him to the old man. Good stuff. It really didn't let me down. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to arrange people to watch you upstairs? This thing. No, I have to write a memorial. You can't protect the Zhang family. There are too many things involved and the business is too big. After hearing Li Sun's words, the old man looked at the thing in front of him and made a decision. No need. It's just a toy. Do you want to give Imperial Uncle a share? I won't do it. Li Sun deliberately said. When he came back, he wanted his father to intervene. He naturally knew how much this so-called game could cause. The old man played with the figurines. He looked at Li Sun and said, you have to do it. Even if the prince helps you, it's useless. If there is a detailed map in the future, it can only be used by the imperial court. Tell this to the emperor. The Ministry of War will be busy again, and the Ministry of Revenue will find an excuse to intervene. After all, there is still business. More than that. Xiao Bao said that he will make a map of being an official in 2 days. First, you have to play dice. When you go to a place, you have to answer a question. Some questions are about knowledge, and some are about population and grain fields. If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded. If you answer incorrectly, you will be demoted and have to start again. After the imperial examinations are finished, the people who pass the examinations will start to be officials in various places. There will also be many questions waiting for you. It's a kind of evaluation. If you answer correctly, you will be promoted. If you answer incorrectly, you will be demoted. If you make a serious mistake, you will be exiled or beheaded. If you put it in a challenge or in a big competition every quarter, the people who are beheaded will be taken back. If you are exiled, you will be punished. Li Sun told the old man about the map that hadn't been made yet. He meant that only the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue were not enough. The old man also understood. He nodded and said, so the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Justice, and even the Emperor have to be included. This thing is very powerful. Maybe the Emperor will let all the ministers play to see how well they handle things. But can the Zhang family think of so many possibilities? I don't know. Maybe he will go to various places and sort out what happened before and how to deal with it. For example, what did the various places do when there was a drought? Which is good? Which is bad? If you are willing to write a memorial, then write it. I am in a hurry to go back. I can't give up my set. Xiao Bao still has some. Ask them for it. As Li Sun spoke, he began to unpack the things on the table and put them into his backpack. Chapter 387. While Li Sun was reporting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stop to wait for his final result. Since the things had been made, they could begin mass production. The two people from Zhuangzi outside the Zhang family were gathered together. The craftsmen were in charge of making the figurines and items. They didn't need to make the maps of the two counties. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and the Wang family would do it. The two people from Zhuangzi who didn't have such craftsmanship had to be trained. Those who used to do business were assigned to manage shops in various places. Those who were smart were selected to follow them to Yaowang Mountain so that they could compete with Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to teach them some theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, they started learning too late and couldn't understand anything too profound. The only way to make them improve quickly was to let them fail again and let them see how they won. After seeing more, they would naturally figure out some rules. All business activities, no matter how complicated they seemed, were ultimately a matter of price difference. A high price difference in the short term would directly make a profit, while a long-term investment would wait for appreciation. It was all the same. Those who made a lot of money just used the middle means well. The training was done, and the arrangements were arranged. Everything seemed to go smoothly. The calm water was rippled by the wind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood next to the shallowest swimming pool, staring at the water and waiting. After a few minutes, a head came out of the water first. It opened its mouth and gasped for breath. After this head came out, other heads came out of the water one after another. There was a trace of annoyance on the faces of those who came out later. Huzi was the 10th last one to come out. He wiped his face and said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, "Little master, little miss, can we practice separately?" When someone stood up, the water moved. I could have held on for a while, but when the water moved, I couldn't hold on anymore. The others who came out later also nodded in agreement with Huzi's words. The people who came out first were a little embarrassed. They couldn't hold it in anymore and stood up quickly. Naturally, they disturbed others. Wang Wan suddenly said, "Oh. So that's how it is. You're afraid of water movement when you're holding your breath underwater. Alright, from tomorrow onwards, we'll start putting fish in this swimming pool. The smallest one has to be at least 3 feet long. The swimming pool is big, so we'll put 1,000 fish first. You guys can continue training there. There's no need for that. We'll get someone to bring them here now so that you can continue swimming. This time, no one dared to say anything, especially Huzi. He told himself not to raise any objections in the future. Every time he did, he would feel even worse. One by one, they jumped into the water and took a few deep breaths. Then, they closed their eyes and sank into the water again, holding onto the wall of the swimming pool. Standing on the shore, Wang really ordered someone to catch the fish. She glanced at the water and said, "Are you afraid of others?" What was she thinking? Did she think that she would spend the rest of her life in the swimming pool? Which river does not move? She didn't distribute the oxygen properly, and she actually dared to blame others. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. These people were all clowns. After a while, the people inside came out one after another. Wang called them and asked them to go to the shore. She took out some paper with words written on it, which were taught by Zhang Xiaobao in the past 2 days. She folded the paper and handed it to these people. After you go down, unfold the paper and see what's written on it. If you see it, get up and say it. If you don't see it, wait until you can't hold it in anymore, Wang said to them. Some of these people didn't care, but some were very nervous. They usually closed their eyes when they were in the water. With a splash, these people jumped into the water again. Wang sighed and said, "There's still a long way to go. When they are used to opening their eyes in the water, it will be fine. Arrange for people to go to Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Tongguan, and Fuping counties to check the terrain. Are you going to let the 2 people from Zhuangzi go to the nearby areas to get used to it?" Yes and no. Let's take it slow. The other counties also need to do the same. The map of the capital is the simplest. We already have the blueprint, so we just need to follow it. I wonder if we will be punished for attacking the palace during the competition. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the physics information that Wang had sorted out. He was still a little worried about opening a shop in the capital. Then don't make the location of the palace. Pretend that there is nothing there. Make more places. We don't need to be afraid of people deliberately remembering this place. They have already remembered it. Who would think of attacking the Tang dynasty's palace for no reason? They have to come in first. Don't worry about it for now. Wang wasn't sure what Li Longji would think if they were to target the palace. Then get rid of it. It's better to avoid trouble. When they come in a few days, remember not to show mercy. We have to let them know that they have to give it their all. Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the people who were coming to train. Wang understood and nodded. She thought of something and asked, "Xiaobao, if our shop is challenging some businessmen or generals, do you think the people we send can do it? We have to send them even if they can't. If they lose, we can invite the powerful people, such as honorary generals and honorary businessmen. When the time comes, they can fight with each other. Whoever wins will be the honorary person, and the loser will definitely think of a way to take revenge. I'm thinking of something now. For example, if you are given 100 strings of coins and you go to Sanshui County to do business, the specialty of Sanshui County is close to the real data and the terrain is similar. It won't have a big impact on business. If we choose October this year, then if a person can calculate 100 strings of coins into 200 strings of coins in a month, will it be possible in real life? Zhang Xiaobao had just thought of this. If all the data was close, then what could be done in the game could be done in real life. Wang was stunned for a moment and shook her head. It shouldn't be possible. How many people can play the game at one time? They are only competing with the same opponents. How many merchants are there in real life? However, through this game, we can gather some ideas. Even if it can't be done in real life, we can change it and use it in real life. We have done a big thing. For example, if an official wants to build a water conservancy project, he will try his best to think about how to build the water conservancy project. He is only one person. Even if he includes the think tanks around him, there are only a few people who can do it. But from the game, those who can play the official game shouldn't be too bad. With so many people helping to think, including the mobilization of personnel, the collection of materials, the situation of the river, and so on, things that couldn't be done in the past can be done. Brainstorming can be beneficial. Who knows? Let's get it done first. Li Sun sighed. It's best to pull more people in. If the business is too big, we can just take a part of it. It's enough for 2 Zhuangzi to arrange. The other positions can also be given away. In a while, I will write to Grandpa Bai and ask if he can contact other officials. With the support of the officials, it will be easy to do things in the future. Give them a part of the profits, and they can see how others deal with official matters. And, what are we eating tonight? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't take everything into consideration, but he could pull others in to make this game. With benefits involved, there were many loopholes that had to be fixed if others found them. Now, what he had to do was to contact people in various places as soon as possible. He had to get them to help with the map and use the fastest speed to spread the game throughout the country to create a brand advantage. This matter is more urgent. Go and write it now. Huzi, you continue to lead people to practice. Remember to rest properly. Don't let anything happen. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran back, leaving 56 people to continue training. Half an hour later, a letter with several possibilities was sent to between the clouds and the water at the fastest speed. At this time, the old man had just finished writing the booklet. After sending it away, he sat there and made a pot of tea. While waiting for the tea to be drunk, he said to himself, "This is a mess. I don't know how many people put their eyes on the Zhang family. How should we divide the profits?" Li Sun had just returned to the Wang mansion. He told the King of Trials, Li Qingyi, who was sitting there drinking tea. After listening to his son, he spoke. This business is too big. I can't handle it. Write a letter to your other uncles and discuss it with them before making a decision. In the end, it's good enough if you can get half of the profits. If the Zhang family can get half of the profits, you can get less. Father, that's all you can get. Li Sun felt that it was too little. Not only for himself, but also for Zhangzhi Zhuangzi. Zhangzhi Zhuangzi was the one who thought of it and made it. There were also some subsequent adjustments. How could he just give it to others? After thinking for a while, he said, "Father, who are the profits given to? Who can be given to? Whoever has the ability to get involved will get some. Half of it is already a lot. How many officials of the prefectural roads? How many officials in the capital? How many princes and marquises? Those who have the ability to get in will get a little. Your brothers added together won't get as much as you." Li Qingyi had already thought of this when he heard his son say it. Li Sun had no other choice. At the same time, he thought it through. Yes, those prefectural roads are expected to help draw the map and make money from them. If we don't give them, won't they do it themselves? It's just that when they do it, they are always one step slower than the Zhang family. When the Zhang family adds a new one, they will follow suit and do a new one. But how do we calculate this? There are shops everywhere. We also have to give out a portion of the profits. Do we give them the money after they make it, or do we give them the money as we earn? You don't have to worry about this. The Zhang family naturally has a way. As for the ship, you can also build it. The first ship will be given to the Zhang family. Still, I have helped you get some. Stay there and see what they are going to do. Chapter 388. The weather gradually cooled down. In another month or so, the rice would be harvested, and the cotton would also be harvested. The cotton harvesting process was slower than the rice harvesting process. The two farmers from Zhuangzi who came in after the Zhang family were still busy. The trainees were sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After game, no one won. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not cheat. When they rolled the dice, the person in the middle was in charge. Zhang Xiaobao's side was more fun, but Wang Wan's side was boring. She didn't throw the dice to see who would make the first move, but to see the number of the dice. She would draw a random spot beside the dice to see the weather. In order to increase the entertainment value, Zhang Xiaobao added some random elements to the game. For example, when you play a dice game and enter the lucky house, the contestant would draw a piece of paper from it. The small piece of paper would be in the simulated house. When you pinched it out and took a look, you would find 5 copper coins. That would be 5 copper coins. This could be done properly. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that he would bully people too much, so he played with the unorthodox game first. After letting people know about the business world, he would play the proper game. While the two of them were killing people, the chess pieces were already being sold. Some people in the nearby prefectures and the imperial court began to contact Zhang Zhong. They did not care who came up with this game. As long as it was the Zhang family, they would contact Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was very busy. After receiving people's invitations, he had to think about who was behind each family, how much help they could provide, and how capable they were if they wanted to cause trouble. In the end, Zhang Zhong really could not figure it out. He found Bai Shu and Li Sun and made arrangements. When there were people he did not know, he would ask the two of them. Because this news had not spread to the distant prefectures, Zhang Zhong did not dare to promise how much effort each family put in and how much money they would get. He could only wait. He wrote down each name on a piece of paper, followed by each person's family or power. When the time came, the distribution would be based on strength and power. Zhang Xiaobao meant that no matter how it was distributed, the Zhang family should keep 10% in the end. He and Wang Wan were exhausted from the detailed rules of the game. There were also some people in the residence who helped to find loopholes. If they did not even get 10%, then others could think of their own ways. The Zhang family would not be involved. Of this 10%, Li Sun's 30% was privately given to him. Li Sun still had a little bit of money left on the total list, adding it up to 5%. On the surface, he did not ask for much. Furthermore, it was his family who took the lead. Even if others knew about the private deal between him and the Zhang family, they would not say anything. After the two Zhuangzi's trainees left, the rest of the people began to make figurines. Each figurine was engraved with a unique symbol. Ordinary figurines and goods were made of ordinary wood. Medium figurines and goods were made of high-quality wood. Better figurines and goods were made of gold and silver. When buying figurines or goods with gold and silver, a document would be given to prove where the figurine was bought. In the future, it would be taken out during the competition and recognized by the shop. Otherwise, you could make it yourself. During the quarterly competition, you would take it out. There was one less document, so keep it for yourself. This kind of work was not done by the Zhuangzi, but by the people in the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao also spent a lot of money to buy jadeite. He used the jadeite to carve 2 sets of figurines and goods. These were naturally prepared for someone. As long as someone casually mentioned that they were interested, he would give it to that person. If he accidentally broke it, he would have to compensate that person. Wang Wan expressed her understanding. In the past, during festivals, there were many people who sent gifts to her family. Many of them sent authentic Yuqian Longjing tea and top-notch De Hong Pao tea in ordinary boxes. The original Zhangjie Zhuangzi's people were not envious or jealous. They had their own business. When they saw the two Zhuangzi's people, they even gave them their blessings. In fact, the Zhuangzi's people did not earn much. They did not directly give the profits to them. The items they made were sold according to the price. The people who were sent to look after the shops were also paid according to the income. The original Zhuangzi's people earned more the more they sold. When they opened their own shops, each family had some money. They could still afford to open a small shop, but when they opened a few big shops together, the Zhang family only charged them a small amount of money and seasoning. When they left, they did not even charge them for seasoning anymore. They just charged them a small amount of money. They did not send people to check the accounts. They just reported how much they earned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that these Zhuangzi's people would definitely report their actual income. These Zhuangzi's people were already imprinted with the Zhang family's brand. Even if one or two of them made a false report, the Zhuangzi's people would also see it. They did not know how many chickens each family produced and how much they sold. If they moved out, they would be removed from the Zhang family from the day they moved out. The Wang family's people in Zhuangzi naturally could not follow them. The Wang family was waiting for Zhang Zhong to go to another place to be an official. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not be separated. At the same time, Wang Wan's mother and Zhang Xiaobao's mother had a good relationship. The elders of the two families often went outside to sit under a tree and chat. Under the invitation of the Zhang family, the Wang family planned to follow them. The people in Zhangjie Zhuangzi had things to do, but the Wang family's people in Zhuangzi were still waiting. They believed that the young lady would arrange something for them to do. In fact, the Gu family's people in Zhuangzi were the most upset. They did not know who spread the rumor that the head of the Zhang family would leave Zhuangzi and go to a faraway place after he finished dealing with Huayuan County. The Gu family's people in Zhuangzi did not believe it at first. However, when they saw that the Zhang family's people had started to open shops outside of Zhuangzi, the other two people in Zhuangzi also started new businesses. Those who were familiar with the Zhang family knew that the Zhang family was arranging something for the people in the village to live a good life. The Gu family's people could not help but look at the Wang family's people. If the Wang family was also arranged, then the head of the Zhang family would definitely leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan certainly could not take care of the Zhang family and leave the Wang family behind. Even if the Wang family's people were doing well now, they still had to find something to earn money for them. However, was it so easy to find a profitable business? Only Zhang Xiaobao could do this. If it were someone else, it would be strange if they did not go crazy. Wang Wan was silent as if she understood. Zhang Xiaobao was filled with endless sorrow, and Li Sun came over to deliver delicious food. Wang Wan finally stopped being silent. Xiaobao, genius. It seems that the heavens were jealous of you when you got sick. Let's go and arrange it now. Young Master Li, please sit here for a while. We will come back in a while. Wang Wan left with these words and pulled Zhang Xiaobao away. Li Sun only heard the latter part of the conversation. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth moved, and so did Wang Wan's mouth. She only knew to ask him to wait for a while and did not understand anything else. A fast boat went against the current. When it reached the small bridge, it shouted to the Wang family's people who came out for a stroll, "The master has ordered for the second steward to come over." The person looked and recognized that it was the Wang family's guard. He quickly ran to the Wang family's main courtyard. After a while, the second steward in charge of guarding here rushed over. The person took out a letter and handed it over. "The master has ordered for the second steward to be in charge of this matter. Don't worry, take the Gu family with you. Farewell." The second steward looked at the boat in the distance and was somewhat puzzled. He did not know what this meant. He glanced at the letter in his hand and estimated the distance. He directly crossed the bridge to between the clouds and the water, which was twice as close as the main courtyard. Next to him was the Wang family's villager who had just reported. In the past, how would the villager dare to do this? However, it was different now. The steward did not have much power. He only had power when he was working for the master. Even if there was no room in between the clouds and the water, there would be emergency rooms left. He directly led the Wong family's second steward to a room on the second floor with the best view. The villager hesitated for a moment. "Second steward, can I go in and take a look?" "Come in. It must be related to Zhuangzi. Wang Biao, you can also read." The second steward paused for a moment and called the villager in. The villager happily walked into the room. "Second steward, who doesn't want to learn something now? Our Wang family can't be worse than others. Last time I saw that crippled Zhang family, you don't even know what he said to me. He said that a fair and graceful woman is easy to find. Bullying me because I don't understand." I was puzzled. His wife is at least 150 pounds. How can that be fair and graceful? I said that I should go and tell his wife. At that time, he treated me to a drink. Unfortunately, it was between the clouds and the water. He only charged us villager. I ordered 4 dishes and a pot of wine. He only spent 22 copper coins. Ha 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 ha. The second steward finally couldn't help but laugh. He patted the villager's shoulder. "Good, let's do that. We have good relations with the Zhang family, but we still have to fight for face. Come, look at the letters." While speaking, the second steward opened the envelope and took out 2 letters. One was thick and the other was thin. He opened the thin letter and looked at the villager. The villager carefully looked at the letter. "Second steward, there are too many words that I don't understand. You should read it." The second steward nodded. "I'll read it for you." "Second steward, I am Cuckoo. I have something to tell you. Xiao Bao has arranged for the Zhang family's villager. As for the Wang family's villager, he has also thought of a way to arrange with the Gu family. We will turn the road between the clouds and the water into a food street. Our main business will be mutton steamed buns, buckwheat noodles, steamed buns, bubble oil cakes, gourd head steamed buns, donkey rujiamo, 100 dumplings, and guacue. In addition to the food that Xiao Bao and I usually make, we will give the Gu family 30% of the profits. The 2 families will run a food street together. The specific methods are in the letter. In addition, there are 4 medicinal cuisine recipes. Manage it well, and it won't be worse than the Zhang family's original villager. Remember, use enough ingredients. If there are any fakes, wait for me to find out." Second steward, I knew it. The main family won't leave us alone. It seems that the old master of the Zhang family is really going to leave. Second steward, what do you think will happen if the little lady finds out that you're faking it? The villager understood and said happily. The second steward glared at the villager. When did I say that I'm faking it? If I'm really faking it, you must be a traitor. Think of a way to tell the little lady. Second steward, I'm the traitor if I don't tell the little lady. The villager didn't care and said what he thought. Just now, I was a bit depressed, so I left a review in the book review section. Some people might not see it, so I posted it here to let everyone know my thoughts. It's my first time on the new book list, so I'm very excited. My thoughts are very simple, to stay in the top 10. I also want to be in the top 6. Who doesn't like more money? But I know it's impossible. I'm a stable person, but there's a bit of passion in my heart. Just now, someone used the words "take off the shelves" to provoke me. My heartstrings trembled, so I wrote this review. What I want to say is, friends, go well. If you're satisfied with the next book, come again. I'll continue to write. I'll write how I should write. That's my style. Even if I still owe the monthly votes for chapters, I'll still shamelessly say that I'll continue to support those with monthly votes. Let me say one more thing. Actually, I don't know where everyone is from. Maybe we'll never meet in this lifetime. Maybe we'll meet, and even if we don't know each other, I know that you'll support me at the ends of the earth. The furthest you are my most recent love. Chapter 389. The second steward didn't want to compare himself with his wife. He put down the thin letter and picked up the thick ones. He read them one by one. They were all special snacks. At the very least, he wanted to eat them when he saw them, especially the soup dumplings. He had eaten them once, just once, personally made by his wife and the young master of the Zhang family. Now, the recipes were in front of him. These recipes, together with the previous ones, totaled more than 40 types. After dividing 30%, there would still be 28 types. What's more, there would be more recipes sent over in the future. He would display some other specialties. It was really a food street. Even if he didn't know how many people would come in the future, he still had to do it. Second steward, these are all food, right? Then hurry up and do it. Our wife doesn't usually come up with ideas, but the young master of the Zhang family is amazing. If he says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. How do we divide these? The farmer said anxiously. It's written on the last page. Let's divide the processes. Each family is only responsible for one. Those who don't get to sell some other snacks, such as popcorn and cold melon seeds. These seeds will be shipped to us. First, we need to build a simple house. There needs to be a place for the snacks. Those who don't have anything else to do can help in the shop. Those who like to wander around can take some snacks and take our boat to Luoshui County to sell them. Also, during winter, keep more ice from the river. It can be used next year. The second steward turned the paper to the last page and looked at the words on it. He explained to the farmer. The farmer was happy. Our wife and young master are so good to us. I'm willing to wander around. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to other places to sell. Good idea. In a few days, the rice will be harvested. If you go to sell, who will cut the rice? Do you know how much the rice costs? Look at this year's rice. The low-grade field has nearly 4 dan of rice, the mid-grade field has 5 dan, and the high-grade field has 6 dan. 1 mu, almost twice as much as before. It's also more than last year. The second steward pushed the 8 bowls in front of the manor owner and took a sip of wine as he spoke. The farmer looked at the second steward enviously. These 8 dishes and that pot of wine were free of charge. The first 3 stewards of the Zhang family and the Wang family were all like this. If the first steward, also known as the head steward, came over, as long as there was enough reason, the food they ordered would all be free of charge, no matter what they ordered. Fortunately, none of the stewards had the leisure to do this. Unless they really had something to do, they wouldn't come over and order something too expensive. The main house was already eating well. Looking at the 8 bowls, the farmer did not stand on ceremony. He poured himself a cup of wine and took 2 bites of the food. He said, "Second steward, what do you think is going on here? Last year's output was already frightening, but this year's output is even higher. What else could it be? The main family's methods are impressive. Of course, today's harvest will be higher than last year's. It's just like a newly opened wasteland. The first year's harvest won't be enough, but the second year's harvest will be impressive. The third year's harvest will be higher than the second year's, but it will be less in the future. It seems that the price of seeds today is even higher. What do you want?" The second steward only drank the wine and did not touch the dishes. "What do I want? I don't want anything else. The house has already been built. It has 2 floors. The food growing well is the main family's ability, not mine. Then I'll go out and sell in a few days. I'll harvest the food first. Actually, I want to go with the main family. I also want to, but can the main family take so many people with them? If so many people are taken away, what will happen to the 2 counties? Even if the yamen of the 2 counties won't say anything and will be under the control of the Zhang family, there will be too many people missing. The prefectural court will not be willing. Moreover, they will have to come back in the future. Without us, there will be no home. The second steward thought too much. He had already prepared himself for not seeing the main family for a few years. The farmer did not say anything this time, so he could only change the topic. Second steward, when are you going to look for Guzhuang's people? Actually, I think we don't need to care about Guzhuang. It's not like there's only Zhuangzi. Besides, they also made a lot of money between the clouds and the water. Our main family also made a lot of money. Don't tell me you're just going to wait for benefits. No, I'm just saying. The main family has already given us a lot of benefits. How can we ask for more? What's the difference between that and a beggar? We have hands and feet and can work. We can't always rely on the main family. When I walk outside now, if people ask me and hear that I'm from the Wang family between the clouds and the water, it'll immediately be different. Hee hee. The farmer was more honest and said whatever he wanted to say. At the same time, he was a little narrow-minded and was not willing to share the benefits with others. For example, the Zhuangzi of the Gu family. The second steward could not have the same thoughts as the farmer. Since the young lady had ordered, he had to do it. He put the remaining half-pot of wine beside the farmer and said to him, "You eat slowly. I'll go to the Gu family first." Okay. Second steward, take care. The farmer's mouth was stuffed with food. He responded and poured himself another cup of wine. His alcohol tolerance was poor, so his eyes were a little blurred. He muttered to himself, if only the master of the Zhang family could be the prime minister. Then I can also say that I'm the prime minister's farmer and scare them to death. The second steward of the Wang family came out of between the clouds and the water and went straight to the main courtyard of the Gu family. Gu Yingxi was also worried now. He had heard some rumors. After finding between the clouds and the water and asking, he got the general idea. He had earned some money with the Zhang family in the past 2 years, especially this year. The money he earned was more than what he had earned in the past 20 years. But he did not want the Zhang family and the Wang family to leave. It was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of power. With the two families, not to mention the Sanshui County, even the Zhouzhong County would not be able to cause trouble. When the two families left, what would happen to the Gu family? Usually, the people who contacted the little prince were the Zhang family. He did not know if the little prince would be willing to contact the Gu family. Before he left, he should come back once. He could ask at that time. After all, they had been neighbors for many years. It was reasonable for him to send them off. Besides, Zhang Zhong was not a snobbish person. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with him when there was a scattered official. Village Chief Gu, what do you think of the rice? This year's rice seems to be good. The second steward of the Wang family came over and tried to find a topic to talk about. Yes, it is good. It is all thanks to the blessing of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Gu Yingxi replied politely. He did not know that his family had really benefited from the Zhang family and the Wang family. His rice seedlings were taken from the Zhang family and the Wang family's fields. The Zhang family and the Wang family planted the rice seedlings earlier. When the time came, they did not want the seedlings that were too dense. When the seedlings were cultivated, they were different. After a few days of growing with the wheat rice stone and good fertilizer, the seedlings were much stronger than last year's seedlings. The second steward of the Wang family also knew that he was being polite. He quickly said, it's okay, it's okay. Village Chief Gu, in fact, there is something we need to trouble Guzhuang with. The young lady sent a letter saying that she wants Wang Zhuang and Guzhuang to do a profitable business together. Does Village Chief Gu agree? Agree. Gu Yingxi said without thinking. He then said, it is all thanks to you. Ha, second steward Wang, come to the yard. Chapter 390. The autumn wind blew down the leaves and dyed the paddy golden yellow. Everyone who had planted the late rice was busy sharpening their knives, preparing for the joy of autumn. The old man was not idle either. He gathered a group of people to fish crabs from the ponds in the mountains. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said in their letters. They left a small portion for the old man and sent the rest to between the clouds and the water. The old man was also waiting. The 2,000 mu of land belonged to his family and was only used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Along with the letters, there were also 8 crabs. The usage of each crabs was written in the letters, making the old man feel both curious and warm. The crabs and prawns were scooped up one by one. The servants of the Bai family cheered from time to time. The old man, along with his granddaughters Xan Air and Lu Ver, stood to the side and watched. "Grandpa, do we eat the big crabs raw? I heard that they are better eaten raw." Xan Air licked her lips and asked. She had not eaten crabs that many times. Children were usually not allowed to eat things that could cause them to get sick. If they accidentally got sick, they might die. Only last year did she eat them a few times. They were the very small kind, skewered and fried. They made crunching sounds in her mouth, but there was no meat in them. The old man patted his granddaughter's head. "Logically speaking, we should eat them raw or drunk, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said in their letters that we can't eat them like that. If we want to eat them, send them to between the clouds and the water. They will cook them raw and drunk crabs. Otherwise, it is easy to get sick. Let's eat steamed crabs. Between the clouds and the water should cook steamed crabs. The food there is delicious." Xan Air now believed in between the clouds and the water the most when eating. She would not eat the food cooked by her own chef. Okay. Let's eat the food made by between the clouds and the water. Don't worry about getting a stomachache. Send the first batch of fish to the Yamen of Huaiyuan County and send some to between the clouds and the water. Let them cook it first and eat it when they get back." The old man dotingly agreed. In fact, he was also eating at between the clouds and the water. There was a special recipe for him there. Seeing that nearly 500 caddies of food had been scooped out, he quickly sent someone to deliver it to the Zhang family and Wang family so that they could have a taste first. Later on, he would send more. According to the Zhang family's custom, if they had good food, they would share it with the villagers and the bailiffs. In Huaiyuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were also waiting for the shrimps and crabs to be sent over. They wanted to have a big meal to satisfy their cravings. The mountain road had been completed, but the other roads in Huaiyuan County still had to wait for a few months. There were too many people, but there were too many roads to be repaired. The Yamen's account had money. In the beginning, there were 80,000 strings of coins. In addition to the various taxes collected later on, Zhang Zhong was confident that he could repair the roads to any place that had houses. Except for the houses that lived alone on the mountain, he could repair all the roads. Not only did he repair the houses in the county, but he also specially built a main road in the surrounding counties. He directly hired people from the counties and discussed with them. After the autumn harvest, Lin County would provide manpower, while Huaiyuan County would provide tools and materials for road repair. He would also build several main roads in the neighboring counties. The people in Lin County's Yamen were secretly delighted. While they agreed, they also said that Zhang Zhong was a fool. He spent so much money just for the convenience of transportation. He actually helped Lin County repair the roads and kept some for himself. No one said anything. He foolishly took out the money to help others. Of course, the people in the Yamen in Lin County were just jealous, especially the Yamen runners. While they said that Huaiyuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong was a fool, they envied the good life of the Yamen runners in Huaiyuan County. Each of them carried a knife on their waist, rode a horse, and wore clothes that fit them neatly. The Yamen in Huayuan County actually hired a lot of people to wash the Yamen runners' clothes every day. The Yamen runners in other counties only had one set of clothes, and they were washed by their own family members. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County had 7 to 8 sets, and they even had different seasons. When doing things in the county, the Yamen runners in other counties either bought food or bullied a small shop. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County not only immediately brought food, drinks, and medicine, but also a small card with a number written on it. As long as they ate in a certain shop in Huayuan County, they could pay with the small card. There was a fixed number. When the time came, these shops would take the small card to the Yamen to exchange for money or tax. In this way, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County could persevere no matter how hard the training was. In addition to the good food supply, they were all strong and healthy. If they were compared with others, the Yamen runners in other counties would not be able to raise their heads. In the contradiction of taking advantage of the situation and scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, Zhang Zhong sent the booklet of the tax and rent that should be paid this year, which caused an uproar in the imperial court. The people in the imperial court knew that the original county magistrate had collected an extra year's rent. They thought that Zhang Zhong would write a booklet and say that it was reduced this year. Unexpectedly, it was 5 times the usual amount. This news quickly spread to the surrounding counties. The county magistrates in these counties were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Huayuan County had sent so much, what should they do? They still wanted to find an excuse to reduce the rent and keep more for themselves. Compared to Huayuan County, if they dared to do this, they could forget about continuing to be county magistrate next year. They were not capable enough. At this time, Zhang Zhong did another stupid thing. He negotiated with the surrounding counties to rent their land to grow vegetables in the winter. Some of the materials needed would also be sent from the Yamen. The Yamen would spend money to buy the materials first. When the time came, they would sell them to the Zhang family at a higher price. This was done under his own name. The county magistrates were happy. Zhang Zhong rented 1,000 mu of land at once. He only rented it for a few months and paid 50 copper coins per mu. If he wanted to grow vegetables on so much land, the materials would cost several thousand strings of coins. Even if the price was increased by 20%, he could still earn 1,000 strings of coins. This was 1,000 mu of land in a county. When the time came, he would need to hire the local people to help with the farming. In a few months, the hired people would earn more than a year of farming. While they were scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, the county magistrates were also relieved. They also wrote booklets and increased the amount of money that the county had to pay this year to the highest, which was twice as much as the previous years. They originally wanted to keep some for themselves, but after being forced by Zhang Zhong's booklet, none of the county magistrates dared to keep more. It was not worth it to keep less. As a result, all of them were tortured to the point that they almost went crazy. They scolded, hated, and liked Zhang Zhong. Not only that, Zhang Zhong also asked the Zhang family to open a game shop in a few counties. They also used the maps of those counties. Some of the work of making figurines was given to the poor people in those counties. They also ordered a large number of handicrafts in those counties. All of the poultry and livestock in those counties were bought and sold at very low prices. It was also because of this that the money earned by the surrounding counties was enough for them to double the amount of money that they had to pay this year. With the rent doubled, the people's lives were good enough. Someone secretly calculated for Zhang Zhong. The money that he had spent these few times added up to less than 40,000 strings of coins. That was 40,000 strings of coins. How much land and population could it buy? Just like that, it was used by Zhang Zhong to take care of the neighboring counties. Every day, things from other counties were transported in carts. Zhang Zhong arranged for people to build more than a dozen large warehouses and put things in different categories. The poultry and livestock were directly slaughtered and frozen. For a time, the restaurants in Huayuan County began to buy all kinds of blood tofu. The yamen runners also brought it home every day. There was also a road connecting Yawang Mountain to Tonglin County. While Zhang Xiaobao and the other two were waiting for the crab and training people, a small team of 5 carts came from that side. Xiaobao, tell me, what is your family doing? This is the first time I have seen a charity like yours. So much money is given to others for free. Li Sun's eyes followed the movement of the 5 carts. He touched Zhang Xiaobao beside him and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe my father feels that he is leaving, so he wants to give more benefits to the people here. The lives of ordinary people are not easy, so he wants to help if he can. Li Sun thought for a while and felt that other than Zhang Xiaobao's reason, he could not think of any other reason. He glanced at the training people and said, I don't know when the crabs and shrimps will come. I have to use the crab 8 pieces you gave me well. It should be soon. Grandpa Bai will definitely send the crabs that he caught before here. Don't worry. I will make you a few more dishes. Zhang Xiaobao was also tempted by Li Sun's question. Li Sun stared at that side. When a team of carts appeared there, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao happily, They are coming. They are coming. That can't be. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked. He felt that it did not look like the team that the old man asked people to send things. What can't it be? It's my gift to you. There are 20 carts. You can't usually see it here, so I asked people to send it here from other places. It should be 22 to 23 carts. But on the way here, the outermost carts can't be eaten and can only be thrown away. This thing is good. I am planning to plant it in other places so that there will be vegetables to eat in winter. Li Sun waved his hand in that direction. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were curious. The team gradually approached and stopped in front of them. The curtain was lifted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time, then they became happy. Li Sun walked over and took one. You haven't seen it before, right? White song is grown in Hebei province. It is not convenient to transport it here, so no one transported it. The production this year is large, so the management hopes to plant more in more places. In the past, there were also some in other places with different colors. I know you always want to get something that you have never seen before, so I send it to you. The taste of white song is better than other cabbage. These are enough for your family to eat in winter. White song. Cabbage? No, why did it come out in this season? It should be a few days later. Zhang Xiaobao touched the cabbage with his hand. He didn't expect to be able to eat cabbage. This thing has a large production and can be preserved for a long time. So this is it. Yi Lu Wang Jian is preparing food. It's just cabbage, but it's called white song. No wonder we couldn't find it. Now it's good. We can make pig dishes. Wang Wan also reacted. She looked up a lot of things and wanted to find all kinds of useful and familiar things to use. But she didn't expect that the ingredients for the pickled cabbage that she always wanted to eat in winter were right next to her. Yes, this is it. Do you know how to eat it? It can be fried or stewed with tofu. Li Sun nodded and said, Of course it's in this season. Otherwise, when are we waiting? You are a prodigal. You can plant some other vegetables first, then this. This thing is cold resistant. You wasted the opportunity to plant other things. Do you have seeds? Get me more. Also, get all the new things that have appeared elsewhere. Things like stir-fried tofu and stewed tofu. I will tell you how to eat them. Chapter 391. With the arrival of the cabbage, the 65 people no longer needed to continue training. They were called back to the yamen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. On the way back, Wang Wan asked people to quickly go back and prepare a large vat. A water vat would do. Also, prepare stones 2 sizes smaller than the mouth of the water vat, a millstone, and a large amount of salt, not the thin and white kind. Li Sun didn't know why Wang Wan was giving orders. When they arrived at the yamen, the crabs and prawns sent by the old man had also arrived. Just in time to use prawns to stir-fry cabbage. The staple food is cabbage dumplings, and the soup is dried tofu cabbage shredded soup. Make sweet and sour cabbage, steamed crab meat cabbage buns, soak sea cucumber, and make vinegar cabbage head. It can also be used as a cold dish, Wang Wan muttered as she walked into the yamen. She liked to eat cabbage the most. There were various cooking methods. As long as there were enough ingredients, she could make dozens of dishes in one go. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think so much. He was satisfied as long as there was pickled cabbage, especially the pickled cabbage that was stewed with meat. It was not greasy and tasty, or he could eat it raw. He had always eaten cabbage as a fruit. At this time, he was holding a cabbage core in his hand. It was crispy and sweet, and it reminded him a little of the past. Li Sun was also hungry. Zhang Xiaobao was eating too happily. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the cabbage core and didn't throw away the remaining one. He asked, "Have you seen Bai Song? This one can't be eaten." "No, who said this one can't be eaten? It can be made into pickles, just like the melon slices. I'll tell you how to make it later. These methods are not important, just think about it. What's important is the vat. As long as it's done, this dish can be kept until summer. Even if the taste changes, it's better than nothing." Zhang Xiaobao was already preparing to take the cabbage seeds to the south. Other than the cabbage, there were also small cabbages. It was good to make soup, and it could also be eaten with sauce. Li Sun paid attention to this matter. If it could be put in the summer, that meant that people could eat dishes on a normal day. Even if it was a time of shortage, he decided to take a good look at how it was done. When he entered the yamen, everything was already prepared. In fact, it was very simple. He brushed the water tank clean, put the salt in the cabbage, and put them into the tank one by one. Then, he put a millstone on top of the cabbage. After a few days, he added a few more cabbages in. When it was about time, he changed the water and the pickled cabbage would be ready. Li Sun memorized the entire procedure and asked Wang Wan, who had stopped commanding, "That's it? It's not over yet. After a few more days, we'll see if there are any bubbles in the water. You want to change the water?" "I know. I thought it was a big deal. Others have already done it. When it was done, it tasted sour in my mouth," Li Sun said proudly to Wang Wan. He finally had something he knew. Wang Wan didn't expect that someone had already done it. Since Li Sun said it, she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't say anything. At least there were many different ways to eat it. For example, he wouldn't tell him about the pickled cabbage hot pot. After a while, crabs, shrimps, and the newly brought cabbage were made into a table full of dishes. The two families and Li Sun sat around and started eating. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, "Do you have any idle people? Lend me some for work." "When do you need them?" "When you receive the rice, you can have some. The Li family has people in Zhuangzi." Li Sun replied. "Then it's too late. I need it now. Pluck the cotton, which is the white fold cotton. After it blossoms, it will grow fluffy. Get someone to pluck it. I have use for it. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits." Li Sun remembered that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had bought a lot of baidizi in the capital and planted them in old Shangshu's nephew's field. There were about 8,000 of them. Originally, there were 10,000 of them, but some died later. "Xiaobao, what are you going to do with them?" If there's no other way, you can get the prefectural soldiers to pick them. There aren't many, less than 9,000. There are about 8,000 or 700. They'll be gone in a while. Li Sun felt that there weren't enough Baidizi in that field. Then forget it. I'll find someone to pick them myself. It'll take 2 to 3 months. When the cotton blossoms, I'll go and pick them. I don't know how much they'll be able to pick. Let's see how much they'll produce first. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly had his own thoughts. He thought about the 10 mu of cotton and didn't need too many people. 3 people to 1 mu. They could slowly pick them. After the meal, Li Sun returned to the courtyard he bought. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat together to discuss. Xiaobao, did you buy too little? There are more than 8,000 of them left. How much cotton can there be? How can there be 8,000 caddies? Wang Wan felt that it was a little too little. Xiaobao shook his head vigorously and said, 8,000 caddies. Let's plant 700 plants in 1 mu of land. If we plant 8,000 caddies, then 1 mu of land will yield 700 caddies. Here, 1 caddy is 640 grams. Then, 1 mu of land will yield 900 caddies. The best cotton seeds we had back then were 1,600 caddies per mu. 100 years ago, it was 300 to 400 caddies per mu. That was already pretty good. How much do you think we can get here? How can we get so much? It doesn't seem like much. At that time, we were specifically thinking about how to plant them. The seeds were also improved countless times. With all kinds of supplementary fertilizers and pesticides, we should be able to get 50 caddies per mu, right? 12 mu is 600 caddies. Wang Wan immediately weighed down the weight. Zhang Xiaobao continued to shake his head. I estimate that we'll get 40 caddies per mu. That's a success. In total, it'll be 500 caddies. If we synthesize it, it'll be more than 780 caddies. Let's make do with it. Let's see if we can get 800 caddies. It'll be enough to make some quilts. Wang Wan sighed and suddenly thought of something. I estimate that we can only get 750 caddies, or even less. We still have to remove the seeds. After that, it'll be even less. That's right. We still have to make tools for removing the seeds and a flower tying machine. Tomorrow, we'll get someone to keep an eye on 1 mu. I estimate that it'll take 2 people a day to harvest 1 mu. It's still because we don't have enough cotton balls. It seems that we have to think of ways to cultivate in the future. We can't just look at the flowers. What we need is cotton. We'll make a flower tying machine in the evening. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this matter. He was getting more and more uncertain. They had occupied 12 mu of land, but they only got 600 to 700 caddies of cotton. How much would they need to sell it to be comparable to farming? There was no other way. The cotton plants were too tall, and the space between them couldn't be small. Later on, they cultivated short plants. They were densely planted, with many branches and many fruits. A single cotton flower could reach 7 caddies. This was just an ornamental thing. Who would specially think of cultivating it? They could only cultivate it themselves. There should be such people in the Xinong temple. They should think of a way to find them. If that didn't work, they could also get some information. The two of them discussed and came out to find someone to make a flower tying machine. This thing was simple. They just had to find a way to let the cotton wool pass through while leaving the seeds. It was the most primitive kind. There were 2 sticks, one big and one small. The gap in the middle was adjusted according to the size of the cotton seeds. If they made a slight improvement, they would step on it. When one side stepped on it, the other side would move. They just had to remove a few gears from the fan and adjust it. This is a great invention. In the future, people will remember our name. It'll be called the Bao Wan Flower Tying Machine. Oh, it needs to be engraved with the name of the craftsman or the unique mark of the craftsman. Zhang Xiaobao stepped on it a few times and said proudly to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Xiaobao, you're really a good person. You know to share some of the glory with the craftsman. Of course. If one of them breaks while using it, it's obvious that the quality is not good. I have to find the craftsman. If I don't leave my mark, how will I know who made it? Zhang Xiaobao finally told the truth. I take back what I said just now. It's really not bad. Wang Wan didn't care about the flower tying machine anymore. She turned around and left after saying that. Early in the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun set off for the cotton field with about 10 maids and 20 male servants from the inner courtyard. At noon, the old man's nephew was already waiting at the dock. When he saw them coming, he arranged a meal first. After a quick meal, they came to the cotton field. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that with more than 8,000 cotton plants, they could take up 12 mu if they planted them according to the length of 1 meter. In the end, they took up 11 mu. But wasn't this mu too small? The cotton plants were close to each other. The sunlight was always blocked, so the cotton did not only grow on the top, but also on the lower branches. Taking a closer look, as expected, there were not many cotton plants that had grown on the lower branches. Picking means plucking them. First, put them in your pocket. If there are too many, put them in the sack. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand, and more than 30 people rushed over. They had never done this kind of work before, so they were really unfamiliar with it. With one hand in their lapels, they used the other hand to search for the cotton stalks, picking whatever they saw. Young Masterly, this year's production is a little low. I can only give you 5 sets. A set with pillow covers, mattresses, and quilts will cost about 5 caddies. No, it's more than 8 caddies. There are only 5 sets. When you go back home, you can give them to whoever you like. Zhang Xiaobao calculated the production even lower. In the end, they could get about 600 caddies of cotton. If they only made the quilts, they could make about 130 to 140 sets. If they made a full set, they could only make about 70 to 80 sets. They still had to cut some materials. Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. He didn't think much about it and nodded. He didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao gave him in the end. He would just take it. Wang Wan was also worried. I still have to make clothes. Give me 3 sets. That's fine. Young Masterly, I said I would give you 3 sets. I'll give you something else. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was right. He still had to make clothes and shoes. He couldn't make all of them into a quilt. He then discussed with Li Sun. Any amount is fine. Li Sun didn't have many requirements. To be precise, he didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao gave him. It was just a quilt. How bad could it be? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Li Sun's answer and sighed in relief at the same time. Then, they looked at the people picking cotton. Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but be surprised. Other people would pick the cotton with one hand and pick with the other. But there was someone in front of them who fastened her clothes and picked with both hands. Her speed was much faster than before. Wait for her to come back later. Ask her how she thought of doing this. When the time comes, we can teach it to others and use it next year. Wang Wan looked over and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also had the same idea. He agreed and continued to wait. There were a lot of people. They stared at 1 mu of land and used 2 hours to finish harvesting. The amount was definitely not the output of 1 mu of land. If there was still cotton, they would have to wait for a month, 2 months, or even 3 months. That was the characteristic of cotton, unless it was specially cultivated for a different purpose. Seeing that they couldn't estimate the amount, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to bring over the flour tying machine and let someone put the cotton in. After a few adjustments, he found that it was easy to use. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. This way, it could be used in the future. The people of the Zhang family were already used to the things that the young master could do. Li Sun watched from the side and didn't know what was going on. One could see when the white folded cotton bloomed and when the white folded cotton appeared. Why did he put it in a box and squeeze it? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't explain to Li Sun. He would talk about it when there was the real thing. It was useless to talk about it now. Wang Wan called over the servant girl who worked the fastest. Looking at the symbol, it was 3 stars. After looking at it carefully, she recognized it. Xiao Su, why did you think of that idea just now? Later, tell the others that if you teach them, you will get 1 more star. Thank you, young lady. I just felt that I could do it faster. Just a glance is enough. Where is the lump? Reach out and pick it. Xiao Su didn't expect that picking a white folded cotton would give her 1 star. She was already 4 stars. If she worked harder, she would get 5 stars. Well, not bad. Continue to work. After you've finished harvesting these few acres of land, come find us at the dock. Wang Wan instructed. Then, together with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun, she headed towards the dock. She really didn't want to wait here. The others had started first. This was a skilled job. It was slow at the beginning, but it was faster as they gradually got used to it. She estimated that they could finish harvesting those several mu of land before dark. Mr. Li, did you go to the supermarket in Sanshui County this time? Zhang Xiaobao thought of the supermarket on his way back. He couldn't leave behind a mess. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao mention the supermarket, he said happily, I went to take a look. Many people pass by on the boat. When they see the supermarket, they will deliberately stop and walk around. They want to see the novelty. In the end, most of the people who walk in will buy some things. Some people even buy more and more things. They want to buy whatever they see. When they are waiting for the bill, they realize that they don't have enough money. There are also people who specially ask for pockets. Ever since the pockets started to receive money, those who come to buy daily necessities will carry their own baskets or bags. There are almost no people who steal things. A bailiff is arranged at the door. They are all afraid of seeing the official. It will be fine once you get used to it. After a few years, the locals won't have that kind of novelty. It will become a normal thing to come and buy things. Other places will also open up one after another. Those who haven't built their houses will urge them. When they open one, they will start to earn money. If you want to expand quickly, you can pawn the houses of the supermarkets that have been built. It is like a mortgage. But we still need to use it. If we can't pay back the money, the houses will belong to the pawn shop. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun was interested, he began to tell him how to use this method. Li Sun didn't have the slightest idea of doing this. We definitely can't pawn the houses. The interest is too much. It's not worth it. It's better to cooperate with others. If it really doesn't work, I will pull more people in. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun didn't agree, he didn't continue to persuade him. In fact, there were other methods, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take them out now. Li Sun had learned a lot, even if he didn't know it himself. When the rice was harvested and piled up, the weather was getting colder. In another 2 months, it would be the Chinese New Year. The cotton was almost finished. The remaining was not worth waiting for. It was unknown whether the land was suitable for cotton to grow, or the person who bought it in Beijing chose a good one. Even if there was some left, there was still more than 600 caddies left after the seeds were removed. The output of 11 mu of land was not comparable to the output of 1 mu of land Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's. This place originally had a kind of cotton, which was basically similar to cotton. It was just that when it was used, it felt a little worse, and it was a little worse in terms of insulation. The spinning, weaving, printing and dyeing matters were done according to the cotton. The craftsmen of the Inner Yard Society were gathered together and began to work on the cotton. Wang Wan contributed a little and lengthened the bow used to shoot the cotton. It was also more capricious. She added a small wooden hammer so that her hands would not be injured by touching the bowstring directly. Then came the spinning and weaving. Because of the loom, the woven cloth did not meet the requirements of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but it was still better than linen. When the first set of bedding and pillow covers were made, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed the pillow covers with chaff. Each of them held a big bundle and sent it to Wang Wan's grandfather. Wang Wan's grandfather's health was a little worse. He had rheumatoid arthritis. He usually paid attention to it and adjusted it through food therapy. However, when it was cloudy and rainy, he still felt uncomfortable. In winter, using a quilt could relieve some of the pain. There were also cotton shoes and cotton trousers. These things combined could make Wang Wan's grandfather feel better. Wang Wan's grandfather was the first to receive the quilt. Knowing that it was the work of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law, the old man was happy all day. The other people in the family also began to have their own quilts. When they were almost done, the remaining cotton was placed there to be used for cloth, thread, or stuffing. Continue to purify the alcohol and make alcohol cotton. Wang Wan looked at the remaining cotton. There was something new. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disgusted with the alcohol cotton. If it was cut, he would rather use yellow iodine water than alcohol. When this thing was rubbed against open wounds, it was easy to get pus under the scab. Wang Wan also knew this, but she still prepared to make some. Xiaobao, it's better than not having any disinfection method, right? There is another thing that is good for disinfection, and that is indigo. This can play a role in sterilizing and killing insects. Next time, let's see if it can be used as a pesticide by mixing it with water. Then let's make some. Even if we don't use alcohol, steamed cotton and gauze can also play a good role in treating wounds. First, send the 3 quilts and 1 zhang of cloth to Li Sun. Fortunately, he agreed to buy 3 sets. How much do you think this set can be sold for? Zhang Xiaobao bought a quilt that weighed 5 caddies and went outside first. He put it on a small cart, and the 2 of them pushed it to Li Sun. Wang Wan was also busy. The 2 of them pushed the cart to Li Sun. When they found Li Sun, he was facing a tree that had lost many leaves and playing the autumn cicada that Wang Wan taught him. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the cart and shouted to Li Sun behind the quilt that was taller than him, "You don't need thin clothes to survive the cold winter. We will send you something to survive the winter." Li Sun turned around and was startled. He went around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed to the quilt that looked not so good and said, "This is what you want to send me? I have good quilts, but not this one. Your quilt is good. It's satin. You can put another quilt on the outside. And this 1 zhang of cloth, take it and see what it can do." Zhang Xiaobao stood up and patted the quilt with his hand. Li Sun came over and pinched it curiously. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Hey! Why is it different from the one I used before? Is it not cotton inside? There is white fold seed inside. Take one down and hold it in your arms." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the quilt on the top and asked Li Sun to hold it. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun reached out and took the top one down and held it in his arms. After holding it for a while, he said, "Well, it's warm and so soft. Is this white fold seed? Is the cloth also made of white fold seed?" Does it mean that we can plant a lot of white fold seed in the future and make it into cloth? This cloth is much better than linen. People who can't afford to sell silk use this thing, and it's so warm. Can this thing also be used to make clothes? When it's cold, people who can't afford to wear leather clothes wear this. It's 100 times better than wearing 2 layers of linen. No, I have to tell my father about this. Bring a few more sets. I'll show them. No, there are only 3 sets. You promised that I would give you 5 sets, but you didn't care. Give 1 set to the prince, keep 1 set to yourself, and give the other set to whoever you want. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately mentioned what happened a few days ago. Li Sun was stunned with the quilt in his arms. He blinked his eyes and said with annoyance, "Why didn't I ask for more that day? How can the things sent by the Zhang family be bad? It's my fault, it's my fault. Xiaobao, let's talk about it. You must have more, right? There are so many white fold seed, it's impossible to make only 3 sets. Besides your family, you have a lot left. I'll buy it, okay? 3 strings of coins for 1 set, the quilt and the pillow skin, I want as many as you have. I'm not selling, no matter how much it costs. In fact, you can find it in other places. Go to the flower markets and see if there are any white fold seed. Ask them if they threw away the ones that fell. If they didn't, buy them back. 1 copper coin for 1 caddy, there should be many people willing to sell it." Zhang Xiaobao kept the cotton for emergencies, so he couldn't sell it to Li Sun. He suddenly remembered that the white fold seed was flowers, and the flower sellers always had a way to get them. It was much more convenient for Li Sun to find them. "Okay, I'll have someone look for it. When the time comes, I'll leave it to you to help make things. I really need to go home. Why do you always make new things and make me go back and forth?" As Li Sun spoke, he began to call for people. First, he brought the things on the small cart into the house. Then, he sent people to quickly go to the capital and other state capitals to see if he could collect more money. Soon after, he also had to set off. "Wait a minute. Help me bring 10 sets to Grandpa Bai. We are using his nephew's land. No matter what, we have to give him some benefits." Zhang Xiaobao called Li Sun. Chapter 393. When Li Sun arrived at Between the Clouds and the Water, the old man was already waiting for him. Without waiting for Li Sun to speak, the old man asked first, "What good things did you bring back this time?" "White fold seed, a cloth woven with white fold seed and stuffed inside to make a bedding. It's warmer than cotton wool, softer than the fur we stuffed inside, and more comfortable than linen. It's what we used to raise as flowers." Li Sun was a little excited as he spoke. The main reason was that when he came over, the weather was a little cold, so he spread the bedding in the carriage and covered himself with it. That feeling was very comfortable. The old man Weiwei was stunned. "White fold seed. This can be woven into cloth. Can it be stuffed inside like cotton wool? But white fold seed has seeds in it, so it's not easy to get them. We can choose to plant them in newly opened land. Every small bud has seeds in it. Just picking the seeds will take a lot of manpower. It's not worth it. If we really plant them, it will be a waste of manpower and money." Li Sun suddenly thought of this. There were seeds in it. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo tried to step on that thing, how did they get the seeds? They stepped on it, and the seeds came out. It turned out that the key was that thing. Thinking of this, Li Sun immediately said, "The Zhang family made a thing that can be rotated. Put the white fold seed in it, and there will be no seeds after it is rotated. Should we plant it or not? If we plant it, we will occupy the land. If we don't plant it, it will be a pity. Plant it. When the time comes, even if the ordinary people can't use it, the price of the silk will drop after the rich people use it. And this matter needs to be reported. Choose a place to try planting it for a year, and encourage the opening up of land. The old man had more things to think about. The white dye seed had just come out, and everyone would find it fresh when they came into contact with it for the first time. The price would not be low. It would take at least a few years before ordinary people could use it, unless they found a suitable place to plant a large amount of white dye seed. Li Sun did not care so much. He wanted to go home quickly and give the things to his family. When he came out, other than the old man's 10 sets, he asked for 2 more sets. Of the 5 sets, he kept 1 set for himself and divided the rest. Someone was helping to collect them. After collecting 5 pounds, he could make 1 set. The worthless piece of white paper had now become a treasure. A treasure. That's right. Xiao Bao even asked me to help him collect more by Daisy seeds. Is he thinking of? His family is thinking of going to the south and finding a suitable place to plant them in large quantities. This is the Zhang family's way of preparing for a rainy day. They haven't even gone there yet, but they've already thought of a way to improve the lives of the local people. They'll let the people plant these things, and they'll buy them at a high price. When the quilts are made, they'll sell them, and no one will lose money. If he could learn this skill from time to time. It's a pity that I can't go with them. Young master, don't you want to go and take a look? No matter where the Zhang family goes, there will be miracles. It's good to take a look. The old man understood the Zhang family's plan after Li Sun mentioned it. Li Sun was a little helpless. I want to go with them, but it seems impossible. Old minister, the Zhang family has been spending money recently. They gave flowers to the neighboring counties around Huayuan County. I don't know what Zhang Zhong is thinking. Previously, he spent 40,000 strings of coins. These days, he should have spent another 20,000 strings of coins. I said that we should open a few more supermarkets. They don't have money. They don't want to do this for money. Spending money for the neighboring counties. They've never told me about this. My nephew once mentioned that they should repair the roads in the surrounding counties. This will make it easier to transport things in Huayuan County. The 5 counties around Huayuan County are Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Fuping, and there's Sanshui County here. This road is connected. Tell me what they've done. The old man thought for a while, but he couldn't think of anything in the end. Normally, it would be abnormal if it was too normal. The Zhang family's actions were watertight. They couldn't have spent 60,000 strings of coins for nothing. Li Sun told the old man everything he knew, one by one. He bought handicrafts, opened up a shop for the game, bought the poultry and livestock raised by the people, and sold them back to the little ones at a very low price. He also helped to build roads, rent land, hire people, and so on. So, the other counties are doing well now. Zhang Zhong is wholeheartedly serving the people. Not only is he helping the people in Huayuan County, but he also can't bear to see the people around him leading a bad life. The old man thought about it and said, "That's right." Zhang Zhong submitted the memorial first. Huayuan County will pay 5 times the usual tax this year, and the surrounding counties will also have to submit the same memorial. In the end, all the taxes doubled. Luckily, the Zhang family spent 60,000 strings of coins. Otherwise, the surrounding county magistrates would be worried to death. Li Sun now understood a little about this. The Zhang family's money had stimulated the surrounding economy. It was direct investment, and it was the kind of investment that was purely based on consumption. Although it wasn't as good as infrastructure investment, this method was more effective. Otherwise, the surrounding counties wouldn't be able to collect so many things in such a short time. At this time, the old man laughed. The people in the surrounding counties should hate Zhang Zhong, but they can't bear to part with him, right? But what's the use of Zhang Zhong's move? Could it be that he doesn't want to leave and wants to stay in Huayuan County? He can't bear to leave the county that he built. Well, this is possible. When the time comes, even if others want to let him go, the people in Huayuan County and the surrounding counties will jointly petition to let him stay. The higher-ups have to consider it. But for this kind of thing, they should discuss it with me. Later, I will write a letter to ask. You take the quilt and go back first. Li Sun also had the same idea. It was useless to stay here any longer. He took his own things, left the old man's things behind, and left by boat. After he left, the old man thought for a while. No, that's not right. If the Zhang family wants to stay, why do they need so many white fold seeds? There's no need to let Li Sun build the boats. I don't know if I can write a letter to ask if the Zhang family can tell me. In the Yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong took out more than 1,000 strings of coins. This was the money of the Zhang family in exchange for a large number of tanned furs from 2 counties. He asked someone to send them to the warehouse. He couldn't sit still. He didn't want to spend 60,000 strings of coins elsewhere. He spent all of it in the surrounding counties. What was his son's plan? Zhang Zhong thought about it and decided to ask his son about it. He lifted his leg and walked to the back. When he found his son and daughter-in-law, the 2 of them were picking up fallen leaves. They were using the leaf stalks to compete with each other to see who could break the leaf stalk of the other. Father, you're here. Aren't you busy ahead? Zhang Xiaobao saw his father coming over and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and daughter-in-law. He also picked up a leaf and walked to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Let's compete with father." The 2 of them exerted force. Zhang Xiaobao, who had won 4 consecutive battles, was suddenly broken. He praised, "Father, you're still the best. What's so good about me? I can't guess why you keep sending money out. What's your plan? Tell me." Zhang Zhong threw away the leaf in his hand and asked. "Father, how can it be sending money? Didn't we buy things back? If the road is not repaired, buying things will delay things. Those things, when you take office, we'll take them and transport them to other places to sell. We'll sell them as we go. If there's the same thing, we'll buy it. If there's no more, we'll sell it. When we get there, we can at least earn twice the money. It's only 20,000 strings of coins to repair roads and rent land for others. There's also the money to buy all kinds of materials. 5,000 strings of coins. If we sell the goods, we'll get 70,000 strings of coins. Isn't that a profit of 10,000 strings of coins? In addition to the vegetables in the winter, even if we earn less, we'll still get a few thousand strings of coins. Other places can learn to grow crops, but they don't have the experience we have. They're definitely still figuring it out. Our vegetables can be sold to the capital. It's impossible for the capital to grow crops like us, right? There are many people there. Many people don't rely on farming for a living and don't have land. I estimate that this winter, we can earn 10,000 strings of coins from our vegetables. This is the law of business. It's difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's also difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's too easy to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. I can earn 10 times or 20 times, but it's impossible to earn 10,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins. It's easier to earn 3,000 or 4,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins than to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained to his father. Zhang Zhong felt that it made sense. So, we'll continue to spend money in the future. Of course. Before you leave, it's best if we can spend 100,000 strings of coins. Our rice can be used to make seeds. When the people in the surrounding counties and Huayuan County have money, they will naturally buy our seeds. We can't sell them like last year. How much would it be if we sold them for 20 copper coins per kilogram of seeds? Zhang Xiaobao continued to calculate. Zhang Zhong did a rough calculation of his family's land. If they could really sell it for this price, 3 zhuangzi, nearly 20,000 mu of land. The output of the last 2 zhuangzi was not as much as the original, but it was not little either. On average, the output of the upper and lower fields should be 3 dong per mu. 20,000 mu of land would be 60,000 dong. A stone would be 100 caddies. That would be 2 strings of coins. 60,000 dong would be 120,000 strings of coins. So much. Zhang Xiaobao knew what his father was thinking when he saw his father's expression. Father, it's not that much. How can 120,000 strings of coins be enough? The lower and middle fields can't be used as seeds. The last 2 zhuangzi and upper fields can only be used as seeds. If the upper fields can be used as seeds, it can only be sold for 10 copper coins per kilogram. We have to negotiate with the buyer. Including the money from selling the seeds and the food, it's not bad if we can get 40,000 strings of coins. Did you calculate that it's 20,000 mu of land? How can there be so much? There are mountains and hills. From one end of the hills to the other, it's 3 li to walk. It's more than 1,000 mu of land. Zhang Zhong finally reacted. It was not as much as he imagined. He would know how much it was when the output report came in 2 days. The output was calculated according to the upper, middle and lower fields. After all, only the upper fields could be used as seeds. Then do as my son said. Continue to buy. Sell the seeds to them while you buy. Keep enough for Sanshui County and Huaiyuan County. Sanshui County will still be producing middle fields next year. This year, someone said that Sanshui County's grain output is not as usual. It's 20% more than usual. It's not a small amount, especially for those who rent the land to plant. After paying the rent, the remaining 50% is more than 50%. Father, then you can continue to spend money. I will look for you when the rent tax is sent to Beijing before the new year. Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. After Zhang Zhong left, the two of them continued to play. Li Sun went through a lot of hardships and finally collected more than 300 jin of white fold seed. It was not because the white fold seed was not enough. It was because many cotton balls had been blown away by the wind when he collected them. If he had collected them outside when the Zhang family was harvesting, he could have collected more than 10 times. After removing the impurities and removing the seeds, there were about 290 jin left. Zhang Xiaobao kept 90 jin as processing fee and made 30 sets of bedding for Li Sun. Li Sun scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being black-hearted, but he had to accept this. After all, it took a lot of manpower to pluck and spin. The most important thing was that thing that could remove the seeds. It was too tiring to take them out one by one. Xiaobao, can you tell me how to make that thing that can remove the seeds? I will plant it next year. Li Sun asked a little embarrassedly. He also knew how precious this thing was. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to agree very quickly. Okay, I will give you one. You will know what it is after you let someone dismantle it. If others ask you for it, you can tell them. If they ask me for it, I will keep it a secret and let them look for you. Really? Your family doesn't want to get more benefits from this thing? Li Sun asked in disbelief. My family wants to live more. Don't tell anyone about this first. After my family plants it over there next year, you also plant it here. When the white fold seed is produced and sold for money, then people will look for you. My family will be satisfied with 1 more year's worth of money. Zhang Xiaobao still knew what things should be kept for his family and what things should be given away. Not to mention now, even in the past, how many rich people were punished for not obeying orders. Wasn't it easy to find some punishment? Li Sun happily agreed and brought back a flower-making machine for people to study. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt a little dispirited, but when he thought of the matter in the next few days, he suddenly became happy. There was still a month before the new year. Some places started to pay rent to the capital. Some places only started next year. Huayuan County was close, so they started to pay rent this year. There were also other counties that started to pay rent at the same time. Zhang Zhong originally arranged for someone else to go over, but Zhang Xiaobao found his father at this time. "Father, there is something I need to tell you. This time, you have to personally escort the things over. It is best to go with the surrounding counties and talk to their county magistrates and secretaries. It's like this," Zhang Xiaobao said as he put his hands in front of him. A lot of words were written on a piece of paper. Chapter 394. It rained in winter, and the winter clothes were cold. Thin ice covered the earth in the evening, and the river was still winding. Thousands of boats gathered and headed for the capital. Zhang Zhong contacted the county magistrates of several other counties and asked them to transport the goods to the capital together. After weighing the pros and cons, they all agreed. After the winter rain, the taxes of several counties were all transported to the wharf of Huayuan County. The fleet that had already been deployed leaned against one side and waited for the shipment. When the ships were loaded and set off one after another, the mighty fleet attracted the attention of everyone who saw it. Zhang Zhong went in person and invited the other county magistrates to do the same. The county magistrates felt that they should not miss such an opportunity. If the officials above gave them some benefits, they would let others take advantage of them. Therefore, under the hospitality of Zhang Zhong, they sat in the cabin of the Zhang family. They chatted on the way. A few days later, when they were about to arrive at the capital, Zhang Zhong said to everyone when they finished eating, "Everyone, I have something to discuss with you." Since the last competition in the Academy of Jinjia, the number of people had increased a lot. More than 400 people were studying in the academy together. The old man became a busy man. In addition to teaching in person, he also took care of some trivial things. One day, after giving a lecture to the students, Li Sun hurried over from Huayuan County while wearing a brand new cotton vest and strolling in the academy. When the old man saw Li Sun, he asked with a smile, "Little prince, did you find something interesting?" "Old minister, the Zhang family gave me something and asked me to install it on their ship. I asked someone to install it on the small boat. Look, I came here on the small boat. The boat also went on this river, which flowed toward the capital. The boat went on this river, and the water flowed. I sat there and watched the water flow until..." Li Sun's first two sentences were fine, but towards the end, he became incoherent. He pulled on the old man's sleeve and walked towards the river. The old man was very puzzled. When did Li Sun become so unsteady? As he was being dragged away, he said, "Little prince, don't be anxious. Take your time. I know you came from this river. Don't be anxious." "What are you talking about?" "Old minister, do you know how long it took me to get here from your nephew's dock?" Li Sun suppressed his excitement, but he couldn't control Wei Wei's trembling body and asked the old man. "How long did it take?" "If it was fast, it would take less than half a day. If it was slow, it would take more than half a day. Could it be that you walked for an entire day? It's not even noon yet. Did you come out last night? You've only just arrived." The old man estimated the time and asked. Li Sun shook his head vigorously and gestured with his other hand. "I came here from the dock at 5:15. It's now 9:15. How long do you think it took me?" "What? 3.5 hours. You came here from there. Did you fly? What's going on? Tell me." The old man didn't need to think carefully and said the time. He looked at Li Sun with suspicion, wondering if he was lying. Li Sun nodded. It's almost the same as flying. You'll know when you get to the river. The 8 of us pushed hard at the same time. The boat went against the water and came here with a whoosh. The bow of the boat left the water from time to time. It couldn't be held down. Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing? The old man also became excited. He quickened his pace and jogged to follow Li Sun in that direction. This was all thanks to Shui Yun Den's usual diet adjustment. Otherwise, his body definitely wouldn't be in its current state. The 2 of them ran to the riverside, and the boat stopped not far from the small bridge. The old man came closer and took a closer look. He saw that the back of this boat was different from other boats. There was a large groove dug out, and in the groove, there was something half exposed and half submerged in the water. The exposed part was about 6 feet long. There were also some connecting poles placed in 8 places in front of the boat. There was a person sitting there with his feet on the pedals. The old man recognized the pedals. It was something like a tricycle sent by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo a few days ago. Sitting on it and pedaling with his feet, the car could move forward. It was very convenient. There were also some replacement parts, saying that they were not made well and would break easily. He also wrote a letter to Lu Jiro, asking her to come quickly. Old minister, it's this thing. Xiao Bao gave it to me and asked me to install it on the boat. The boat is not finished yet, so it was modified by other big boats. When you take it over, you can adjust the position. But this thing is too strange. I don't know what's going on. Li Sun helped the old man get on the boat and said. His voice was trembling like Wei Wei. The old man sat down doubtfully and waited to experience the speed. He didn't say anything. Push hard and let the Lord see. Li Sun ordered and sat next to the old man. The 8 of them stretched out their hands and held on to the fixed handles. Then, they began to kick quickly. The first few kicks were quite strenuous, and the boat swayed back and forth. As the 8 of them kicked faster and faster, the boat stopped swaying and moved forward. At first, the old man didn't feel anything, but he felt it was strange. It seemed to be different from the boats he knew before. Boats had 2 wheels on the side, but this one was at the back, and he couldn't see the wheels. But after a few breaths, the old man was astonished. The speed of the boat had already surpassed all the boats they usually took. After waiting for a little while, the 8 people stood up and held on to the higher handrails. The moment their bodies swayed left and right, the bow of the boat suddenly swayed. The wind blew past his face, and the old man's hands were on the handrails on both sides. He turned his head and looked back, only to see the water behind the boat churning and ripples moving away. Li Sun, what's going on? Why is it so fast? The old man gasped for breath and shouted at Li Sun. What else could it be? This is something made by the Zhang family. As for why it's so fast, I don't know. But I know that if this thing is installed on a warship, with 2 wheels on both sides, it can change direction at any time. Whether it's chasing or escaping, no boat can compete with it. Old minister, what should I do? Should I install it or not? No wonder they asked for a large amount of steel to make this thing. They also sent a lot of parts, saying that it's easy to break. If at most 16 people push together, it'll probably take less than 4 hours, or even less. They said that they didn't tell me about the bearing, friction, toughness, and so on. I don't understand. Li Sun didn't know what to do. This thing was a sharp weapon. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't allow the Zhang family to use it. The old man was scared. If this was the speed of 8 people, wouldn't 16 people be even faster? He stroked his chest and said to Li Sun, you can't do it now. Lu Jiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, will be here soon. It'll probably be in 2 days. No wonder they sent me a tricycle. It's the same principle. Not to mention 4 hours, even if it breaks down in half an hour, it can decide the outcome of the battle at a critical moment. During a dogfight, if a few ships like this suddenly attack the opponent's main ship, the other ships won't have time to rescue them. Plus, with the clairvoyance, who can find the enemy first and make arrangements? In a naval battle, who can be the opponent? After 2 days, I'll continue to look for steel for the Zhang family. No, I can't just wait. I have to meet that person and have a good talk with him. I want to see what kind of person he is. Is there anything in this world that he doesn't know? Oh, maybe it's 2 people. According to the news I got, Song Jinggong said that it's a pair of swords. Amazing, there's actually such a person. Li Sun saw that he had the support of the old man and had an explanation for Zhang Xiaobao, so he nodded. Old minister, how about we turn around and go back first? If it breaks down later, we'll have to repair it slowly. Okay, let's go back. The old man wanted to drink some tea to calm his mind. Stop, turn around. Li Sun ordered. The 8 people received the order and stopped moving. They picked up the oars and turned the direction little by little. At this time, Li Sun said, Old minister, if my ship is in a wide area, it can easily turn around without oars. There's a rudder. On the lake between the clouds and the water, I made a big circle on the way here. Oh, then you can do the same on the river and the Yellow River. Write a letter to the Zhang family later. At this time, the old man felt that his whole body was weak. He was too excited just now. The boat turned around and headed back. At this time, the 8 people were not as fast as before. When they passed by the boats that had just passed by, the people on the boats all looked at Li Sun's boat in horror. They did not see anyone rowing, nor did they see anyone pushing. This boat flew past them like it was flying. With such a boat, even the seasonal fruits of Sichuan would dare to be transported to the capital. When the ship returned to between the clouds and the water, the old man shivered and came to the shore. He exhaled, looked back at the ship, and commented, Good stuff. The Zhang family has enjoyed too much. They want to use the things they made at home first. Old minister is right. But how can these things only be used at home? Li Sun also noticed this. For example, the Zhang family made the curved plows first because they had land. Also, the white folding blankets were made to keep the Zhang family warm in winter. At this time, a servant of the old man's family rushed over and said to the old man, Master, Minister Liu from the Ministry of Works has arrived. He is waiting for you between the clouds and the water. Oh. He came so quickly. Come with me. The old man was happy and walked to between the clouds and the water first. At a door on the 2nd floor, the old man's figure appeared. When he saw Lu Jiro, both of them said at the same time, something big happened. After they finished speaking, both of them were stunned at the same time and said again, You know? Old minister, you go first. Lu Jiro said. The old man laughed, Minister Lu, you go first. I don't think we are talking about the same thing. My matter should be told outside by the river. By the river? That's not it. My matter is in the capital and has nothing to do with the river. Old minister, you can't imagine what that Zhang Zhong did. He joined forces with the county magistrates of the surrounding counties and listed the matters of some counties. After that, he asked for the counties to be merged into a province. Chapter 395. What? Say that again. The old man felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. Zhang Zhong joined forces with the county magistrates of several other counties and wanted to combine the counties into one state. He took out a report on how much tax the counties would pay and how much the people's living standards would be after the counties were combined. The county magistrates of the other counties all signed their names on it. In addition to this, there is also a military sand table and a comprehensive military adjustment report. As long as they are united, they can use the terrain of the counties to resist when attacked from the outside. The imperial court is already discussing how to use the terrain of the counties to resist. Lu Jiro said word by word. He still didn't dare to believe this matter, but Zhang Zhong really did it. The report also included the matters of the Ministry of Works. The coal was there, and it could be used directly on the side for smelting. The two rivers didn't lack water and were convenient for transportation. The old man had suffered 2 shocks in a row today. He felt that it was difficult to breathe, so he picked up the tea on the table and poured it down his throat. After a while, he sat down and silently looked at the charming lake outside the window, not saying a word. Lu Jiro also sat down and looked at the boats that were harvesting the reeds. From time to time, someone would pick something from the reeds and put it into their mouth to eat. The two of them sat for a full quarter of an hour, and Li Sun also stood beside them for a quarter of an hour. He finally understood why the Zhang family spent so much money to buy things from the surrounding counties, why they had to build all the roads, and why the game store was first opened in the counties. Everything they did was for the sake of this year's tax, for the sake of connecting the economies of the several counties, and for the sake of familiarizing people with the topography of the several counties. The final result was to let the higher-ups understand that the several counties could be combined into a state. After spring, the people of the counties would have more income. The rented land for planting vegetables would make this place very prosperous. At the very least, merchants would come to buy and sell, and at the very least, the number of tourists would increase. It was no longer appropriate for this kind of place to be directly managed by the capital. It needed to become a state. But what good would this do for Zhang Zhong? Could it be that he didn't want to leave? Then why did he give him such a scary thing and let him install it on the ship? Which one was real? Which one was fake? Li Sun couldn't figure it out. After all, he was still too young. However, there were 2 ministers here. They had a lot of experience and could analyze some things. Lu Jiro opened her mouth first. Old minister, I'm a little afraid of the Zhang family now. I'm afraid of the people behind them. What a big scheme. I can't guess what other tricks they have. Scared, I'm scared too. Is the ship moving so fast part of the plan? Back then, when the county magistrate of Sanshui County, Qinglingshan, wrote a letter from Beijing, he mentioned some of the things that happened in Sanshui County. In order to push him up, the Zhang family pushed Sanshui County up 8 times. At that time, he was afraid. The Zhang family was still a Zhuangzi. With the power of a village, they could push down a county. Then when the Zhang family had a county, wouldn't they be able to push down a prefecture? If the Zhang family was given a province and a prefecture, would they push a country around? What about now? Sure enough, if they were given a county, they would be able to push down a prefecture. Although I don't know what was written in the memorial, I think this matter has already been done. The mountains and rivers over there are all connected, and there are all kinds of things. Did they mention the lake? The old man sighed with emotion. He couldn't believe that the Zhang family had set up the scheme like this. It seemed that as long as they gave the Zhang family a little chance, they could infinitely magnify this opportunity and arrange the overall situation unknowingly or when they were clearly watching. Even if you stared at every place, you couldn't guess what they wanted to do and what their final goal was. Even now, who dared to say that the Zhang family didn't have a backup plan? Who could say that the Zhang family's chess game had reached the end? At this time, Lu Jiro's movements and expressions slowed down because she kept thinking about things in her head. After the old man finished speaking, he said after a while, "Yes, they mentioned the lake. They can train a navy in the lake. It said that they will use a new thing that can make the ships faster and we don't have to worry about the capital anymore. A navy is enough." Old minister, do you know what it is? I know. How could I not know? When I just got off the ship, it was like flying. I see. Why did they give me a tricycle? They transferred you here to tell me about this matter. Even the timing was perfect. They installed the little prince's ship and brought me here to let me know and tell you. Isn't that right, little prince? As the old man spoke, he suddenly turned to Li Sun. Lu Jiro also looked at Li Sun. Li Sun's face was pale. He sat down on the floor and slowly took out a thick envelope from his arms. He licked his lips and said, "It's true. It's true. Old Minister, Minister Lu, when I came here, Xiao Bao gave me these things. He said that if I happened to meet someone from the capital between the clouds and the water and that person happened to be Minister Lu, I should give this letter to Minister Lu. If I didn't meet him, I should burn it. Now that Minister Lu is here, I should give it to Minister Lu. Today, I have seen what it means to have a perfect plan. Minister Lu, please." Lu Jiro was already unable to move. Li Sun's words made her and the old man feel cold all over and their hands and feet numb. The two of them never thought that the person behind the Zhang family would be able to calculate things to this extent. What else could he not calculate? Fortunately, there was still a waiter guarding the door. Seeing that Li Sun was about to give something to Lu Jiro and the three of them were still motionless, he ran forward and handed the envelope to Lu Jiro. He then quietly retreated to the door and stood there, but his heart was not calm at all. He was sent by the inner courtyard of the main family. He knew who was the most powerful in this aspect. As long as the young master was willing to help, there was no need to be afraid of any trouble. No matter what difficulty was, it could be solved. The young master and young lady had always been gentle to the inner courtyard and the villagers. He had seen the young master make a move several times. Every time, the people who came to cause trouble were defeated. At that time, he was already in awe of the young master. He did not expect that today, even 2 ministers and a marquis would be involved. Hee, his future days would be better. If the young master could even calculate the ministers, what would he be afraid of? The old man, Lu Jiro, and Li Sun did not know that the waiter was secretly laughing. Lu Jiro opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper from inside. She carefully looked at it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She raised her head and met the old man's gaze. "Old minister, this is the blueprint for the propeller. If you follow the instructions on it, you can make the propeller. This is the last page. Give the one on the little prince's ship to me. I'll compare it. After you make it, don't forget to leave a few for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has great use for it. The Zhang family will not make the same thing themselves in the future. Old minister, I want to see that person. I don't know if you can help me send a letter. The Marquis of Wu is very capable. I won't make any requests. Just seeing him is enough. I won't send troops to capture him. This person is very good at calculation. If by any chance, he leaves the Zhang family and goes to seek refuge somewhere else, my dynasty will not be able to afford to lose him. This old man has the same idea. I can only write a letter to the Zhang family's children and ask them. If possible, you and I will go together and tell them what the Zhang family's intentions are. Do they want to stay and not leave?" The old man happily agreed. As for whether they could succeed or not, that was not important. Lu Jiro was a minister. When she analyzed things, she was much better than Li Sun. She thought for a moment and said, "This is to pave the way for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong is only a county magistrate right now, a lower 7th rank official. Originally, I thought that the Zhang family would change Huayuan County to an upper county and let Zhang Zhong be a lower 6th rank official. This way, if he was placed there, he would be a lower province's Minister of War, a lower 6th rank official. If he was promoted, it would be easier for the higher-ups to explain. Or maybe he would be a lower province's governor, a lower 6th rank official. Both are not bad. Unfortunately, the Zhang family doesn't think so. No matter how good these two positions are, they can't be compared to a provincial governor. If this is feasible, even though it's a new province, it's still Zhongzhou. Since Zhongzhou has put in so much effort, he should have a share of it, right? It also has to be a good position. 5th rank is easy. If Zhongzhou is no longer an official in Xinzhou, he will be exiled voluntarily or by someone. Then, the higher-ups will naturally compensate him. The Zhang family plans to arrange for Zhongzhou to be a lower province's provincial governor. This is a lower 4th rank official. Good ability, good calculation. When the time comes, it will be done by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Even if he hides behind, the higher-ups will still be able to find out. Even if they can't find out, don't they still have me? After offering things again and again, in the end, he gave the Ministry of Works a blueprint. And, the Ministry of War will also intervene. At the last moment, he was framed by the people of the Ministry of Works and sent to the most remote place. Even if the Emperor doesn't promote him, it won't make sense. Old Minister, don't you think so? Lu Jiro put everything together and finally analyzed what the Zhang family wanted to do. They didn't want a mere deputy official position and directly wanted to be a provincial governor. They pushed a province and gave such a big gift. In addition to the things they offered before and the status of Zhuang Yuan, all of this was calculated. The old man also thought of this and added, if it's only like this, the emperor may directly pull him to the capital and give him a 5th rank official. But the most important thing is the Zhang family's ability. No matter where they are, they can always make the people there live well. The power of a village can make the people of Sanshui City live a good life. The power of a county can make the surrounding counties live a good life. Then, if Zhongzhou is placed in the worst place, can the Zhang family also make the people there live a good life? Increase the rent and tax. This is what the emperor is thinking. If the worst place is taken care of, Zhongzhou can also go to the worst places. It's nothing more than increasing the title and empty position. The people behind the Zhang family are calculating their temperament. I'm old. I really want to see what the Zhang family can do outside. Li Sun was also listening to the conversation between the two of them. His status made it impossible for the two of them to chase him out. As he listened, he suddenly said, I've decided. I'll tell my imperial uncle in advance that my fief will follow the Zhang family. Wherever his family goes, I'll go. Even if the land is smaller, I'll agree to it even if I don't have to live in it. Chapter 396. Lu Jiro's words made Li Sun somewhat unconvinced. Minister Lu, who do you think can be better than me and the Zhang family? I don't need to have anything to do with Zhongzhou. Ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who do they want to be with them? Without waiting for Minister Lu to speak, the old man said, Little Prince, if possible, you really should follow the Zhang family. Learn more. Look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two children. They always make people feel at ease when they talk and do things. How could the Marquis say those words before? Old Minister Lu is right. Little Prince should indeed follow the Zhang family. The Zhang family is very capable. Look at the Zhang family. They always leave a way out. When they have a way to make a lot of money and good technology, they never hide it. They directly take it out and give what should be given and what should be given. With this kind of grasp, people who are really powerful won't deliberately look for trouble. Only those who don't open their eyes want to suppress the Zhang family to improve themselves. What's the result? Lu Jiro was also teaching Li Sun on the side. She found that the little prince, who was arrogant and despotic in the capital, had changed. If she met him outside, people who didn't know him would only think that this child was good. She didn't feel the original sharpness of relying on his identity. Perhaps this was what he learned from the Zhang family. The Zhang family did so many things, especially when they encountered forces that deliberately made things difficult for them. At the beginning, they were always so peaceful. They took a step back, and then another step back. When they retreated, they dug a trap. When they didn't want to retreat and counterattacked, that kind of sharpness could grasp the opponent between life and death. The Zhang family was like a net. At first, it was soft and made people feel that they could break through any place. Those who didn't know what was good for them would let the net shrink when they touched it. This was called spinning a cocoon around oneself. Li Sun also understood. Even if he really followed the Zhang family, it was impossible for him to be in theft. Even if he and the Zhang family were good, there were other marquises, princes, and some big families. Wouldn't they send people to contact the Zhang family? It was impossible for him to drive away everyone who wanted to get close to the Zhang family. He only had one advantage, and that was that he was on good terms with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Usually, if he didn't find them to play with, they would find something good for him, or they would make something delicious and invite him to eat with them. Thinking of this, Li Sun said seriously, "I know what to do." In the past, the Zhang family wanted to rely on me and didn't dare to offend me. But now, they still want to give me benefits. This is definitely not the reason. With the power of the Zhang family, they don't need to care about a marquis. No matter how powerful a marquis is, what can I do to a top scorer? Sun Axian was beaten to death. Imperial uncle doesn't care so much. If I really have a conflict with an official, I will be punished. Little prince, it's good that you think this way. I heard that the little prince is sick and can't move at all. Little prince, you have to take care of yourself. Lu Jiro suddenly said at this time. She was already an adult, but she still winked at Li Sun. Li Sun was not stupid. He immediately understood what she meant. He held his head with both hands and said, "My head hurts." "Why does my head hurt so much?" "No, I have to find a doctor." "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed first. He pointed at Li Sun and said, "After being with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for a long time, you actually know how to play tricks. Tomorrow, I will have my son bring a few doctors to visit you. It will probably take a few days before they arrive. Little prince, you must not be careless. You have to take care of yourself when you are sick." Li Sun laughed and said, "That is to say, when Zhang Zhong goes to a poor place, he will be a provincial governor. He has the final say in a province. If I really go with him, Minister Liu, will you give the new propeller to the Zhang family?" "Of course, how can we not?" The Zhang family said in the letter that they asked the Ministry of Works to keep a few for them. This is giving face to the Ministry of Works. If they can make one, they can make a second one. It is nothing more than telling the court that the Zhang family understands the rules and what can be done and what cannot be done. The Zhang family knows this very well. Don't think that there is a lack of stainless steel. The Zhang family has already mined a lot of coal. With the ability of the Zhang family, is it difficult to make some stainless steel? The Zhang family has a choice. Are the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War not sensible children? Ever since the Zhang family made the sand table and military map, the people from the Ministry of War began to pay attention to the Zhang family. Also, the Ministry of War has already found people to try out the design of the ship. They propose to modify 10 ships at once. If the people from the Ministry of War also come to rope us in, won't I, as the Minister of Works, fall behind? Lu Jiro had a lot of things to consider, not only the use of this thing, but also some things in the court. Then let's take this thing back first. I will also go back to Huayuan County. Li Sun had a plan in his heart and knew how to tell Zhang Xiaobao. There is no need to take it back. Just do it according to these drawings first. This time, I brought a lot of people. If they really can't do it, then we can take that thing apart. I still don't know how fast it is, so I will go and see. Lu Jiro didn't want to go back. There must be people from the Ministry of War waiting there. The last time she came here, she was already targeted by them. What if she was discovered again? The old man had already experienced it once, but he still wanted to experience it again. The three people came out of between the clouds and the water one after another and boarded the ship. Following Li Sun's order, the old man was laughing heartily all the way, but Lu Jiro's expression was serious. Fast, it was really too fast. The 8 of them worked hard. From time to time, the bow of the ship would be swayed by the current because it was not heavy enough. While it was moving up and down, Lu Jiro suddenly asked, "What will happen if this thing is put on the sea? Can it be bigger?" "On the sea? You will have to ask the little prince. The little prince is planning to make a ship. As for whether it can be bigger, you will have to ask the people from the Zhang family." This time, the old man wasn't as nervous as last time. He said in a relaxed manner. In Huayuan County, in the swimming pool of Yaowang Mountain, 56 people were still swimming in the water. At this time, everyone was carrying 20 kilograms of weight, but no one would shrink back because of this. The sound of splashing water was constantly heard. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also swam with them. Of the two of them, one was carrying a weight, while the other was not. Wang Wan usually played in the swimming pool, and in addition to her familiarity with the water, she swam faster than the 56 people. Although she was a child, in the water, whoever could display their ability better would be able to swim faster. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao had a natural affinity for water. After the flood, he vowed to become stronger in the water. From fear to conquest, and then to assimilation, Zhang Xiaobao's understanding of water had reached a terrifying level. Wang Wan had been specially trained, and her movements were standard. Whether it was the breaststroke, butterfly, or freestyle, most of the time, her body was moving in the water, and she would only take a breath after a certain distance. Don't give up, you are the most powerful guards. Rhythm, pay attention to the rhythm, swim for me. The water is not cold, swim, look ahead a little, find a goal for yourself, don't look far away, just look at the front, believe in yourself, I can do it, go. Wang Wan encouraged the 56 people while swimming. Zhang Xiaobao stuck closely to Wang Wan. It was unknown how he moved, but every time he swam, the current would not only not exhaust Wang Wan's strength, but also make her feel much more relaxed. Look at the young master and the young lady, just in front, swim, 1 2, 1 2, relax, spread your arms, steady, no one is allowed to rush. Huzi also shouted, but every shout was very strenuous. He did not want to support Wang Wan with Zhang Xiaobao's special swimming beside her. The rest of the 55 people adjusted their breathing and frequency, no longer thinking of following Taidu. Their eyes were fixed on the young master, who was also carrying weights. The 5 caddies of sand calculated according to the weight of the body did not affect the young master in the slightest. At this time, they really saw the young master's swimming ability. Like a fish, the young master was always faster than others at the same frequency. This was already the 10th round trip, and also the last one-way trip. No one wanted to give up, and they clenched their teeth and persevered. Even if they felt weak all over, even if there were stars in front of them, they still closed their eyes and persevered according to their own frequency. When Wang Wan reached the end, she exerted strength under her feet, and Zhang Xiaobao supported Wang Wan from below. She jumped directly to the shore and lay there, gasping for breath. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly sank into the water and floated up again. He waved at the 56 people and let them go first. When the last one, Huzi, also climbed up, Zhang Xiaobao circled in the water, and with this force, directly jumped up in the water. He put his hands on the edge of the pool, and his whole body soared into the air. When he landed, his feet touched the ground first. The 56 people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Wang Wan was also stunned. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you?" "It's nothing. I'm used to the water. You can treat me as a cool man." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not tired. When he swam, he could control the details. "Then you will stay in the sea in the future. You are not allowed to go ashore. Maybe a mermaid will take a fancy to you." Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the weight on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao did not avoid it and directly massaged Wang Wan. Wang Wan shouted as she swam, and her physical strength was too exhausted. The others also divided into pairs and helped massage there. "Xiaobao, when will you leave? I really can't bear to leave." Wang Wan was massaged for a while, and turned over to ask. "No matter what, we have to wait for the ice in the Yellow River to melt. When we are there, ordinary people can't control us. If you want to raise dogs, find a few there. If you want to train people, there are many ethnic minorities there. Remember to integrate. Don't be like Yang Guozhong, foolishly happy and determined to destroy the human race." In the end, he was defeated twice in a row and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist and massaged Wang Wan's leg. "I'm not that kind of person. Xiaobao, I know that you have a big plan this time. It's not just to give your father a good position over there, right? I have seen the ability of international swindlers with my own eyes. None of them are easy to deal with." Chapter 397. Except for Zhang Xiaobao, no one had expected that the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong, would suddenly do such a thing. The court was in a heated argument. The only one who didn't participate was the Minister of Works, Lu Zhiro. He was leading a group of people to make a new propeller. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already drawn the diagram, and the theory was clearly written in the language of the time. However, people's thinking was limited. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in junior high school, they would know what to do when they saw this kind of theory. However, the people in the Ministry of Works couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it, because these things involved too much basic knowledge. Geniuses would only appear at times like this. Lu Jiro's distant relative, Lu Feidong, looked at the drawing and then looked at the real thing. He used the fastest speed to dismantle the propeller that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put together. He said to Lu Jiro, "Uncle, I know what to do. In fact, it's just a frame." Lu Jiro looked at his distant nephew's actions and was stunned. Before he could encourage him, someone next to him said, "Lord Lu's nephew is really amazing." After hearing what he said, "I also know. It's really too simple. It's just these things. Let people make them according to their appearance and then put them together." Lu Jiro still didn't have time to speak. His nephew, Lu Feidong, said, "Bullshit, do you really think it's that simple? Do you really think you can make it just by looking at it and following it? Tell me, how do you make the round beads of the same size in this thing put together? What kind of oil is it? Look at this oil yourself. What kind of weather is it now? When people are shivering from the cold, the oil won't solidify. When it's put on the ground, it will spread slowly. Do you know what this oil is for? It's for these small beads to spin faster." The person was ashamed by Lu Feidong's words, but he didn't dare to refute. He really didn't know what was going on with this oil. When the weather was cold, other oils would generally solidify, but this oil was fine. Lu Jiro didn't care about those things. Seeing that her subordinates couldn't answer, she coldly snorted and said, "Back down. You only know how but don't know why. You're a good-for-nothing." "Uncle, you called for me." Lu Feidong turned around and asked. "Well, even if I called you, do you know what this thing is?" Lu Jiro asked Lu Feidong. She felt very proud when she saw her distant nephew dismantle and put the thing back together. Lu Feidong could not theorize this thing, but he could understand the meaning behind it. He dipped his finger in some oil and put it in his mouth. He tasted it, but he still did not know what it was. Uncle, it's like this. When someone steps on this thing, it will spin. The way it spins is different. When a person steps on it, as long as he has enough strength to step on it, it will spin 10 times. After that, it will be like a person paddling, pushing the water. In fact, it is pushing the person while pushing the water. Uncle, do you understand? I don't understand. Why is a person pushing a person into the water? Lu Jiro really didn't understand. I also don't know. It's just a feeling. Lu Feidong also didn't know how to explain it. This big brother, do you really know that you give a force to the water and the water also gives you a force? A clear and sweet voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl standing there, wearing a red dress made of an unknown material. Her pair of lively big eyes kept looking around. When Lu Feidong saw this girl, he felt that this girl was very cute. He simply smiled and said, I know. I've been thinking about it, but I just don't understand. The little girl nodded. Of course you don't understand. Because you're not a member of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. This is called the interaction of forces. When the points of contact produce a response, everything is inertial because of the force. The transmission of force, if subdivided, is always intermittent. It's just that the intermittent time is too short to feel it. Even light is the same. As long as your speed or perception exceeds the speed of light, then you can see the intermittent light. The same goes for resistance. This thing's function is to use the intermittent inertia to offset the intermittent resistance. The shorter the intermittent time of the power, the faster the speed, or the smaller the intermittent force of the resistance, the faster the speed. If both the resistance and the force of the object were sustainable, then the smaller the area of the propelling force, the greater the force at this point, and the faster the speed. This resistance depended on the density. When flying, and when on water, the density was different, so the resistance would be different. Even if matter only exists in terms of mass, it also has density. This density is not eternal, but it can exceed the speed of light, so light can't be transmitted. This is gravity. Gravity is also a kind of existence. Since it can bind light, it means that it's faster than light. In fact, light also has mass, but it's not easy to detect. As long as it has mass, it has gravity. If it can't escape, it means that its speed is not fast enough. What I mean is that the resistance is not the problem. The power and the density of the contact point are the key to speed. Do you understand? Lu Feidong was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the people around him were dumbfounded when they heard the little girl's words. What nonsense was this? It was just something made of stainless steel. How could there be so many problems? Looking at everyone's expressions, the little girl lowered her head sadly and muttered, I shouldn't stay here. I should go find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They'll understand. The things I learned were also written in the book sent by the Zhang family. At this moment, the little girl seemed very lonely. The few people around her also heard her words, but they didn't understand what she meant. Only the old man sighed and said to the little girl, Lu, go to Huayuan County. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are waiting for you. Yes, I won't tell them. They're very, very stupid. I've explained it so clearly, but they still don't understand. I'll go find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and tell them. They'll understand, Lu said sadly. Lu I also know that in reality, speed refers to the force produced by the ship after it cancels out the resistance the ship encounters. If this force is greater than the ship's gravity, then the ship will move. The greater the ratio, the faster the ship will move. At this time, a 12 or 13-year-old boy joined in. He was a student at the academy. Lu heard the voice and looked up. She smiled at the boy and said, "Yes, whoever can balance the nature of the force and resistance, and who can make the pressure point of the force be more concentrated, will be able to move faster under the circumstances of the same force and resistance." The boy and LoveLore looked at each other and smiled. They felt that they were no longer lonely. The boy said to LoveLore, "Go to the academy and have a look. Although you're still young, I believe that no one will dare to look down on you." Then I'll also look for my brothers and sisters from the Zhang and Wang families. Only now do I know that I'm not from the same world as them. Lu led the newcomer towards the academy, not forgetting to point at the others as she spoke. Everyone was stunned, including the old man and Lu Jiro. They did not understand what LoveLore said at all. It was like listening to a bunch of books. Lu Feidong, on the other hand, was full of excitement. "Uncle, I want to go to that academy. I can learn things that I didn't know before there." Lu Jiro did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Feidong, no matter which academy you go to, you'll learn things that you didn't know before. However, this academy will not teach what you just heard. If you want to learn, there is only one place, the Yamen of Huayuan County. Uncle will take you there tomorrow. If it's feasible, you can learn there." In the Yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still training the 56 people. Wang Wan asked someone to make some training equipment and taught the others how to do it, such as the parallel bars. She did not know how to do it herself. It was not that she did not know how to do it, but she did not dare to. She was afraid that her arm strength could not support her weight. This kind of basic training was to increase the strength of muscles in all parts of the body. The floor of the parallel bars was covered with thick cotton mats. There was also a doctor waiting by the side. If anyone was injured, the doctor would be able to treat them in time. There was also a horizontal bar on the side. Zhang Xiaobao climbed up the bar on one side and did 12 pull-ups there. Then he climbed down the bar on the side. 12. "Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you only did 12. Wang Wan asked. "Go up and try. See how many you can do. I bet you that I can't do more than 5 of these 56 people. Do you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, not thinking that he did not do enough. Wang Wan smiled, "Don't compare yourself with them. Compare yourself with how you used to be. How many could you do before? How old was I before? How old am I now? Don't always talk about me. Climb up and compare yourself with how you used to be." Zhang Xiaobao began to rub his arms. Just now, he had done 12 of them because of his tenacity. When it came to the 6th one, it was already very strenuous. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Wang Wan also understood that this part of the muscles had nothing to do with normal training. Even if you could lift a 200-pound stone at will, you could not do pull-ups without training. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao rubbing his arms, she said, "I couldn't do half in the beginning. If I do one now, will I surpass myself? In the past, I could do 1. Now, I can do 12. If you can't do 12, then it means that I'm better than you, both in the past and now." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't stupid. Wasn't it just lowering the previous results? Let's see who will lower. Then you are better than me. Xiaobao, let me ask you, what kind of ethnic policy will you adopt when your father goes there? Don't kill people in the name of integration. History is too far away from us. I only look at what is in front of me. Wang Wan did not want to compare, but changed the topic. "I don't like to kill people, unless someone wants me and my family to die. It's just some ethnic minorities. It's simple. Get rid of the ambitious people, and the rest is easy. We can talk about it when the time comes. In fact, through my understanding, I found that the ethnic minorities and the people in the Central Plains are mostly the same, except for some different customs. Some people will sow discord in order to maintain their ruling position. Do the real people care about who is in power? Usually, there is not much hatred between people. It is not important to say that the ethnic minorities kill the people in the Central Plains, and it is not important to say that the people in the Central Plains kill the ethnic minorities. What is important is who is making use of the people in the middle. This kind of person is the most hateful. Are there no conflicts between neighbors? Are there any less killings between brothers? Are there not many in the Xuanhui sect? So, I plan to see who is the most active person when I go there. If he wants to destroy other ethnic groups, I will destroy him. Chapter 398. When the first light snow fell, the snow fell. Zhang Zhong finally came back from the capital, followed by those county magistrates who were in a happy mood. At this time, no one scolded Zhang Zhong for being stupid, but they kept thanking him. They also admitted that the Zhang family was an unusual family. Even if there were fewer people, it was for the sake of the family. What the Zhang family had done in the past few years was like a legend, one after another, which made people understand. But when someone really made a conclusion, it was so bizarre. This was the ability of the Zhang family. In the future, these county magistrates could hold their positions and not move, or they could go to the new province to do things. In that case, they would have less power, but their ranks could be promoted. As for the provincial governor, it was impossible for Zhang Zhong to be the provincial governor of Zhongzhou province. The rank of this position was too high, the power was too great, and it was also a piece of delicious cake. Many people wanted to be the provincial governor, unless the Zhang family could use other means. Zhang Zhong didn't know the thoughts of these county magistrates, nor was he in the mood to think about it. He just wanted to go home early and make the two families happy. He knew clearly that it was impossible for him to stay here and be the provincial governor. It was not that he couldn't. If his son wanted to, there seemed to be nothing impossible. But there was not much development here. If he really became the provincial governor of a newly established state, there would be almost no disobedient people. However, the development of this place had reached a certain point. The lives of the people would be good. Unless the new provincial governor was a simple-minded person like County Magistrate Wan, the life of this place would only get better. If he really met such a person, he would have to ask his son to do something. This place was close to Sanshui County, and there were many businesses in the family. It was the foundation of the Zhang family. Even if he left, he couldn't let others touch it. Thinking of his son's ability, Zhang Zhong showed a gratified smile. He didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were busy with these days. It was definitely not as simple as it looked. It was very likely that they were arranging things after leaving and waiting for someone who wanted to touch this place. County Magistrate Qing of Sanyuan County suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Zhong with uncertainty, "County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that you will leave this place after the new year. What about our counties and Huayuan County?" The county magistrates of the other 5 counties also looked at Zhang Zhong. They had the same concerns. With Zhang Zhong around, those few counties could cooperate well with Huayuan County and even Sanshui County. If Zhang Zhong was not around, would the others really care about the people like Zhang Zhong? What if a greedy and poor county magistrate came up? What should the others do? How many county magistrates could be like Zhang Zhong? Not only did his own family earn money, but he also benefited the people and made other places rich as well. The Zhang family's ability to earn money made Zhang Zhong not need to waste his efforts to be greedy or to betray the interests of the county for bribes. What County Magistrate Qing said is also what we are thinking. County Magistrate Zhang, without you in the future, the few counties may not develop like they are now. If there is a greedy county magistrate, the lives of the people will be difficult. The county magistrate of Yunyang County also chimed in. He knew in his heart that he wanted to be a little greedy, let alone others. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Zhong's booklet gave him too much pressure, he would have taken home a few thousand strings of coins by now. He now understood Zhang Zhong's character. If he wanted money, he would give it to him. If he wanted political achievements, he would give it to him. If he wanted to exploit the people, he would just wait for death. This kind of official was too rare. Usually, they were honest officials and their families were not rich. But Zhang Zhong's family had a lot of money. Zhang Zhong heard the two people's questions and looked at the other people's expressions. He was worried. He didn't know what would happen here in the future. He was anxious to go back and ask his son. His son should have thought about it. Looking at the scenery by the river, the depression was full of hope. In the cold weather, there were still people strolling here, and they were all strong young men. Zhang Zhong knew what these people wanted to do. It was the notice that he had issued in the past that asked people who had nothing to do to walk by the river when they were free. It was better for those who were good at swimming. If someone fell into the water, they could jump in to save him. After all, this was not Huayuan County, and there were no boats patrolling here and there. After saving someone, under normal circumstances, the person being saved was basically a merchant. They would give their savior some benefits. Huayuan County would also give some rewards. To Zhang Zhong, it wasn't much, just 100 or so coins. However, to the commoners, it was quite a lot. When the other county magistrates saw that Zhang Zhong did not answer, they thought that he did not want to talk about this matter. They changed the topic and said, "County Magistrate Zhang, I have decided to let the Yamen runners patrol here in the future. They will learn from you and recruit some idlers into the Yamen. That's good. If there is a flood, send more people to various places. Boats are expensive in other places. You can ask between the clouds and the water. It is cheaper there. To be honest, my boats there were all made by my family's shipyard. We can sell them to the Yamen as capital." Zhang Zhong was now focused on being a good official. When others mentioned the boat, he decided to sell the capital of his family's shipyard to the Yamen. The county magistrate was happy when he heard this. "Don't worry, County Magistrate Zhang. The boats we bought will not be sold at a higher price. They will all be used in the Yamen. People who come and go on this river say that they are least worried about the section between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Not to mention accidentally falling into the water. Even if you tied a stone to your body and jumped into the water, you will not die." While they were talking, a boat approached them. There was a flag at the bow of the boat with a rice seedling painted on it. When they saw the flag, they knew that the people from the Zhang family had come. The Zhang family also had their own fleet. They usually did not go far. They took short-term jobs within the range of the two counties. At the same time, they were responsible for checking the situation on the river. There was a clairvoyant on each boat. Zhang Zhong stood forward and looked at the approaching boat. He asked the person who was also standing at the bow of the boat, "What are you doing here?" "I am going back soon." In response to Master's question, "Our family sent a letter saying that you have encountered a little trouble. It will be solved after you read the letter." The person on the boat tied the letter to a bamboo pole and handed it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was a little confused. He did not know why his family sent a letter. He did not have any trouble. When he took the letter, the boat from his family had already brushed past him. County Magistrate Zhang's family is better. They have their own fleet and it is convenient to do things, a county magistrate said enviously. A county magistrate said enviously. The other county magistrates nodded in agreement. It was indeed different to have their own business. This time, they were supposed to stay at the resting point in the capital city. Their official rank was low, so it was very uncomfortable to stay there. In the end, they were led by Zhang Zhong to the restaurant opened by his family. They chose a room and did not need to spend any money on food and drinks. These days, they were very comfortable. Zhang Zhong smiled and did not say anything. In his heart, he knew that it was all thanks to his son. His son always wanted his family to have a better life. Before he left, he would make proper arrangements. At home, it was needless to say. Not only were his family members comfortable, but even the people in the inner courtyard were also the same. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there was tea, hot water for bathing, food, and so on. The people in the inner courtyard took turns to keep watch at night. They also found 2 doctors and a medical doctor, which made the house much more stable. In addition to the previous doctor, the 3 doctors each stayed for 8 hours. When they encountered a difficult illness, they would go to the medical doctor. In this way, the people in the inner courtyard did not have to worry when they were resting. When they were working, they worked hard. It was like a big family, making people feel comfortable living in such a house. Thinking of home, Zhang Zhong opened the letter with a smile. After reading it from the beginning, he sighed softly and said to the other county magistrates who were waiting, "There is a new business at home. I don't know if you are interested in participating. I don't dare to say too much, but 50 strings of coins per month is still okay." The county magistrates did not expect that Zhang Zhong would immediately lead them to make money after reading a letter. Needless to say, the Zhang family's ability was obvious. The output of farming was twice as high as other people's. In business, other people might lose money, but the Zhang family definitely could not. 50 strings of coins per month, that was 600 strings of coins per year. Even a year's salary was not so much. A 7th-grade external official only had 1,750 strings of coins per month. Adding the other 350 strings of coins, it was only 2 strings of coins and 100 strings of coins in total. That was 50 strings of coins per month. According to Zhang Zhong's words, the money was considered little. It was more than 20 times the salary. County Magistrate Qing, who had just spoken, immediately expressed his position. "County Magistrate Zhang, we are willing to do this." "What is it?" Zhang Zhong shook the paper in his hand and said, "It's simple. Each family will send 20 to 30 people to help deliver letters and things here. If you go by water, my family will take care of the ship. If you go by land, you will need the cooperation of the county magistrates. This is called the express delivery. In the future, the entire province and Sanshui County will be together. Don't be in a hurry to be promoted. Stay in this position for 3 to 5 years. When I come back, I will naturally make arrangements for you. Take advantage of this time to earn more money and take care of your own county." The next county magistrate of Huayuan County is the chief librarian who is promoted now. "You don't have to worry. I will tell him what to do. I have already prepared a profitable business for his family. In the future, he will continue to do things like I do. He can still earn 100 strings of coins per month. If he dares to be greedy and dare to sell the interests of the county, you don't have to do anything. Someone will naturally do it. You must also remember to treat the people well. Fix the road so that it will be more convenient for the express delivery. There is a requirement for the person who will be chosen. Rain or shine, from Sanshui County to the farthest county. You will only be given 2 days. You must arrive within 24 hours. When the people are rich, there are also rich businessmen and some nobles who live here. They need this kind of express delivery. It is very easy to earn 50 strings of coins per month." Zhang Zhong was confident in this matter. Ordinary people might take a long time to deliver a letter, but they endured it. However, some people hoped that the sooner the better. If several counties worked together, whether it was by land or by water, they could deliver the letter in 2 days. Chapter 399. Several county magistrates who were standing at the side immediately understood what Zhang Zhong meant. He didn't want to give up the entire province even after he left. There would be a new provincial governor in the province, and some other officials who would do other things. However, no matter what, the province couldn't be separated from the 7 counties that were united. As long as the people in the province went too far, the 7 counties could compete with the provincial yamen. More than 50 strings of coins per person per month was actually to prevent them from being greedy and accepting bribes. In this way, the province couldn't catch them and they didn't need to worry about the provincial governor finding excuses. Thinking of this, the county magistrates felt that the weather seemed to be colder. Zhang Zhong was too meddlesome. But after thinking about it, they had to do this, unless they were willing to surrender. County Magistrate Zhang, I think this is a good idea. I'd rather be a level 7 county magistrate than a level 6 idle official. At most, I'll have a few more acres of land. How can it compare with a monthly income of 50 strings of coins? County Magistrate Zhang can rest assured. What County Magistrate Zhang was like when he left the Yamen of Sanyuan County will only be better when he returns. The County Magistrate of Sanyuan County expressed his opinion, and the county magistrates of other counties also followed. They were waiting for Zhang Zhong to be promoted after he came back. Others might not have this ability, but the Zhang family could. Well said, well said. In the future, as long as I have a way to make money, I will take you with me. When we go back, go to the Yamen and take a few kilograms of black fungus back to taste. Seeing that the matter was easily solved, Zhang Zhong happily told the county magistrates. He decided that when he went back, he would give each of them 10 kilograms of black fungus. As for whether they would keep it for themselves or give it to Shengwan, it was not up to him to decide. They talked and laughed easily on the boat and returned to the Yamen of Huayuan County in the middle of the night. After settling them in Jinlai Tower, Zhang Zhong hurried home and wanted to ask his son. As a result, he found that his son and daughter-in-law didn't come back. They stayed in Yawang Mountain. Suppressing the urge to look for him, Zhang Zhong began to tell his family about some of the specific things that happened when he returned to the capital. After the booklet, sand table, and the rental tax were sent, the imperial court discussed it for many days before approving the matter of Cheng Lizho. It was snowing at night. Zhang Zhong hugged Jiang Wang clan and felt the warmth of home. He said softly, I heard that the winter in the south is not cold at all. There are pearls by the sea. I'll make you a beautiful necklace. Pay attention to adjusting your physical strength. Lower your body a little, form a figure 8 with your feet, bend your legs, and use your peripheral vision to feel the things around you. Focus, don't put all your focus on one leg. Even if you're jogging, tie the straps of your backpack yourself. It has to be just right. On Yawang Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each carried a backpack and held a foot-long bayonet in their hands. They led 56 people to train. Wang Wan taught the 56 people as they walked. The 56 people listened as they walked. They controlled their bodies and tried their best to meet the requirements. Now they didn't have much strength. The food was good, but they couldn't stand it if they didn't rest. During the day, they practiced in the morning and swam in the afternoon. They didn't know what the little girl was going to do today. At night, even if it was still snowing, they didn't rest. They were taken to the mountain, carrying a big bag of things, and kept on walking. In the middle of the night, the sky was dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by 56 people. They kept on jogging. They had been jogging for 2 hours, and there was no sign of stopping. The two of them were tired, but their willpower was different. When it was midnight, Wang Wan finally touched Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan didn't have the strength to shout, so he helped to shout, stop, rest and eat. 56 people finally stopped. Not caring if the ground was cold or not, they sat down and brought their backpacks in front of them. They took out the wrapped smoked chicken and rice wine in bamboo tubes, eating and drinking at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first gave each other a massage, and then took out their food to eat. There was some beef jerky, a tube of juice, and a big steamed bun with pickled vegetables inside. Today is the first day, you can eat as much as you want. Go back later and have a good sleep. Wait until noon tomorrow, you will leave here. I will take you to Fragrant Hill to play. Crossbows and other weapons have been prepared for you. Tomorrow, change into new clothes, put sand in your backpacks, and put your food in the pockets of your clothes. You only have 3 days of food and water. When you arrive at Fragrant Hill, after eating, find a way to find your own food. Those who can't persevere, go back to the inner courtyard. You are the strong Team 0 of Team Meow. The team only needs the strong. Cowards can go to other places to do things. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the steamed bun and ate some pickled vegetables. He said to the 56 people who had blurred eyes and wanted to sleep. The 56 people were shocked at the same time. Most of their sleepiness disappeared, and they became alert. They tried to drink as little as possible. They were afraid that they would be driven back. They couldn't afford to lose face. There was a new protector, and they would lose their identity as protectors. If they were driven back, would they say that they couldn't keep up when the new protector asked them? Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Now, I will teach you some simple skills. The first is sleep. Don't underestimate this sleep. At critical times, if you can rest for a while in a special environment, you will have a chance to survive. Cuckoo and I have practiced sleeping well. Now, we can sleep at any time and wake up at any time. The 56 people listened attentively. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained how to adjust their bodies. For example, what to lean on when standing to sleep, the center of gravity and the angle of the body, what was deep sleep, what was light sleep, how to cultivate the sense of danger, and how to wake up on time when sleeping, etc. Zhang Xiaobao had done a lot of research in this area. He first explained the general theory, and then he would take it slow when the time came. Especially for the dangerous training, he would arrange special things to put the 56 people in a half-asleep state. The 56 people were already sleepy. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao talking about sleeping methods, they all felt their eyelids become heavier and heavier. Wang Wan took advantage of this time to take a nap. Okay, that's about it. After resting for a quarter of an hour, we will set off and go back. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time. He called out to the 56 people and leaned against Wang Wan to sleep. The 56 people yawned. Feeling the cold weather, they all began to eat and drink. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao woke up first. Wang Wan also opened her eyes, put on her backpack, and began to lead the group back. When they came, they didn't walk slowly. When they went back, because they were full and had a day of exercise, the 56 people walked until 4:45 in the morning. Only then did they return to the foot of the mountain, enter the house, quickly take off their wet clothes, and lie down to sleep. The next day, Zhang Zhong rushed over when it was almost noon. He wanted to have a good talk with his son. As a result, it was exactly 12:45. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the group and set off. This time, like last night, they didn't bring any servants. All the way to Fragrant Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage and took turns to drive. Looking at the 56 people behind them, Zhang Xiaobao opened his backpack and explained to everyone, "This small knife is used to deal with animals or fish. In the same bag, there is a smaller steel knife used to cut off the dead skin when you are injured. Don't mix them up. The small bamboo tube contains cotton soaked in alcohol. There is also a small tweezer. When the time comes, use the tweezer to pick it up and use it to wipe the wound and the small knife." He remembered that when there was alcohol cotton wool in the small knife, it could not touch the wound directly. If there was no alcohol cotton wool, it had to be roasted with fire first. This small bamboo tube was filled with salt. There was only salt and no other seasonings. These few packets of medicine were made by the doctor of the main house to treat injuries and illnesses. This paper packet contains dried meat, which can be used to satisfy hunger. There are also some dehydrated vegetables and special compressed biscuits. Everything added up, except for the salt, is only enough for you to eat for 3 days. If you eat sparingly, you can eat more. The small gourd contains wine, which is very strong. When you feel weak, drink a mouthful. In addition, the most important thing is these black things extracted from opium poppies. When you are injured and in pain, you can eat a little. When you want to force yourself to continue doing things, you can eat a little. Remember to control yourself. If you eat too much of this thing, you will become addicted. Use it at a critical moment. Zhang Xiaobao was also wearing clothes with many pockets. Every time he said something, he put it in a suitable place. The speed of the carriage slowed down so that the 56 people could slowly follow and stuff the things into the pockets of their clothes. A bag of things seemed to have a lot of things, but they could all be stuffed in. When there was only an empty bag left, the 56 people began to put the sand from the carriage into the bag. Each person put in 10 pounds. In addition to this heavy bag, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also made small sandbags of 2 pounds each for the 56 people. These sandbags could be wrapped around the hands and ankles of the 56 people. These things added up to a total of 30 pounds. There were also weapons, which added up to about 40 pounds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't use these sandbags because they were still young. In the beginning, they didn't think much of carrying 40 caddies of items. However, after walking for 4 hours, the 56 of them finally understood how burdensome these items were. Each of them was sweating profusely, and their clothes were also soaked. Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's place to drive the carriage. She was holding 2 3-inch wide ropes in her hands. To be precise, they were thick patches, the kind that were made of canvas. Are you tired? Xiaobao, stop the carriage first. I will teach you how to put on the leggings. These leggings can't be tied all the time. You can put them on when needed. With this, you can feel more relaxed when walking and have more explosive power. Chapter 400. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were working hard to train the 56 people, Zhang Zhong and Wang Wan were all anxious. The 2 children ran away with so many people. Hearing from the people who stayed at the foot of Yawang Mountain that they were going to Fragrant Hill, Zhang Zhong did not go to find them personally. He arranged for someone to bring his own letter over. After returning to the yamen, Zhang Zhong still did what he was supposed to do. He was not distracted by the fact that the 7 counties would send people to establish provincial governments after the new year. That was a matter of the imperial court and had nothing to do with him. The new provincial governor could not do anything to him. If it was someone who was promoted from other places, they should be thanking him. Compared to Zhang Zhong's calmness, the people in other places could not continue to be as steady as before. Fast horses ran everywhere in the capital, heading to various places in the Tang Empire. The people on the horses had to report the situation in Xinzhou to various places. There were also people who specially collected some information about the Zhang family and had to report it to their respective masters. When the Zhang family pushed a county to become a Shang county, it had already caused quite a stir. This time, they even united 7 counties to become a province, which was even more shocking. Zhang Wang clan's maternal family also specially sent people to visit Zhang Zhong and brought many gifts. The current Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who wanted to elope. He received the people from the Wang family well and had a good chat with them. However, he did not agree to take his family to the capital to have a look. When the people who sent them left, they took many things, including 2 tricycles. Li Sun also rushed back. After asking around, he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Fragrant Hill. He thought that the 2 of them wanted to go on a winter hunt. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to stay by the yamen. If something new were to appear, the Zhang family would definitely look for him. He was also waiting for the propeller to be made so that he could install it on the ship that was currently being modified. The old man in the Shuiyun room was not idle either. Ever since he had seen the propeller, he had taken out the copy of the Book of Nature and flipped through it several times. Then, he came to the academy and asked someone to copy it. He was going to make it a compulsory subject for the students of the academy. Even if it was not very orthodox, learning this book could make a propeller. This kind of sharp weapon naturally could not be underestimated. After thinking about it, the old man checked the household register of the students. After finding that there were no people from other countries, he was relieved. Lu Jiro did not leave. She took a group of people from the Ministry of Works and studied it there. She had people send over a lot of good steel. She also transferred some craftsmen from the capital who belonged to the Ministry of Works. Many people from the Military Weapons Administration also came. There were only a few things that looked simple, but it was difficult to understand the principles behind them. He made some parts one by one, and after putting them together, he used some of the oil that was usually used for the axle of the carriage. He found a ship and tested it, and found that it was indeed useful. You only know how it is, but you don't know why it is. What is the principle behind this thing? Lu Jiro said with a sigh after finding out that the replica propeller was also easy to use. Lu Feidong also walked around. When he saw that the thing was made, he thought of what he heard the other day. He asked Lu Jiro, "Uncle, when can I learn this thing? You are such a high official. If you ask the Yamen to accept me, they will accept me, right? Also, I won't continue to ask them to pay for the curved plow." Lu Jiro smiled helplessly. Feidong, not to mention the Zhang family's ability, even if it was an ordinary county magistrate, they would not listen to my words. I will ask Bai Lao's Hang to write a letter and see if they are willing to let you go. If you really go, you have to be obedient when you get there. Lu Jiro didn't have a good idea. This distant nephew of hers was the kind of person who couldn't get along with 8 Poles. However, he came here to help, and he even brought half of the genealogy book. For her, it was just one more mouth to eat. Besides, this nephew was usually very honest. He would only appear clever when he encountered strange things. The Zhang family sent a letter last time, wanting to meet with them. In the end, they were politely rejected. If her nephew could go, he could learn something. In the future, he would be able to get into the Ministry of Works and do some things. Thinking of this, the two of them went to the academy. When the snow fell, the new year was in front of them. 2 days after the small new year, almost everyone was preparing for the big new year. Shipping had stopped, but people were not idle. Without the ships coming and going, and the ice in the river, especially those who saw the cold storage at the docks to make money, they all had ideas about the ice. At this time, they dug out the ice and put it in the cellar. By next summer, they could sell it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also brought the people back. They only returned to the Yamen on the first day of the new year. The 56 people had changed a lot. Each of them had a determined look in their eyes and their muscles were different from before. At first glance, people would feel that they were not ordinary. The 56 people were really tired. During the day, even if they were in the mountains, they would find a flat ground to practice. In the morning, they would do this. In the afternoon, they would swim. There were many big and small ponds in Xiangshan, and there were also rivers flowing through. Later on, when the ice froze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not give up on their swimming training. They broke the ice and cleaned it up. They first moved around on the shore, then swam a few laps in the water. They could not stay in the water for so long. In the afternoon, they only needed to stay in the water for an hour. After the new year, the training would continue. If they did not practice more, no one would be available at the crucial moment. In the midst of the festive bustle, the 30th day finally arrived. This year, the two families still spent the new year together. However, they did not return to Zhuangzi. In the Yamen, there had to be someone guarding. In particular, there were many firecrackers. If there was a fire, they had to rush over quickly to save it. The farmers of the two families also knew this. They sent a lot of things and took a lot of things back. Accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers, each family ate their New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Zhong hurriedly finished his meal, then took the yamen runners to visit some families. In the past half a month, he had not been idle. He brought people to deliver things to the people who were not living well in the county. It had become a tradition to send a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of oil, or 10 caddies of pork. Zhang Zhong did not forget about the other 6 counties around him. He had people deliver things to them. As for whether those county magistrates would follow his example and give things to each family, he did not care. In the end, the other 6 county magistrates followed his example and gave things to the people. In exchange, the people smiled and looked at them with respect, which made them feel different. Xiao Bao, when will you be able to leave next year? Do you still need to prepare anything? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating watermelon seeds, when she was on night watch. Zhang Xiaobao ate a watermelon seed with difficulty. He thought for a while and said, about a month. After the new year, we will be able to leave. This time, the team is not small. We have to take the things we collected from the surrounding counties and sell them along the way. We also have to carry 2 ships of wheat rice stones. There is a lot of land there, but there are not many people. We can buy some more. When we get there, we can eat as many bananas as we want. What other fruits are there? I don't know if anyone has brought coffee or something from other places to plant there. I don't think so. Can the seeds of some of our crops be planted there? Wang Wan had not seen what bananas looked like since she came here. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she licked her lips, picked up a walnut, and ate it. Who cares if it can be planted or not? Let's bring it over first. Cotton can definitely be planted. The specific place has not been decided yet. We have to wait for that assistant minister to help. Let's see where he will harm my father and what excuse he will use. A map appeared in Zhang Xiaobao's mind. He pondered over it one by one. What should he do when he got there? He still had to consider some local factors. Wang Wan also had a picture in her mind. It was not a map, but a picture of her playing on the beach. Sitting under a coconut tree, listening to the sound of the tide, looking at the blue sky and sea, seagulls flying, a red sun hanging in the sky, and eating a lobster with both hands. It is said that there is a lot of silver in Japan. When we get there, we can do more trade with them, get the silver back, and sell the things. If we don't sell the things with technology, what else can Japan have? Then we can take a ship to Southeast Asia and bring back some good things, especially corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and what else? Think about it. The picture in Wang Wan's mind changed again. The lobster in her hand disappeared and was replaced by a bag of potato chips. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a melon seed and said, "Those things are not from Southeast Asia, right? It seems to be in Africa. Do we dare to go there? Let's trade with Japan first and see if we can find something along the coast that we don't have. Animals are included. There will probably be a lot of mess waiting to be dealt with when we get there. Especially with the people living in the mountains over there, we have to coordinate a good relationship. We can't be hostile. We can give them some things first, such as food, and then slowly teach them some knowledge. Is it integration?" Wang Wan gave up the idea of going to sea directly and asked about the ethnic issues. This kind of thing was not easy to deal with. It's not integration. It's that we have already regarded them as a family in our hearts. Everyone can live a good life and distribute the benefits as much as possible, so there will be fewer conflicts. They should have a lot of good handicrafts and specialties. We can help them sell them and buy things from other places and sell them to them. As long as we respect their ethnic culture and their totems, they won't care who rules. Zhang Xiaobao had thought about this for a long time. Under normal circumstances, ethnic minorities were not friendly to outsiders. It was nothing more than a poor use of resources and poverty. Psychologically, they had the idea that outsiders would make them poorer. First, they would send things to show their friendliness. Then, they would teach them a little bit and let them see the outside world. Naturally, they would be more open-minded and willing to try to live a better life and yearn for a more prosperous place. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea. We still don't know what they look like and what kind of house they live in. Food. Let's trick a few more doctors to follow them and see if we can find good medicinal materials. We can also learn from the local people. Some indigenous recipes are more useful. Chapter 401. Every year, the night was like this. What was different was the mood. This year, the people of Huayuan finally had a good new year. There was a lot of food at home. They even dared to make dumplings with meat fillings. The table was not like last year, when there were only a few simple things. The adults and the children had new clothes made and bought firecrackers. When the firecrackers sounded, it was accompanied by the children's laughter. The cold night seemed to be full of joy. Many people first kowtowed in the direction of the yamen before they started to eat the dumplings. The dumplings with pork and onion fillings were taken out of the pot and piled on the plate. They were dipped in garlic sauce and took a bite. The fragrance was overflowing, and the children grinned as they ate. The adults were also happy. From time to time, they told their children to remember County Magistrate Zhang. Without County Magistrate Zhang, there would be no good days now. They would not be able to eat meat dumplings with white flour, set off firecrackers, and receive candies from every family during the new year. Some people even set up a longevity tablet for Zhang Zhong, praying that the Zhang family would be safe and sound forever. Zhang Zhong did not know that the people treated him like this. He was leading a few yamen runners to visit the poor families in the county. When he visited a family, he would chat with them for a while, ask about their lives and trifles at home. He would also eat a dumpling. After making a big circle, the sound of firecrackers gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong began to regret that he ate too much at home. After eating a circle of dumplings, his stomach was full. Some people did not like to be jealous. They only had soy sauce, so they were sick of it. There were all kinds of fillings. When he returned to the yamen, he ate a lot of shancha pills. After a while, he felt better. He talked with the people of the Wang family about the future and waited for dawn. When the firecrackers of the new year gradually faded away, the people returned to their normal lives. The affairs of Qingzhou also began. The imperial court sent many officials and promoted some from several counties. However, the 6 county magistrates all wrote memorials, saying that they still wanted to be county magistrates. The county affairs were not settled yet. Li Sun ran over early in the morning. He was very excited. He found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still training people. He said to the two of them, "Let me tell you something good. I'm sick. According to a local prescription, I need to soak in the sea and eat more seafood to get better." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately understood. Li Sun had convinced his family to follow them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Why bother? It's not easy to travel back and forth. If you don't get used to the food and lodging and get sick, it'll be troublesome. I'm not afraid. You're not afraid. I'm an adult, what's there to be afraid of? As long as I follow you, I won't have to worry about food and lodging. Your family knows how to enjoy life. How can it be bad? Li Sun had made up his mind to follow them. He was not worried about any danger. When he talked about following them, he suddenly said to the two of them, "Guess where Xiao Bao's father will go?" Assistant Minister Liu is quite capable. He found a group of people to write memorials saying that your father should be punished. He said that your father should be placed in a better place. He said that Lu Zhou's place is not bad. In addition, your family found people to do some work. The emperor is the same. In 2 days, he will send an edict. It's a lower province. Your father can be the provincial governor. Oh. As expected, he was sent to Lingnan. Fine, Lingnan it is. As long as he can be the head there, he can have the final say. Is my family's ship ready? Send it over quickly. There are other ships that need to be used for transportation. This time, there are many things. If you don't want to live a hard life there, you have to bring more things over. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect LV Yenzhua to be so ruthless. He really sent them to Lingnan. Since the matter was decided, he had to make preparations here. Once the imperial court's edict was issued, his father would bring his family to the capital. After seeing the emperor, they would set off for the capital. Li Sun patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared. I've also modified a ship. In addition to the ship company's original ship, I'll bring 3 ships this time. Your family will have 10 ships. What do you think? Is the group big enough? 10 ships won't be enough. My family bought so many things from the surrounding counties. 10 ships won't be enough. We'll bring 5 more ships. We'll trade along the way. I won't go on land. It'll be torturous. We'll take the waterway and then enter the sea. We'll walk along the coast. It'll be faster than going on land." Zhang Xiaobao calculated and firmly chose to take the waterway. Otherwise, they would have to climb mountains all the way. When they reached the destination, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Li Sun also thought so. He had never seen what the sea looked like. This time, he would like to see it. He nodded and said, "Well, find 5 more ships. It's also fine to take the waterway. Your father is not exiled. As long as there's no delay in taking office, it's fine to dig from the ground. It's a 4th-rank official. In just 1 year, how many people want to be a 4th-rank official? Your father is so young, but he's sitting there. Shouldn't you treat me to something to celebrate? It's my father's ability to be a 4th-rank official. Moreover, it's a 4th-rank official in such a remote place. Ask the officials in the capital, how many are willing to go there? Well, I'll treat you to something to eat. It's scrambled eggs with chives." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed happy. Other people were not willing to go outside to be an official, but he was willing. That place was truly a place where the emperor was far away. He and Wang Wan were tinkering with something, so they did not have to worry about being targeted by others. There were many benefits. As he spoke, he let the 56 people continue their training. He really pulled Li Sun to make scrambled eggs with chives. The newly harvested chives were just in time to be delicious. Zhang Zhong's departure was a foregone conclusion. 5 days later, the imperial court sent a decree, telling him to go to the capital first. He had to see the emperor and take the seal to take office. Li Sun mobilized a large ship to the capital and waited there. The goods here had to be sent over by small ship. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family also knew about this matter. Even if they already knew about it, they were still reluctant to see their master leave. Many people came to see them off. They also promised to look after Zhuangzi and wait for their master's return. The people of Sanshui County also knew about this matter. Many people also came to see Zhang Zhong, the person who brought them a good life. Needless to say, the people of Huayuan County also came. Even the people of the other 6 counties also came. Cart after cart of goods were transported to the docks. There was no need for the Zhang family to find people to do the work. The people who came stepped forward to help move the goods. Some of the people in the 8 counties looked like a black mass from afar. There were at least 10,000 people. The goods were loaded and moved. The Zhang family and Wang family arrived in the capital first. At this time, they began to board the ship. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Lord Zhang, have a safe journey. I kowtow to you. Lord, if you feel uncomfortable outside, please come back. We, the people, will listen to you." Following this person's example, the other people also shouted blessings and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. Except for the people of the Zhang family and Wang family who stood at the bow of the ship, the others all knelt there, kowtowing to Zhang Zhong with their heads bobbing up and down. This scene stunned Li Sun, as well as the old man who had just come down with the flow. Zhang Zhong also did not expect that so many people would come to see him off. It was just the beginning of spring, and the river had just frozen. With so many people kneeling on the ground, it must be very cold. Zhang Zhong could not help but cry drop by drop. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, took the simple loudspeaker from Zhang Xiaobao, and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, get up and live a good life. If you have any trouble, go to the Zhang family to find the housekeeper, or go to between the clouds and the water to find the shopkeeper. As long as you do not commit crimes, the Zhang family will definitely help you. Get up quickly, the ground is cold." When he cried, the people also cried. They were reluctant to let Zhang Zhong go. With Zhang Zhong here, they had a backbone. However, they also knew that Zhang Zhong was promoted and would go to a place far away. "Lord, please think of a way. If you do well there, you can come back to our Yaozhou to be the provincial governor. We can be together again. A few days ago, I bought 2 horses to transport goods to make money. If you have goods, I will do it for free." A person in the crowd shouted loudly. He was smarter and knew how to keep Zhang Zhong here without affecting his future. With him taking the lead, the other people also talked about their family's plans. Their voices were in a mess. Zhang Zhong could not hear them clearly, but he still stood at the bow and waited. The people also knew that their lord could not hear them, but they still wanted to finish their words. It was as if they said it, their lives in the future would be better. The old man stood at the bow and listened. He said to his son beside him, "Do you see that? It's actually easy to be a good official. In the future, if Zhang Zhong really comes back to Yaozhou to be the provincial governor, as long as he issues a decree, he will not be obstructed. He can use the people's hearts." This was the first time Bai Kong saw so many people sending him off. In addition to the people who were already here, there were also people who were coming from afar. When he heard his father's words, he agreed. "Yes, it's amazing. Wherever Zhang Zhong is, the people can live a good life. The people of Luzhou are blessed. Zhang Zhong is satisfied with his life." Just like what Xiaobao said, he wants his father to stand in the center of 10,000 people and feel the glory. "If one day I can do that, I will die without regrets." After the people finished talking about their plans for the new year, their voices gradually subsided. At this time, Zhang Zhong should also set sail. In addition to the people from the inner court of Zhang family and Wang family, there were also some other people, including doctors, craftsmen, Fang Lu, Er's family, and the family who made the boat their home. After the group of people boarded the boat, Zhang Zhong's boat first came to the old man. He greeted him and said something before turning the boat around and heading in the direction of the capital. The rest of the people who were sending them off stood there and watched. Even if the boat had become a small dot, they still looked around until the dot could no longer be seen. Many people cried again. As they cried, they helped the Zhang family load the goods onto the boat. On the boat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also cried just now. Their eyes were red. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and said against the wind, "The provincial governor of Yaozhou. Good, the next official position will be here." Chapter 402. On a clear spring day, the turbid waves were still surging, and thousands of boats were competing. A large fleet of 18 boats was drifting in the Yellow River. The largest boat on the river was the same size as the large boats in the fleet. There were many smaller boats, and some even had a small boat to ferry back and forth. The waves rolled, and the boat was like a leaf. Many people in the fleet came to the Yellow River for the first time. Looking at the turbulent Yellow River and the small boats bobbing up and down, they were all shocked. When they praised the boat rowers for their great ability, they couldn't help but secretly sigh that poor people didn't have a good life. If they had the money to buy a big boat, who would want to row a small boat like this? One mistake and they would fall into the water. Xiao Bao, I'll show you, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to her, with the clairvoyance in her hand. Xiaobao looked in the direction that Wang Wan was pointing at and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child dragging a nearly 2-foot-long carp towards the shore. The fish was still waving its tail vigorously, creating quite a few splashes. The child seemed to be struggling, but he was very determined. Bit by bit, he managed to drag the fish ashore. Catching a carp in the Yellow River with your bare hands. Not bad, you have some skills. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and praised. Can you do it? Wang Wan asked. When I'm his age, I can. You can kick me into the water from the observatory and see if I can swim to the shore. There are people who can swim across the Yangtze River, not to mention the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Ever since Zhang Zhong met the emperor, he took his family out by boat. They walked along the Yellow River, entered the canal, entered the sea in Hangzhou, and walked along the coast until they reached the destination. It could be said that this was the furthest distance from north to south. If they came out from Sichuan, it would be even further. On the way from the Yellow River to the canal, the fleet did not plan to stop to resupply or sell anything. They would wait until they reached the Chuzhou area. Other small boats or cargo ships might not be able to withstand such a long time without supplies, but the Zhang family's fleet was not a problem at all. As a fleet that could enter the sea, how could they not resupply? Wei Wei and Liu were also watching curiously from the boat. The two of them each had a clairvoyance. These clairvoyants didn't need to be made of crystal. There were some kills that could occasionally produce some transparent colored glaze. They just needed to find a colorless, transparent glaze. Wei Wei was more familiar with water than Liu. After all, her home was a boat. She looked at the small boat on the river and said to Liu, Sister Liu, it's very dangerous to row the boat at a time like this. Sometimes, when the waves come, the boat will capsize if the oar doesn't remove the force of the waves. Yes, it's dangerous. It's scary to see it in the water and be covered by it. Wei Wei, do you know how to row? Can you swim? Liu's heart rose and fell with the rise and fall of the boat. She was a little sad and a little relieved. Her family fled to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. At that time, they were starving to death. Her younger brother, young man, didn't have the strength to cry. Unexpectedly, they met a kind person. Until now, their family was getting better and better. But who would help these people on the Yellow River? The master of the Zhang family. If he could be an official here, it would be fine. Otherwise, even if he wanted to help, he could only help 1 or 2 people. Wei Wei also knew the hardships of a boatman. Sometimes, when he didn't catch enough fish during the day, her brother had to stay up late to catch prawns at night. The money he earned every day was basically the money he needed to spend every day. There was rarely any time when there was a surplus. Hearing Liu's question, she nodded and then shook her head. I know how to row a boat, but I've never done it before. I'm still young. I know how to swim. Which child on the water can't swim? Sister Liu, if you fall into the water, don't be afraid. I'll save you. I'm so old. It won't be a problem for me to save you. I don't want to wait for someone to save me. I'll learn by myself in the future. I heard that the young master and young lady are very good at swimming. Next time when we learn, I'll learn from them. I heard that the place we're going to has an ocean. The ocean is blue and there are very big fish. If we catch one, we can eat it for many days. Lu looked at the big boat under her feet and felt safe. She yearned to talk about what she heard from others. 18 big boats with sails were sailing with the wind and the current. They were not slow. These 18 boats were slightly different from other boats. There were 2 masts on the mast, one in front and one behind. At this time, there were no sails on them. Only those who knew that these 2 masts were used to hang the jib sails. Other boats would lower their sails when the wind was against them. When they were going against the current, there would be boatmen. When the wind was against them, these 18 boats would lower their sails and hoist the jib sails. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had issued a gag order. Apart from the warships of the Zhang family and the imperial court, no one else could get their hands on them. Li Sun did not stay idle. Before he came, his father had given him a task to write down everything he saw and heard. He had brought many people with him. Some were scholars, and some were martial artists. At this moment, 3 scholars were writing while he was in charge of telling them what he saw. Thousands of sails compete in the current, or small boats bobbing on the waves. The shore is full of weeds, and the water is turbid. Children dive into the water to catch fish with their bare hands. It's strange, shocking, and lamenting. We sail the vast and mighty boats, but ordinary people ferry small boats. How many of them know what the common people want? When I hear that the people of Luzhou are suffering, Li Sun, swear that when I return, the people of Luzhou will have enough food and clothing. Li Sun stood on the deck with his hands on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he spoke. Among the 3 scholars, 2 of them did not move while the last one wrote quickly. The little prince cares about the people of the world. I'm impressed, the scholar said to Li Sun after he finished writing. I have the ambition to bring peace to the world, but I don't have the ability to do so. Wait for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has always been extraordinary. Have you gotten used to it? Li Sun knew his place. He swore an oath and waited for the Zhang family to do it. He could only follow along and help. Little prince, I've been eating well, but my stomach feels uncomfortable when I'm floating on the water. I don't know why, the scholar replied. Li Sun smiled and said, it's normal for seasickness to be like this. Is it because you saw that the Zhang family and Wang family are fine, so you're curious? They came out of the water because they fainted. Before they came, they practiced for a few days. They'll be fine after a while in the lake on Herb King Mountain. I wonder when the people of the world will be able to live a good life. As Li Sun spoke, he saw a small boat being overtaken by a fleet. He felt that if there was a bridge here, it would be more convenient for people to come and go. If it was in the past, he would never care about this. Ever since he saw that the thing was given to Lu Er's family, he kept in touch with the Zhang family from time to time. That was why he changed. He restrained himself and learned to help the weak. He also felt the joy of helping others, especially those who couldn't eat. He first gave them something to eat and then found a job to do. He felt a good mood that he had never experienced before. What touched him the most was the scene when Zhang Zhong left Huayuan County. He also wanted to have that kind of opportunity. He decided that when he got a fief, he would ask Zhang Zhong to be an official. That way, when he walked outside, he would see a smile on the people's faces. After another 2 days, the fleet arrived at Kaifeng. The next step was to change the route. From there, they would go to Chuzhou City to resupply. At the same time, they would buy and sell some goods. There was a big dock in Kaifeng that was specially used for docking ships. When the 18 ships were about to pass by it, something unexpected happened. There were more than 30 people at the dock, old and young. Unlike other people who were waiting for the ships, they were pushed and prevented from getting close to a ship. Later, more people joined in and pushed the ship together. The people of the Zhang family saw it, but they didn't understand what was going on. Li Sun wanted to let the people live a good life. When he saw injustice, he wanted to help. Stop the ship. The other ships go first. My ship stopped. Go down and ask what happened. Following Li Sun's shout, the ship came to a stop. Immediately, someone went down to inquire. The other ships continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also saw it. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They wanted to wait for Li Sun to catch up with them. After the 17 ships left for more than an hour, Li Sun's ship caught up with them. From the water behind the ship, they knew that he used a propeller. Only 2 ships in the fleet were equipped with propellers. Zhang Xiaobao's ship and Li Sun's ship. They didn't usually use them. When Li Sun's ship came closer, an arrow was shot from the ship. There was a letter tied to the arrow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't read the letter first. Instead, they looked at the place where the arrow hit the ship. What a wastrel, Zhang Xiaobao scolded. He then opened the letter and read it. Wang Wan also moved her head closer to him. There is a drought. Why didn't anyone report it? Wang Wan muttered after reading the letter. Isn't it the same? A few other counties were affected by the drought. If we can hide it, we will hide it. So, there are people escaping. Why can't there be thousands of people? Go back to the ship and pick up all the escapees in Kaifeng. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought that the place they were going to had a small population. Why not take them to other places? They were all citizens of Tang. Why couldn't they live somewhere else? The letter said that the fugitives had no money to take a boat or eat, so they begged other boats to take them to other places or give them food to eat. If someone was willing to take them in, they could even help with some work. In the end, the people at the docks saw that they were dressed in rags and had stolen goods on them. They were afraid that they would spread the disease, so they asked them to leave. The people at the docks were still waiting to work. If the ships that came here saw this group of people and stopped next to them, where would they go to get work? They started to drive them away. Once Li Sun's people arrived, things became easier. No one dared to offend them. They waited for Li Sun's orders. Li Sun was full of ambition. He naturally took them to the ship and asked them to get food and water for them to wash up. Only then did he catch up. Zhang Xiaobao's words meant that the decision was made. He passed down the order and the first 2 half-full cargo ships were unloaded at the docks. He also sent people to inquire about the situation of the fugitives. At Kaifeng, they dismounted their horses and started looking for the fugitives. The other ships couldn't move for a while. They could only anchor at the docks and do some simple resupply. Chapter 403. The officials in Kaifeng also knew what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. It was reasonable to say that they should stop him and not let the people under their jurisdiction leave. However, if they really wanted to do so, they had to solve these personal problems first. Obviously, the officials did not want to take out extra money. After last year's autumn harvest, they had taken out money to make up for it in the winter. Now that it was spring, the price of some things was rising. The people in the disaster area did not even have a seed. There were too many things to make up for. No one knew if the drought would continue this year. If it continued like this, it was better not to care about those few pieces of land first. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao's plan to pull people in went very smoothly. In order to block this matter, the officials even turned a blind eye to the passing 4th-rank officials and the little prince and let people pull the disaster victims in groups. The 2 cargo ships were emptied, but they did not make much money. They were too close, so they could only say that they were keeping their capital. The ships that were emptied were not used to carry people, but to carry food, so that the disaster victims could eat on the way. The 18 ships, each of which was emptied a little space, could hold 800 to 800 people. Of course, Li Sun and the Zhang family's flagship would not let the disaster victims come on board. The Zhang family had too many secrets, and Li Sun wanted to ensure their safety. On the first day, only 60 people were found. From the second day onwards, more people were found. In 5 consecutive days, a total of 841 people were found. In 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao earned an extra 200 strings of coins, which made the people who knew about it really speechless. After stopping the ships, Zhang Xiaobao saw that the goods they brought did not make much money, and only kept their capital, so he immediately asked people to buy fish, shrimps, and other grains and vegetables here. The people on the ships moved and sold rice. Kaifeng was not much worse than Chang'an. It was very prosperous. The rice was divided into different grades. The highest grade earned 3 strings of coins, the middle grade earned 2 strings of coins, and the low grade earned 1 string of coins. The people on the docks, the people coming and going, and the pedestrians on the streets of Kaifeng. In 5 days, the fresh and delicious food was cheap, so Zhang Xiaobao sold more than 70,000 sets. It became a trend here, especially for the people in Kaifeng who had retired, their family members, and their servants began to spread the news on the second day. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect this kind of thing. He thought that it would be enough to make a few strings of coins, mainly to train the people on the ships to cook. At the same time, he let some smart people understand the idea of grasping business opportunities. According to Wang Wan's words, they should not give Zhang Xiaobao any chance. When he had no money, they should not listen to him. When he had money, they should avoid him when they heard his name. This way, he would not be able to earn money. Wei Wei and Liu were in charge of calculating the accounts. When all the accounts were out, they looked at the young master with even more admiration. Just by stopping the ships and waiting for people, they could make so much money. 200 strings of coins, which was enough to buy seeds and farming tools for the people of a county and feed them for more than a month. After stopping here for 10 days and half a month, there were no more victims. It seemed that the officials in Kaifeng were not as capable as the young master and could not be compared to the Zhang family. At this time, some people had learned the cooking methods of the fleet and started to make all kinds of rice. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that most people had arrived, he did not want to waste any more time and ordered the fleet to continue moving. When the 18 ships left, the officials in Kaifeng went to the docks to watch. Fang Shaoyi, what do you think of this? An official asked another official. County Magistrate Tian, what do you think? Fang Shaoyi did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. County Magistrate Tian thought for a while and said, I don't know. What's going on? They bought all kinds of things from us and transferred them to make the food that is convenient to eat. They actually sold so much. The restaurants here also have the kind of fast food that can be eaten immediately. Why did they buy it from them? I think I understand. Although we also have fast food here, the rice and vegetables are separated. The vegetables have less soup, so they put the rice and vegetables together. They also have a special kind of small pickled vegetables. It has a lot of juice, and it is faster to eat. The taste is also different from normal. I estimate that they can earn more than 100 strings of coins in these 5 days. Even a ship of goods can't earn so much, unless they ship the goods from far away and don't have here. This is great. In the future, we will also do this in Kaifeng. Fang Shaoyi analyzed. He just did not count the money they earned. County Magistrate Tian thought for a while and said, Fang Shaoyi is really good. This time, we have a lot of free land. When the new year is better, other people will come and save us a lot of trouble. Zhangzhong is really not a small matter. Initially, I was just here to watch the show. However, a person who can rule over a county and a province hasn't made any progress with Lu Zhou. It seems like it's impossible. He can earn so much money just by docking a ship. When he gets there and takes charge, perhaps there'll be people fighting to go to Lingnan. We can't compete with this kind of person. Let's go back and have a look. We have been stopped for 5 days, and we have collected a lot of taxes. The Zhang family and Zhang Zhong, we must not offend them in the future. Feng Shaoyi was surprised and happy. In the future, there would be a lot of simple food here. The shops, restaurants, and even the common people would have more income. The Yamen would collect more taxes. At the same time, he also learned something. This was a good thing. He was surprised because as long as the Zhang family was there, people would be scared and do things unrestrainedly. The fleet continued to move forward, and the 841 people on board were all changed into new clothes, and their hair was also combed. Those who were sick or injured were also treated, and the money used was the 200 strings of coins. Even so, it was not spent. The clothes and medicinal herbs added up to 50 strings of coins per person. When bought in bulk, the price was cheap. 40 strings of coins was enough. Before they boarded the ship, they had been told where they were going. Luzhou, a very far place. However, these people did not object. They were originally fleeing. As long as they could survive and did not leave Tang, it did not matter where they went. When they boarded the ship, they were very obedient. They knew that there was a little prince, a 4th grade official, and a 7th grade official, so they did not dare to cause trouble. They just did what they were told. Besides, the food was not bad. There were white flour steamed buns, a vegetarian dish, a meat dish, and a soup. Not to mention when they were fleeing, they did not dare to eat such food every meal in normal times. Some people who had followed others to Sanshui County began to tell others about the power of the owner of the fleet. There was no need to deliberately exaggerate. When the truth was told, people who did not know were frightened. Because of the existence of the Zhuangzi and Zhang family, the people of Sanshui County could eat meat every day. As long as they were willing, they could eat dumplings every meal. Zhang family and Wang family were even more amazing. Every family lived in a 2-story building. The children went to school, and the adults also had time to learn. Except when they were working, they did not wear clothes made of coarse hemp. If one family paid, they could buy a small shop in an ordinary place. If several families paid together, they dared to buy a restaurant. How much money did they have? Being a farmer was like this. Who cared about contracts? If they were driven away, they would not leave. They would be farmers. After such publicity, the escapees began to identify with the fleet. Whenever Zhang Zhong, Li Sun, and Wang Wan's father had nothing to do, they would go to other ships to have a look. These escapees respectfully expressed that they would work hard when they arrived at the place and would be willing to become new farmers. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao had to arrange things in advance. There was no Zhuangzi yet. No matter what, they had to choose a place. A map that looked like a map was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about where to buy land. Both families had officials, so they would be given some land. Zhang Zhong was a 4th-rank official, with a yearly salary of 265 shi and 7 hectares of farmland. Wang Wan's father was a 7th-rank official, with a yearly salary of 70 shi and 30 to 50 mu of farmland. Neither of them had a title of nobility, nor did they have any meritorious service, otherwise they would have received even more. In fact, Li Sun had the most. He had not been officially appointed as a marquis. He was just eating from his family. He was still young. When he grew up and had a fief, he should be a commandery prince. Just the land alone was 150 mu. He was anxious. When he grew up, he would be able to rule his own place. What kind of lousy map is this? It's not detailed at all. Where can we find land? Wang Wan looked at the simple map. She really did not know what to do. Zhang Xiaobao was also confused. The game maps he bought were more detailed than this. Who drew this map? He sighed helplessly and rolled up the precious map again. Forget it. We'll look at it when we get there. Let's choose an ordinary place and improve it. When we get to Suzhou, it's called Chuzhou, we'll see if there are any good specialties there. I heard that the Suzhou embroidery there is good. Let's buy some to make clothes. Specialties. Does Biluakun count? I heard that there was also jiangzhou fish. Let's get the tea first and then buy more jiangzhou fish. We can sell them at a high price. Wang Wan remembered these two things. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. Biluakun is fine, but jiangzhou fish is not. No matter how good jiangzhou fish is, it can't be sold at a high price. The next stop is Zhejiang. Then we'll walk along the sea. Who will buy frozen jiangzhou fish? Forget it. Biluakun is fine. We can go there at this time. We can buy more. Wang Wan did not care about the jiangzhou fish. Chapter 404. Li Sun's actions were all taught by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said that as a leader, he had to learn these things. Li Sun didn't even think about it and did as he was told. Needless to say, the effects were pretty good. When the commoners knew of his identity and saw that he could wear such clothes and say such words, they all became more respectful. Every day, Li Sun would take a look around, and sometimes, she would even eat a meal with the commoners. After 7 consecutive days, the boat finally arrived at Chuzhou City. Originally, going with the current would have shortened the journey, but who would have thought that a gust of wind would blow in, causing the jib sail to not be raised, which affected the speed of the boat. In fact, this was Zhang Xiaobao's intention. He was ready to find a reason to slow down the boat. Otherwise, he would have arrived 2 days earlier. At that time, the Biluakun had not been picked yet. He was afraid that the people in the tea garden would think that they deliberately came to buy tea and raise the price. Otherwise, all the boats would have raised the jib sail and paddled, and it would have taken less than 4 days to get there. At this time, the spring water was very hot because of the melting snow. When they arrived at Chuzhou City, Zhang Xiaobao arranged for people to collect the tea leaves. It would be best if the people in the inner courtyard could pick the tea themselves. He asked people to supply the tea while he took his family to eat. The Japanese grenadier fish in the river were not bad. Almost every one of them could be eaten with a few pieces of deep river stone, which was the thick bones on the fish. This was not a man-made fish. It was a pure wild Yangtze grenadier fish. Zhang Xiaobao not only ate it, but also bought some and froze it for his family to eat in the future. He also bought some shrimps, but not crabs. No matter how delicious the hairy crabs were, it was not the season. He sold a lot of goods shipped from Huaiyuan County. It was difficult for him to adapt to the different cultures and eating habits of the different regions, but it was very easy to eat something new. The boat was suddenly empty. Except for buying some rice and noodles, there was still a lot of space left. He couldn't fill it with tea leaves. He wanted to do that, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough tea leaves. How could Zhang Xiaobao go on an empty boat? After thinking about it, he began to buy bamboo shoots. He also bought some good purple bamboo. He planned to look for places that did not have bamboo shoots along the way and make them into things to sell. He brought the purple bamboo all the way to his destination and used it to make some utensils. This purple bamboo was not bad at making musical instruments, especially the flute. Between the big sales and big purchases, the group spent 5 days here. The people who went to buy the tea leaves also came back with young leaves. There was also a place where the people of the main courtyard bribed the people on the tea mountain and personally went to pick the tea leaves. Zhang Xiaobao treasured these tea leaves very much. Seeing that there was a lot of tea leaves, he reluctantly made 2 tea leaf dishes. The 2 families and Li Sun ate happily. Cast the jib and row the oars. Turn the wheels on both sides of the ship. Go to Hangzhou. Hurry up. There's still Longjing tea over there. After Zhang Xiaobao finished collecting the tea leaves, he began to issue new orders. The speed of the ship suddenly increased. In addition, the front of the ship was deliberately riveted with steel plates, which increased the ability of the front of the ship to divide the water. After the 18 ships were carried by inertia, their speed became faster and faster. Even the small fast boats on the canal could not compare to them. Along the way, everyone was shocked. After a while, the direction of the wind changed, and all the sails were raised. For 24 hours, the people on the boats took turns to paddle. In just a little over 3 days, the fleet flew to their destination. This speed was so fast that it could scare people to death. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not satisfied. They felt that it was too slow. In the future, they had to think of more ways to increase the speed of the ship as much as possible. If they were driving on the highway, they would not need 3 days. As long as they were not afraid of being fined, they could reach their destination in 2 hours. As soon as the ship arrived at their destination, they began to sell goods again. They also went to buy Longjing tea leaves. Some of the tea leaves could be bought new, but some were made into tea balls. It was impossible to make green tea from the tea balls like before. Even so, they still bought more. At the very least, Lu Zhou did not have Longjing tea. This time, because most of the tea leaves had been collected, they did not stay for long. It took them a total of 3 days to buy and sell goods. The fleet set sail again. This time, they could not take the inland river. The river there would disappear after a certain extent. It could not be completely connected. If someone connected a few rivers like Sanshui County and Huaiyuan County, then they could bypass a section of the sea route and go through the inland river. Usually, the imperial court did not set a time limit for exile. After all, the land route was difficult, and it was easy to die on the way. However, it gave Zhang Zhong 3 months. He wondered if the imperial court wanted to see how fast a ship with propellers could go. If it were anyone else, they would rather not go than agree, but Zhang Zhong did. It had been more than a month since they left the capital. The rest of the time, they would have to sail the sea to Luzhou. The Zhang family's fleet was equipped with triangular sails, and the bows of the ships had been modified. There was a lot of space on the ship. There was no need to stop for supplies. Otherwise, if it were another ship, they might not be able to reach this speed even after 2 to 3 months. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to stay for too long. He went around the sea. As long as they did not encounter typhoons or reefs, they would be fine. After a month and a half, the fleet finally avoided all kinds of dangers and arrived at Luzhou. At this time, Luzhou was hotter than the summer in the capital. The people on the ship were all tanned, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them would come out to bask in the sun when they had nothing to do. Without sunscreen, it was difficult not to become tanned. There were less than 10 days before the 3-month deadline. The closest place to the sea was Ulei County. It was just a county below the sea. There were no good docks at all. It was difficult for the 18 ships to dock. Fortunately, there was a sunken bay in this place. It was called Qinzhou Bay. It was a very good natural harbor. The 18 ships went around the bay and arrived at this place. While they lowered the small boats for Zhang Zhong to take over, they contacted the local people and hired them to help build a simple dock. Zhang Zhong's handover was very smooth. the original provincial governor wished he could have brought Zhang Zhong here from the capital. He was too poor. Most of the people here were fishing and farming. When the wind came and the salty rain came, they would not be able to produce much. It was difficult to find people to work. There were 4 counties in this prefecture, or rather, 4 commanderies. Only Jade Mountain Commandery was slightly bigger. However, there were only about 500 households and less than 3,000 people. The total population of the 4 counties was no more than 7,000 people. A prefecture, even a lower prefecture, could not have such a small population. It was no wonder there were so many fishermen. Every year, a large amount of local specialties such as silver, hawksbill turtle, turtle skin, jade feather, and armor fragrance were needed. If they did not go to the sea, where would they find these things? Except for silver and peacock feathers, which were found on land, the rest had to be found in the sea. The 4 counties were all lower counties, and the province was also a lower province. When the locals saw the 18 ships, their eyes were filled with surprise and vigilance. Looking from the ship, these people were even darker than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Especially those who were supposed to be in their 30s, they looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. Li Sun raised his clairvoyance and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing next to him, curiously, "What's going on?" "Look, that person is obviously the father of the 2 children. Why does he look like the grandfather of the 2 children?" "It's very simple. They eat a simple diet and lack some necessary nutrients. They work too long outside, are exposed to the wind and sun all day, and are eroded by the sea. Coupled with the worry brought about by poor living conditions, they became like this." Zhang Xiaobao saw that a few children were especially thin, but their stomachs were protruding. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao trembled in fear. Wang Wan understood why Zhang Xiaobao had such a reaction. She comforted him, "It shouldn't be because of floating water or parasites. Thin bodies, big counties. Don't think of our children as African." Zhang Xiaobao took a closer look. Indeed, it was because their bodies were too thin. Li Sun did not know which province Africa was, but he was even more curious. Why are people who live by the sea so thin? There are fish and shrimp to eat every day, so they should be fat. Then try to eat fish and shrimp every day. People here live by the sea, so it's very difficult to sell fish for money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in a county. The neighboring places are better than here. It's just that they don't know what to plant to increase production. If there's a typhoon or something, everything will be gone. Didn't they say that the world is wide and the world is wide? This counts as well, right? Zhang Xiaobao saw the scene in front of him and began to worry. He thought that it would be difficult to come here, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. Children in their teens had no clothes to wear, adults only wore a pair of linen pants, and some women were just topless. The conditions were really too poor. What exactly was the difference? The fishing nets on the shore were also made of linen. Many small boats were directly hollowed out in the middle of the wood. There was not a single decent boat. The people on the shore and the people on the boat looked at each other. The people on the boat were curious, and the people on the shore were curious with a sense of exclusion. Zhang Zhong finished the handover 2 days later and returned. Along with him were the county magistrates of Wulei County, Huaqing County, Ninghai County, and Yushan County. There were also a few other deputies. From these people's official robes, they did not see anyone from the 6 departments, nor did they see those high-ranking officials in the state. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in a daze, and explained, "In Lower Province, there are only a few people who can work in the yamen. Now is not the time to be collecting things, so most of them have returned home to do their work. The imperial court cannot directly give them their salaries, so they can only take from the taxes collected locally. They do not dare to underpay the imperial court, so there are only a few fiefs that are of little use. But isn't silver produced here? Is silver not valuable? Zhang Xiaobao really could not understand. He had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 405. Zhang Xiaobao listened attentively. Li Sun told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan everything he knew. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan know that there were not many redundant officials in a lower province like this. It was not that such a position was impossible, but that no one would come. Lu Zhou did not even have a military clerk. Zhang Zhong could be said to be a master of both military and political affairs. As for how many soldiers he had, it was hard to say. If all the people were soldiers, there should be about 7,000 soldiers in 4 counties. If all the soldiers were recruited according to the original method, well, that was, fortunately, we have trained 65 people ourselves. Otherwise, how much food would we have to feed them to make them fit enough to be useful? Wang Wan said with a lingering fear. Zhang Xiaobao continued to watch and found that there were only a few yamen runners who were not following them. Each of them had patches on their clothes. Even the clothes of a county magistrate were the same. Beside his father stood a man wearing the same color as his father. The dark red color of his clothes told others that he was a 4th-grade official. However, the color of his official robe seemed to be between dark red and light red. Which dyer dyed it? Awesome! With the presence of the officials, the onlookers finally knew that the newcomers were not bandits but new high-ranking officials. The common people were not interested in the newcomers. They were curious about the 18 ships. After the 4 county magistrates and the provincial governor who could go back, the common people learned that the new provincial governor's surname was Zhang. He was a very young man. He was the one who brought the ships. Since he wanted them to help build a temporary dock, they had to start working. They could not refuse such a high-ranking official's order. More than 1,000 strong men began to get busy. Some were looking for tools, some were chopping trees. This was just the common people of one county. They did not know about the people in other places. The older people sat on the side and gave instructions. The younger children were curious. Some played on the beach, and some jumped into the water and swam towards the boat. They were called back by their families on the shore, and they didn't go back. They just stayed there and watched. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the boat and watched the commoners work. He looked up at the sky and saw that it would be noon soon. According to the rules of the Zhang family, when others were working for them, they had to prepare food. The farmers had to prepare food for those who worked, not to mention that these commoners were working for free. Huzi, take your men and change into wetsuits. Jump down. The cook and some ingredients will be sent ashore later. You guys are in charge of protecting them. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Huzi, who was standing behind him. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. After such a long period of training, good food, drinks, and massages, it was time to take them out for a walk. Yes. Huzi answered. He turned around and shouted to the other 55 people, everyone, get changed and become bodyguards in the water. Everyone responded in unison. They turned around and raised their arms to their chests. Then, they stepped in orderly steps to change their clothes. After a while, the 56 people ran back. They were wearing swimsuits made of fish skin, and there was a small bag made of the same kind of fish skin close to their waists. In their hands were 2 feet long, very thin, double-edged steel awls. They stood on the side of the boat one after another. Huzi took a deep breath and shouted, jump. 56 people jumped down from the nearly 40 feet high ship at the same time. They flipped in the air, head down and feet up, and put their hands together to protect their heads. When they entered the water, there was a splash. Their bodies turned slightly in the water, and their chests were completely exposed. Li Sun had never seen these people train. When he saw them in formation. He looked at the 56 people in formation in the water. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in surprise and asked, "How did you train them? Don't tell me that we can get out of this by following the formation. A reasonable diet, a scientific training program, the patience of the instructor, and their political awareness. That's how you train them." Wang Wan made up a story to Li Sun. Li Sun was not surprised. He often heard all kinds of strange words. He said to the two of them, "Then help me train them in the future. Just follow what you said. There's no need to follow the formation. I'll train them myself." The three of them chatted casually, but the people on the shore were not. Everyone, including Zhang Zhong, was surprised. Who were the people who jumped off the boat? Those with long vision saw that the people who jumped off the boat were covered in a light black substance from head to toe. Only their eyes and mouth were exposed. "Governor Zhang, did you bring these people here too?" Huaqing County's county magistrate, Hua Qixing, asked softly. Zhang Zhong knew that these were the 65 people. He had seen them when they were training as diving swimmers. However, he did not expect that his son and daughter-in-law would be so good after they trained them as if they were just playing around. When he heard the question, he nodded. "Yes, I brought them here. They are the guards at home to protect the young seedlings. I don't know why they jumped down. They're so high." Zhang Zhong did not believe himself after he said that. Protecting the young seedlings with such people? But that was the truth. The strong team zero of the seedlings. Hua Qixing naturally did not refute. He smiled and nodded. "I see. It seems that your family is good at farming. You can tell just by looking at the people protecting the seedlings. It's all right. During last year's autumn harvest, there were not many fields. They were all rice, only about 3 dan of rice. If you put it in the fields, you could get 5 dan of rice. I just don't know what will happen if you plant it here." Zhang Zhong spoke the truth this time. Unfortunately, Hua Qixing did not believe him at all. What rice? What kind of field could produce 5 dan of rice in 1 mu? He thought so in his heart, but he still agreed. "Your family is indeed extraordinary. The people of our province will have good days in the future." The surrounding officials were also listening. They did not believe him either. They thought that the new provincial governor liked to boast. They did not think much of it and prepared to continue doing their own things like before. The people also saw the people who jumped down. They were quite capable to jump down from such a high place with their heads facing down. They were wearing light black clothes. It was a little tiring to look at them in the water. If they waited until night time, no one would discover them. There were people with children in the water. They quickly forgot to greet them, afraid that those people would harm their children. Zhang Xiaobao stood on the deck and looked at the 65 people. He said to Wang Wan, "The color of this diving suit is a little dark. Later, we'll make a set of dark blue ones. Otherwise, it will be too conspicuous during the day." Wang Wan also noticed and nodded. They also needed to make something for them to summon their qi. A small air bag and a stone. Otherwise, they would not be able to sink. Li Sun listened at the side. He felt that the two of them were not talking about a simple matter. "What is your family trying to do?" "Specifically training this group of people. Those on land are to protect your family." "What about in the water?" "Protect the seedlings." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at the same time. "Okay, then you guys protect them. I'll see what kind of seedlings will grow in the water." Li Sun did not believe in protecting the seedlings even if he was beaten to death. However, there were not many things to do here. What was the purpose of specially training the Navy? To attack others. To rely on these 56 people? The three of them casually found a topic to chat about. The cook on the ship had already started to move the items down one by one. There were more than 10 small boats below. After a while, the cooking tools and cooks arrived on the small boat and estimated the number of people on the shore. There were about 1,500 to 600 people. He made a hand gesture to the people on the boat, and they continued to put down all kinds of ingredients. 1,500 to 600 people was not the same as putting down the same amount of ingredients. There were 600 more people, and 1,000 more people's worth of staple food. In addition to these ingredients, there were also 10 large jars of salted vegetables. The head cook understood that the people here usually did not eat good food. Once they encountered something good, they would definitely eat with all their might. According to normal preparation, it would definitely not be enough. Even so, there might not be any leftovers. However, they could not make too much. The ingredients were calculated according to the amount of food an adult would eat. Children eating an adult's amount was already a lot. If they ate more, it would be easy for them to get sick. The tools were first moved over. The 56 people swam in the water to protect them. They continued to move the ingredients back and forth. The people at the place where the tools were placed retreated far away. They formed a large circle and watched. No one dared to approach. The weapons in the hands of the 56 people were a little scary. Zhang Zhong wasn't in a hurry. He looked around slowly, and from time to time, he would ask the people around him about the harvest, and what the people usually did when they came to the yamen. He didn't expect these people to tell the truth, he just wanted to find something to talk about. Provincial Governor Zhang, why are the people on your boat moving these things down? Is there no place to cook on the boat? The county magistrate of Wulei County, Zhang Yi, looked at the busy people. He avoided asking Zhang Zhong about the law and order of the county and instead asked about the cooking. Zhang Zhong was used to other people working and being in charge of the food at home. He only realized that the people here were not clear. He replied, "There is not enough space on the boat to cook for these people. There are still many people on the boat. Both sides will cook at the same time. In a while, everyone will eat together. Don't worry, they will definitely not feel uncomfortable. Cook according to the method here." "My lord, are you saying that you're going to cook for everyone here?" "My lord, we should be the ones treating you to a better place to eat as a welcome dinner." "How can we do that?" "The people will go home to eat after they finish their work." A yamen runner mustered up the courage to join in the fun and said. Zhang Zhong turned to look at the yamen runner. He smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble all of you. My family has always been like this. I can't let people do things for free. When we have time, I'll treat all of you to a better restaurant. You don't have to save. My family still has some savings." As they were too far away, these people did not know about Zhang Zhong's family. The news had not reached them yet. However, when they saw the fleet, they believed him. However, they could not figure out why someone with such wealth would become an official in Luzhou. Did he offend someone? As they spoke, all the ingredients were transported to the place. More than a dozen cooks were used to cooking in a big pot. They began to get busy. The curious people were still curious, and the people did not stop working. Zhang Zhong's first plan to pacify the people began to be carried out. Chapter 406. When all the officials heard Zhang Zhong's words, they all understood. The new provincial governor should also know that the customs here were different and wanted to buy people's hearts. Some officials were happy, some had ugly expressions, and some were indifferent. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used their 1,000-mile eyes to record the expressions of every official, especially those who had ugly expressions. These kinds of people were usually villains. They were a little corrupt, a little bribed, and used their power to harm the interests of the common people to enrich themselves, etc. They were afraid of a person who was in charge and was even their superior. The people they were most unwilling to see were high-ranking officials from rich families. It was not easy to bribe them. The common people who were working still did not know that the new high-ranking official had asked people to cook for them. Some of them were already preparing to go home and cook for their families. At this moment, the 56 people in the water received the signal. At the same time, they stepped on the water and shouted to the common people on the shore, "Folks, don't go. Lord Zhang has already ordered people to prepare lunch. It will be eaten in a while." After shouting a few times to ensure that the common people could hear them clearly, the 56 people stopped. They were exhausted from shouting a few times just now. They were still stepping on the water. It was all thanks to their usual weight training in the water. Also, this was seawater, so the buoyancy was strong. The common people had never encountered such a situation. Even if they worked 20 days a year, they still had to bring their own food. They all looked in disbelief at Zhang Zhong, who was surrounded by officials, and then looked at the people cooking on the shore. They really did have some hope in their hearts. The common people were not looking forward to a meal. No matter how good the food was, they could endure and not eat it. They were looking forward to this matter happening. This meant that the new high-ranking official was at least a good official for now. Then, their days in the future might be better. Listen to me, wait, just wait. Let's see if they will really cook for us. An old man who was being supported by someone shouted to the crowd. He coughed twice after shouting twice. When everyone heard the old man's words, they really did not move. They all waited there. The people who were working could not be so serious. From time to time, they would stop and look at the place where the people were cooking on the shore. Lord Zhang really loves the common people like his own children. He actually brought so many ingredients when he came over from the other side. I wonder how the food there tastes. I must try it later. An official who had been expressionless earlier praised. After Zhang Zhong's praise, a trace of worry appeared on the faces of those who were previously happy. The corners of the lips of those who were previously unsightly curled up. They seemed to have not carefully listened to what Zhang Zhong had said just now. They thought that the things that Zhang Zhong had brought were from the capital, and that it was the doing of that side. The people in the north liked to eat mutton, which had a strong fishy smell. As a result, the local people would not be used to eating mutton, and they would think that the new official was deliberately harming them. When Zhang Zhong heard the man's words, he carefully sized him up, smiled, and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao stared at that person on the boat. Remember this person and investigate him later. Using such petty tricks in front of me, I'll let him know what a big trick is. The old man who had spoken just now shouted again, "Everyone, listen to me. The Lord came from the capital, so the chef might also be from there. The taste of the food he made might not be used to it. Everyone, listen to me. As long as it's made by the Lord, no matter how bad it is, you have to eat it." When the commoners heard this, they all nodded. They also knew that the food from the other side was different from here. As long as it was cooked, they didn't care if they were used to it or not. They weren't used to it, but the Lord wasn't used to it either. Zhang Zhong also heard the old man's words, and this time, he became serious. The old man seemed to be not simple, he could even think of such a thing. Zhang Zhong was not worried that the food he made would not be used to the people here. He had long been used to the dishes of various places. His family had found chefs from all over the capital and spent a large amount of money to buy ingredients from all over the place. At first, he really couldn't bear it. But when he saw that his son and daughter-in-law could talk about the advantages and disadvantages no matter what kind of food they ate, and they ate so happily, he got used to it after trying it. The chefs on the boat all knew how to cook all kinds of dishes. Not to say that they were good at cooking, but at least they could grasp the flavors of various places. The ingredients were also prepared long ago. His son calculated that there was no dock here, and deliberately arranged for him to lead a group of officials here to talk, saying that he wanted to see which official was trustworthy. It was reasonable to say that it was the most convenient to make stew at this time, but stew was usually a northern dish. The chefs would rather be tired and use a big pot to cook a single dish. There were 4 dishes, but there was no soup. The main dish was rice noodles. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's experience, they felt that the people here should be similar. The chefs who came from here to the capital were particular about sour, spicy, and fragrant. Especially chicken, it was an indispensable dish, and there was also bamboo shoots. The other 2 dishes were traditional dishes, braised pork and steamed prawns. Originally, they wanted to make chestnut pancakes, but unfortunately, they couldn't get so many chestnuts. The food on the boat was enough for 10,000 people to eat a meal. The smell of other dishes spread slowly, but below the steamed prawns was the soup. The faint and strong smell was blown around by the sea breeze. After the people around smelled it, they all sniffed and shouted. After the old man who shouted just now smelled it, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhong with a look of appreciation. Zhang Zhong also smelled it and said to the people around him, "This dish is steamed prawns, real prawns. The smallest one is 3 inches long. Try it later. If you want to eat it directly, eat it directly. I also brought a few kinds of dipping sauces. Lord, you are so well prepared. Then we will have a good meal later." After a worried official smelled the smell, he breathed a sigh of relief and said flatteringly. The expressions of the officials changed again. All the expressions of life were shown. Except for the red braised pork, which took a long time and was only washed with water before it was taken down, there were still some procedures to be done. The other dishes, such as the chicken, had been prepared in advance and could be eaten as soon as it was taken out. The steamed prawns and bamboo shoots were made faster. When the cook felt that the red braised pork was almost ready, he began to put in the rice noodles. For the hot and sour soup, the rice noodles only needed to be put in and scooped up a few scoops. Although there was no chili here, and it was not clear if the local people could really taste it, the cooks here liked to make spicy things, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and some slightly spicy things like chives and garlic sprouts. As soon as the red braised pork was ready, the rice noodles were also ready. Beside it, there were chopped green onions, coriander, sesame seeds, and shredded meat, as well as vinegar, sesame oil, and pepper oil. They could put whatever they wanted. Plates, bowls, and chopsticks made of thin wood were piled up in the cooking area. As soon as the fire was put out, the cook knocked on the pot with a spoon. Take a break and eat. Remember not to eat too much, especially the children and the people who are working. Otherwise, if you are tired, I will have to treat your stomachs. After repeating twice, the old man walked over first. Looking at the 4 dishes, he nodded and praised, "Good, you are so thoughtful. Give me a portion. How do I use this?" The old man picked up a plate. There were a few compartments on the plate. He looked at them but did not understand. The cook took the plate and put each of the 4 dishes in the compartments. He put the pickles in the small compartments and filled a big bowl of rice noodles. He handed over the chopsticks and said apologetically, "You can only find a place to eat. It is impossible to bring so many stools on the ship." The bowl of rice noodles was placed in a round compartment in the middle of the plate. It was very convenient to carry. The old man did not care if there was a place to sit. He walked to the side with the plate and began to eat. With someone taking the lead, the other people also lined up in a few lines and waited in front of the few cooks to eat. Once they started to eat, they could not hold back. They came over to get a portion after a meal. Everyone praised how delicious it was. When the people were a little less, Zhang Zhong also came over with the officials. He also picked up a plate and got a portion. When he put in the rice noodles, he made it slightly spicy and put less vinegar. His action was different in the eyes of the commoners. They did not expect such a high-ranking official to eat the same food as them. The food was indeed delicious. There were 4 dishes and 1 main dish. Usually, they would dream of eating it but would not dare to eat it like this. However, how could an official eat the same food as commoners like them? Zhang Zhong did not care about that. He first picked up a piece of rice noodles and put it into his mouth. He licked his lips with his tongue and said to the other officials who were stunned, "Eat. Is it because the taste is not good? I think it's okay. It's just that the braised pork made in a big pot is not very tasty. The cooks did not dare to make it so sweet. Even the new provincial governor had eaten, who else dared to not eat? Even if they felt that it was degrading to eat with the people, they had to come over to line up and get a portion of the rice. After tasting the taste of the food, they did not care about their status and ate happily. Everyone ate the other dishes sparingly. Basically, they had enough to eat. When it came to the rice noodles, they were not polite at all. The people on the ship sent some rice noodles. The cooks could not eat now, so they were busy putting it into the soup. The meal did not take too long. It was less than half an hour, but the speed of eating was countless times faster than usual. Sure enough, there were some children who were greedy. When they ate, their stomachs were clearly full. Because they ate quickly, the signal of the nerve reflex had not been transmitted to the brain. When they felt it, they could not eat anymore. The big ship immediately let down 20 doctors and 2 medical doctors. When they came here, they gave acupuncture and massage. Some of them were fine after vomiting a few mouthfuls. Some of them were not too serious and were given some yamcha pills. The local people were completely relieved this time. The official who came was a good official. The price of the 4 dishes was not low. He gave so many people to eat at once and also prepared so many doctors. Chapter 407. Zhang Zhong carried out his son's policy very well, which was to give benefits first. Once the benefits were given, unless there was an ungrateful person, there would be more people who would be grateful. In order to make the people believe, Zhang Zhong waved his hand twice towards the boat. Immediately, 40 doctors stood up. They were all wearing the same white gown, no different from the doctors here. When the people saw so many people who could treat diseases, they were stunned and speechless. It was the first time an official cooked for them, the first time an official accompanied them to eat the same thing, and the first time an official brought a doctor to treat them. The old man walked over and asked Zhang Zhong, "Sir, you said that those doctors are here to treat us. May I know where you live? How much money do you have?" "Yes, the doctors are here to treat you all. At the same time, they are here to learn from some people who know a little about medicine. As for my family, there is a Zhangzhe Zhuangzi in Sanshui County, north of the capital. I don't know how much money he has, but in short, he can take out tens of thousands of strings of coins." Zhang Zhong just found that this old man was different. When he heard him ask, he didn't hide and told him the truth. Zhang Zhong's words made the officials next to him gasp. If he could take out tens of thousands of strings of coins at will, then how much money did his family have? The old man nodded, smiled, and asked again, "Is there a mountain on the side and a lake in the middle, the Zhang family's manor in the middle of the water? Is it the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi who changed Sanshui County from Zhongshan to Shang County with the power of a village? Is it the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi who built a 2-story building for the villagers? Is it the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi who made the people in the county live a good life? Is it the top scorer of the new examination?" But after only being the county magistrate of Huayuan County for a year, he was able to make the lives of the people in the surrounding counties worry-free. He also allowed the people in the surrounding counties to have spare money, and even united the 7 counties to form a prefecture, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. The old man's voice was special. He shouted so that the people around him could hear him clearly. Because the officials had not received the news and were too far away, they did not know what was going on with Zhang Zhong. They only knew that the original provincial governor would leave this year and that there would definitely be someone to take over. They did not expect that Zhang Zhong did not take the land route but came over by water. Now that they heard the old man's questions and saw how Zhang Zhong nodded every time he asked a question, they were scared out of their wits. Some people understood that the new provincial governor wasn't sent here because there was no place for him to go. He was too amazing. He actually retreated from a middle county to become an upper county, and then combined the counties to become a province. If he was still a provincial governor in the capital, he would have to be a third-rank official. Advancing from the 7th rank all of a sudden to the 3rd rank was really inexcusable. However, his ability was there for all to see. He couldn't be promoted to the 6th rank, right? He was originally the top scorer, so he should be a 6th rank official directly. He couldn't be suppressed to the 7th rank anymore. This was the reason why he came here to be the provincial governor. First, the emperor hoped that he could govern this place like the other 2 counties. Second, he was prepared to put him in an important position. He was in charge of a region at such a young age, his future was limitless. The common people did not understand what he was talking about. They only knew that this new high-ranking official had done a lot of good things for the common people in his previous place. In the future, his place would also be better. They knew that this person's family was rich and would not care about the things in the province. They knew that this person was the top scorer. There would be one in every imperial examination. He had great ability and was a literary star. When these things were added together, some of the common people could not help but cry. They knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the capital, thanking the emperor for sending such an official. This kind of official was a treasure. He would be good wherever he was placed. He was good to the common people. He had the ability and was not afraid of greed. How many years would it take for one to appear in this world? When this common person was nagging, the people beside him also heard and knelt down and kowtowed to the emperor. In the end, no one cared about Zhang Zhong anymore. Only the old man did not follow suit. Instead, he looked at Zhang Zhong with a smile. If it were a normal person who was understood so much by others, they would definitely be afraid. However, Zhang Zhong did not have such thoughts at all. What was he afraid of? He was indeed like this. Who in the capital did not know about the Zhang family's business? More importantly, he had a precious son and daughter-in-law. In a battle of wits and courage, he didn't need to spend any effort. 56 people were a little less, but the little duke's manor had a lot of guards. Using them was no different from using his own family. Now, he even had 20 of them by his side. The old man looked at Zhang Zhong for a while and suddenly said, "Lord Zhang, I know the Zhang family's ability. You disdain to be greedy for money. Other people can't give you enough money to move your heart. If you manage this place well, Lord Zhang, you will also benefit a lot. Even if Li Sun and the prince don't support you, even if the former Minister of Revenue, Bai Shu, doesn't care about you, even if the current Minister of Works, Lu Jiro, gives up on the Zhang family, as long as you manage this place well, you won't have to worry." "Old sir, you're overthinking. I came here to manage this place well. It has nothing to do with other people. Even without those people, my Zhang family will still be the same." Zhang Zhong was a little unhappy when he heard the old man use the power behind him to spur and threaten him. Did the Zhang family still need so many people to protect them now? The Zhang family was already established. Without anyone's help, they could still do what they wanted to do. Whoever had the ability could also give birth to a good son. Before he got off the boat, his son had said that he did not need to care about any power here. The Zhang family still had a trump card. He could not believe the words of others, but if his son said it, then it must be true. If his son and daughter-in-law worked together, they could call the wind and summon the rain. The old man was a little stunned, then nodded and said, "Good, good, good. I'm relieved that Lord Zhang can say that. It seems that the Zhang family still has some tricks that they haven't used yet. Lord Zhang, remember, there is a matter here that involves too many people. You have to be careful. But the matter of the salt pan here. Old sir, don't worry. I have a plan for the future. Zhang Zhong did not wait for the old man to finish speaking and continued. Yes, it's the salt pan. Did Lord Zhang think about it before you came? The old man was finally shocked. He remembered that others had said that the Zhang family had two masters. It could be said that they were two swords working together. Only then did he feel relieved. If everything was thought of by Zhang Zhong alone, with his age, then in the future, Zhang Zhong was slightly better. He looked in the direction of the boat and showed a gratified smile. His son had thought of everything he could think of. How tiring was it? Not only did he point out the importance of the salt pan, but he also talked about the new method of making salt. The two of them did not hide their words from the officials beside them. Only then did the officials know that there were so many people behind the new provincial governor. But who was this old man? They did not seem to have any impression of him. At this time, the common people also finished kowtowing to the emperor. They stood up one by one and looked at Zhang Zhong differently from before. They expressed their most sincere feelings. Let's go and build the dock with me. Let Lord Zhang's boat dock quickly. It won't take 3 days. It will be built in 1 day. When it gets dark, light the torches. A strong man shouted to the others and strode toward the construction site. The others who had just worked followed behind. Each of their footsteps was very solid, as if they had endless strength. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He did not expect that these people were deliberately stalling. From their words, he knew that it would not take 3 days at all. It would be finished in 2 days at most. The difference between being recognized and not being recognized seemed to be a little big. However, Zhang Zhong was happy. He did not expect to win the hearts of the people in just one morning. The common people were really too kind. Who said that the common people here were southern barbarians? How could there be such good barbarians? As long as the officials were good to the common people, there would not be any ignorant common people who would come to make trouble. It seemed that the provincial governor would not be too tired in the future. If there was anything he needed the common people to do, he would send an official document and the common people would do it. After all, he did not intend to harm the common people. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong shouted to those who were going to work, I will cook for you tonight, and there will be wine. It is cold at sea at night. Drink some wine to warm yourself. There are more than 1,000 people on the Zhang family's boat. I wonder if they can come down and work with you. At this time, Zhang Zhong mentioned the people on the boat. At first, he wanted to let the 841 common people and the people from the 2 inner courtyards come down, but he was afraid that the local people would resist, so he left them on the boat. Now that the situation seemed to be much better, he tried to ask. At this time, the old man shouted, the people brought by Lord Zhang are with us. What's wrong with coming down to work, right? The common people shouted, yes, in unison. Today was like the new year to them. They were jubilant. They knew that a good official had come, they had a good meal, and they could drink wine at night. What else could they not do? In particular, the new official had asked for their opinions. They had to give him face no matter what. Not to mention working with the common people, they had to agree even if they had to supervise the work on the side. The small boats began to go back and forth between the big boat and the shore. Except for the people who stayed to watch the boat, all the people on the boat went to the shore. The common people from Kaifeng knew that they had to come down to work when they were on the boat. The young and strong people did not need to be told much and directly ran over to do the work. There were many differences between the common people on the two sides, but they had one thing in common, and that was that they all knew that Zhang Zhong was a good person and a good official. When they started to work, they talked about Zhang Zhong. Especially those who already knew about Zhang Zhong's deeds, they told the local people in detail what they heard. The common people of the two places quickly got along well with Zhang Zhong's help. The common people of Kaifeng talked about how difficult it was to live in their place because of the drought, and the local people also talked about how they could not eat sometimes. It could be said that they sympathized with each other. When they talked about Zhang Zhong, they were full of hope for the future. Under the kindness of Zhang Zhong, the common people of the two places got to know and understand each other in a short time. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect things to develop to this extent. After all, they regarded the common people as the common people of their time. The common people here seemed to have too many good points. Chapter 408. Li Sun stood beside Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and watched all of this. He sighed and said, "Who would have thought that as soon as your family arrived, you would be able to resolve the conflict between the people? Your luck is good." "How is this luck?" "This is called opportunity. If other officials came by land, they wouldn't have gathered so many people if they didn't have 18 ships. Even if they came, if my family didn't cook for the people, they wouldn't accept my father. No one would talk about the past, so the people wouldn't be relieved." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun attributed his hard work to luck, so he retorted. Li Sun didn't say anything this time. Seeing that most of the people on the boat had gone down, he also climbed down the ladder at the side. 56 people stayed in the water, protecting the people on the small boats as they landed safely. By this time, Zhang Zhong had a rough understanding of the situation. It was true that the prefecture was located in Wulei County, but the largest county in the prefecture was Yushan County. In the prefecture, other than himself, who was in charge of both military and political affairs, there were 4 other people. 2 of them were in charge of 2 departments. There were also 3 scribes, 50 prefecture soldiers, and 6 miscellaneous people. The soldiers couldn't be left behind. They had to follow the people who left. These soldiers were raised by the officials who left. Even if they were left behind, Zhang Zhong didn't dare to take them. In this way, the prefectural court seemed to have become a decoration, but the yamen of the 4 counties were fully staffed. There were county magistrates, deputy county secretaries, county wardens, clerks, and all sorts of other people. Not a single one was missing. Every county had more than 100 yamen runners, and there were also county magistrates and other people who were more than soldiers. As a result, if anything happened in the prefecture, they had to discuss it with the county magistrates. The local government was stronger than the prefecture. Zhang Zhong finally understood why the previous governor was so happy to see him come with official documents. No one would be comfortable if they were restricted in all aspects. "Provincial Governor Zhang, why don't we let them work first? We can go back and deal with the local affairs. We can't slack off when it comes to the people." Wulei County's county magistrate Zhang Yi said to Zhang Zhong. He had eaten his fill and was looking at other people working. Being blown by the sea breeze and basked in the scorching sun, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Well, if everyone is busy, then you can go ahead and do it. I wonder if the magistrate of the state can help me find it." Zhang Zhong wanted to meet those 4 people. The 4 of them were in charge of the 6 departments. He did not know how they were doing. It could be said that they were in the dark. County Magistrate Zhang showed an expression that he didn't know. "Provincial Governor Zhang, the 4 people might have gone elsewhere to investigate. Why don't you go back and wait?" "No need. I have my own arrangements. You can go back and do your work." Zhang Zhong knew that many of these people were against him, the new provincial governor. Before he could figure out what they were thinking, he would slowly investigate on his own. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, some people immediately left in a hurry. Some people looked at Zhang Zhong and seemed to want to say something. When they saw that Zhang Zhong didn't intend to keep them for questioning, they also left. Zhang Zhong wasn't in a hurry to return to the prefecture. He stood there and watched the people build a simple dock. He was waiting for the people in the prefecture to come and find him. After all, it wasn't a big deal. If they didn't come today, he would go back to sleep on the ship. If they didn't come tomorrow, he would continue to sleep. Let's see who could outlast who. I'm old. My body can't take it anymore. I'll go back first. Lord Zhang will watch over here. The matters in the prefecture will be clear in the future. The old man just now used his hand to massage his waist and said this. He was helped away step by step. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun also came down. When they were about to go ashore, they instructed the 56 people, continue to swim. Come up at night. It's easy to swim in the sea. Feel the sea water, especially the waves. Now you know why we put fish in the swimming pool. The 56 people didn't say anything. They lowered their heads and dove in. When they came out again, they were already several feet away. They split into groups of 2 and spread out. Li Sun stood on the shore and looked at the sea in the distance. This place looks good. We caught a few big fish on our way here. We can eat fish every day in the future. There's no rush to eat fish. We should build a new dock here. The dock needs to be repaired. We'll follow the route we took to come here. We'll ship the things here back and the things on the other side here. We won't unload the goods midway. If we want to buy things from the other side, we'll have to come to Luzhou. This was Zhang Xiaobao's next step. Luzhou was a huge place, but the population was too small. It was no wonder it could not develop. Nobody had anything to develop it. There were so many specialties. Apart from the tributes, why didn't they sell more? There must be something going on. There was another mountain range on the other side. It was the 100,000 mountains. It was like a primeval forest. It was similar to Fragrant Mountain in Huayuan County. However, it was bigger than Fragrant Mountain. There were countless good things there. The people who guarded this place were poor for 2 reasons. First, there were some things that were not valued. Second, there were trade channels. Perhaps, there were people who came to buy all kinds of things. Due to the difficult road and the places that could be sold were far away, the people who came to buy the goods deliberately lowered the price. Let alone now, even when they came here, some villagers were still suppressed by outsiders. It was very difficult for the villagers to go out and sell their goods. Fortunately, they were here. They did not have to be afraid of being suppressed in the future. The reason why they were suppressed was because of some of the goods that were transported here. For example, cloth and medicine that were not available in the local area. Since they had a fleet of transport ships, they could bring them here and sell them at a fair price. They did not believe that anyone would dare to suppress them. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation. Wang Wan also thought of something. Xiaobao, I think the people here are too conservative. Why don't they raise more poultry and livestock? If they sell the things they produce, their lives will be better. Where are there no conservative people? It's easy to sell them. If we sell our own things, we won't be able to sell them for a good price. If we sell them too far away, we won't be able to afford to go back and forth. If we collect other people's things and sell them together, won't we become merchants? Our family has a lot of business, but they are all under other people's names. If they really become merchants, it will be very troublesome to do things in the future. Moreover, they are already used to this kind of life. For example, in the remote villages of our time, there were still people who only raised 2 pigs and kept them for the new year to eat. They still raised more than 10 chickens and waited for them to lay eggs. The main thing is that these things require capital. When one falls ill, everything will be gone. They are all ordinary families. Building a house requires money, getting married requires money, and even getting sick requires money. Living like this, many generations of people can only be rich when nothing major happens. Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. As long as the government guided them, the people would be able to live a good life. Some people were smart and forgot their good qualities. In their eyes, there was only money. There was no family affection, no friendship, and even love became a luxury. When the two of them talked, only their lips moved. Li Sun didn't know anything. He was already used to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's communication method. To him, it was very magical. He didn't know how the two of them could understand. In the end, he concluded that it was because the two of them had been together for a long time after they opened their eyes. Thinking about the rolling and money in the future, Li Sun felt that his mind was as broad as the sea and the sky. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I'll write a letter in a while and have someone send it to the military station to explain the matter. I don't know what Imperial Uncle is thinking. He didn't send your father's matter to the military station first. I've decided to pull in a few more merchants and build a bigger dock." Li Sun was very excited when he spoke. He couldn't fight for a position that he shouldn't, but he could make more money. With money, not only could he live a life of luxury, but he could also help the poor. In the future, it would be good to be a free and unfettered prince. He could govern his side well. They didn't send the detailed information here through the military station. Maybe the emperor noticed some things here and didn't want the people here to prepare in advance. It is estimated that in addition to the tribute for the emperor will also collect a lot of extra tributes for some prince, minister, or even the big families. Don't look for other people to build the dock here, just the two of us. In the future, not only will we build normal merchant ships, but also warships. How can we let other people join us? You are a relative of the country, and my father is a high official. As long as the emperor knows about the warships, there will be no problem. It will be troublesome if other merchants take advantage of us. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide anything from Li Sun. For example, he let him know about the matter of training the army. This time was the same. All kinds of business between the two families were mixed together, and they were also connected politically. They were grasshoppers on the same rope. As long as there was something fun to do, it would be fine. Build warships. Your family wants to rebel. Then I can't protect you. It's okay to train some guards, and it's okay to hide some military weapons. After all, your family is doing too many things, and it's easy to be plotted against, especially by other countries. Even if Imperial Uncle knows, he won't do anything. But your father is an official here, and he wants to build warships. It doesn't seem good, right? Li Sun still protected the Zhang family in his heart. He also didn't think that the Zhang family would rebel. Then what was the point of building warships? Zhang Xiaobao glared at Li Sun. What's the point of rebelling? Do you know how to do experiments? There are many technologies that the people in the imperial court don't know. How long will it take to teach them? We will use a new technology on the ship, and we will tell the emperor. You will tell him directly, so that the emperor will know. If he wants to do something, he can imitate it. We will build a big ship, and in the future, we will go to other places to have a look. Japan has been here before, and we will go further. We won't use warships, but only ordinary cargo ships. What if we get beaten? How long will it take to go out? Li Sun was also moved by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Chapter 409. The construction of ships and warships was a matter of the distant future. What was more important was that when it was almost time for dinner, the 4 judges who had disappeared returned. They were all dressed in official robes and had come together in a carriage. Apart from the driver of each carriage, there was also an attendant in each of the carriages. The 4 of them got off the carriage and brushed off the non-existent dust on their bodies. They smiled in unison and walked up. I am military advisor Lu Shaoqing. I didn't know you were coming, one of them said first. The person beside him immediately introduced himself, Sir, I am Military Advisor Chao Harue and Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing. Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing and Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing, the third person said. The fourth person had the brightest smile. My lord, you're finally here. I thought it would take a few more days. Oh, I'm Jiang Huanche from the Judicial Army. My lord, you can leave everything to us in the future. Zhang Zhong didn't smile. He looked at the four of them with a serious face and asked, "What are the four of you busy with when you're not in the prefecture?" "Thank you for your concern, sir." Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing and Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing replied, "Sir, even though there are no soldiers in the prefecture, we still have to do water conservancy. There is a lot of rain in the prefecture. If we're not careful, we can cause a disaster. These days, I've been guarding the foot of the mountain. As long as the sky is cloudy, I'll be worried." "Yes, sir. Even though the tax has been paid, those things still need to be sorted out. I'm going to look around to see if anyone found anything. Otherwise, it will be difficult to handle the Earth tribute this year." The ones who said this were Military Advisor Chao Harue and Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing. Military Advisor Lu Xiaoqing also said, "Sir, you don't know. The people here are not well educated. I have to look around and teach the people what is good and what is bad." Without waiting for the last person to speak, Zhang Zhong asked, "Is Officer Jiang busy investigating the case at various places?" "Not bad. This official likes this kind of deputy who puts all his focus on his duties. Otherwise, he would be letting down the Emperor's grace and the common people. The four of you have worked hard. It just so happens that the food over there is ready. Let's eat together." Hearing that it was a meal, Fan Jinshi burped. Facing Zhang Zhong's inquiring eyes, he explained, "Haha, sir, I've already eaten. I just ate a little. I'm busy, so I have to take some time to eat. Otherwise, I won't have time to eat." "Well, this official is not very busy and has some free time, so I can eat during mealtime. The rice here will be harvested in half a month, and the next batch will be planted immediately. Everyone will have to work hard." "Oh, since everyone has already eaten, why don't you tell this official how things are going with your respective tasks? This official will listen while eating." Zhang Zhong didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Fan Jinshi's words. He walked towards the food area and called for the four people. The four people looked at each other. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Fan Jinshi quickly followed and said, "Provincial Governor Zhang, we don't care about this specific matter. We just look around. There are county magistrates below. If you want to know more about the situation, you can ask them in each county. So you can't say, right? Then what is the use of you? Why don't you transfer to a useful place? This official will submit a memorial to the court tonight." Zhang Zhong was still expressionless. When he spoke, he didn't give the four people any face. "Thank you, my lord. We really don't want to work here anymore. Why don't my lord take over our work now? When the time comes, we won't have to worry about the state's affairs." Chao Harue also interjected. They thought that Zhang Zhong didn't dare to do this. Otherwise, the entire prefecture would be in chaos. It was impossible for Zhang Zhong to do things well by himself. They used this method of retreating to enter to force Zhang Zhong. As Chao Harue spoke, he even took out the seal. It seemed that he really wanted to do this. The other three people followed suit and brought the seal to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong glanced at the four people and sneered, "Since the four of you think you can't do it anymore, then I won't hold back anymore." As Zhang Zhong spoke, he swiftly snatched the 6 seals. Then, he turned to the people in the inner courtyard and said, "Take the seals. From now on, all of Lu Zhou's members will be ready. Shang Yun, since I've brought you here, it's only natural that I'll assign you a task. You'll help the others figure out what they don't understand. Zhang Kaijin stepped forward happily. He used to be the county's chief secretary. Although he didn't have a specific position now, since he was here, he would probably be given an official position. Even if it was an empty position, at least he could do something. More than 20 people stepped forward from the crowd in the inner court. If each of them had a position, they would be able to support the prefecture. At this moment, Zhang Zhong said, "Since you don't have the seals, I'll take back the Yangyiishan. I'll write on the memorial that the four of you have resigned because you feel that you can't do a good job. I'll find someone to replace you. Please wait, Provincial Governor Zhang. We only said a few words to make you laugh when we saw you pulling a long face. Why would we resign? Please return the seals to us, my lord." Lu Shaoqing was slightly flustered when he saw Zhang Zhong came prepared. If he handed in the seals, how was he going to do his job in the future? Zhang Zhong was too bold. He actually took back the seals. Releasing and taking back the seals was a matter for the imperial court. Then come and take it back yourselves. Each of you can take one seal. I have other arrangements for the secretaries and soldiers. Remember in the future that I don't like it when my subordinates joke and tease me. Zhang Zhong naturally didn't have the authority to take back the seals, but he had the authority to arrange for the empty positions. It was obviously wrong for 4 people to take up 6 positions. He took back 2 so that he could arrange for his subordinates. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong took back the seals of the secretaries and soldiers. He only gave the remaining 4 seals to Lu Shaoqing. Provincial Governor Zhang is right. We won't joke around in the future. Lu Shaoqing's face was gloomy. He went forward and took back the 4 seals. There was no need to count on the remaining 2 seals. Provincial governors had the authority to arrange for the empty positions to be filled first. As for whether they could really get the positions, that would depend on the arrangements of the imperial court. The 4 of them had suffered a loss. They didn't manage to intimidate Rinpoche. Instead, they were taught a lesson. This made the 4 of them in a bad mood and they prepared to go back. However, Zhang Zhong didn't plan to let them off so easily. He handed the seals of the secretaries and officials to Zhang Kaijin. Shang Yun, in the future, you will be in charge of money, grain, tax, and other matters. Zhang Kaijin didn't expect things to be arranged so quickly. He happily took the seals. Sir, don't worry. I will definitely do everything well. I know how to do this. After all, I was once the registrar. Zhang Zhong nodded at him. He looked at the 4 of them and said, "Since you've already eaten and don't have anything to do, stay here and wait for me to finish eating. Then we can go back to the prefecture together. I still have something to ask. How is the residence in the prefecture?" Provincial Governor Zhang is asking about the residence. There is. The place isn't small. It's just a bit trendy. The previous provincial governor sure wasn't used to it. Fan Jinshi replied from the side. However, she was laughing in her heart. That place was more than just a bit trendy. Needless to say, the sea was very humid. Just the place of residence was slightly sunken. There was always water seeping out of the ground. In those people's houses, when the seepage was bad, 2 inches of water would accumulate. There was no place on the body that didn't hurt. The previous provincial governor didn't have the money to buy a house outside, so he could only live there. She didn't know how this newcomer was like. Zhang Zhong and Wei Wei nodded. He wasn't worried about the humidity at all. When he came, he had already made preparations. There was nothing better than lime to absorb moisture. When the time came, he just had to sprinkle some everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao stood to the side and frowned. He wondered how trendy that place could be. The Zhang family didn't want to buy a house outside to live in. If something suddenly happened, they wouldn't be able to react in time. For example, if there was an unexpected situation and they didn't have time to deal with it in time, it would be two different things if they didn't live in time in the yamen. If they lived outside, it would be easy to be impeached. At this time, it was already time for dinner. Like before, the common people were eating first. When there were fewer people, Zhang Zhong would get a portion. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were also waiting. This time, Li Sun found an excuse to come out for treatment. He didn't want to reveal his identity. When the time came, he would buy a house next to the yamen and live there. When he was free, he would find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play. There were still 4 dishes in the evening. The main dish was pork pancakes and some wine, which made the common people feel Zhang Zhong's kindness. Especially the wine, which they couldn't drink at ordinary times. It was too expensive. The fishermen liked to drink some wine. In the morning, they would go out to sea before dawn. When the sun rose, some fishing boats came back one after another. The water was still cold. With the fog, drinking some wine made people feel much better. Regardless of whether they were working or not, they were all given half a bowl. There was no other way. The alcohol content was too high. It wasn't rice wine, the kind that had been distilled. The common people didn't care what kind of wine it was. As long as there was something to drink, it was fine. They took small sips and occasionally ate some dishes. The pork pancakes were also good. When it was time to eat, the old man also came over. He also held a bowl and took small sips. After taking a sip, he smacked his lips and stopped coughing. He moved closer to Zhang Zhong, who was eating, and said, "Lord Zhang, this wine is good stuff. Many fishermen will feel sore in their joints. If they can drink some wine in the future, they will feel much better." Zhang Zhong was eating and couldn't speak. He nodded to show that he understood. He glanced at his son. His son returned a confident look. Zhang Zhong was relieved. Chapter 4:10. After the meal, the local people and the people brought by Feng Kaifeng started working again. No matter what, they had to finish building the pier today. Zhang Zhong did not plan to go to the yamen today as it was already late. However, Zhang Xiaobao insisted on going. He wanted to see what was going on there. The sooner he found out, the sooner he could find a way to deal with it and move in. The 4 of them did not want to go as well. They were tired after a day of work. However, when they looked at the hundreds of armed people around Zhang Zhong, they were afraid that Zhang Zhong, the provincial governor who dared to do anything, would hurt them. Therefore, they could only force themselves to go to the yamen together despite their tiredness. Lu Zhou's yamen was in Wulei County. It was not far from the county yamen. Under such circumstances, the officials in the county yamen would be very uncomfortable, especially the county magistrate. He was supposed to be the highest official in the county, but he still had to listen to the yamen's orders. He could not show his authority at all. However, Lu Zhou seemed to be the opposite. The original provincial governor wanted his yamen to be further away from the county yamen. He only had 50 soldiers, but there were 150 yamen runners in Wulei County yamen. Even if the yamen was far away from the emperor, they were still equipped with weapons. The county magistrate, Zhang Yi, bought these weapons with his own money. As for where he got the money, it was simple. The group walked for nearly 4 hours. First, they passed by the county yamen. From the outside, it looked like a dilapidated place. Fortunately, the door did not fall off. However, they could see the 2-story building inside. It was built well. This should be the county magistrate's house. That was Wang Wan's thought. A county magistrate, especially one in such a remote place, wanted to build a building with his salary. Dream on. If his family was really capable, who would come here to be a county magistrate? This was different from Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was promoted from a 7th grade to a 4th grade. If he found a good province, no one would want to do it. The group continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, the magistrate's office appeared in front of them. The low walls were built with mud. The paint on the door had almost faded away. There were small holes made by insects. Looking through the wall, the place was not small. Unfortunately, there were no 2-story buildings. At this time, except for a few people who were doing odd jobs, there was no one else in sight. The odd jobs were sitting next to a pile of fire and eating. The rest of the place was dark. He directly asked someone to open the door. With a squeaking sound, the door was completely opened. Only then did the people inside come over. The reason why the door could be opened just now was because they didn't bolt it. With the help of the lanterns on Zhang Zhong's side, they saw Zhang Zhong's clothes and immediately knew who had come. They bowed and invited him in. Zhang Zhong first came to the hall in the manner that specialized in handling cases. He walked to the side of the table and looked at it. There was a layer of dust on it. It seemed that nothing had been done for a long time. He then turned to the study. The study was empty. There was not even a small table, let alone a book. From the traces on the ground, he knew that the previous owner had moved everything that could be moved. How poor was he? He then looked at the signing room and other places. They were also empty. Zhang Zhong helplessly shook his head. He knew that it was not easy for others to become an official. These things would not be left behind. There were new things on the ship. No wonder all the officials were so greedy. It was not easy to become an official. If they were not greedy, how could they entertain others and give their families a good life? Perhaps only those officials who were really willing to do things for the people could be less greedy. There were also the children from the big families. They did not need to be greedy. They only wanted to achieve political achievements. Although he was not a member of a big family, his family had a lot of businesses. Instead of spending so much effort to get a few thousand strings of coins, even if it was tens of thousands of strings of coins, it would be better to take a rest during the leisure time. After taking a look at the manor's office, he walked to the back. The back was similar to Huayuan County, where there were many courtyards. Perhaps it was because the land here was not valuable, but the courtyards at the back were more than twice the size of those in Huayuan County. When walking with a lantern in the dark, he had to pay more attention to his feet. This place was okay. There were no bluestones on the road, but some sand. The sides of the road were bare. There were no flowers or plants. 2 K-pop trees stood in the middle of the courtyard. After walking a few steps, Zhang Zhong found that something was wrong. There was water here. With the light of the lantern, it looked sparkling. When he entered the main courtyard, he could not find a foothold. He looked at the main room. The paper on the window had been torn by the wind and rain. Only a few small pieces were stuck on the window frame. This main room seems to be unoccupied. There is a lot of water, so it is wet. It should be the same in other places, right? Zhang Zhong asked the handyman. In reply to Master, that is indeed the case. I don't know why, but water keeps seeping out of this place. People who live in such a place will feel especially uncomfortable. If Master has money, why don't you buy a house outside? Governor Shi has always wanted to buy a house, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. The handyman answered respectfully. He saw that the new provincial governor was accompanied by so many armed people and felt that he should be rich. Well, this matter is not urgent. You all look around. The people of the vigorous protection team, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo, follow me to other places. Zhang Zhong did not know what to do. He asked his son and daughter-in-law anxiously. He sent the others away and led the crowd to the back. After walking for a while, the people of the protection team spread out to be on guard. Zhang Zhong looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. He squatted down and dipped his finger in the water. He licked it with his tongue and said, "It is not seawater. There is no bitterness or saltiness. It should be underground water seeping up. We need to ask others about the seepage speed. If it is normal underground water seeping up, it means that the terrain here is low. If the terrain here is not low and it can still seep up, it means that there is pressurized water below. We can make an artesian well. Huzi, go and ask the handyman what is going on here." Wang Wan judged after Zhang Xiaobao's words. Huzi ran out. After a while, he came back and reported, "This place is higher than other places. There is usually 5 feet of water in the main house. It has been built with such a high wall. The water will not seep out at that height. But in this way, other places will follow and seep up. It is not fast, but it is not slow either." The previous governor asked his family to dig a ditch for the water to flow out. "It is behind. You will know if you take a look." The previous governor wanted to dig more ditches, but he found that more water came out. The surrounding area is all wet. There are many houses next to the yamen. The people are not willing to do so, so they have to fill it up. Also, there is a river 3 li away from here. The previous governor wanted to dig a river across, but the 4 judges in the yamen did not agree. They said that the yamen's money was a waste of people's money. The county magistrate also told the people not to come and help, so the people did not dare to come. Besides, the previous governor did not have the money to work. After Huzi finished speaking, he retreated to the side. There was nothing else for him to do. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Zhang Zhong walked to the back together. At the back, they saw a ditch. The water gathered together and flowed out along the ditch. When they pushed open the back door, they saw that the water in the ditch flowed in the direction of a few houses. As they walked forward, they saw that the houses had dug ditches themselves and led the water to other places. "I understand. There is no infrastructure here at all. When the rain falls, the rainwater flows in the same direction as the gutters. I really feel sorry for that sure guy. The provincial governor is such a high-ranking official. For him to treat such a situation like this, he must not be an ordinary person." Zhang Xiaobao did not need to follow them to know what was going on. He wondered how that person became the provincial governor. "Didn't you hear what Huzi said just now? The provincial governor wanted to do something, but those 4 people stopped him first. Then, the county magistrate threatened the people. Their family doesn't have much money to hire people to do private work, so they just dragged on like this. These people are really bad. From the looks of it, the 4 judges and Zhang Yi are bullying the provincial governor." Wang Wan analyzed at the side. She wanted to tell Zhang Xiaobao to quickly think of a solution. Otherwise, his father would also be bullied. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips in disdain. "Let's see who dares to use the original method on our family. This place is settled. It is good to have an artesian well. Dig down from the unimportant courtyard and build a pond. Then connect it to the river 3 miles away. There is running water. Think about it. The provincial governor's family does not have much money, but he privately raises 50 soldiers and makes weapons for them. Why is that? The cost of raising those soldiers is not small. Does it mean that he is afraid of his family's lives being threatened? Then who can threaten his life? The bailiffs do not dare. The county magistrate will not let the bailiffs do such things. However, outsiders dare, especially his family. I think that person is related to Zhang Yi. In other words, when someone threatens the lives of the provincial governor's family, the bailiffs will not appear. We can't count on them at all." Wang Wan added. This kind of thing was very common. It seemed confusing, but it was easy to understand once you knew. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the provincial governor's incompetence. A powerful person would take care of the other party. Zhang Zhong listened at the side and also felt that this was the case. However, he was not afraid. His family was rich. They did not have to worry about whether they had enough money to raise a few hundred more people. There was also the little prince's guards. His family would not be harmed. Zhang Zhong and his family were analyzing the situation and deciding to live in the manor. At the same time, in the Yamen of Wulei County, more than 10 people gathered together to discuss the matter. County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that the new provincial governor is not ordinary. His family is rich and there are many people protecting him. Is the previous method no longer working? Why don't we give him some of the salt pan and some of the other precious tributes? A skinny man who was half a head taller than the others was sitting on a futon opposite Zhang Yi as he spoke to Zhang Yi. His family is rich. You believe that he can casually take out tens of thousands of strings of coins. Don't use the previous method of threatening him. Tomorrow, find a way to find him and find an opportunity to give him 1,000 strings of coins. See what he will do. Chapter 411. That night, Zhang Zhong and his family took a good look around their future home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out all the plans they could think of and planned to get someone to start work tomorrow. The two of them planned to turn their new home into a garden. However, when the time came, others would benefit from it. This place was not like Huayuan County where the next county magistrate could be appointed. The position of the provincial governor was too high. Even the minister of the Ministry of Personnel could not decide who would be the next county magistrate, let alone them. However, they could not go out and find a new place to build a new house just to prevent others from owning it. This place was spacious and better than other places. It would be a pity if they could not build a perfect home. If there's no other way, we'll let the new provincial governor take a look at this place when your father leaves in the future. We'll ask him to pay for it. If he pays, we'll let him do it. If he doesn't, we'll tear down the house and block the artesian well. Wang Wan clenched her fists and gestured. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Our family doesn't lack money. Even if the new provincial governor doesn't have that much money, we can't tear down the house and sell it to him. However, I reckon that even if the new provincial governor takes the initiative to give us money, we can't accept it. Why? Wang Wan asked, puzzled. Because he's afraid of offending people. Do you think the new provincial governor will be as poor as the previous provincial governor? By the time my father leaves, this place will definitely be prosperous. It's just like the Jia County magistrates in Sanshui County. When other officials were willing to go to a place where no one was willing to go, they would break their heads to go there when other officials were done building it. Although Luzhou is far away from the capital, when it's truly prosperous, who would care about that? Stay here for a while and leave after reaping the benefits. It's not like you won't be able to go back for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaobao felt a little helpless when he said this. There were always people who liked to pick peaches, but he couldn't refuse to give them. This peach was good, but it was not as good as continuing to be promoted. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she also understood. The person who came must be very capable. Even if we do him a favor, he wouldn't care about this little bit of money. I'm puzzled. Why are there so many different kinds of abilities? Some people are really capable and specifically look for bad places to build. Some people can't be said to have fake abilities. In any case, they have the ability to get what others have built. Which one do you think is useful? Of course, it's the first type. The first type doesn't need to be afraid of being sent away, and the second type has to pray that his or her family's power will never change, but they also have to constantly worry about the emperor's attitude towards their family. We are the first type. We don't need to be afraid of the emperor, as long as we don't annoy the emperor. I don't think we'll be able to go to the capital even after we've built Luzhou. I hope we can go back to Yaozhou and be the provincial governor there again. My father is still young, and it's better for him to be a high-ranking official. I wonder what Li Longji will do in the future. I don't think it's anything good. Zhang Xiaobao was trying to figure out Li Longji's personality, but he found that there were many times when some people's personalities were constantly changing. Of course, this change was also a kind of personality, but it was too difficult to control. Wang Wan did not care where the Zhang family went. In any case, wherever the Zhang family went, the Wang family would follow. As long as she was around, she would never abandon her family. Her parents were different from Zhang Xiaobao's parents. Even if the final dividends of every business deal went to the Wang family, her parents did not care about the money. It was said that when the Zhang family and the Wang family were doing business, all the money would belong to her and Zhang Xiaobao. Her parents only wanted to show off in front of others. Zhang Xiaobao's parents, on the other hand, had more ambitions. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan came up with two scenarios. I think it can only be from two aspects. The first is a very poor place. Let your father continue to go there and build a prosperous place. The second is a place that is difficult to solve. For example, Zhejiang and Hangzhou. That place has always been a troublesome place. She's too charming. No matter where he goes, it won't be easy. This is also what I want. Only by making more achievements will my father's future be smoother. Let's go to an inn to rest for the night. We'll start work tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao held Wang Wan's hand and caught up with his father. The group looked for an inn to stay in, preferably one that had a spare courtyard. The next morning, without waiting for others to come to Zhangzhou, 150 of Li Sun's 200 bodyguards were sent out to patrol the streets of the prefectural city with weapons. The Yamen also put up a recruitment notice for the local people to come and work. The Zhang family would pay for it themselves. Even if those 4 people didn't cause trouble, Zhang Zhong wouldn't take money from the prefectural city's account to build his own house. The news of the recruitment notice quickly spread to the Yamen of Wulei County. County Magistrate Zhang was preparing to find Zhang Zhong and find an opportunity to bribe him. If he succeeded, he would have something to use against Zhang Zhong. If he didn't, he would understand Zhang Zhong's attitude. After hearing the news, he immediately gathered his 150 bailiffs. A small portion of the bailiffs were recruited locally, but the majority were brought here from other places. He didn't use the local bailiffs this time. Zhang Zhong had already bought a lot of people's hearts yesterday. He was afraid that these bailiffs wouldn't do their job seriously, so he only sent his 110 bailiffs out to see which commoner would dare to build a house for him, and personally delivered the warning to each house. Unfortunately, he underestimated Zhang Xiaobao's ruthlessness. As soon as the 110 bailiffs went out, they were discovered by the patrolling guards of the prince's mansion. Sabers were unsheathed, crossbows were loaded, and all of them were captured at a place a little distance away from the county yamen. Precisely speaking, they captured the other 3 bailiffs, while the other 7 were shot dead on the spot. These 7 people had drawn their swords, but they were shot to death as soon as they moved. The other bailiffs didn't dare to move and were tied up one by one. The nearby commoners were all peeking through the cracks of the door. When they saw that the bailiffs who always bullied them were arrested, they suppressed the excitement in their hearts and went out to spread the good news in all directions. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to start the construction today. He just wanted to deal with County Magistrate Zhang and at the same time make the lives of the local commoners better. A good life naturally required supplies. This time, the ship brought a lot of goods. At first, he wanted to sell them at a high price, but now it seemed impossible. The commoners didn't have money, so no matter how good the goods were, they couldn't be sold. Zhang Xiaobao could only use another method, which was to give the goods first and collect the money later. This money could be paid in installments, and there was no need to pay interest. He would distribute the goods and buy the things needed for the tribute. These were all good things. For example, shell incense, which was a kind of shellfish in the sea. It could be used as a medicinal ingredient, and it could also be used for beautifying. Another idea was to let the commoners help spread the news and tell other commoners that the new provincial governor would firmly suppress the local county magistrate. This method was very effective. When they saw that the bailiffs were arrested, they ran to the houses of the people they knew or ran directly to the place where the fishing boats were anchored. Fifth Lord, good news, great news. A person who ran to the market said to the old man who was selling fish there. What? What did you say? Do you think your family can eat that much fish? Buy less. The old man's ears were not very good. The person had no choice but to put his mouth close to the old man's ear and shouted, "Fifth master, it's good news. The bailiffs have been caught." They were caught by the subordinates of the new official. They even killed 7 people. This time, the old man heard it clearly. He asked in disbelief, "Really? The bailiffs in the county were arrested by the new provincial governor's soldiers? And they even killed people?" The 2 people's voices were not low. The people who were selling nearby heard them and gathered around the 2 people. The person did not care that others were listening. He continued to shout to the old man, "It's true. They were really arrested and killed. Those soldiers were very powerful. They were equipped with crossbows. The 7 bailiffs were just about to draw their swords when they were shot to the ground. With only 1 arrow each, none of them survived. The 7 soldiers who killed them did not even blink. It was as if they were not killing people, but chickens. Good. Someone should have dealt with them long ago. No wonder no bailiffs came to take my fish for free. The new provincial governor is indeed a good official who protects poor people like us. I won't sell my fish anymore. I'll go home and chase the 2 boys out so they can build a house for the governor." The old man started to pack up his stall while trembling. It was not that he was not feeling well, but that he was excited. When the commoners heard this, they could not suppress the joy in their hearts. Some cried, some laughed to the sky, and some immediately ran home to tell the good news to their families and neighbors. Before they could finish rejoicing, another notice was posted. The notice asked the local people to tell the story of how they had been bullied by the bailiffs. Everything would be decided by the provincial governor. In order to increase the people's confidence, the Zhang family sent out guards. These guards were promoted later. Their fighting power was not as good as the 56 people, but they were armed with weapons and had bows on their backs. This made the commoners feel more relieved. With so many people, would the new provincial governor be afraid of a county magistrate? There were many ethnic minorities here. To be precise, this was where the ethnic minorities lived. The customs here were completely different from other places. If it were in other places, the commoners might be afraid to say anything. But here, such things would definitely not happen. As long as someone was willing to make a decision, they would tell all the bad things that the bailiffs had done. One by one, the people who had been bullied by the bailiffs gathered at the magistrate's office. Because he had sent out his closest subordinates and left 40 local bailiffs behind, Zhang Yi did not receive the news until an hour after it happened. Hearing that 7 of his subordinates had been killed on the spot and the rest had been captured, as well as the matter mentioned in the second notice, Zhang Yi felt his vision go dark and his whole body go numb. It took him quite a while to recover from it. Chapter 4:12. Zhang Zhong, the people from the inner court, and Zhan Shangyun started to get busy. They received the commoners one by one and recorded down what they said. It would be better if there was direct evidence, but it didn't matter if there wasn't. They would spill everything under torture. The 4 judges were also called over by Zhang Zhong to listen. They didn't expect Zhang Zhong to act so quickly. He had only been here for a day, but he had already started to act. It was like a thunderbolt. Where did he find these guards? They even had crossbows. The four of them originally wanted to tell Zhang Yi about this matter, but they were stopped and brought here to listen. They listened as the commoners listed out the crimes one by one. They wanted to interrupt the commoners and threaten them, but there were more than a dozen people with a silver-white seedling on their chests standing around, so they didn't dare to do anything. The only way to threaten them was to glare at the commoners who came to complain. These commoners had finally found their backbone, so how could they be afraid of the four of them? Not only did they report the contents of their complaints, they even glared back at them. In the end, after they glared back and forth, one of the commoners didn't want to glare back anymore. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on Chao Harue's face. Chao Harue was stunned and immediately went forward to kick him. However, the people from the seedling protection team reached out and grabbed him, causing him to tumble down. Zhang Zhong spoke at this time. Adjunct Chao, there's no need to be angry with the commoners. If you feel that they have insulted you, you can write a memorial and hand it to me first. I will deal with it as I see fit. Chao Harue knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at this time. In terms of fighting, any one of the people standing at the side could easily beat the four of them. He had heard that these guards with unique markings were Zhang Zhong's personal guards. They were fine even if they jumped from a 40-foot-tall ship into the sea. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, they looked like they were made of wood. These people couldn't be beaten, at least not by the four of them. Wiping his face with his sleeve, Chao Harue said to the citizen who came to complain, "You dare to spit on me? I wish your family a long life." "Bah, dog official, I'm telling you, now that there's a new official, don't even think about scaring me. I'll wait for the day when you're dealt with, I'll wait." This person was not afraid of Chao Harue in the slightest. He spat again and cursed. This time, Chao Harue was prepared and did not get spat on his face. However, his clothes did not escape. There was a large piece of yellow phlegm on his clothes, which was disgusting to look at. Left and right. If anyone dares to disturb the court again, slap them on the spot. Zhang Zhong's face darkened as he stared at the commoner below and shouted. The members of the seedling protection team shouted in unison. They knew what the old master meant, which was to slap the four of them. The commoner was not stupid. The words that Chao Harue was about to say were interrupted by the new official. He knew who the new official favored, so he smiled at Chao Harue and continued to speak. Crimes were written down one by one. At the end, there were still people who tortured the remaining bailiffs. The torture method was very simple. Zhang Xiaobao learned it from Xiaohong. In the past, Xiaohong commanded the poultry and almost killed those people. This time, there were no poultry, so they used a type of fish that was fished out from the sea. The shark was not considered big, only 5 to 6 feet long. It was kept in a large fish tank made of wood. When the bailiffs were questioned, if they did not say anything, then they would be put into the fish tank. They deliberately found a high platform so that they could see the situation in the fish tank. When the first bailiff was tied up and slowly lowered down, the blood that came out made the other bailiffs choose to compromise. The bailiffs who went down had their ropes cut off when other bailiffs were willing to speak. The screams scared the other bailiffs so much that their legs went soft. At this time, Zhang Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to find the 4 judges, but he was told that the 4 of them stayed in the manor. He also wanted to go and take a look, but he was afraid that his subordinates would tell him something and directly arrest him. With no other choice, he left the yamen alone. He didn't dare to wear any official robes. He jogged to the outside of a house, knocked on the door 3 times long and 2 times short, then anxiously paced around in front of the door. It didn't take long for the door to be pulled open from the inside. Zhang Yi jumped in and closed the door behind him. Then, he said to the person who opened the door, "Take me to your master. It's urgent. County Magistrate Zhang, please follow me. Master already knows some things and is waiting for you." The servant who opened the door said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He led the way in front. After passing through a few courtyards, when they came to a place, Zhang Yi rushed in front of the tall and thin man and said, "Boss Shin, it's not good. The new provincial governor has made a move. Nothing happened last night, but this morning it changed. My people have been arrested. I don't know what they can say." The tall and thin man looked indifferent and said to Zhang Yi, "County magistrate, don't worry." Indeed, Zhang Zhong made a move early, much earlier than we expected. But so what? He arrested the bailiffs. Even if they give you away, you can deny it. There's no proof. The money we gave you is a gift between friends. Did you take bribes? Have we ever asked you to do anything evil for us? We are just friends. There's nothing else mixed in. Do you understand? Not to mention here, even in the Ministry of Justice of the Imperial Court, it's the same. Even if we see the Emperor, it won't change. Yes, no, not at all. We are just friends. We gave each other some things, including money. Those bailiffs were just talking nonsense. They were forced to confess under torture. They can't be trusted. Then what should we do next? Zhang Yi understood as soon as he heard this. He had to clear himself first. The bailiffs might have been forced to confess. When the time came, he would find 4 judges and jointly submit a report to the court. The tall and thin man nodded with satisfaction. He looked in the direction of the government office and said, "We don't need to do the next step. That Zhang Zhong will definitely come to you personally. He just arrived here and doesn't know anything. Don't be fooled by his methods. In fact, he just wants you to surrender. Since that's the case, then he will come to you and use the bailiff's confessions to force you to submit. This is also a chance. When the time comes, I'll go with you and see what Zhang Zhong has to say. Don't worry, you know who's behind me. Even if the negotiations don't go well, I can still bail you out." "Good, then we'll do as Mr. Shin says. Wait for him to come to me. I'll take you there." Zhang Yi admired this person. He rarely made mistakes in his calculations. Even if there was a slight difference, it was almost the same. It was a pity that they didn't know what kind of opponent they were facing. They also couldn't guess that this opponent wasn't the new provincial governor but the 2 harmless-looking children beside the provincial governor. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to go back. He stayed here and waited for Zhang Zhong to come to him. In the magistrate's office, Zhang Zhong had already flipped through the bailiff's confessions. When the 102 bailiffs were willing to confess, they were questioned separately. As long as there was a difference, they would continue to be thrown into the shark tank. Not only were they asked what they had done, but they were also asked what others had done. This kind of questioning made the bailiffs not dare to lie. If they said that their crimes were light, who knew if the other bailiffs would tell the truth? Similarly, they didn't mention that their colleagues would cover for them. They couldn't cover for them anyway. Everyone considered the severity of the matter differently. If what they said was different from what others said, they would be thrown into the fish tank again. Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who couldn't tolerate anything when he had just become an official. During this period of time, he had also gotten used to some things. However, when he saw the confessions of these bailiffs, he couldn't help but get angry. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. Look at what they have done. They actually took things for free in the county's market every day. They even forced the fishermen to catch specific fish for them. They even made the fishermen go out to sea in the heavy rain just to get those things that could be offered as a tribute. Many fishermen died at sea. They even rushed into the people's houses to steal things. They are considered smart. They only stole a small part of the things each time and came back the next day. This made the people lose their will to fight to the death. Among them, there are still 31 people who deserve to die. The rest can be locked up for a few years. Zhang Zhong knew that he couldn't solve the problem after scolding for a while, so he turned to look at his son. Zhang Xiaobao also read the confessions. He didn't have any indignant thoughts. He was already used to these things. Wang Wan was also the same. The darkness of the society was still considered bright compared to the bailiffs. Father, since 31 people deserve to die, then immediately behead 31 of them. This kind of thing, you, the provincial governor, can make the decision. Let the rest go back. Since it's not a capital crime, it's a waste of food to lock them up. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said to his father. Let them go. Let them go. Won't Zhang Yi have more manpower to use? Xiaobao, you can't let them go. Zhang Zhong didn't expect that his son would ask him to let them go. Zhang Xiaobao put down the confessions in his hand and explained to his father, Father, we can let them go, but not like this. First, we let people whip them. As long as they faint once, it's enough. Then, we don't give them food, water, or sleep. He had people continuously ask them whether they would help Zhang Yi in the future and whether they would listen to the provincial governor's orders. As long as they were asleep, he would wake them up and ask them these two questions. He would ask them continuously until the next night. Then, he would let them rest and sleep for a while before letting them go. Chapter 4:13. Zhang Zhong didn't understand his son's intention, but he still arranged it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this matter anymore. He knew that the reason why Zhang Yi didn't come to apologize was because he still had bargaining chips on him. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to exchange conditions. If it were someone else, they would have already asked someone to find Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't just anyone. The two of them didn't care about Zhang Yi at all. They just casually made a move. The most important thing was to solve the most important problem, which was the problem of the people's livelihood. The goods on the ship should have been unloaded and transported here. The magistrate office must put out a notice to let the people know that they could get these goods first and then pay for them. If they didn't have money, they could use the things in the sea as a substitute. Especially those good things that could be offered as tribute. There was no need to rush this. They could take it slowly. There was no need to take risks in order to repay quickly. The Zhang family didn't need it, and the Zhang family could afford to pay for it. The third notice came out. After the people saw it, they couldn't believe that it was real. However, when the goods were transported and they were allowed to choose, they had to admit that it wasn't a dream. All the people who bought the goods didn't need to use any collateral. They just needed to leave their fingerprint. Zhang Xiaobao believed in the customs here. The notice clearly stated that the goods could be paid for within a year. If there was a special situation, it could be postponed, but they needed to send someone to check. If nothing happened and the goods were not paid after a year, the person's name would be written on the notice to warn people to be careful of such people. They were all from the same village. If their names were posted, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in public anymore. This time, the goods prepared were very complete. There were furs, snacks, medicine, cloth, cheap jewelry, and some tools that could be used. As for the purely ornamental goods, forget about it. The people didn't have the consciousness to buy them. Every time the goods arrived at a place, the people would pick and choose. In fact, they were just short of a buffer time, so they had no choice but to sell the things in their hands at a low price under the pressure of life. Now that these goods were not sold at a high price, the value of future goods would also be high. In addition to these, Li Sun also arranged for people to use other identities to lend money. The interest rate was very low. Usually, it was 10 copper coins and 13 copper coins. That was to say, if you lent 10 copper coins and gave 9 copper coins, you would have to return 13 copper coins. Li Sun used 10 copper coins and only 10% interest. Furthermore, it was calculated on a yearly basis, not the usual monthly basis. This immediately lowered the price by a lot. Some of the commoners who had some ideas tried to borrow some, but this required them to pawn their belongings and write a receipt. When the time came, they could still report it to the yamen. The main thing was that Zhang Xiaobao had calculated that there were only about 7,000 people in the entire prefecture. If everyone borrowed money, it would be of great use to one person. Borrowing 3 strings of money would be able to buy a small boat to go to sea. If everyone borrowed money, based on the average of 2 strings of money, it would be no more than 15,000 strings of money. Moreover, when borrowing money, why did they have to mention themselves? If they wanted to seek medical treatment, there was no need. There were ready-made doctors, and they were looking for a place to build a medical center. As long as the medicinal materials were not ginseng or deer antler, ordinary medicine was very cheap, and the cost would be collected. This way, they were not afraid of people who pretended to borrow money and ran away. If you said you wanted to buy a cow to plow the land, then it depended on how much land you had. If you bought a cow, it would be around 7 or 8 strings of money or 10 strings of money. The land and the cow would be used as collateral. Wang Wan also specially asked Zhang Xiaobao what if someone wanted to buy a bigger boat that cost 15 strings of money and capsized. Zhang Xiaobao's answer was very simple. As long as the person was fine, it was fine. It was not really a loan, so who would deliberately capsize the boat? When the time came, if there was really such a bad person, they would work for him. The work would be used to pay off the debt, and they would arrange some good jobs. After they earned money, they would use part of it to pay off the debt and part of it to live. It was impossible not to have any measures of punishment. That would make people feel that there was a loophole to take advantage of. In order to better publicize the benevolence and righteousness of the new provincial governor, all the goods were transported to the prefectural city to be sold. Furthermore, people were sent to the other 3 counties to talk about this matter and let them come over to buy. This way, the local people would tell the people in the other counties about the new provincial governor's actions. The next step is to dry the salt. There must be a lot of behind-the-scenes transactions there. After dealing with the people, we can implement it. This kind of salt trade originally belonged to the local government, which is the provincial government. The reason why they suppressed the provincial governor was to profit from it. It turned out that it was to boil salt. A stone of salt requires more than 400 caddies of good firewood. No matter how expensive firewood is, it is not as expensive as salt. A stone of salt can be sold for 600 or 700 copper coins. How much is 400 caddies of firewood worth? 5 copper coins. 6 copper coins. There are so many mountains. Just go up the mountain and you can get a lot of firewood. You can't blame someone for taking the risk for nearly 100 times the profit. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the couch of the inn and looked out the window at the crowd that was heading to the place where the goods were sold. He began to plan for the future. When Wang Wan came, she knew that Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to dry the salt. There was very little manpower, and the salt was produced in large amounts and quickly. There was also no need to waste firewood. When that time came, the cost would be even lower. If they used a large ship to transport it, each ship could carry 5 or 6 tons. If they took the road and transported it to places with little or no salt and sold it, they could earn 500 or 600 strings of coins per ship, or even more. If they were willing to pay the local price, it would be easy to earn 1,000 strings of coins. Thinking that if a large amount of salt was sold in the future, it would not be easy to sell salt in other places. Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Aren't you afraid that a large amount of salt will impact the market?" "I'm afraid, but we can't produce so much salt here. It is not possible to turn the seawater into salt by drying it for a few minutes. The production time will affect the output. There are also salt pans. Not all places near the sea can be used as salt pans, unless a large amount of manpower is used to level the ground. Also, it depends on how the wind blows. There's a lot of knowledge involved in this, and I don't know much about it either. After a few tries, I'll know what to do. We'll just use whatever fits our needs. Nowadays, people are still in a situation of salt shortage. It's not like back in our time, when industrial salt production was more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. It was not a problem at all. Even if he turned the coastal area into salt pans, it would not be able to meet the demand. Besides, selling salt was not very profitable for him. It would take at least half a year for a ship to go back and forth. Wouldn't it be better to transport something else? Thinking of making money, Zhang Xiaobao suggested to Wang Wan, why don't we cultivate pearls? This thing can make money. It can be used as medicine or as an ornament. Just put some things that can't be dissolved into their flesh, and then let them wrap it little by little with body fluid. Finally, the pearls will come out. Dream on. Tell me, what kind of shell should we use? What should we put in? How should we put it? Where and how should we raise it? What are the relevant things that we need to pay attention to? How many years will it take to become a pearl? When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she knew that he didn't know how to do it. She made up a bunch of nonsense and asked several questions in a row. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head every time she asked a question. He wanted to say that they should put sand in the shell, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem good to wrap sand in a pearl. Then let's kill a lot of sharks and sell their fins. This thing is good. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. Who should kill them? How? Send them to the sharks to be killed. Can't you think of something that can be implemented? Wang Wan refuted Zhang Xiaobao again without any mercy. Then change. Let's get some ducks and release them on the beach. Zhang Xiaobao changed again. The two of them in the room, one of them made a proposal and the other rejected it. They had a long discussion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could bicker with each other when they had nothing to do, but others couldn't. Zhang Yi had been waiting for a day, but there was still no call. He was so anxious that he walked back and forth in the place where the businessman's surname Shin was. He wasn't the only one who was anxious. The businessman's surname Shin was also anxious. In the past, he had encountered a lot of schemes, and his calculations were relatively accurate. This time, he thought that it was a sure thing, but he was wrong. He thought that Zhang Zhong wanted to deal with the original forces here first. If it were someone else, they would do the same. However, Zhang Zhong seemed to have put this matter aside and concentrated on doing business. It was the kind of business that couldn't maximize the benefits. Mr. Shin, what do you think Zhang Zhong wants to do? He obviously has the upper hand, but he stopped. I always feel that things are not so simple. If we wait any longer, it will be easy for something to happen. Zhang Yi walked a few more times. He really couldn't suppress the agitation in his heart, so he stopped and asked. Don't worry, don't worry. Zhang Zhong must have some difficulties, so he doesn't dare to come to you directly. Could it be that he thought of the relationship between you and me, so he guessed the force behind me? Is he afraid? Wait a little longer. If he still doesn't come to you at this time tomorrow, we will think of a way. Even Ba Shin himself didn't believe the words that he said. Zhang Zhong came so quickly, and his actions weren't slow either. No matter what, he couldn't guess the power behind him. At this time, other than waiting, it seemed that there was no better method. The two of them didn't wait until this time the next day. That night, 71 Yamen runners who were tortured to death came back. Some of them even said while walking, I don't dare to do bad things for Zhang Yi anymore. I will listen to the provincial governor in the future. I don't dare to. Zhang Xiaobao's method made the Yamen runners who had never encountered it before almost collapse mentally. As long as they thought of what happened last night, they would feel cold all over. When Zhang Yi and Chen Dongjia saw the 71 people, the look in their eyes was different from before. What's wrong with you? Did they use a big punishment? Zhang Yi came in front of a yamen runner and asked. It's worse than a big punishment. I have seen it. Master, the other 31 brothers are going to be beheaded tomorrow. Don't you want to save them? The yamen runner who was asked looked straight ahead when he was speaking. His tone was so flat, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 4:14. The sun shone warmly. The deep blue sea pushed towards the shore from afar with layers of waves. Then, it turned light blue and became transparent. There were also some white waves that kept crashing onto the beach, leaving behind bubbles that slowly receded. Every time the waves hit the beach, there would be countless tide worms that were brought to the shore by the waves. When the tide receded, some of them were brought away by the sea while others quickly burrowed into the sand. Small crabs did the same. They used the tide to come to the beach and burrowed into the crevices of the reefs. They dug a hole and buried themselves, making small holes on the beach. Seabirds spread their wings and flew in the sky. Occasionally, they swooped down to the sea and picked up a fish that was struggling to twist its body. They sprinkled a string of pearl-like water droplets. The life of the world reproduced in this noisy silence. Reincarnation, 1,000 years, or yesterday, the sea was still as turbulent as before. The fishermen who had long been used to such a life would usually catch some small fish and shrimp near the shore and fry them in a dry pot without adding oil or salt. However, today, there was not a single fisherman in the sea of Ule County. It was almost noon, and the people in the county all gathered in the direction of the execution field. Although it was called the execution field, it was actually a wasteland. There was no platform or anything like that. However, the people did not care about that. They just wanted to see the result of the people who had hurt them. Some people even brought the memorial tablets of their dead relatives from home and waited quietly, waiting for the time when the yang qi was the most abundant. Zhang Zhong had already led a group of officials here. There was a table in front of them. The people in charge of the execution kept fiddling with things. As they burned incense, they kept muttering. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came here. They squeezed into the crowd and became bystanders, even if they were the ones who planned this. The executioners today were the members of the Zhizhuang Protection Team and the Zero Team. 31 people were chosen. No matter how hard they trained, they would always be a little lacking if they had not personally experienced blood. When the 31 bailiffs were brought up, the people around them cheered. No one was sad that the people in front of them were about to lose their lives, because these people had taken the lives of others before. Amidst the cheers, the sound of crying could be heard. The person holding the tablet cried and said something to the tablet. When the 31 people were forced to kneel on the ground, Zhang Yi finally appeared. He was surrounded by the 71 bailiffs who were released yesterday. These bailiffs, who were usually arrogant, did not look like they did today. They looked like shriveled chickens. The Yushan County magistrate had also arrived with Zhang Yi. He was the only one who had come. Last night, Zhang Yi had sent someone to find him on horseback, hoping that he would be able to stall them for a while. When the time came, the two county magistrates could work together to pressure Zhang Zhong. Unexpectedly, the Yushan County magistrate was already on his way to Ule County. Otherwise, he would not have arrived at this time. Nian Wanzhou only brought 10 bailiffs with him. He had rushed over for other matters. When he found out that Zhang Zhong was going to kill people, he agreed to oppose with Zhang Yi and save the people. When the two of them arrived, the preparations were almost done. Zhang Yi looked at the bailiffs beside him, then looked at the 200 people with crossbows. He suppressed the idea of breaking in and shouted at Zhang Zhong, "Provincial Governor, please wait. I have something to say." Zhang Yi's voice made the people around him tremble. They looked at the county magistrate, who also wanted to kill him, and then looked at Zhang Zhong. It's already noon. Start the execution. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them. Zhang Zhong did not pay attention to Zhang Yi and directly gave the order. The purpose of this was simple. The people who were released yesterday would leave a shadow in their hearts. Even if they came today, they would not be of much use. Zhang Yi had to come. Otherwise, who would dare to work with him in the future? But it was useless even if they came. He wanted to let everyone know that they followed Zhang Yi because he did not have the ability to help them at critical moments. The 200 guards with crossbows in their hands shouted in unison, "Kill!" Looking at the people who unsheathed their swords and loaded their crossbows, Zhang Yi did not know what to do. He gave Nian Wanzhou a look. Just as Nian Wanzhou was about to speak, a guard on the other side turned his crossbow over. Nian Wanzhou swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His life was more important. Who knew if they would shoot it? With a slight delay, the 31 people in the execution field dropped their swords. Among them, 30 people were relatively good. Only one person stretched a little when he used his strength. In the end, his head was not chopped off. This person trembled and was a little scared. But when he thought of what the young lady said, cowards should return to the inner court to do chores. Thinking of this person raised his sword and aimed at the place where he had just chopped. No matter how much blood spurted out, he chopped down again. With a thump, this person's head was finally chopped off. 31 people were killed. The surrounding people were silent at first. Then, some people began to cry. They held the memorial tablets and came to the execution field. They knelt there and kowtowed to the memorial tablets. After kowtowing, they turned to Zhang Zhong's direction and kowtowed to him. With this group of people taking the lead, the others who did not hold the memorial tablets also knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. No matter how Zhang Zhong asked them to get up, these people did not get up. Just as Zhang Zhong was about to go down and persuade them personally, he turned his head and saw that Zhang Yi had already turned around and was walking back with Nian Wanzhou. He immediately shouted, "Stop right there, Wulei County's County Magistrate Zhang Yi. You told me that you had something to do just now. Why are you leaving now? Are you playing with me? Men, take him away." This shout was indeed effective. The commoners stopped kowtowing and the crying people also stopped. They turned their heads to look at Zhang Yi. They slowly stood up, wanting to know what the provincial governor wanted to do. Zhang Yi was too busy being angry. He did not expect Zhang Zhong to find trouble with him at this time. He cursed in his heart. How could Zhang Zhong not know what he was going to say? He had already killed people, and he was still asking him. Thinking like this, Zhang Yi couldn't say it out loud. Seeing people rushing over, he hurriedly shouted to Zhang Zhong, "Darren." This official was scared just now and forgot about it. After hearing Darren's shout, this official remembered. "I asked Darren to forgive me." Even if Zhang Yi was unwilling to accept this, he had to admit defeat at this time. He realized that he could not see through Zhang Zhong. After coming here, how was he like the other officials when they were appointed? Usually, when one became an official in a new place, there were only 3 situations. The first was to know the local officials and get along well with them. The second was to have ambition. First, they would show weakness and find an opportunity to make a comeback. They might succeed, but they might not. The third was to call the officials under them over and give them a lecture, thinking that everything would be fine. This kind of person would usually come with glory and leave with their tails between their legs. However, Zhang Zhong was neither of these. When he came, he acted like he was doing official business. He did not hide his actions at all. The first day he arrived, the next day he killed people and captured people. In just 3 days, 39 lives were lost. However, he asked about the specific matters in the manor, capturing people, killing people, releasing goods and lending money. What did he want to do? Zhang Yi really could not think of anything. However, he knew that this Zhang Zhong was definitely a person who killed people without batting an eyelid. He could not anger him. Even if he killed him, he would be investigated by the imperial court. However, if he lost his life, would it matter if he was investigated or not? Zhang Yi thought quickly. He only used a few breaths of time to think it through. When the surrounding commoners saw that Zhang Yi, who had bullied provincial governor Shi, had given in, they cheered and cursed. Zhang Zhong did not stop them. He let Zhang Yi feel the anger of the commoners. With him around, Zhang Yi did not dare to talk back. He also did not dare to stand up, and he did not dare to leave. The commoners cursed for a while before gradually calming down. They moved to the back and made space for Zhang Yi to stand in front of Zhang Zhong. They waited for Zhang Zhong to deal with Zhang Yi. The commoners finally found their backbone. The new official had only been here for a little more than 3 days, but he had already done a lot of good things. The commoners knew clearly that the new official had something to do with the new official. Otherwise, why would they wait for him to come? Especially the loan. The annual interest was only 10%. It was almost the same as borrowing for free. Zhang Yi walked towards Zhang Zhong first. He did not dare to leave for a long time. He followed behind. The cursing just now also affected him. The two of them were in a very bad mood. However, they had no choice but to squeeze out a smile on their faces. Didn't you see that the 4 judges who usually cooperated well with them were sitting there obediently and giving them looks? Zhang Zhong put on airs and sat there. He did not look at Zhang Yi. Instead, he looked in front of him. Zhang Yi endured the sullenness in his heart. He came forward and bowed. "Provincial governor, this official has something to say." "Speak." Zhang Zhong lifted his eyelids and uttered a word in a drawn-out voice. "Yes, Your Excellency. I came here to find you because I want to ask what should we do when the rain gets heavier in 2 days." Zhang Yi casually picked a topic to ask. Zhang Zhong noticed that after hearing Zhang Yi's words, the commoners also quietened down. They seemed to be waiting for him to say a solution. He thought for a while and asked, "What did you do in the past?" "In the past, under the leadership of Sir Shi, we worked hard to improve the irrigation system. We diverted the water from the mountain and the water from the rain into the sea. However, because the magistrate lacked money, we could not do it all. The results were very little." Zhang Yi explained and pushed the responsibility to the previous provincial governor. "Oh, the magistrate lacked money. I wonder if there is money in the county. When I came here the day before yesterday, I passed by the county magistrate's office. Zhang Yi, your house was built quite well," Zhang Zhong said lightly. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He secretly thought that Zhang Zhong did mention this matter. Fortunately, he already had an explanation. "Sir, the money did not come from the county magistrate's office. It was a gift from this official's friend." "County Magistrate Zhang Yi, you have such a friend? Call him over and let me see him one day." Zhang Zhong just happened to have this plan. He wanted to find the person behind this. Otherwise, it would be useless to just deal with the county magistrate. If you want to see him, this official will naturally find him. Why don't we meet tonight? Zhang Yi also found an opportunity. Chapter 4:15. Zhang Yi was finally released. Nian Wanzhou used the same reason. There might be a flood in Yushan district, so he was also released. Zhang Zhong did not have the time to deal with these 2 people, especially Nian Wanzhou. There was no evidence of his crimes, so Zhang Yi would not do anything to him now. The people who came to complain the other day did not only complain about the bailiffs, but also about Zhang Yi and the other officials in Wulei district. When the people's affairs were more or less settled, he would get rid of the people behind this and then deal with them. The 2 county magistrates were released, and the people were slightly disappointed. They thought that they could take the opportunity to kill the 2 magistrates. There were smart people among the people, and they knew that the new high-ranking official had his own considerations, so they told the people who did not understand. The people who did not understand still did not understand, but they knew that the new provincial governor was a good official. With the provincial governor around, they would not be bullied by the district in the future. Zhang Zhong and the other officials returned to the manor first, leaving the members of Team 0 to clean up the execution ground. There was no rain, and there was no snow. They fetched water to wash the blood away, and did not put the dead people outside for others to see. They dug holes and buried them to avoid attracting mosquitoes and flies. The people dispersed, and all of them were in a good mood. Those who bought goods and borrowed money prepared to go back and eat something good to celebrate. Those who set up the stalls lowered the price of the goods so that they could sell them earlier and go back home. Those who opened the shop also added more food for their shop assistants or themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared good things for the 56 people. They brought frozen beef from home and were not very particular about the steak. They were very casual when choosing the meat. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao did not know about steak. He was very familiar with this aspect in his past life, but the conditions did not allow it. After all, it was medium rare. After it was cut open, there were still traces of blood. Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat it. He liked to eat well done, and he was often criticized for having no taste. The main reason was that after the chef he hired in the past finished cooking, he would use a knife to cut it open and sprinkle cumin and chili powder on it. This time, in order to celebrate the success of the seedling protection team, she cooperated with Wang Wan to make some. She even specially prepared grape wine to accompany the 56 people to eat. It was the first time that the members of Team 0 of the vigorous protection team had killed someone. Those who did not kill were responsible for collecting the body and cleaning up the bloodstains. When they killed someone, they only felt their heart palpitate. However, when they smelled the blood, they felt a little disgusted. When the 56 of them returned to the inn, they first soaked their blood-stained clothes in water. There was a specialized person in charge of washing them. After that, they took a good bath themselves. Only then did they change their clothes and go to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared the ingredients. As soon as everyone arrived, they began to quickly cook. With more than a dozen frying pans cooking at the same time, they were able to make nearly 30 servings in one go. 2 frying pans were enough for everyone to eat. There was no need to be too particular. Medium rare was the standard. The 56 of them sat there and waited obediently. It was not the first time that they had eaten the food cooked by the young master and the young lady. In the past, they had eaten well and were looking forward to this time. Looking at the knives and forks on the table, everyone understood that it was the strange way of eating without using chopsticks. They were familiar with this and used it more smoothly. Soon, the first pot was ready and served to the table one by one. The 56 of them had never eaten beef cooked in this way. They had just killed someone and it was so bloody. They felt a little disgusted. However, the meat was edible. There was also grape wine beside it. This was not the cheap wine that they usually drank. A big bowl of it cost 200 copper coins. After a while, the second pot was ready. Each of them had a serving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a serving in front of them. First of all, this thing is hot. You have to be careful when you eat it. Another very important thing is that no matter what you find later, you are not allowed to show any expression of discomfort on your face, and you are not allowed to spit out anything. Otherwise, before eating, Wang Wan told the 56 of them. Otherwise, they would have to explain it to them. Everyone understood. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan started eating first. From the outside, the meat didn't look like much. After they cut it open, blood started to seep out. Because it was frozen beef, there was a lot of blood. Zhang Xiaobao used a knife to cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Xiaobao chewed it carefully and drank a mouthful of wine. He told Wang Wan, "It's edible." "I know. It can be eaten even if it is fried into ashes." "Xiaobao, look at the traces of blood. How beautiful. It reminds me of the blood that spurted out from the neck cavity when we killed people. It was so red and so bright. Drinking this wine is like drinking their blood. Eating this meat is like eating their meat," Wang Wan said while eating. Her hands moved very accurately. "Little young master, little lady, can we change the wine? This wine is too expensive. The distilled wine that we usually drink is pretty good." A team member saw the traces of blood in the cut meat and listened to the little lady's words. He tried to keep his expression natural and carefully asked, "You want to drink strong wine? Do you want to drink deer antler blood wine or snake blood wine?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with a serious face. "No need, little young master. This is fine. We will eat immediately." This person was shocked. He was afraid that the little lady was afraid of being tired. He was afraid that the little young master was not satisfied with what they did. The little young master was rarely angry with them, but he did not think that being angry meant that he was ready to give up. These people carried supreme glory. If they were kicked out of the team, they would not be able to live anymore. They would die of shame. The 56 people did not dare to say more. They ate according to Wang Wan's request. The meat with traces of blood was indeed disgusting. If it was a normal person, they could bear it. However, they had just killed someone. The unwillingness and hatred of the person before death seemed to be right in front of them. The blood that was sprayed out seemed to be right next to them. Wang Wan stopped when she was halfway through eating. "Isn't it just killing a person? What's there to feel bad about? Those people deserve to die. Just beheading them is already letting them off lightly. Some should be cut into pieces. When they take the life of others, will they also not be able to eat? Don't think too much. Put your mind on the food. Try it and see if it tastes good." After Wang Wan finished speaking, everyone felt a little better. The steak that was served at the beginning had already turned cold because they ate slowly. However, these people still ate it into their stomachs and drank the wine. Under the influence of alcohol, they were a little more willing to face the matter of killing people. After eating, they rested for a while. The 56 people continued to train. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to arrange other things. Since they had moved to Luzhou, they would not be able to leave for some time. The sand table game had to be arranged for people to check the terrain. This had to be persevered. It had nothing to do with how much money they could make. The main thing was the military map, the local specialties, and the minerals that they found by chance. Other than that, they had to do business. If they wanted to open a restaurant, they could not just open a place. There were so many ingredients from the sea. It would be a pity if they did not make good use of them. Also, when this place became prosperous in the future, there would be many people coming and going. If they did not occupy a place, it would be difficult for them to occupy a place. "Xiao Bao, how did we come here this time? With your father's official position, we don't need to spend money to occupy a place." Wang Wan held a holder with a piece of silk cloth on it in one hand. With the other hand, she threaded a needle back and forth. While threading, she talked to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan planned to learn embroidery. In the past, she liked to do cross-stitch when she was free. Now, she had to learn embroidery when she moved here. She knew that women could no longer be officials at this time. She had to find a way to change her profession. The clothes of the people here were usually made by their own families. The richer the family, the better the women were. If they spent money to make clothes outside, they would be laughed at. She wanted to learn embroidery first. Then, she would open a ready-to-wear shop here and find a few good hands to make clothes for others. As long as she learned the general steps, she could design clothes according to the style of that time. She felt that it would not be a problem for her to learn with her IQ. She had once discussed with Zhang Xiaobao about what Tang clothing was. Later, she found that the clothes worn by the people of the Tang dynasty were Tang clothing. The clothes that appeared with the mentality of accepting people from all walks of life were Tang clothing. There were all kinds of clothes in Cheng and city. This made her mind active. She felt that it was not impossible to set up a large clothing group. She could even make some jewelry. Now that there were few people wearing earrings and rings, she could slowly guide others to wear them. Then, she would have many ideas to design. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was embroidering and was in a daze. After a while, he said, "Actually, I know how to knit sweaters. I'm asking you how to do business." Wang Wan waited for a while. She did not expect to hear such a sentence, so she asked. "Oh, it's easy to do business. Later, find a 3-star male manager and let him do it. Now, we just lack a little basic power. We can provide the power, but we can't only rely on us to open a shop. It's a state. Do you remember what was written in the history books in the past? I read a little, and it left a deep impression on me. At that time, people did not work for their own families. Everyone gathered together and calculated the money according to the share. Later, this method did not work, and people became poorer and poorer, so they separated. But not many years later, just a few decades later, people gathered together again. When the production resources were distributed, those who gathered together got a smaller proportion, but the actual amount of resources was more than before. Later, I thought about it. The first one is a political management method, and the latter one is a business management method. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the production model with Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded after listening. Then, you are going to use the business management method here? Yes, we will use this method to unite the local small businesses. We will take the lead, and they will put in more effort. We will go out. If the land route is not easy, we will use boats. We will let them transport the goods here to sell outside. Those who do the same business will form a trading company. Many trading companies will form a business management committee. Then, they will share the shares of each other. This way, it will be difficult for others to make a move. When our own people manage, they can also think about how to ensure their own interests. Under this method, ensuring our own interests is ensuring everyone's interests. It is the same for the fishermen. We will organize a fleet, reasonably allocate the sea area, and let the fishermen join in. This way, we can catch more fish. Zhang Xiaobao was more relaxed in this aspect. There were so many models to choose from. It was just a matter of adjusting the details to fit the situation here. Chapter 4:16. Zhang Xiaobao took out the plan and began to discuss the details with Wang Wan. They discussed how to share the shares, how to distribute the benefits, what kind of people to choose for management, how to cooperate with each other, and how to transport the goods in the future. Apart from sending the goods to more remote places, they would basically be transported by water. The two of them discussed until the evening. Zhang Xiaobao listed many previous cases and finally came up with a plan. The details were not as confusing as before, and the people here did not need those restrictions. If someone really did it in the future, they would add on. They found a 3-star manager and talked to him for more than 2 hours. They told him to bring people to contact the local merchants tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan then remembered that Zhang Zhong had already contacted the people over there. The 2-story high Tao Pavilion could be considered the best restaurant in the province. It was located in the prefectural city. If you walked along the widest street in front of the prefectural city, you would be able to see the building after walking for more than 1,000 steps. At this time, Zhang Zhong was sitting in a room on the second floor of the restaurant that was separated by a screen. When Zhang Zhong saw the screen, he shook his head. The restaurant did not think about it carefully enough. There was actually only a space separated by a screen and not a separate room. His family's restaurant had a special place for people to talk about secret matters. Not only was there a separate room, but there were also 2 floors around the room. The middle was empty, and some linen was stuffed in to prevent noise. When Zhang Zhong arrived, there were already 3 people waiting in the room. One was Zhang Yi, the other was Nian Wanzhou, who did not want to come, but had no choice but to. As for the last person, Zhang Zhong had not seen him with his own eyes, but he knew this person. This was all thanks to his son. Whether it was Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan, they both knew the importance of information. When they arrived at this place, the first thing they had to do was to spread the information out. If they did not know anything, they could ask the local people or the local gangsters. These people were well informed. As long as the people approved of the officials, they were on the same side. As long as the people scolded the officials, they should be dealt with. There was no need to send special investigators to the government to understand. They just needed to listen to the people. Zhang Zhong knew that this person's surname was Shen, and his name was Shen Guifu. It was a very ordinary name, but what this person did was not ordinary. He divided the salt pans that were supposed to be managed by the prefecture. One for Zhang Yi, one for Nian Wanzhou, and one for himself. His share was the largest, and the other 2 had to be given to the people in the yamen. Apart from that, Zhang Zhong also knew that Shen Guifu had a caravan that traveled here from the capital. However, they did not have a fleet, so they had to travel by land and sea. Since Lu Zhou's tributes were good, some people had set their eyes on this place. Moreover, they also had salt. This salt seemed simple, and it could bring Shen Guifu an additional income of several thousand strings of coins every year. In order to obtain more profits, he joined forces with some people in the provinces and made the provincial governor a mere figurehead. He even imprisoned the provincial governor, so the provincial governor did not have any power to use. The newly appointed provincial governorship was clearly suppressed to the point that he could not turn the tables. He had no choice but to submit a memorial to the imperial court. However, he did not have any evidence. It was just a feeling. Moreover, his memorial might not be able to be sent directly to the capital. His family was already there, and the 50 mansion soldiers were too weak. Apart from this information, Li Sun also revealed that Shen Guifu had a prince backing him. He was not the crown prince. Therefore, Li Sun's intention was to do what was necessary. If worse came to worst, he would step in and support them. After all, he was not afraid of a prince who was not the crown prince. Li Sun was very dissatisfied with this. Look at the local people who were being cheated by that little bit of money. If he dared to compete, he would smash him to death with money. In fact, Li Sun's intention was to tell Zhang Zhong that as long as the prince did not come personally, he could deal with Zhang Zhong however he wanted. He was not afraid of luring him out. How much money could he get from here in a year? Just those local specialties and tributes, at most, it would be 10,000 strings of coins. It was estimated to be 5,000 to 6,000 strings of coins, not including the salt. The money for the salt should be from Shen Guifu's greed. How pitiful. Was it worth 5,000 to 6,000 strings of coins? He was so poor that he went crazy. At worst, he would give him some business and pity him a little. Li Sun was confident in this aspect. He was rich. Zhang Zhong went through these things in his mind. He said with a straight face, "I am here. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Provincial Governor Zhang, there is no rush. It is better to eat first." Zhang Yi was not as afraid as before. He also changed the way he addressed Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong did not care about the way he addressed him. He still said with a sullen face, "I am not used to eating outside food. Tell me, what is the matter with your good friend? Why does he give money to officials for free? What is his motive?" The three of them did not expect Zhang Zhong to be so difficult to talk to. He had an attitude of condemning them. Chen Wanzhou was the one who got the least money. He was also a little afraid of Zhang Zhong. He did not dare to say anything. Zhang Yi had just said it, so it was not good to continue. Shen Guifu could only smile and pick up the teacup on the table. He said to Zhang Zhong, "I have long heard of Sir's reputation. Sir loves the people like your own children. When you were in Sanshui County, your family started a business. You also helped the Yamen of Sanshui County to give the Yamen runners a salary. When you arrived at Huayuan County, it was even more amazing. I did not expect to meet Sir here. Sir, the wine and dishes have not been served yet. I will use tea instead of wine to toast you. I think that after Sir comes here, the local people will have a good life." Shen Guifu held the bowl and waited there. He thought that after hearing what he said, Zhang Zhong would feel uncertain. He would say a few words of kindness and drink a bowl of tea with him. In this way, he would be easier to talk to in front of Zhang Yi and Chen Wanzhou. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, Zhang Zhong just looked at him with a cold smile. He did not have the intention to pick up the bowl. This made him feel awkward. He asked, "Sir, what are you? What am I?" "Shen Guifu, you are just a small businessman. I am a fourth-rank official in the imperial court. There are many people who want to respect me. Do you think I will give face to anyone? You dared to show off the news you received 2 hours ago. Your family in Kaifeng is not planning to live anymore." Zhang Zhong's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder in Shen Guifu's ears. He had just received the news. How did Zhang Zhong know? It seemed that he knew a lot of things. He even knew where his family lived. What else did he know? "Sir, I don't mean anything else. Sir, you don't know. I also do things for others." Shen Guifu changed his previous calmness and wisdom. His hand holding the bowl trembled. The water in the bowl spilled out, but he did not dare to put it down. He said to offer tea, but others did not drink it. He did not say that he should be disrespectful. If he put it down, it would be disrespectful. If he put it down, it would be easy to lose the lives of his family members. He wanted to remind Zhang Zhong and let Zhang Zhong know that his background was not simple. Zhang Zhong and Nian Wanzhou could not express how regretful they were now. From Zhang Zhong's words, they knew that Zhang Zhong was not ordinary. When they heard Zhang Zhong talk about his family, they did not believe it. Now, they had to believe it. Zhang Yi signaled Nian Wanzhou with his eyes. Wei Wei shook his head. He did not want to stand out now. Zhang Yi had no choice but to speak up himself. "Provincial governor, there are some things you don't know. Brother Shen, sometimes we are forced to do things." "Forced?" "You were forced to rob the salt pans in the province. Then I will write a memorial and ask the emperor. Which dragon son forced Shen Guifu to do this? Which dragon son forced him to join forces with Lu Zhou's men to suppress provincial governorship? The emperor has so many dragon sons. I'm sure one of them will stand out, right?" Zhang Zhong was confident of his victory. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. At this moment, Shen Guifu could no longer hold the teacup in his hand. It fell onto the table with a splash. He did not seem to notice that the water had scalded him. When they heard the commotion, 2 workers immediately rushed in. They looked at Zhang Zhong first. When they saw that Zhang Zhong was fine, one of them asked, "What can I do for you, sir?" When the 4 people in the room saw the 2 workers, they were stunned. The 2 workers were not the same one from before. Their clothes were clean and tidy. One of them had a handkerchief on his shoulder and the other on his forearm. They looked energetic as they stood there. They made people feel comfortable just by looking at them. The most important thing was that there was a rice sprout embroidered on their chests. It was a very cute rice sprout. You too. Zhang Zhong did not know what to feel. He pointed at the 2 workers and asked, "Master, Between the Clouds and the Water has bought Ocean Wave Pavilion. From now on, Ocean Wave Pavilion will belong to Between the Clouds and the Water. My brother and I are workers who have just been transferred over from the shop in Hangzhou. We've just arrived. The same goes for the manager and the master. Master, do you want to eat here?" One of the workers answered respectfully to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong nodded with a smile. "Yes, the food cooked by my family is very comfortable. The 3 of you should have a taste as well." Zhang Zhong did not need to ask to know that this was arranged by his son. The so-called manager was Zhang Liang, and the master was naturally the original head chef of Between the Clouds and the Water, Master and I. He was used to the dishes cooked by Master and I. His son had even thought about this. He could not blame his son and daughter-in-law for not knowing. The 2 little guys had calculated too many things. If others wanted to know clearly, they would be exhausted just by listening. The most surprised one was Zhang Yi. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the 2 workers. "When was it sold? Why didn't I know about it?" In reply to County Magistrate Zhang, "It was sold the day before yesterday. Your distant relative may not have told you. We came a little late and encountered a big storm. We have to go back and explain. We just arrived today and took over the shop." The worker replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "How is that possible? Who told him to sell it? He dares to make the decision under his name." Zhang Yi shouted loudly. He forgot that there was a provincial governor here. Chapter 4:17. Zhang Zhong also learned about this. In his mind, Zhang Yi must die. At that time, the owner of this restaurant was forced to jump from the roof of the 2nd floor. He broke many bones and later died. Zhang Yi didn't know that Zhang Zhong wanted to kill him. He thought that Zhang Zhong was happy and cooperated with them because the restaurant was bought. Shen Guifu didn't have such a good idea. He knew Zhang Zhong's character from the letter he sent. He was not so clean and had killed people. Thinking of what Zhang Zhong had done before, he reached into his pocket with his trembling hand and took out a string of coins. There were about 10 pieces. He put them on the table and said to Zhang Zhong, "My lord, this is 6,000 strings of coins. I wanted to make a big profit and buy the things you transported on your ship. Unfortunately, you came before I could buy them. Take this 6,000 strings of coins. I'll leave Luzhou tomorrow, no, today, and never come back." "My lord, what do you think?" Zhang Zhong glanced at the flying money on the table. The top one was 500 strings of coins. If that was the case, then 6,000 strings of coins should be 12. If it were someone else, they might be tempted, but he smiled. "Shen Guifu, do you want to leave now?" "It's too late. Since you got the news, you naturally know how much money my family has. 6,000 strings of coins is too much. I'll take this money and use it to do something for the people. When the time comes, I'll give you a quick death. Men, arrest these 3 people for me." Following Zhang Zhong's order, the screen was suddenly kicked down. 20 people rushed out from the other side. A flash of saber light flashed, and the 3 people sitting at the same table with Zhang Zhong were all detained. "My lord, I don't want to die. Please spare my life." Zhang Yi suddenly climbed up, but he didn't dare to really climb to the ground. The saber was still on his neck. Many people don't want to die, but they were killed by you. Zhang Zhong picked up the flying money on the table, sighed, and said in a very soft tone. Zhang Yi did not dare to struggle, but he could open his mouth. He unwillingly asked, Sir, those people were in trouble before you came. It has nothing to do with you. Can't you just let it go this time? At this time, Nian Wanzhou also shouted, Sir, let's put the past behind us. At least when you came, nothing happened here. Why do you have to offend people? Even if you kill us, can you bring the dead back to life? My lord, you don't think that only Shen Guifu is capable of turning our province into this, do you? Sir, as long as you let me go, I will tell you. Even if I don't let you go, you still have to tell me. I don't believe that you can hide anything from me under the great torture. Indeed, I have nothing to do with those people who died, but I want you all to die. The reason is because you all turned around without saying anything to me after arriving at the execution field. Zhang Zhong did not give the three people any chance at all. It was useless to say anything. My lord, not saying anything counts as a reason. Nian Wanzhou unwillingly asked. Yes, this is my reason, Zhang Zhong replied straightforwardly. At this time, Shen Guifu saw that there was no chance for him to live, so he asked in resignation, Governor Zhang, can you tell me how you know about me? And how did you know that I received the news 2 hours ago? Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and nodded, Fine, I'll let you know why you died. You and that person usually transmit information very slowly. He did not dare to use the military and official methods to transmit information for fear of being discovered. Therefore, when he collected information and transmitted it, he used another method, which is the express delivery. In Yaozhou, no matter what the news is, it will arrive within a day, regardless of wind or rain. After leaving there, it is a 2-man, 6-horse race. After reaching the official stop, as long as you spend some money, you can get supplies. It can be said that they travel day and night. An hour before you received the news, they had already arrived. Ah! Could it be that they were detained when they arrived at the official stop? Shen Guifu continued to ask. No, why would I be detained? The information you got was too simple and crude. It didn't even mention that I was the owner of the EMS. It seems like you guys didn't do a good job of gathering information. You guys used the EMS to find out about me and then used them to send information. If I didn't know, what would I need them for? Zhang Zhong did not care whether the three people knew or not. The three of them would definitely be killed. As for the worry of Nian Wanzhou pretending to be mysterious, he did not care. As the governor of a province, it was impossible for anyone to think about it. There were only so many things here. The output of the tribute and the salt were also there. If someone really wanted to get involved, it would be for this little thing. Those with little ability would be dealt with one by one. Those with great ability would not care about it and would just throw it to the guards of the prince's mansion. Zhang Zhong, you have to think carefully. You do not have the right to kill us 2 county magistrates. You can only think about reporting it. When the higher-ups send people to investigate, we will tell them about your express delivery. Let's see what you will do in the future. Zhang Yi's mind turned quickly. He immediately thought of a new method of blackmail. Zhang Zhong did not care at all and walked out. One of the 3 people said to Zhang Yi, Master did not plan to kill you. It rained heavily and caused a flood. Wulei County Magistrate Zhang Yi, Yushan County Magistrate Nian Wanzhou, and Shen Guifu, who came to do business, were guarding the most important place. In the end, they were unfortunately washed away by the flood. No, I do not want to die. I have something to tell Master. Brother, help me pass a message. I will give you 100 strings of coins. Nian Wanzhou was scared. The little bit of hope he had just now had disappeared. The person holding him shook his head. If you gave me that before, I would have dared to accept it. But now, no matter how much you give me, it is useless. You have money but not life to spend it. Let's go. Tell me what you know and I will give you a quick death. Zhang Zhong quickly solved the matter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to worry. They are too bold. Isn't it enough to only use the express delivery in the state? Why did they accept the business here? What if something happens midway? Who can bear the responsibility? Zhang Xiaobao had just received the news not long ago. He was happy that the news came in time. He was also worried that they had gone too far. There was no unified maintenance channel here. At the very least, they had to wait for the game store to open up everywhere. It would be best if the restaurant also opened up branches. At that time, they would not have to rely on the official rest stop, the hotel, or the game store to provide their own horses and food to form their own information transmission network. Xiaobao, are you afraid that the news will be leaked? Wang Wan thought about the speed of the person who came. The county magistrate of Yaozhou did not dare to use military horses. Otherwise, it would be the fastest speed for an emergency report. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I am not afraid of the news being leaked. I am afraid that Li Longji will not be willing to accept the news. If we use his official rest stop to send the letter, what if he also wants to use it? Won't we not have enough horses? The most important thing is that he did not get any benefits. We can't let the person who came to send the letter back. Mobilize the family's money and open hotels in various places. It doesn't matter if they are small. Buy good horses and ask them to wait for a while. After the arrangements are done, we will accept the business from other places. It is not easy at all. Who do you think can think of so many things before doing something? In fact, the most important thing to solve is the communication system. If there is a radio, it will not be so troublesome. If we want to send a message, we can just send a telegram. How does that thing work? Wang Wan suddenly thought of the slow transmission of information. They actually had to use horses to transmit information. How fast could a horse run? How long can a horse run? It is better to fly a kite with the wind. After cutting the string, the kite can float for dozens of miles in a breath if the weather is good. Flying a kite. Xiaobao, why don't we raise some pigeons? In the future, we can use pigeons to send messages. If we can pull a few hundred pigeons from the pigeon's house to other places, we can fly them a few hundred times. If others can tame them, we can also try. Wang Wan suddenly thought of a method to send messages over long distances and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao actually had this idea long ago, but he does not know how to do it. When he heard Wang Wan mention it, he said, but we don't know how to do it. Otherwise, we can ask others to see who knows how to do it. Sleep first. Tomorrow morning, we will go out for a walk. There are many strange people. I think that is fine. I think that old man who helped your father is more powerful. Ask him where he is tomorrow. Wang Wan pulled a thin blanket over her navel and slept next to Zhang Xiaobao. After sleeping for a while, she suddenly said, Xiaobao, why are you so cold? You are not afraid of the heat anymore. Who knows? Go to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao muttered and moved to the side and fell asleep again. Zhang Zhong came back. He wanted to see his son, but he heard that his son was asleep. He could only go back to Jiang Wang clan and tell them what happened just now. He also praised his son and daughter-in-law. The next morning, Zhang Zhong went to find Zhang Yi and Nian Wanzhou. He believed that after a night of interrogation, they should be able to get some information. Master, you're here. Zhang Yi told you what he knew, but Nian Wanzhou refused to open his mouth. He kept muttering, I can't say. If I say, I'll die. If I don't say, I'll die. I really couldn't pry open his mouth. As soon as the guards saw Zhang Zhong, they came forward to report. It seems that we have met a tough bone. Let them go first. Don't let them die. Now is not the time to die. As long as they don't interfere with what I am doing, it will be fine. When I am done, I will send them to the capital. Zhang Zhong did not expect Nian Wanzhou to be so stubborn. Since he did not want to say anything, it was fine. Master, you are not going to kill them. This person thought that Zhang Zhong was going to kill them. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. A country has its own laws and a family has its own rules. They should not be killed by me. Why should I kill them? Even if they are sent to the capital, they have the ability to ask the court to let them go. That is the court's business. I can't just casually kill them. If I kill them, I will not be able to control them in the future. If I kill someone who should not be killed, won't I regret it for the rest of my life? Master is right. If you kill them, you may be wrongly accused. Master, do you still want to go in and take a look? This person respectfully said. Chapter 4:18. When Zhang Zhong went to work, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not stay idle. They took more than 20 guards and went out for a stroll. The two of them did not want to suddenly encounter any danger when they were walking outside. Places that were easy to encounter danger, such as the mountains, were absolutely not to go. They wandered around the county, especially places where there might be people who raised birds, such as the market. If there was anyone who raised pigeons, they would have to ask carefully. The two of them strolled slowly. There were indeed quite a few people in the market, but most of them were selling things. If they couldn't sell anything, they would barter. The goods they sold weren't anything good, they were all daily necessities. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked for more than 100 feet, but they didn't see anything that caught their eye. There was no trace of people who sold birds. Not to mention birds, even those who sold flowers, fish, and insects could not be seen. This is the effect of not having money. It has made people put away some of their playful mood. The only thing they can do is to think of ways to work more and then eat their fill. It is really too pitiful. Wang Wan looked at the clothes that the people around were wearing. She did not see many new clothes. The so-called new clothes were not patched. Even the people in the shop could not do this. Even the people in the shop were wearing patched clothes. It will get better, as long as they do not lose hope in their hearts. I guess the people in the shop are deliberately wearing torn clothes. Let's go, there is a shop selling the 4 treasures of the study in front of us. Let's go inside and ask. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan forward under the protection of a group of guards. When they arrived at the door of the shop, the person inside was standing near the door and looking outside. Do you have anything good to sell here? Zhang Xiaobao asked. What good things? If you think it is good, then it is good. If you think it is not good, then it is not good even if I exaggerate. The man standing at the door said politely. At the same time, he kept looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also liked children, especially cute ones like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the store and looked at the items. They found that there was indeed nothing good, so they believed the man's words. Wang Wan curiously looked around the shop and asked, Are you a waiter here? Buddy? I don't have the money to hire a waiter. I only have enough food to eat. If I hire another waiter, both me and the waiter will starve to death, the man said helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. Then why are there so many patches on your clothes? I see that some of the patches don't seem to be places that can be rubbed off normally. Wang Wan pointed at the man's clothes and asked. The man looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao warily and couldn't answer for a while. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to understand something and said to the man, My name is Zhang Xiaobao. I am the son of the new provincial governor. You don't have to be afraid. After Zhang Xiaobao's words, the man immediately let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and signaled for Zhang Xiaobao and the others to follow him. He turned around a door that led inside and passed through a corridor. He led the group of people to the outside of a room. If I knew you were the young master, I wouldn't have been afraid. To be honest, these patches were specially sewn on. Otherwise, if the bailiffs of the county saw them, they would think that there is still money to be made in my shop. It is the same for other shops. Some ordinary people with slightly better families also wear patched clothes when they go out. Usually, the things sold in the shop and the stalls outside are all ordinary goods. They definitely don't dare to display good goods. If that's the case, they will be snatched away and won't be given a single copper coin. If the two of you really want to buy something, then go into this room and take a look. The things inside are all good. Since you are the family of the new great official, I won't make money. I will directly sell at the cost. As long as there is a great official here, the future days will be good. The man stood at the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly understood. At the same time, they were a bit angry. When they got off the ship, they sent people to collect information. They actually didn't find out this news. They failed in their duty. The two of them nodded at the same time and let the man lead them in to take a look. When they entered the room, they saw that it was indeed different from the things displayed outside. Zhang Xiaobao came to the front of the pen rack and looked. He pointed at a pen and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this pen made of weasel hair?" "Let me see. If you want to buy it, just give me 60 copper coins." "The cost is the cost." The shopkeeper came over and reported the price. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. 60 copper coins is indeed not a profit. It seems that the price you paid is also low. I will give you 100 copper coins. I will buy it. As Xiaobao spoke, he naturally didn't need to take out money. He was still young and couldn't carry too much money on him. The person next to him passed the money over. The shopkeeper was very embarrassed when he picked it up and said, "Actually, the cost of this pen is only 56 copper coins. I just said 4 copper coins. The space is also considered as storage money. I didn't ask for much. Do you know who raises birds here? My father likes little birds, so I want to buy 2. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this person was too kind. He kept so much stock and only asked for an extra 4 copper coins. It was normal to say that it was 70 copper coins. To buy such a pen in the capital, one couldn't even think about it without 200 copper coins. The shopkeeper held the money in his hand and was a bit excited, saying, "Actually, it is cheap. The people who hunt here also can't sell their prey at a high price. The people outside don't come to buy much. It is not worth it for the people here to go out once. You ask about the birds, there really isn't one. However, if the new good official wants one, he only needs to post a notice. Then, many people will go up the mountain to catch birds. A good official, isn't it easy to get a bird? No. Oh, then forget it. If he can't post a notice, how can he be a good official? Then, we will leave now. I wish the shopkeeper's business prospers." Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask about the birds, but he knew the attitude of the local people towards his father. This could be considered a gain. As they spoke, the group walked out again. The shopkeeper followed behind them. When they were about to reach the door, the shopkeeper said, "Young master, why don't the two of you take some paper back? This paper is good for practicing calligraphy. Although it is not as good as good paper, it is actually a good official who posted a notice. He is a good official who doesn't force people to do things. Those birds that sound good indeed don't exist. However, in our county, there is a family that raises pigeons. It is Old Man Chang. His pigeons are not bad, but it is a pity that they don't sell them. The bailiffs are the same. His family has a few strong guards. The bailiffs have suffered a few losses and don't know why they don't dare to provoke them. Pigeons. Which family? Tell us the place, and we will buy all the paper you have. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao heard the word pigeons, he immediately became energetic. What he wanted was pigeons. While asking for money, he pulled the shopkeeper and asked him to lead the way. Follow this road to the west. After passing the government office, then the county office. After walking for more than 1,000 steps, you will see a small wine shop. After going around that house, you will see a small courtyard. Old man Chang lives in the courtyard. When the shopkeeper heard that the new young master bought all the paper, he was very happy and stood at the door to show the way. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan carefully noted it down. They didn't care whether the paper was properly brought or not, and directly trotted in that direction. Is anyone here? Help me shout. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao found the courtyard. They stood outside and shouted towards the inside. They also asked the bodyguards who followed them to shout. The bodyguards' voices were very loud. Is anyone here? Come out and breathe. Hurry up, or we will tear down the courtyard. A bodyguard shouted foolishly. His shout made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tremble. They hurriedly said to him, "Who let you shout like that? Be polite. It seems that I will have to give you more training in the future. It is easy to get into trouble when you go out." It's still the two children who are sensible. This old man is really afraid of others tearing down the yard. You're Xiaobao, you're Yaoan, smart and quick-witted, aren't you? As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished scolding the bodyguards, an old man came out from inside. He was supported by someone and walked to the courtyard gate. In fact, it was just a fence. There was no high wall at all, so they could easily see the people inside. The old man asked someone to open the door while smiling at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were not surprised at all. The only thing they did not expect was that the person who raised the pigeons was this old man. Wang Wan's mouth moved. Do you think the old man knows us so well through the pigeons? Does he know anyone in the capital? I think so. So the pigeons raised by the old man are not ordinary pigeons, but the carrier pigeons we are looking for. This is good. Let's see how we can persuade the old man to raise them for us. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this and replied to Wang Wan. The two people walked forward, and the bodyguards behind them followed closely. When they reached the door of the house, the old man suddenly said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "The space inside is small. Can you let your bodyguards wait outside?" When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they raised their heads at the same time and looked into the old man's eyes. They did not see any conspiracy, but they still did not dare to take it lightly. Zhang Xiaobao hesitantly asked, "Can we bring two people in and let them stand? We don't need too much space." Okay, let's bring two people in. Then let's bring two people in. The little girl has a lot of thoughts. She can't be tricked. The old man did not refuse this time and led the four people in. Wang Wan said sweetly, "Grandpa just praised us for being clever. If we don't bring two people, Grandpa will not be able to take responsibility if something happens. You little girl are not ordinary. No wonder Minister Bai praised you as rare in heaven and earth. Tell me, how did you find me? Why did you find me?" Chapter 419. Wang Wan's trust in Zhang Xiaobao made her stand there and give the old man a smile. The old man put down his hand, looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Kid, you can't let Cuckoo take such risks in the future. Can you guarantee that you can kill me in one go? Or can you make me unable to hurt Cuckoo? I used to be a guard, then a bodyguard, and then a housekeeper. I have seen many things. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and let go of his hands. He didn't make a sound. Wang Wan could tell that the old man wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't mean to hurt them. Otherwise, based on what the old man said just now, if it was true, he would at most suffer some injuries when dealing with the two of them. Since there was no danger for the time being, they decided to chat first. They couldn't ask about the pigeons right away. Wang Wan smiled sweetly again. Old Grandpa knows Grandpa Bai, but Grandpa Bai has never mentioned old Grandpa. When we return to the capital, we'll ask him why he didn't tell us earlier. Little girl, are you still testing this old man? I know him, but your Grandpa Bai's status is much higher than mine. I am just a housekeeper. In the past, when I saw him, I would greet him. This time, if you didn't come, he wouldn't have told me, especially you two little guys. That letter praised you again and again. Seeing you two today, I know that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You are really extraordinary. One dares to use himself to test me, and the other is standing in a position that can threaten me. Although I can't guess how he can hurt me, the kid's position makes me very uncomfortable. Little girl, if he moves, will you move? This time, the old man reached out to touch Wang Wan's head again. Just as he was about to touch Wang Wan's head, he bent his fingers like a claw and grabbed Wang Wan's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao moved. He used his elbow to hit the old man's waist. At the same time, his other hand had already pulled out the steel needle from his sleeve. His elbow didn't touch the old man, but the hand holding the steel needle actually stabbed the old man from behind. It was impossible for ordinary people to do this. They wouldn't use any strength, and it would dislocate the arm. However, Zhang Xiaobao could do it. This was the escape torture technique. It was used to break free from bindings or handcuffs, and it could also be used to attack unexpectedly. Wang Wan also reacted immediately. She tilted her head back and used the iron bridge technique. Her legs left the ground, and she used the tip of her foot to tap the old man's calf. If one looked carefully, they could see a little cold light in the pom-pom in front of her shoe. Although the old man was just being supported by others, his reaction was not slow at all. Regardless of Zhang Xiaobao's elbow that hit his waist, he directly reached out to grab Zhang Xiaobao's hand that came out from behind. It seemed to be very difficult. He had to use his arm to slightly push Zhang Xiaobao away, otherwise he wouldn't be able to touch the hand that attacked from behind. While blocking Zhang Xiaobao's attack, he also had to deal with Wang Wan. The old man seemed to feel that Wang Wan's kick wasn't simple. He didn't raise his leg to block, but raised the leg that Wang Wan was about to kick backwards, dodging Wang Wan's attack. At the same time, he bent forward and grabbed Wang Wan's calf when he missed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't use his elbow to attack the old man's bites. Instead, he took advantage of the old man's hard resistance and suddenly raised his right leg from the side. Wei Wei bent her body towards the old man, so that the steel needle in her right hand moved forward a little more. Her right leg was also able to kick the old man's body. The small velvet ball on Zhang Xiaobao's foot also flashed with a cold light. Wang Wan dodged, and when her attack didn't hit the old man, she first used her hand to support her body. When she supported herself, her body slid backwards, and she turned 180 degrees. She kicked the guard's leg who hadn't reacted yet, and her foot rubbed against the ground with all her strength. Wang Wan's body immediately slanted up, and her head just happened to be facing the old man. She put her hands together and separated them, and with half of her arm bent, she bounced towards the old man. The old man had just turned sideways to avoid Zhang Xiaobao's kick when he saw Wang Wan flying towards him in such a posture. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao's side had already bent down, and along with the movement of the steel needle in his hand, he had no choice but to give up the idea of standing still. He used his hand to support himself against the wall beside him, and his body directly moved back 2 feet. At this time, Wang Wan had already bounced to the old man's position just now. Zhang Xiaobao stopped with his back sweep, and with a spring of his leg, Wang Wan used her elbow to support herself, and directly came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. Zhang Xiaobao half squatted, while Wang Wan stood sideways. Both of them had 2 steel needles in their hands. The old man seemed to have not done such vigorous exercise for a long time. After dodging, he coughed. After a while, he said, "Good skills, even if you are using weapons. If I'm not wrong, the steel needles in your hands and the sharp knives hidden in the little things on your feet are all poisonous, right? No wonder you are so bold. 2 little kids, it seems like any one of you can deal with them." If that's really the case, if this old man didn't overestimate you in advance, would have really suffered losses. This old man knows that you wouldn't do that even if you could take this old man's life, but I can't run away from some losses. Xiao Bao, what's wrong with your arm? How can you attack from behind? And Cuckoo, at that time, you couldn't see Xiao Bao's movements at all. How did you know that he could hold me back? Mine was trained. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he rolled up his right sleeve. Inside, there was a hidden arrow launcher. There were already 3 hidden arrows on it. Trust and tacit understanding. Wang Wan also rolled up her left sleeve. There were also 3 hidden arrows. This time, the old man was speechless. The other party still had a backup plan, and he was forced to this point. Although he was a little older, he could even deal with an ordinary Imperial Guard. The 2 little kids were more than 5 years old, and their nominal age was 6 years old. Even if they were a little older, like 8 or 9 years old children, and they were still holding weapons that they had to dodge, it was still very impressive. It seemed that it was not easy for ordinary people to harm the 2 little kids. Their cooperation was too good, and their attacks were all killing moves. Needless to say, when the needles pierced the body, blood would be drawn and the throat would be sealed. Moreover, there were hidden arrows that were not used. Not to mention other things, when Xiao Bao stabbed the needles in the back, he used a hidden arrow. He would definitely be shot, and there was no way for him to dodge. At this time, the 2 Imperial Guards came over. One of them asked with concern, "Little young master, little miss, are the 2 of you okay?" Zhang Xiaobao rubbed the arm that had just used the detoxification technique and looked at the 2 helplessly. "Even if there is something wrong, I can't count on you. When we go back and start training, if something really happens, Cuckoo and I will have died 100 times before you can react." Wang Wan rubbed the back of Zhang Xiaobao's arm. The detoxification technique was not that easy. It could make 2 handcuffed arms at the back to the front in an instant. It was easy to imagine the pain at the place where the bones were connected. She was also very dissatisfied with the 2 Imperial Guards. She glared at them. "In the future, I will specially add this kind of reaction training. The 2 of you are far from enough. Less than 3,000 words, free." Chapter 420. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't do anything to the guards. They had just trained for more than a year. It was impossible to expect them to be like the Imperial Guards. They could only train them slowly in the future and teach them what to do. The old man now looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the 2 children, more and more pleasing to the eye. The 2 children cooperated very well in the fight just now. Their movements were clean and neat. When they grew up, the 2 of them would have no problem dealing with the guards in the palace together. This was the combination of 2 swords, right? It seemed that the 2 masters in Bai Shu's letter should be a man and a woman who taught 2 disciples respectively. In this way, the 2 masters could be said to be very knowledgeable and knew everything. The 2 guards were frightened. They still didn't understand what had happened just now. They only saw the young master and the young lady quickly gesturing with the old man. The old man retreated, and the young master's arms seemed to be injured. They didn't know anything else, but it was too fast. "You 2 go out and wait outside. Xiao Bao and I will talk to Grandpa. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao massage the back of his arm and ordered the two guards. The two guards knew that the young lady was a little dissatisfied with them, so they retreated embarrassedly. They secretly decided that they must practice martial arts well. Not to mention going to the battlefield to kill the enemy, they must at least protect the people they were supposed to protect. In the future, if the young master and the young lady were to do something, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Grandpa, let's go inside. Grandpa is really powerful. If you had a knife in your hand, Xiao Bao and you and Xiao Bao should have used the sleeve arrows. No one would have thought that 2 8 or 9-year-old children would hide hidden weapons in their sleeves, and even less would have guessed that the two of you would react so quickly and cooperate so well. Tell me, what do you want this old man to do this time? The old man did not wait for Wang Wan to finish praising him, and praised the two of them. The old man was indeed very satisfied. From the position before the attack to when he retreated, the two of them were always so perfect. One was the main attacker, and the other was the support. Wang Wan was still smiling sweetly. Grandpa, we don't have anything to do. We were just taking a stroll, and then we came to your place. We heard that there was an old man living here, and we saw him on the shore. So, Xiao Bao and I wanted to talk to you and ask about the things here, so that we can go back and tell Xiao Bao's father. Oh, strolling. Then you guys really know how to stroll. Come in. Xiao Bao's move just now was really frightening. It caught him off guard. How could his arm do that kind of action? Detoxification technique, good skill. It must not be easy to practice, right? The old man led the two of them into the house. The layout of the house was very simple. There was a couch, a chair, and a table. There were a few small stools on the side, and a small table in front of them. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaobao shook his arm and felt much better. He would be fine after resting for 2 more days. The detoxification technique was not that easy to use. He consciously sat down on the small stool with Wang Wan, and then said to the old man, Grandpa, you can't learn this skill now. Little kids can learn it, but it's too harmful to the body. It's very painful, and it may leave behind a root cause of illness in the future. This process is very difficult. Oh. If it's so difficult, how did you learn it? The old man also understood how much damage the kind of action just now would cause to the joints of the bones. How else can I learn it? I clenched my teeth and endured it. Taking advantage of the fact that my body is flexible at this age, I can't just use it for fun. Every time I use it, I need to recover for a few days. When I go back, I have to apply medicine. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Then, does Cuckoo know how to do it too? The old man asked again. Wang Wan nodded. She only knows a few simple actions. She's not as good as Xiao Bao. Grandpa, do you feel that it's humid to live here? It's by the sea. When the sea breeze blows, it brings the moisture of the sea here. Also, it always rains here. If you feel that it's humid, don't live in such a house. Live in a bamboo building. Humid. How can it not be humid? I've long gotten used to it. Bamboo buildings are good, but the people don't have the time and money to build bamboo buildings. They work all day long just to eat. Since you're here, I'm waiting for you to help the people live a good life. The old man was aware of this. However, in the past, he could only dream of building bamboo buildings. Now, he had placed his hopes on the Zhang family. Bai Shu's letter had detailed some of the things that the Zhang family had done. It seemed like they could manage Lu Zhou well. When he thought of this, the old man said, the 18 ships that followed you here are very useful. You can ship the local goods out and sell them for more money. I wonder if your family is willing to do this. The land route is controlled by Qinzhou. When the goods are transported, the officials there will take some benefits. When the goods are sold and the benefits are included, there will be no more profit. In the east is Lianzhou, and in the middle is a strait that cuts off part of Luzhou. There are mountains on that side, and only some mountain people who might not even have a household register live there. It's not easy to talk to them. If you don't go through that narrow strait, it'll take half a day to get there and half a day to get back. Moreover, the local people in Lianzhou live a similar life as here. The things here are not worth much. If you sell salted fish in the same sea, you can get it, and other people can get it too. Why would they want to buy from you? The caravan that goes far away is only the one with the surname Shin. In the beginning, there were other caravans coming here, but the local officials drove them away and left the Shin guy behind. Life here is getting harder and harder. The old man explained in detail. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened attentively. The informants had a rough idea of what happened. Now, after listening to the old man, they had a clearer idea. Grandpa, how many mountain people do you think have no household register in Luzhou? What do they need? Can you let them come out of the mountains? There are still a lot of empty land here. My family and Cuckoo family's Yongya field have been given, but no one is planting it. It'll be a waste if we leave it there. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the mountains. Since there was no household register, it meant that the actual population was more than the registered population. Life in the mountains was not as comfortable as life on the flat land. It was just that the local people used to exploit them, so life in the mountains was better. The old man thought for a while and said, "Your family has brought nearly 1,000 Kaifeng people here. Isn't that enough? If you estimate the mountain people, there are about 2,000 of them. They live in a scattered area. There are more in the mountains in Qin province. If your family has the ability to pull them down, there should be at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them. However, the mountain people don't trust outsiders. They are fierce. If you want to use force to pull people down, the little prince's guards won't be able to do it, let alone the guards in your family. If they are as strong as the two of you, we can give it a try." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy when they heard that. It was good that there were people. It did not matter if they were not willing to get in touch with them. If they were fierce, they could be recruited into the army. Zhang Zhong only had an official position in the army, but he did not have any soldiers. At this time, Wang Wan said, "Grandpa, do the local people have any relatives outside? How do they send messages? Is it the Shin guy's caravan? How did you get in touch with Grandpa by? Did you take the official route?" Ha ha ha. These two brats, just like what Baigo said, they were very clever and could not be compared to normal brats. They even said that they came here for a stroll. In other words, they just wanted to ask this old man if he had a flying slave, right? It's a pigeon. The old man was also a smart person. As soon as Wang Wan said that, he knew what the two of them wanted. Wang Wan smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "There really is a carrier pigeon. Grandpa, where did you get this carrier pigeon? Can you help us raise some? It would be best if you could teach us how to raise them. We can use the method of hatching poultry to exchange with you." Zhang Xiaobao also knew the importance of carrier pigeons. If he did not take out some substantial benefits, he could not do it. He gritted his teeth and prepared to take out the method of hatching poultry as an equivalent exchange. The old man's eyes lit up. He hesitated and said, "Your family's method of hatching poultry is not a long-term thing. Don't think that it's just poultry. When the poultry are in the nest, they don't lay eggs. At that time, a chicken will lay less than 10 eggs. Some will even lay less than 20 eggs. There is a big difference between a few dozen more eggs and a few dozen fewer eggs. It's good to take it out. Although your family has already taken out many things, there are still people who want good things. As long as you remember that the Emperor remembers what your family has offered, it's fine. Wait for me to write a letter to the master and ask. If master agrees, I will help you train some people to raise flying slaves. My master is currently idle at home. In fact, he is busy with Meiguan Road and Diu Ridge. My master's surname is Zhang. I wonder if the pigeon eggs can be hatched. Zhang Jiuling. He's back. Wang Wan immediately thought of this person and was especially happy. Zhang Jiuling's home was not too far from here. In the future, she could have Zhang Xiaobao's father write letters to them. He's back. Little girl, what do you plan to do? Do you want to spend money to help fix those two places? The old man asked with a smile. Yes, we must. We are not sure if the pigeons can be hatched. We can try. First, we won't tell anyone about the hatching method. When we have enough ducks here, Uncle Zhang will return to the capital. Then, we'll have Uncle Zhang bring the method back. Zhang Xiaobao changed his mind again. The old man was stunned. How do you know that my master can go back? Of course he can go back after the places are fixed. Grandpa, tomorrow, no, in a moment, I will send someone over to learn how to train and raise pigeons from you. Give me a number and my family will immediately pay to fix the roads for Uncle Zhang. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. He was prepared to bleed and use money to exchange for the method. Well, 1,000 strings of coins should be enough. We can't let your family pay for it. Find a few smart people. Why don't the two of you follow along? The old man liked the two children. They were smart and sensible. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. 1,000 strings of coins is too little. My family will pay 10,000 strings of coins to let the people who are fixing the roads eat better and let Uncle Zhang relax. Cuckoo and I can't learn anymore. We will definitely find smart people. In a moment, I will have lunch with Grandpa. Grandpa, you must give me face. Reward, I couldn't ask for more. Baigo has mentioned many times in his letters about you two accompanying him to eat. The old man smiled with relief. He rubbed the two children's heads with a kind look on his face. Chapter 421. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did a big thing. The old man did not ask Zhang Xiaobao if he could decide on the money. Bai Shu had said in his letter that when the two kids did something, their family seemed to be very supportive. When they decided on something, they would tell their family and their family would agree. This made the old man very puzzled. Why? Could it be that the family deliberately raised the two kids to do things outside? Or did the master predict this and tell the two kids in advance? It was not until he saw the two kids that he figured it out. Although the two kids were young, they spoke and acted like little adults. They were well-behaved and steady. No wonder Baigo liked them. It was so comfortable to be with the two kids. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to cook something for the old man. They went to look for ingredients. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at peace with the old man, the prefecture was not peaceful. Zhang Zhong naturally would not let go of the people he caught. Shen Guifu wanted to punish them directly. As for the person behind this, Li Sun would bear the responsibility. He did not care what the Shen family thought. He also had to send a memorial to ask the other side to investigate the Shen family. Li Sun and the people he followed and the money he brought this time were all confiscated. The two arrested county magistrates were also sent to keep an eye on them. Zhang Zhong finished writing the impeachment memorials and had them send them to the capital through normal channels. When they arrived at the capital and received the approval, the construction here was almost done. The original local people in the two counties were investigated to see if there were any serious crimes. If there were, they would be sentenced according to the crime. If not, they would be educated and continue to be employed. The officials under them were counted. Those who were involved were all arrested. The prison cells in the prefecture were almost full. Those who were not local and could not be beheaded were sent to the docks to build a stronger dock. After a few days, when the people who were locked up became obedient, they would also be sent to work. There was no need to keep idle people. After arranging the affairs of the two counties, Zhang Zhong posted a notice to let the people know the situation. One day, in just one day, 2 people that the commoners hated were arrested. At the same time, a few other people were arrested as well. The commoners could not believe their eyes. The new good official was too amazing. In just a few days, he had been here. He had the daily necessities, and the money of those who wanted to do something was also in his hands. He killed those who needed to be killed and captured those who needed to be captured. He acted swiftly and decisively. Xiao Sanzi, what do you think a good new official can do? I really didn't expect that those 4 people from the division or whatever didn't dare to jump out and cause trouble. An old woman did not know how to read. It was the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family who stood beside the notice and told the commoners the contents of the notice. There were too few commoners here who could read. Now, the commoners were used to calling Zhang Zhong a good official, a good official. The person who was asked was a young man who had just returned from the seaside. He was carrying a basket of prawns and was preparing to set up a stall to sell them. It took more than 2 hours to walk from the seaside to here. He wanted to sell them quickly, but when he saw the notice, he stood there and listened. When the old woman asked, the young man thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it will be better in the future. Since 2 days ago, no one has come to rob me when I sell things. It seems that what the good official said that day was not wrong. My family has money. I want to borrow some money to buy a bigger boat so that I can fish more in the future. Okay, I want to change. If I have too much fish, even if I can't sell them, I can eat them as rations. It's better to dry them and keep them. It's better than starving. When you earn money, you must remember to return it to the good official. The good official should have money. I want to live a few more years and see what the good official can change this place. The old woman smiled so much that her eyes almost couldn't be seen. At this time, a person came from the east side of the street and ran directly to Xiao San. Xiao San hurriedly greeted him. This person was a manager of a restaurant in the city. He usually bought the fish and prawns that Xiao San caught. Uncle Axian, are you also here to see the notice? Xiao San asked respectfully. He also turned his body to the side to let Wei Wei see the prawns behind him, hoping that the person would buy them. What's there to look at? I've also posted one on my side. I'm happy to know that the scourge has been caught. Little San, I'm here to tell you a good thing. I thought you would arrive earlier today, but I didn't expect you to not arrive yet. I came out to take a look. I wanted Aku to look for you, but Aku is shy and shy. Uncle Axian looked at Xiao San and said happily. Xiao San knew that Aku was Uncle Axian's daughter. Every time he went to sell things, Ku was in charge. What a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, his family was poor and he didn't dare to show any trace of affection. Hearing Uncle Axian mention Aku, Xiao San lowered his head, as if he was afraid of this name. His voice also became small. Uncle Axian, what good thing is it? I really don't know. It's a very good thing. Some people here want to cooperate with some local businesses. My shop is one of them. There are also fishermen. If you are willing to fish by yourself, you don't have to do anything. If you have other ideas, you can join the fishing company. The fishing company has big boats that can go farther into the sea. The things you catch will be better than what you get here. When the time comes, the people in the fishing company will sell the things and share them with the people who join. They will also give money for the sick people, make clothes for them, and fix their houses. The people who join just need to fish and don't need to worry about selling things. It said that the wages they earn will be several times higher than what they do by themselves. Uncle Aksayan patted Xiao San's shoulder and said. He thought that Xiao San was a good person and always wanted to marry his daughter to him. Xiao San was surprised and asked, if I join them and catch 100 caddies of fish, they won't be able to give me 100 caddies of fish. Will they deduct a part of it? You can catch 100 caddies of fish because they give you the boat and net. They also help you sell the fish. Do you want to get it? You can't be so heartless. Uncle Aksayan was a little unhappy. That's not what I mean. I mean how much they deduct. If they deduct too much, they will have to make clothes for the people who join them and fix their houses. If they deduct too little, they will lose money. We can't let them lose money, Xiao San quickly explained. Uncle Aksayan was satisfied. I'm happy that Xiao San thinks this way. Join them. Who cares how much they deduct? As long as it's more than what you earned before, it's worth it. I don't think they will lose money. If you can catch more hawksbill turtles, you will have more money. These are tributes. Do a good job and build a new house. Ku can live a good life with you in the future. Uncle Aksayan, I don't deserve, why don't you? If I say you can, then you can. You were late today. Ku is still worried. Come back with me. I want all the shrimps in your basket. Remember to do a good job in the future. Uncle Aksayan didn't wait for Xiao San to finish. He pulled Xiao San and started to walk back. They had just taken 2 steps when a new notice was posted. They had to stop and wait for it to be read. A servant girl in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family stood under the notice and said to the people gathered around, from today onwards, all hawksbill turtles and other kinds of turtles are not allowed to dig up eggs on the beach. Even if they catch the small ones, they will be released. In the future, we will dig some large ponds on the beach and put some weak hawksbill turtles and other kinds of turtles in them. Now, we will find someone who is most familiar with these things and will be in charge of this in the future. You must know what these things like to eat. You must be able to tell which ones are strong and which ones are weak when you see them. Sign up here and tell us about your family. Our people will take note of it. You can't lie. If you lie, you will be beaten and sent to the docks to do manual labor. You won't be paid. The people didn't understand why they couldn't dig up eggs. Those eggs were very delicious. They also didn't know why they were raised. There were some in the sea and they could be caught. If they were raised, they would grow too slowly. How long would it take to raise them? Someone asked this question. The servant girl looked at that person and said angrily, "You only think about yourself. If you don't leave something for your descendants and they are caught and lost, how will your descendants live? People who go hunting in the mountains know that those with cubs are not hunted. What's the difference between digging up eggs and killing the cubs? Let me say this first. These are the words of my master. In the future, he will send people to watch. If anyone dares to dig up eggs and cause trouble, don't blame my master for being angry if they are caught. If my master is angry, even if there is no law, my master will find a way to make your life difficult." When the people heard that the good official valued this, they nodded. Xiao San said loudly, "My father knows how to do this. I will sign up for my father. We will listen to whatever the good official says. If anyone doesn't listen, they will be going against me." When he shouted, the other people also shouted. They felt that the servant girl was right. If they were caught and lost, what would happen to their descendants in the future? They weren't afraid of those things growing slowly. After they died, they could leave it for their sons to continue raising. People in the crowd began to stand up and sign up. Those who knew each other also recommended. The mistress reported her family's situation. After the other party recorded it, she pressed her thumbprint. She turned to Uncle Aksayan and said happily, "Uncle Aksayan, I didn't expect that they would even take in people who can't walk. Now my father will have a job to do, and our family will have more money. Your father is quite capable. If he hadn't been pushed onto the reef and broken his leg, he would be considered a capable person. Now that the person who pushed your father has been beheaded, your family's life will be better in the future. Tomorrow, I will talk to your father about the matter between the two families. We can't delay it any longer. If we delay it any longer, Ko will become an old maid. Uncle Axian was also happy. He also didn't expect that a person with bad legs would be accepted by a good official. After his daughter married over, she wouldn't have to suffer. The two of them talked as they walked. They talked about the past and their expectations for the future. The sea breeze blew, bringing along the clouds in the sky. Gradually, the sky darkened. However, the two of them didn't feel gloomy at all. Instead, they felt more comfortable. Let's go. Wash away all the old things and make this place clean. Xiao San shouted toward the sky when he arrived at the entrance of Uncle Axian's store. Chapter 422. Pedestrians were in a hurry. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the sadness of the past was gone. Today, people were busy cutting meat and mixing noodles. Children were standing by the stove. Outside the window, it was drizzling. People seemed to want to let the heavy rain wash away the previous hard days. When it was overcast, they bought some meat and took some vegetables home. They either fried the meat or made dumplings. Children at home swallowed their saliva and waited beside them. When the misty rain fell, it was time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also busy. The wontons were called wontons. The wontons were stuffed with seafood, prawns, and soup boiled with shark fin. They were poured into the wontons and rolled out. Then, they put pickled mustard in the bowls, some dried shrimps, seaweed, and coriander on top of the wontons. 3 bowls were carried to the table. The old man stood aside and watched the 2 little guys working together tacitly. He thought the 2 little guys would just cook some noodles. There were already cut noodles in the kitchen, but he didn't expect that they would chop the wontons and make wontons. They were busy but not in a mess. They were so nimble. When the 3 bowls were placed on the table, the old man couldn't wait to taste one of them. He ate one of them, which was fragrant and fresh. After drinking a mouthful of soup, the old man stopped. He was a little reluctant to eat it. Looking at the 2 kids who were slurping the soup happily, he said with a sentimental smile, "Brother, no wonder Bai Go wrote in a letter that many people went to between the clouds and the water. Some people went there just to eat. He also ate there every day." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan can make such delicious food. You can imagine how good the food between the clouds and the water is. No, you have to add conditions for raising and training pigeons. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating to their heart's content. The fresh shrimps in the sea were really delicious. When they suddenly heard the old man's words, they stopped at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao still had the wonton in his mouth that he hadn't eaten yet. He reached out with his chopsticks to pick up the white chicken that was also in the pot and placed it on the old man's plate. He asked in a muffled voice, "Grandpa, what are your conditions?" Wang Wan nodded with a piece of seaweed hanging from the corner of her mouth. "In the future, you will have to arrange my meals for me. I can't always let Bai Go get all the benefits." The old man was very thick-skinned. He didn't even blush when he said this. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao swallow the yuntin and let out a long sigh. "Grandpa, next time, don't say such things out of the blue." I almost choked. Isn't it just a meal? In the future, if Grandpa wants to go out, you can go to the Ocean Wave Pavilion to eat, or have the Ocean Wave Pavilion deliver it to you. My family bought it and even brought a chef over. He's the original chef of Between the Clouds and the Water. The chefs here were learning from him, and the waiters had also brought some over. The taste was not worse than other places, especially the seafood. They could eat it on the spot according to the old grandpa's taste. When the time came, they could customize the menu for the old grandpa. That should be fine, right? It's just a meal. Why are you so serious? It's scary. Wang Wan picked up some seaweed for the old man and said, "It's scary. Grandpa, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it lumps up. You can't wait until all the soup is in your mouth. If you like yuntan, xiao bao, and I will come here often to cook for you in the future." The old man looked at the two kids and blinked hard. He raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. He stuffed the food that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave him into his mouth. Then he scooped up a big yuntan and chewed it vigorously. He was not afraid of the heat at all. No wonder Bai Go said that I'm enjoying life. He must be not used to the sudden absence of two people over there. Xiao Bao, find them later. I'll live a few more years and enjoy life for a few more years. I promise I'll teach them well. I can see that your family members must be living a comfortable life. They cook so well, and when they pick up food for me, they are so natural. This is a habit they have developed. The old man was a little jealous of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families. He didn't know how the two families taught their children. Comparing other children with the two kids, it made all the parents in the world feel ashamed. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the old man mention his family, he smiled happily and said, "It's comfortable. Every family member has a separate medicinal cuisine recipe. Grandpa, go to the Ocean Wave Pavilion first to familiarize yourself with it, and then you'll have it." Wang Wan also smiled sweetly and said to the old man, "Grandpa, you were so good at that time. Why don't you find some people to train in the future? You can watch from the side. If anyone doesn't do well, you can beat or scold them. There's also a sand table. When the terrain is explored, I'll play with you. Or you can live in my house. I can chat with my grandpa and Xiao Bao's grandpa." Wang Wan found that the old man was lonely, so she wanted to find something for him to do. There were many chess and card games at home, and there was also a gateball game. She thought that the old man wouldn't be so lonely. Her grandpa and Xiao Bao's grandpa didn't care about other people's status. They wouldn't give in to each other. Okay, tonight I'll go to the Ocean Wave Pavilion first. There's no need to stay at your place. If you have nothing to do, you can go there and take a look. Tell me, how do you plan to manage this place? Did your father ever tell you about it?" The old man promised Wang Wan, then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the soup and nodded, he did. In the future, everyone here will work together and set up various large and small trading companies. These companies will then form a chamber of commerce. When buying and selling things, they will negotiate the price with others. This way, we won't have to worry about others deliberately lowering the price. Good idea, but it's a pity that your family has to do this. In other places, the families of officials don't have such methods. Those who do have methods have to be coerced by the officials. They also have to compete with each other. It's very rare for them to work together. There aren't many big businesses here, and they just happen to lack a leader. You also don't have to worry about the government interfering. In addition, your family has a large fleet with new sails, so it's convenient to transport goods. The goods here aren't easy to sell because there's a sea in Qinzhou and the surrounding areas. All the goods are the same. If you ship them to the capital or Sichuan and then ship them back from there, it seems that you won't be able to sell them. The old man heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea and felt that it was feasible. Moreover, in the future, the locals would be able to earn money and help analyze the situation. As he spoke, he found a problem. There weren't many people here, and the goods shipped back from the other side would soon be enough for the people here to stop buying. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the old man only cared about talking and didn't eat, so he put down his chopsticks and said to the old man, "Old grandpa, do you think that when those goods are sold to a certain extent, the supply will exceed the demand? It's simple. Repair the roads. Before those goods come and go, we'll repair the roads that lead to the other places. Since Qinzhou is blocking us, we'll repair the roads to Lianzhou, Sumaozhou, Shangxizhou and Fengzhou. We can build bridges in Lianzhou. The Chamber of Commerce will pay for it, and the provincial government will also pay for it. We'll have the 4 prefectures provide manpower, and we'll pay for it. As long as we harden our hearts, we'll be able to repair the roads in less than a year." Wang Wan also said, "When the time comes, if they want goods from the north, there will be caravans coming here to buy them. At the same time, they'll transport the goods from the other prefectures to sell. In fact, it's just that we lack a provincial governor who's willing to suffer losses. Otherwise, we would have worked together long ago. Only through circulation can we prosper. There's no lack of goods here, but the main thing is that there's a lack of means of circulation. This makes the cheap goods in the 2 prefectures become expensive. Qinzhou is blocking us, so when the time comes, we'll use the same method to block them. We don't have to do anything, and the local merchants will force the provincial governor of Qinzhou to come and ask for peace." The old man understood now. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "You two have learned a lot. It's a pity that I don't know much. Otherwise, I'd teach you well. Just like Bai Go, it's hard to find a good teacher, but it's also hard to find a good disciple. I know about the other prefectures, but Sumaozhou and Lianzhou are on the opposite side of the sea. Why don't we just ship them over to sell them?" The old man didn't know much about business. It was mainly because business was related to politics. He didn't know what political economy was, so he could only ask. Who asked these 2 children to be taught by an expert at home? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew why. Earning money wasn't the goal. Helping Zhang Zhong was the most important. Wang Wan said to the old man, "Actually, it's on purpose. If not, why would we build roads? We let them come over to buy the goods to increase the circulation and increase the floating population of our prefecture. These people need to eat and stay in hotels. There are also caravans that will arrange for people to wait for the goods here. This requires a special department to appear and act as a middleman. Some people feel that our prefecture is good, so they will stay and live here. At the same time, it's also a form of attraction to the people in the mountains. I don't believe that they won't want to live a better life." Now the old man understood. Everything was to accumulate political achievements for Zhang Zhong. The financial resources of the Zhang family had always been used by Zhang Zhong. People couldn't help but admire the effort that the Zhang family had put in for Zhang Zhong. They even made a little loss in business, such as cooperating with the locals, which would make the Zhang family earn less. Even so, they had to bear the burden and pave the way for Zhang Zhong. Thinking of this method, the old man couldn't stay still and ate faster. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't finish eating was that they were waiting for the old man. When accompanying guests or elders to eat, the host and the younger generation couldn't finish eating first. It was very impolite. Seeing that the old man had finished eating, the 2 of them sped up. Just as the old man finished eating, the 2 of them also finished eating. They began to clean up the dishes and put them in the kitchen. There was no need to care about them. The old man had someone to wash the dishes for him. The old man found that he couldn't find any fault with the 2 children. He just liked them. He took the tea made by Wang Wan and sat there, sighing with emotion. If the people in the world could be like the 2 of you, then our Tang Empire wouldn't have to worry about the surrounding countries. I have to write down this method and send it to Master. Let's see if Master can understand it and learn to find a way out for the people there.